Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, you're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close, time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on. My broken heart and I. My broken heart and I, we're moving on.
There were fallouts, we've been up, down, but I blame myself. There's no doubt, we're back up now. Who knows why we fell? Pulling, pushing, holding on for something. The blue sky is coming, 'cause we're still here. Oh, I feel the love, yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need to understand. Oh, I feel the love, yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan, 'cause I feel the love. There were rough seas where we barely even knew ourselves. There's a cool breeze as the air clears. I don't know well. Pulling, pushing, holding on for something. The blue sky is coming, 'cause we're still here. Oh, I feel the love, yeah, I feel the love. It's something we don't need to understand. It's something we don't need to understand. Oh, I feel the love. Yeah, I feel the love. Let's just go, no, we don't need a plan. 'Cause I feel the love.
Good morning from beautiful Stockholm and welcome to day 4 of the OWCS 2025 World Finals. DreamHack is heating up, the arena is filling up, and our teams are gearing up for another exciting day of OWCS action. I am also finding my words. We're all doing it together, you know. Fumbling is learning, as I like to say. Zoe here on the desk, joined by Necra and Avro. Necra, this is a lot.
It actually is a lot.
She's so shiny.
I haven't seen it until like
Oh
it's
my
actually
God.
been
She's popped Annihilation in real life, and I'm in the AoE. I'm getting damaged right now.
a power block, you know?
I feel like I'm getting a buff from this. Like this is good. I love everything we got going on. Like you're just like that bright little spark, and
I hope
rightfully so. Bringing the positivity. Yesterday was a tough day, right? We had to say goodbye to 6 teams. So it's sad. So this cheers me up. Let's recap this a little bit and go a little bit over everything we got to see in the lower bracket yesterday.
Oh, that's a brutal lower third.
I love that.
Isn't anybody? Ooh, that's mean. That's mean.
European celebrating. Europeans so happy right now.
Well, NA had a short run in the World Finals, unfortunately. And it is really unfortunate because some of those teams really have impressed us throughout the regular season. It just seemed like T1 came to slay NA. Like, that's kind of basically the story of what went down yesterday as they took out GK, and then afterwards they made quick work of Team Liquid.
Proud had an enormous performance yesterday, and I think you have to look at the DPS line of T1 really showing up, and I think it was just that gap that really allowed T1 to go full steam ahead against both of those North American teams.
Really reminds me of T1 at the mid-season championship as well. It seems like the 2 teams that T1 can't beat, the Falcons and now Twisted Minds, lose to Twisted Minds twice in 2 internationals, but every other team, whether it's North America or whatever, T1 can just completely wipe the floor with them, it seems. So T1, they have very specific weaknesses, but North America's not one of them.
What is the weakness then? Like, do you feel like any of the NA teams at least had an idea of how to take them down?
It might
Was an
just be,
attempt made?
it might be some of the Brawl stuff, more of the Symmetra stuff. They've lost to Twisted Minds twice now. Again, 3rd, 4th place game at mid-season was a big one as well, and T1 didn't win that. T1 also struggled up against Falcons, who are also a very good Brawl team.
But the fact that T1 have both Donghack and Jasmine, they can go for dive, they can go for brawl, they look very good on both of those different styles, and I think it's going to be a really tough team to beat. Now, I think one of the things that could be sort of a way that they actually trip over this lower bracket run is maybe if they choose wrong. We did see a couple of times, I think, Avril, where maybe some of the map picks and bans have not gone well for some of these teams, and so I hope that T1, like, they're really locked in for that strategy component.
Well, it seems like they really know what they want to do now. Jasmine played the entire way through. in their game versus Team Liquid, and happy to just play through that brawl style. Ramatra, we talk about Proud and Zest having amazing games, really to me as well. Jasmine coming in for this tournament, having not really played much for T1 throughout the rest of the entire stage. Now he's the starting player for the team.
But here's the thing though, you say they seem to now have an idea of what they want to do. I feel like the times they actually did sub in Donghak, that was very specific. They wanted to have a specific type of play against who they were going up against.
Right, and it's going to matter a lot against their opponents. So if they want to actually take something like a dive, maybe they will bring in Donghak to actually play up against Gushwei if they meet Weibo in the lower finals. I think that would be a really great match to watch, but I think really T1, they have done a lot of homework ahead of this World Finals, and it's truly paying off.
It really is. And again, like, it was really sad to see some of those teams leave us yesterday. The fans showed up, the families were here, you know, everyone was cheering them on. There was just so little resistance coming out from Team Liquid. T1 just rolled over them. It was brutal.
I really don't think it's that Team Liquid did a bad job. It was just T1 was better.
I mean, Proud had a lifetime performance.
Oh, exactly, right? Like, how is it that you're Team Liquid, you want to win, and then Proud says, no, you cannot. But I love the Team Liquid squad. Over the course of their season in North America, they have just continued to get better and better. They got third in stage number 1, second in stage number 2, and then they finished off the year with an undefeated record in stage 1 and the Kings of North America. So for a lot of people coming from the NA region, they definitely had some high hopes riding on Team Liquid.
I think the only regret here may be that for Team Liquid's POV, could they have dragged this to a more dive map, put Donghak in terms of forcing T1 to make that substitution, then have Infected versus Donghak on something like a Winston, something like a Wrecking Ball. But rather what we got is 3 maps of Ramatra Mirrors, and Team Liquid seemed that they wanted to really try and get a win on that Ramatra Mirror, and well, 3 maps in a row, it did not end up happening. Even from that first map choice, they could have dragged it to Ilios, could have dragged Donghak in there and just see how it goes. You can see the adaptation here. New Junk City, remember, T1 previously versus GK played Donghak on this map. They lost that map to GK, and now versus Team Liquid, they sub in Jasmine instead for that map.
They do indeed. Now, T1 continuing their lower bracket run, awaiting their opponents from the upper bracket. We also see that we had, unfortunately, say goodbye to a Chinese teams right in that first lower round, because Weibo had to be facing off against Team CC. And while their upper bracket performance from Weibo was, that was a one-sided loss, really, they really cleaned it up in the lower bracket, and they're looking to make quite a run.
Yeah, I think they had a lot of lessons to learn against OWCS, but it's just a different type of matchup versus CC. The compatriots from China, I mean, they understand CC so well. Like I sort of highlighted, 7-0 over this year, now extended to 8-0, still undefeated against CC. If there's one team they know how to beat consistently throughout the year, and it's always been Team CC. So Weibo, flawless through China, flawless against Chinese teams, and they do that once again.
And Weibo has so much legacy behind them. We've seen this roster in many iterations. Once again, just such a household name, transitioning over to Weibo when they got picked up. But even before that, they come in playing in the Overwatch World Cup as a part of the team from China. And they also have this legacy as a part of the Hangzhou Spark from the Overwatch League. There's just so much veterancy on their roster. You know that when they come to an international LAN, they will always show up.
Another thing here, as we're watching the clips as well, you'll notice Kaneki is on that Symmetra. It does just prove that you can't shove in the Symmetra and try and make it work if you are not well practiced on this type of composition, on this type of hero.
I was just about to say, you can do that if you're Twisted Mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that if you're
Or
UB on your team, if you're
ABA.
Checkmate on your team, and you're a European team that really understands how to play Symmetra. But if you're Team CC, and this is not part of your normal playstyle, not part of your normal strategy, and you just kind of want to put that up against Weibo, Weibo are not going to lose to that unless it's to someone way more experienced like an Alcad.
But the problem is also, like in this scenario, maybe just have to try something crazy like that, because they are such familiar foes, right? They've been playing each other so often, and Team CC has not won against them. So maybe that was just like this kind of almost desperation move with everything on the line. It's like, you know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
It did not work, but you know what? I'm all here for trying new things.
Gotta
But
respect the
It was
hustle.
great to see Weibo back on top there and seeing that dominant performance. We talk a lot about Shy throughout the season. It was great. Also, you mentioned that yesterday, to see Leave popping off again.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I was so impressed by Leave's performance. I think in stage 3, watching the China teams play, I was a little bit hit or miss in terms of Leave's performance on the Tracer. But now that Leave gets a chance to show off that depth in the hero pool, I mean, like all the pop-off Wolfs, the Venture, the Echo. I think Leaf put on a stellar performance yesterday.
Yeah, this has been the best that we've seen of him so far this year. I don't think he and the rest of the team really showed enough at the Mid-Season Championship, but here at the World Finals, this is where it counts, right? This is where you need to be playing at your absolute best. And Weibo, tough loss versus OWCS, and they want that run back now in the lower bracket, denying SSG, denying Team CC, and honestly, Weibo making the top 6. It's a good journey so far. I think for them, though, they don't want to settle for anything less than top 4, which is what they got in Hangzhou.
Let's take a look at today's schedule to see what's ahead of us. There it is. We're going to kick things off with Crazy Raccoons going up against OWCS. And then afterwards, Twisted Minds will be taking on Falcons. That one's going to be so spicy. I'm very excited. T1 and Weibo are currently awaiting their opponents in the lower round 3. I believe for T1, it will be the loser of Crazy Raccoons in OWCS. And for Weibo, they are either playing against Twisted Minds or Falcons.
All of these matches are going to be amazing. After seeing how the herd has thinned heading into our final 2 days of the OWCS World Finals, I believe that all 6 of these teams have a chance to win. I really do.
Yeah, I think you can make a great argument for any of them. Later today, you also peeking on your schedule here an esports announcement. What's to come in 2026? Well, you will be finding out a little later today, so I'm very excited. We're going to have a special guest here on this very desk to chat all about it. Now, also something that all of you have already heard of, announcement that was recently made, and that is, of course, the return of BlizzCon, and with that, also the Overwatch World Cup. And we will be giving out tickets. You can win tickets. All you have to do is peeking the secret code. Could be anywhere. Yesterday, we may or may not have seen on the mic flare of Danny.
May or may not have been there.
Yeah, there may or may not have been some letters floating around. So if you see them, make sure to type them into the link you see on your screen right now. And you have a chance to win your tickets to BlizzCon, which is happening in September, which is also kind of strange. As a forever BlizzCon goer, like it's the November is BlizzCon month, right? This time it's going to be in September, but that's my birthday month, so I'm all the more excited. It feels
Same!
like, yeah, let's go.
September birthdays.
That Virgo squad.
Can't relate, I don't know. I'm hanging out in April, don't worry about it, guys.
April, that's a mid-month.
Thank you for
There
that.
we go.
It's a very North American month, I get it, so it's okay.
No reason to throw shade there.
Yeah.
That's okay. I can distract us and the feelings that got hurt here with a little match discussion. Shall we dive into our first match of the day? Crazy Raccoons will be going up against OWCS. This ought to be a good one. These are 2 teams which have continued to be on top of their respective regions, trading blows with the other top teams in their regions.
Crazy Raccoon, obviously, they come in as the winners from Champions Clash earlier in the year, end of Stage 1. Crazy Raccoon also recently defeated Falcons in that playoff, the Road to World Championships, rather, 7-map finals as well, which required a bit of a comeback. Falcons were up 3-1. Crazy Raccoon then got the next 3 maps, and that first to fourth to be able to win that one. So Crazy Raccoon always will be a strong favorite for any international competition. And you know which international competition actually evaded them? Last year, it was the World Championship. They want that title because they've got so many other titles, but they do not have the World Finals.
Yeah, and for this roster, I know we've spoken to a lot of our audience members, and there's quite a few Crazy Raccoon fans out there. And how could you not love this squad? Lip, he's just him. He's saying has really shown up as a bright, shining star of Korean esports. And who doesn't love Shu? I mean, all those headshots yesterday with Ana of all things. Could you imagine us saying that a year ago?
Yeah, what year is that? What year is this? Like, no one has ever left the Shu train. Like, we've been on it since day one. And he continues to perform on such a high level. Incredible stuff. But if we're looking at their opponents here, OWCS, they've also just been on the very top of their region. It's been Twisted Minds and OWCS all year long. Yeah. And why not? They have found their style. They have found what is working for them. And they do have flexibility. Having Checkmate being able to like play that Symmetra, but also play everything else in the book, really, it opens up so much for them.
This really was the team of the mid-season championship as well. They went all the way to finals, but unfortunately lost that one 0-4 against Falcons. The one thing that really is missing from OWCS right now is they have not been able to beat a Korean team. Twisted Minds, they've taken down T1 twice. They've taken down even Crazy Raccoon Raccoon. Even in stage 1 as well, GK, at that point known as Nightmare, took down Crazy Raccoon. OWCS have yet to do so. If they can today, or this tournament, take down a Korean team, they are genuinely within a shot to win. We've known and we've seen them take a top 2 before, but they're looking for number 1.
And Ziad leading the squad. What an amazing tank player. I mean, very well known for the D.Va, has been able to show us very consistent performances on that hero. But even when the D.Va is banned out, Ziad is winning maps and matches with the Zarya. And so I think one of the questions we had coming into this tournament is what's going to happen if Ziad is not able to just play the D.Va in a matchup? And I think they're proving us it doesn't matter at all. They don't care.
And they have so much veterancy in that backline as well with Landon and Kellex, who are just like such steady performance. Might not be like those flashy backlines, but they got your back, man.
Well, the flashy backlines are on the other side. Crazy Raccoon, Chorong, and Shu. We talked about Shu already, but he is going to be one of those signature Ana players, one of the few players in the world that will be able to make Ana work in any meta. You have to look out for that headshot perk as well. He's going to be lethal on that one, so expecting probably more Ana type of compositions. Not exclusively, but if there's a team that's going to bring it out, Crazy Raccoon, number 1 for that.
And both of these teams are going to go fast. You got to imagine that the Lucio is going to be there in the back line to help speed. And especially when you look at maybe how some of those Lucios will pair with the hit scan DPS that are on the team, I can really see them being just like a good tag team to go kind of like run over somebody.
Well, I'm excited. It's going to be a high-pace game. Those teams will give it their all. They are in the upper bracket, so whoever loses still has another go at it in the lower bracket later. But for now, let's welcome our teams to the stage and send it over to Adam.
Crazy Raccoon, they will take what is theirs.
Space station now. They did what was required. There's no way GK have done it! Again and again and again. House keep doing it.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
The impossible achieved.
We have a good old-fashioned gentleman's duel in the front line, folks. That is that, folks. OWCS close the book. Falcons break the ties that bind to become your mid-season champions. Oh, buddy, it doesn't get any better than this.
Hello, darlings. Hello, DreamHack. How are ya? They're feeling good. Welcome back to OWCS World Finals 2025, live from DreamHack here in glorious Stockholm, Sweden. It's great to have you here with us. Are we feeling good about today? Good. We're feeling really good. Welcome to the Mount Olympus of competitive Overwatch. It is all down to this now. Divinity. That is what our players are striving for. Who will go all the way and reach Championship Sunday? We began with 12 teams a few days ago. Now we're at 6. Tomorrow, only 3 can go into that grand final day. What's going to happen? We're about to find out. But I'll tell you this, it is a marathon. It is not a sprint. It's a best of 5 all day long. The teams are ready. Let's jump in and see what they have in store for us. First up, would you please welcome to the stage, Crazy Raccoon! We welcome to the stage, Chorong, Heesang, Joombin, Lip, and Shu. Wielding flawless mid-season stage runs and one of the deadliest DPS duos in the game. Through grit and mechanical brilliance, the Champions Class 2025 winners are on their precipice of upper bracket finals. They've won mission, they came here to win. And their challengers, would you please welcome to the stage, OWCS! Checkmate, Lapta, Ziad, Landon, and Kellex. They make their way towards the main stage, and they are ready to fight. Not a single map dropped in the World Finals thus far. Their meteoric rise comes down to clutches, hunger, and ambition. Alcadon underdogs in this one, they're contenders. This year has been about sharpening their synergy, and now is the time when it counts the most. Boy, oh boy, do we have ourselves an insane match here. DreamHack, I want to hear from you right now. If you are cheering on Crazy Raccoon, let me hear you! All right. And give it up for OWCS! Oh, we are so ready for this one. We hope you guys are too. Let's jump into the action. Let the battle commence.
OWCS have been on nothing short of a rampage this year, taking global Overwatch by storm. A second-place finish at the Esports World Cup. It's going to leave a salty taste in their mouth, one that they'll be eager to cleanse with a victory over Crazy Raccoons here in this upper semis. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Matt, Mr. X, and we have the pleasure of covering this upper semis.
I mean, I am so excited for this game. Like, when we saw the bracket and, like, the potential of it coming into this event, we were looking at potentially that Twisted Minds versus Falcons game, and in this one, the OWCS versus Crazy Raccoon matchup, as it seems like EMEA has emerged as the second best region in competitive Overwatch this year, really kind of fueled with some of the great Saudi players, and then also the sim meta that has really kind of emerged through the later half of the year. And this is like the best of the best, getting OWCS for a shot here at making the upper finals.
Yeah, that mid-season championship, it was really when I think these European teams burst onto the stage, showed that they can compete with the very best. And now the standard is higher, right? For them, they want to win these trophies. They want to be on that stage, the last team standing. Still standing in their way, Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, it won't be easy. Crazy Raccoon are in extremely good form for this tournament, Matt.
Well, I think the thing right now is that for these EMEA teams, it actually feels realistic to win an event, right? In the past, it was like, we can kind of get to the top 4 and we'll see what happens. It feels now, though, that there is a real possibility. But Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they are just on another level, Jake. We'll see how OWCS deals with them. A Lucio ban from CR early on. I mean, that is one that is pretty valuable here against OWCS because Kellex is really strong on the Lucio. And then a Ramatra ban straight away from Alcat.
Interesting choices from both squads. And without the Lucio, it does put a bit of a dilemma to OWCS. What are they going to do? What is going to be their next best option? We've seen them in the past run some Brig Juno, some different styles, so they're actually quite a comfortable team when it comes to that flexibility, but I think you're right. It's undeniable. The Lucio has been a core feature of the style. The players I'm really focused on here for OWCS are Checkmate and Ziad, though. Ziad on the tank.
Yeah.
I mean, not just the best in Europe. This guy wants to put his mark on the scene as one of the best in the world, maybe #1. He really is that kind of a player. This is a generational player. I honestly can't remember a tank player that has taken over the scene quite like this so early in their career.
On the Diva, I mean, he is up there already, right?
I think so.
And he is starting to round out his hero pool with things like the Zarya, with the Ramatra. Obviously, the Ramatra gone here for Busan early on. Also to note, this is a map that we did see T1 go to and use like a SIG sim setup, and it was really effective against some of these sim comps as Crazy Raccoon. I mean, this would be,
Matt,
a really nice shout, but OWCS might have something for him.
Might be real.
No, it might be.
It might be real. If we get a Rhine mirror in the year of our Lord, 2025, maybe. Junbin's out the gate. He's on the Reinhardt, ladies and gentlemen.
So this is a comp here for CR. They don't mind brawling out with that sim though. But hey, it's finally happened after months of you telling us the sim bastion. Here it finally is.
And Katsuya about to show how it works. Junbin is going to be under immense pressure. The amount of raw damage throughput from this OWCS strat is overwhelming, even for the Reinhardt. He's saying, one chance with this Maywall to split the fight apart, but Katsuya playing this one slow, careful, poking down, TP wide. It's on to Liv, on to the Ashe. Reinhardt nowhere to be seen, no shield to be had. And Ziad already finds the second. Katsuya are going to open this point
They are so good at playing this style. They see what's on the other side of Crazy Raccoon, and instead of playing aggressive, right, they take their time. They're not even really worried about the point early on. And are we seeing a
I am
Doom?
sorry. What?
I mean, this is Crazy Raccoon. They are cooking with something here. We'll see how it works.
There's gas in the tank. But Castilla have so many powerful tools. The anti-dive from this Break Juno setup is very real. Junbin and Heesang chew on the Ana. If there were ever a few players who could make this work, it would be the Crazy Raccoon squad. Castilla playing slow, holding the point. Checkmate. Forced into that rotation, but Lip left on an island and landed strikes. Castilla trying to keep their supports alive. And for now, they're stabilizing. And Checkmate even, I mean, to Agro's into Shu, kind of bats him back. But, I mean, the brawl looks good. And Zion's kind of running rampant here.
And the thing that you see with Checkmate and Yubi, specifically Yubi of Twisted Minds, is how good they use the TPs, not just for the team utility, but for their own, right?
Yeah.
That time it's a TP from Checkmate into the backline, puts some pressure on Shu and knows that he still has the TP behind him to get out.
Castilla with the Sim Bastion, just holding on to this high ground. It's been unbreakable. Crazy Raccoon not finding any weaknesses here. Lambda, super low, forced into an artillery form, has the perk to get the help, but it's not enough. Lip cleans him up, and that's one down. Castilla, are they going to crumble here? No, Kelix standing tall, gets a counter kill. The Nano and a Choron keeps him alive, but no opportunity to get aggressive. The Orbital Ray stabilizes things, and Castilla fending off all attackers. Now Junbin caught off a bit alone. Choron needs to come in with the rally, needs to come to his aid, but Ziad is not backing down.
I mean, he is so weak. It's going to be a self-destruct here for Ziad. Not able to get back in the mech, but it does not matter. That is a sick play from Alcatia as they look to be dominating this first round.
Checkmate TPs the bomb around the corner. You think you're safe on Crazy Raccoon. You better watch out for Checkmate. Now comes a desperation final touch. We'll have to see if Crazy Raccoon can somehow find a way in. Heesang gets the OT. Jumpin has ulti, can get a second, but they're up against a Kelix rally. Cannot afford to make a mistake. Checkmate isolates the point with the Sim Wall, and now you must take the fight into Kelix, but he's taking it to you. Now Lambda on the high ground wants to clean up this round. We're looking down the barrel of a 100-0 start. Crazy Raccoon asleep for now. The OC from Lip on the high ground needs to find kills, needs to find a connection. He's done it. Maybe just enough to keep the Raccoons alive.
And so unfortunate for Lambda. No, those walls sometimes come up on the point. It comes up right as Junbin is going down on the Doomfist, and they're not able to finish him off. It will be Lip who gets on to get the point flipped. So Crazy Raccoon not going down without a fight, but they got to run it all the way back as now we have Chorong here on the Wuyang. So Wuyang Ana with a Doomfist, a very different comp here from CR.
Checkmate sticking to the Sim, trusting in this EMEA style, the one that has brought them to this point. Now though, they're attacking into Shu's Ana. This nade could be a problem. TP gets them to the choke, takes things wide. Nade is good onto Checkmate, but is it enough for the kill? The support's right behind him, keep him alive for now. CR though, poking away. Chorong onto the Wuyang, a lot of poke damage in Lip. It's always Lip with the headshot. He's saying, thinking about a pulse bomb here. Wants to solidify this cleanup. May not even need it. Junbin strikes hard and fast.
Yeah, and I think for Alcatia there, you may have been trying to farm up that orbital ray, right? You're trying to keep Checkmate alive as Ziad gonna get back to the spawn here. Gonna swap, go back to the Diva. You may have been kind of just trying to keep Checkmate alive through that bio grenade and then end up using that orbital ray and really brawling out with that. Is CR still a long way to go here to make this comeback.
Ziad trying to get active on the backline, wants to put some pressure on these Crazy Raccoon supports, has to back off, trying to help his team. He's in with a pulse bomb, could end this push here and now. Katsuya trying to step forward. Now they come, but it's Junbin with a nano, ready to greet them. Orbital Ray is good. It does take down Lip, but it costs Kelix in return, so Katsuya low on the sustain, and Junbin's making mincemeat of them. This Doomfist is working.
It is coming in huge here as they cannot deal with Junbin. So now you're like looking at what? Maybe one more hold here for CR to have a crazy run back, the 99-0 for Alcatia. They look dominant right now. CR
With the high noon, is it going to be enough? He stays alive for now. Great play by these Katsuya supports, keeping everyone alive through the immense pressure of Lip's overclock, but it's just not enough. Chorong finds Kelix. They're starting to bleed out now. Junbin, so aggressive, has an ultimate to back him up. Landon finds one. But the slam is way too much damage. That Meteor Strike cleans up, and it's only Landon cannot touch the point. Crazy Raccoon fight back into this round, and it was looking dire there, Matt.
Man, not many teams would it be able to do what CR just did. Alcatia dominating there early. The Doomfist swap. You get Lip onto the Sojourn. They were easily able to kind of go after him when he was playing the Ashe. And that really turned the tide in this first round. Take a look at some of the stats. I mean, Checkmate obviously with a great round. Same with, Labda. You kind of got what you wanted.
Would have
Add
loved
the
to see
damage
Checkmate
dealers.
come back out on the Tracer there for some of those retakes.
Yeah, maybe.
Right? Because the Symmetra didn't seem nearly as effective once CR found the swaps they were looking for and got into a defensive position. And if that's a portend for the rest of this series, Katsuya are in trouble. The Sim is a key part of their strategy. They need to be able to win against some of these crazy Raccoon counterpicks. And Raccoon just say, hey, we're running it back. What are you going to do differently this time? Shu, he's got that headshot perk on mine. Watch out, Landon.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of teams have players, though, like Shu and Chorong in the back line that can make something like this work with a Doomfist in the mix. Yeah, maybe Alcatia, right? We talked with Landon. They feel like they can run this into just about anything, and they've proven that, really, thus far, but we have not seen anybody try this.
Rail onto Chorong, goes wide. Ziad went deep and got punished for it. And that for now, CR, playing this one slow and comfortable, works out for them. It's going to be first flip. Two Crazy Raccoon. Katsuya cleaned up off the point. Starting to slow down here on Busan. CR, is this just the answer? Have they found it?
Well, typically, we would see Ziad be able to get out in that type of situation, right? It is just an insane amount of poke that is coming in from Crazy Raccoon. Is now a change. So Checkmate's going to go over to the Tracer. They ditch the Sim for now. And then we're also going to see Landon move away from that Juno. Going to play the Kiri for a little bit better survivability.
Checkmate, he's going to take this flank fight. But Junman's here overloading it. Forces Landon away. The pressure is immense. Taking on Crazy Raccoon in a dive mirror. It's a test few teams would willingly take. Katsuya recognizes this is their only option. Landon on a sliver of HP. Kellex takes a nade. The pressure is just unrelenting. They cannot get stabilized. And Shu, what a snipe from this Ana. Taking over the server. The flank from Checkmate puts some pressure on, but the damage is done.
When we're on with Shu, we barely even see him trying to heal on the Ana. It's just like having another hit scan out there at range. Just takes Lip down, takes down Lab as he crosses there is Ziad.
Mech would be brutal. He has to flop. He's going to lose all bomb charge here. And this is getting ugly, Matt. I mean, Crazy Raccoon are going to have 5 ultimates for this fight. Katsuya have nothing. They just have to drain the economy. This fight is nigh unwinnable.
Yeah, but what? You drain the economy here of CR, and then you have one chance, and doesn't look like you're going to do much of that. It's an Ana boost here on the Junbin as he just dives right into the spawn.
Crazy Raccoon on form. As much as I've ever seen them finding their footing, Junbin holding the doors. He's not backing down. He's not retreating from this angle. You've got to watch out. He is fearless in this position, and Katsuya have no way to punish him. No significant control.
This is worst case for Alcatia. It's just demoralizing. You are just getting pushed all the way back into your spawn. Here in round number 2, there has been no resistance to the dominance of Crazy Raccoon. It's going to be a tidal blast here.
Beautiful.
Pulse bomb onto Kellex. That's the rally gun.
Beautiful plays from Heesang. Dancing, juking out Kellex, who can't block with a shield. OC from Labda does find one, but that Meteor Strike gonna zone him away. Rush, meaningless here in the face of Crazy Raccoon's hold on Busan. They go up 1-0, and what a convincing win. Katsuya came out strong with that Sim Bastion strat, but couldn't close out the round, and whew, you see why Crazy Raccoon picks Busan on map 2.
Yeah, and I mean, just fantastic swaps from CR. Able to move over to that Doomfist, the Wuyong Ana, getting Lip off of Ashe and onto Sojourn, making him a much harder target to chase down. I do wonder if there is some stuff that Alcatia, though, has kind of cooked up, right? They have to have some kind of answer for this as we take a look at some of the stats. He's saying on the Tracer, and talking about how maybe Tracer isn't as effective at this tournament as some in the past, but right there in combination with the Doomfist look quite clean.
Man, this fight, even this overtime fight, like this is genuinely very close.
Yes.
To 100-0 for Katsuya, which would have been amazing for them. I think if they can get to that
Dude, if
third
that
round,
wall doesn't go up on the point, he may end up killing Junbin there for Labdad. You may end up holding it.
It really does sometimes come down to those movable barriers. Sometimes the bane of my existence back in the day. And now you got to wonder where are Katsuya going to take us, because you've got to be terrified now of a CR dive threat. I mean, maybe you already were going into this series. We could have guessed that it would have been Crazy Raccoon of all teams willing to force a main tank dive style. And Junbin says, your meta be damned. I'll play what I want.
Call me crazy. But me and you talked a little bit about it yesterday, or the other day when we saw it. The T1 comp with that SIG, with the sim, and like a bat. Could you play that if you are Alcad?
I want to see them bring that out on some of these maps. Like, I mean, come on. What are the odds it's not Shambhala here on map?
Because we were.
Let's be 100% real, Matt. What are the odds it's anything but Shambhala Monastery?
I mean, it's been a lot of Shambhala. But like, we were in the elevator with some of the players, and we were kind of joking about that T1 comp, and they were like, "Hey, that looked."
I was telling TM was saying, "Oh, we got messed up map 1." I'm like, I think T1. That was a download.
There was something there. Yeah, there was something there. So we'll see. I mean, Alcatia, there's a bunch of different options, right? Maybe if the Ramatra's in the mix, it's a little bit different, right? The Doomfist trying to play into like that vortex with the slow and then being able to be punished a little bit more by the Ram. That is a Alcatia ban there for the Ramatra in map number 1, but they probably did not have the Doomfist coming out on their cards.
I like the Ram ban. I actually think the reason they banned Ram is because they want to play Sim Bastion on Mecha base. And honestly, look, that wide open stage of Busan, it's not your stage. For Alcatia. You're not expecting to win that. But if you can win Mecha and you can win downtown, you don't worry about it. And shock.
Yeah,
surprise.
I mean, we should just lock it in. Let teams pick map number 1.
This is Katsuya. Like, this is the best sim map in the pool. This is telegraphed, maybe. I mean, CR should know it's coming, but they have to be prepared.
Look, this is EMEA Overwatch, right? You're going to see them go to Shambhala Monastery. They are going to go to King's Row. The other 2 maps, they probably will most likely not really, kind of go to in replacement of those. They probably go to New Junk City most of the time, and then Runasapi. Those are going to be like the EMEA staples for their type of playstyle. So not all too surprising. I wonder what they decide to ban, though. Like, if you're Alcatia, do you consider, like, are you trying to target
I'd be
maybe
banning
that
Venture.
Okay,
I'd be banning Venture. You must ban a DPS. There's not really a choice, or else you will be sim banned.
Would you ban like? Well, true. So
it
they would
just
ban
has
Sim.
to be a DPS.
I was like, would you ban the Wuyong? But then they would just ban Sim.
It's
and
Venture. Maybe it's far up. Honestly, I think Venture is the best ban against. Crazy Raccoon in particular.
What about Sojourn? They were easily
Sojourn
able to get
was
on
the
top.
ban. It was a powerful hit scan ban previously in the old sim strat because it was the best hit scan at escaping the sim rush. But now with Freya, you just replace. You just you ban Soj, I play Freya. Similar enough in the ability to escape the TP and play from range.
And I think CR, a lot like when Falcons kind of went up against Alcatia back at the mid-season championship. Let's target the supports like Kellex. Like, we're going to target your Lucio, Landon. We're going to get that Kiri out, right? Maybe this allows Shu to play even more Ana.
Now Shu's going to be on Ana. Right. And you ban Kiri, this is a signal, I think, that CR want to play a dive matchup or at least an Ana variant, maybe like
but then
Ana Ram.
What does Alcatia play now in the support line?
It's got to be the Bap Lucio.
Yeah, you would think it would be Bap Lucio. Yeah,
I think typically they want to play Bap Lucio, but you would be surprising if you didn't go Kiriko and facing with someone like Shu's Ana. He's gonna find these nades, and when you're all clumped up on a sim comp, you're trying to make these big team moves. A nade could just devastate you. Max is gonna come in for Junbin, which doesn't completely shock me. It's Shambhala Monastery. This is very much a map type where you want those off-tank options, whether it's taking a Diva, whether it's even the Ramatra, which I think Max actually looked great on. And Max has looked strong all tournament long, and I feel like this has been a bit of a breakout for him, where in the past it has always felt like a bit of the Junbin show on Crazy Raccoon.
And I mean, that is Alcatia's first map loss here at the World Finals, so not a lot of adversity for Alcatia thus far.
They haven't had to battle back. They've been, it's been all dubs, which is nice. But then you find yourself in a matchup against Crazy Raccoons, and let's be honest, you were never going to 3-0. CR does not go down easy, period.
Yeah, not much adversity faced by CR either. Not like they've been in some nail biters like Falcons, but we take a look at some of the stats here.
What the?
And this is just damage per minute here.
What the damage gap?
For Max.
Dude, he's number 1 by like 200. Look, the rest of the players like no one is even close.
Yeah, well, I mean, we also don't have in context like how many maps he's like played, and then like no,
True,
let's say the
true.
maps he's played.
But this is damage per man. I mean,
right. But let's say they've been to short, and then he's playing the
They
Zarya
have been
mostly
just dominating.
and dominating.
people, in fairness, he has just been clapping through teams.
Quartz has been in game. Like the one that's impressive probably the most for me is like the 2, 3, 4, 5 because they've been in some like really long games.
Jasmine's had to fight this tournament, man.
yeah.
He has had to struggle. Talk about adversity. The fact that T1 still in this, still fighting it out, I'm hopeful for T1 to make a deep run in this tournament. That's a team that I really get behind.
I was telling Comp Ops, these North America versus the World Series, they got to be first to fours. I mean, come on.
We need to get
come on.
Only if
Come on.
NA's losing, all
Well,
right?
yeah, if NA's losing, let's just keep adding maps. But come on. Yeah,
Best of 99?
Yeah, best of 1 for NA, best of first to 4 for the other side of things. Is we take a look at a little bit of a deeper dive into Max. You were talking about Jake. He's had such a fantastic event.
I mean, this is a monster stat line. That is for sure. Can he keep it up, though, against Alcatia on Chembali? I mean, this is a must-win map for Alcatia. This is their strongest map. This is a place where if CR just win this map, I honestly think the series is done. Like, I think it really is that bad. This is do or die. This is your most powerful punch.
I mean,
And so,
you don't.
I mean, Max is kind of being thrown into the wood chipper here. Like, this is not a great spot to be subbed in. This is not, you know, a map served up for you on a silver platter. It's exactly the opposite. So Max, if he could just get a win here or at least make Alcatia sweat, get this down to a very close series, that would be really impressive for him.
Well, there has to be a lot of urgency on the Alcatia side because, like you mentioned,
do or die right here.
you're-
I mean, well, it's only map 2, but I mean, the stakes couldn't be higher here.
yeah, I mean, never say never, right? But reverse sweeping Crazy Raccoon on all of their map selections. I mean, I was going to say we have seen some wild stuff, but nothing probably as wild as that is that would be one.
I don't know if I've ever seen Crazy Raccoon be reverse sweeped. Has it, like, truly, since the formation of this team, it may never have happened. I mean, you talk about the skill level on this squad, just winning a few maps in a row. I mean, taking the series
Well, once
feels
you
like
add
a godsend.
Once you add loser map selection and then first ban into the mix, it is a really uphill battle. So you kind of see where we landed here in map number 2. It'll be Alcatia's selection. They take us to Shambali. Nothing surprising there. The Venture ban ends up protecting the Symmetra for them and then also getting one of the most prominent sim kind of counter picks out of the way. And then Crazy Raccoon, they target that Landon Kellex backline of like, all right, yep, we're going to get rid of the Kiri. Shu may end up playing that Ana a little bit more at range, no cleanse in the mix. Let's see how you deal with it.
I do think Landon, of all players in this tournament, is going to be pretty happy to go to the Baptiste.
Yeah,
I don't think that's going to feel stressful for him. And if anything, it kind of ups the ante on the aggression level that this sim style can put out, right? You open up that amplification matrix and I mean, you do not want to be on the other side of that, facing down the damage throughput that Kensia can put down, especially when you add Sim TPs into the mix.
There's also so many maps you can play Doomfist, right? I don't know if Shambali Monastery is like...
It's not one of them, man.
No, not one of them, right?
I mean, look, Junman's different, all right? We said you couldn't play Winston this patch. Junman played Winston. We didn't even say you couldn't play Doom. That was implied because no one plays that character anymore. And yet Junbin made it work against one of the best in the world. So CR,
I mean, look.
they look like this hasn't been the best year for them. Let's be honest. Mid-season championship, probably one of their worst ever global LAN performances. And I feel like the anger is palpable on this squad. Like they are playing with that intensity. Think about that lower bracket run we saw in the last tournament. I mean, they're a scary team when you kind of provoke them and put them into a corner.
Yeah, so it looks like for CR, it'll be a Ana Brig backline here. The Ramatra banned in map number 1 will come into play here in map number 2 as the doors do open. Alcatia, nothing surprising here, going to be going with that Sim.
It's going to be all about the payload. CR have incredible pick potential. Ana, Sojourn, Echo, all three could find game-opening plays, but Katsuya fighting as a unit, pushing the payload. It's going to be extremely hard to challenge that. Even Ramatra can hold it down, but will it be enough? A lot of pressure, I think, on Heesang in particular right now. What can the Echo find to open this map up? Cart inching forward bit by bit, but Katsuya sense they've got to go to the high ground. They've got to deal with this Crazy Raccoon backline. And Shu, with waiting arms here and a grenade, Lip does find the connection onto Kellex on the rotate. Landon is low, and this Sim TP map flip has already kind of gone bad. Big nade from Shu. Ziad does find one trade. Just one more trade would be enough to break this hold, but maybe they won't be able to find it. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon holds strong.
Yes, I mean, it's
Oh, the
really
late death.
hard. That sucks there for Landon, as it's really difficult, right? Once you lose that Lucio, even though you have that Sim TP, right? It's already down. You can't kind of replace it. And then without the speed, especially playing this type of comp, there's no way to get out of the way. You see Chorong there just using that 3P of the Brig with the shield up to see around that corner, being able to have Shu line up these nades.
Shu dropping down, going deep. He's into the back line. Nate goes wide. Dodge by Landon. Sleep onto Labda, but the drone is good. Keeps Katsia alive. Max trying to punish for kills, trying to clean this one up. But the trades have already come in. This is getting scrappy. Katsia starting to roll the cart. Pressure on for Crazy Raccoon. They need to close this fight out fast. You cannot give up too much card time here. Landon tangling on the high ground. Fearless in the face of Lip.
Yeah, and they also lose Shu though, right? So you lose a lot of the healing for CR. So it feels like Alcatia now with Ziad off of the spawn. You need to try and capitalize this. And guess what, Jake? Everybody on CR kind of makes it around the corner, back towards their more preferred defensive setup here, and Shu's back in the fight.
Very disciplined from Crazy Raccoon. Max is in the corner. But remember, he's got that annihilation. Nano comes in onto Lip with the overclock. Strikes from behind. Cleaning up one, can't get connections. Labda too clean with the movements, but it's just not enough. The ultimates are overwhelming, and a nice delay onto Ziad, further bleeding out this block. CR gonna wait him out, send him off the edge of the map. Extra clean. Oh my. All right, he's saying, I'm pretty sure he was trying to get under Ziad's feet and prevent him from going off the map. That is like another level of optimizing the stagger.
As that is Lip with the overclock there. Also gets the nano. He basically dives right into Landon's Ant Matrix, and it just does not matter. He comes up with 3. Max ends up using the Annihilation to keep like in a Nemesis form rolling, allowing to kind of get that block.
Big damage, rally aggressive. Crazy Raccoon strike first. Katsia did not see that coming. And Crazy Raccoon wiped the floor with the defenders. That late kill onto Shu, though, is crucial. The fact that Labda finds that gives Katsia a power play on this offense. With only 1 minute on the clock, it looks bad, but the ultimate bank so strong for Katsia.
And I think Heesang was actually thinking about using the dupe going over the top of the building, but didn't even need to use it in that situation. Sound barrier there, just trying to keep Landon alive.
Has to copy the map. But once again, the tempo is overwhelming. Crazy Raccoon smothering these attackers. A copied Baptiste. An Ant Matrix comes in, keeping Max fighting in the flank. Heesang doing the most in this fight. Katsia, the ultimate from Ziad, though, does keep them fighting, and Max eventually goes down, but the damage is done. This is nothing close to a clean offense. Checkmate, forced into an anti-aircraft position, not where he wants to be, but manages to get enough damage in. Still, once again, the tempo from Crazy Raccoon is dominating Alcatia. They're just not in this fight.
And I mean, we are below 15 seconds on the clock. No support ults available here for Alcatia. Chorong over to the Wuyang, so a lot of extra poke damage coming on through.
Bar comes out for Heesang. Overclock, this has to be big. Labda, the world on his shoulders, opens it up. What can he find? Looking first for the flank, sends a rail to Lip. But Lip peeks back around the corner. Another connection is good. Checkmate with the stim wall. Stabilizing, buying space for the moment. The cart continues to be pressure. Max has to hold these down. Nano available for Shu. It's giving it to Max. With the annihilation of the cart, you cannot back down. And Katsia being sent packing. Max still healthy. Cleaning this cart off. And Katsia failed to cap first. Crazy Raccoon holds strong.
Yikes.
The tempo, Matt.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a different kind of Crazy Raccoon. I mean, this is maybe what we've grown to love about them.
Right.
But we have seen Katsia tear apart team after team.
I know.
Look
but
impossible to play this way against.
But for Alcatia, this is brutal because you end up having that really horrific loss to Falcons in the finals of the midseason championship. And then you kind of come back here, you're still clicking on all cylinders, you go up against Crazy Raccoon, and then like to potentially be staring down the barrel of the same fate. I mean, that is a gut punch. That is like everything we've worked for has gone for nothing. I mean, they need an unbelievable defensive hold here for Alcatia to take this map in, which is most certainly a must-win scenario, right? You cannot afford to go down 2-0 to a team like Crazy Raccoon, but Jake, I mean, they have played this perfectly.
It can be done. We've seen it on Shambali Monastery. And I think a team like Katsia, they know that there still are win conditions on this map. I think Crazy Raccoon have no illusions. This won't be a free win. They have to work hard, even just to cap this first point. without the Venture, Heesang on the Echo on offense is going to have a much more difficult time, I think, finding his way into the back line. But he's managed to do it time and time again already on Shambali. We talked about this. What an incredible test Shambali Monastery would be for Max. And he's been passing with flying colors.
Oh, without a doubt.
He might be deathless. Maybe one death?
Yeah, I think it's one. I think it's one. So they'll actually go with the Chorong on the Wuyong and the Ana backline again. Dude, the amount of just poke damage from this team, like the heroes for Crazy Raccoon, is insane.
Yeah.
Like every time Alcatia is like about to try and go take the fight, I mean they're like half HP before they even kick off.
TP into the backline, aggression from the defenders. Checkmate left. Two stays fighting. Ziad though, getting the better of this fight. It's gonna send Heesang packing. Trade on the Kelix is nice, but this Lucio should be back fast. So Katsuya getting the better of this first fight. It's a crucial engagement, one that lets them start to build towards some of these ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, right, you get Landon, and that forces Alcatia all the way back as Kelix, he'll be able to speed himself back into the fight rather quickly and not relying on him for, a ton of HPS output. So, see now as Heesang takes another off angle here.
Has the cooldowns, looking for the chance to nade. Katsuya have to be so careful. Lifted many a trophy in the past. A fake TP, just speeding forward, but Heesang punishes. Nade is good, and Katsuya, the aggression is punished. Max does drop, but there's still 4 CR players alive. They're cleaning this one up and refusing to give any trades. CR on the cusp of capping map 2, on defeating Alcatia in their stronghold, in their best map, with their preferred style.
Jake, and Heesang is just farming here on the Echo, already with a dupe. A few great options here to get a duplicate here and just close out map number 2. I mean, another yet dominant performance here from Crazy Raccoon.
He's pulling so much attention, and they're still not doing enough to deal with him. He finds Labda. Soldiers traded off the map. CR happy to play down to the low numbers. Nano available for Shu. Copied Baptiste. I think a missed copy there, but he may still be able to make it work. A lot of resources here to be deployed on the team. Drone a little bit late to save Shu, and hold on, Katsuya finding the backline, clinging on with tooth and nail into this fight. Heesang with the copy, Nano onto Max, trying to just do the damage, get these punches connected, but checkmate trades. Now just 2 players alive on the defense. Can they deal with the Sumatra? Very little card time to yield here. Kelix caught in the Ravenous Vortex, in trouble, 92%. To an annihilation, hold on, Max is low. Labda forced into a desperation overclock. Has to buy this time. Ziad is back. And so the hold's starting to look good, but CR have a fight to be had. Max forcing it around. Annihilation on the point. Checkmate pops the stim wall, cutting Max off from any support, but he still gets that title blast, still charging forward into the Katsuya backline. They just can't help the team. OC Pop Lip steps up to the plate as he has done time and time again. Swings, a miss, another Ziad in his face. He can't get connections. Katsuya hold for the moment. Still, players alive for CR, fusing to back out. Ziad with the pistol, kills Heesang.
Yeah, but they still haven't gotten rid of Max. Max being kept alive here by the supports of Crazy Raccoon. It's going to be very difficult to dislodge him, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
He's so healthy, but Landon is done and finding the kill. How long? From the grasp of defeat. It's Katsuya snatching this one away. CR drained of ultimates. They were so close to victory. They could taste it, they could smell it, but Lip, he couldn't connect the rails.
I mean, that is an insane hold from Alcatia. Now we're below 40 seconds, Shake. This is so winnable here for Alcatia. We completely change the tune of the series if they're able to steal this.
Still, this is Crazy Raccoon we're talking about. They never give up. They play until the very end. Katsuya, they have every advantage in this fight.
Matrix here.
They should be able to close it, but will they? Shu with the nade, Nano Boost to be online in this team fight. Looking for something, looking for anything. They need a hero. But Katsuya are giving them no openings. Ziad, oppressive. Thinking about a possibility to get aggressive. Somebody has to touch the card here. They're keeping the OG rolling. Max, overwhelmed by damage. Shu is down. No Nano onto the field, and Katsuya snatched this map back. We said it'd be difficult for them to finish, and they don't even make it. Katsuya somehow, some way, clawed this back to a 1-1 series. They are not out of this fight, Matt.
What a hold from Alcatia. And honestly, Jake, they probably had to feel on the defensive side like our tournament is basically on this defense.
It was.
Like,
we talked about them not facing adversity. Talk about adversity right here, Matt.
like
Katsuya come out.
If we do not get this hold on defense, we are in a absolutely brutal spot in this series. We then have to kind of stay around, play a loser match later today. And I mean, look at that. If I just showed you these stats, you would be like, there's no way Crazy Raccoon lost this map. Like, I mean, just look at how brutal some of the stat lines are.
I mean, it was
for the folks on Alcatia.
It was a crushing defense. And honestly, I don't think Katsuya came that close to some of these team fights on the attack, but close only gets you so far. Doesn't get you all the way. Someone has to get it over the line. And
that is.
We need a Ziad gets DMA'd, and with the Baby Diva pistol,
takes out
kills
Keysang.
One of the best Echo players in the world. Lip getting kind of schmooved on Sojourn in that final fight as well.
Well, even like they were never even able to really get rid of Max at all.
Yeah.
And for some, like they were just never able. It was like Landon and Kellex and Labda. They were never able to kind of get down to those plays. I mean, dude, Landon gets down to like 40 HP.
Yeah. Landon gets, I think, a 3K on the final defensive hold. Let's check the highlight here. Look at this. Perfect optimization. Doing everything for the team. Keeping his Sojourn alive. Sticking on into this fight. Killing Stu.
Dude.
That headshot is for his life.
13 HP. Dodging the shot from Chorog as well. I mean, Landon just putting in work. I mean, he dies there to any of those.
Could be over.
And it could very well be over. As I mean, Alcatia, they need a break after that one. I mean, that one is a nail-biter. And they tie up the series here. So now we get a CR map pick. What do you do? So would they go New Queen Street to try and play some type of like aggressive style of
Wouldn't
play?
mind it. Wouldn't
where
mind
you
it
could
one
play
bit.
like Ball or Doom or something along those lines?
I mean, it's a pretty open pick here for Crazy Raccoon. I think picking on Hybrid also has you could block King's Row, right? So that's pretty powerful. However, I think it's also a very good point. I mean, New Queen Street is a great dive map. We've seen a lot of teams try to go there. It is also a pretty decent sim map.
Yeah.
You have the power though to open with the sim ban here.
The gap
for
is
Crazy
closed.
Raccoon.
The gap's closed.
I mean, all right.
It's over. It's over. Back
This
it up.
series is kind of making
No.
It's kind of making the argument.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think EMEA has stepped up in a massive way this year. Speaking to Alcad, NTM, a lot of it was credited even to Junkbuck just being a coach in the region, right? And just kind of, getting these teams. Okay, so we're both wrong. So Surabasa. So it's an interesting pick. I do think I agree with you after I said New Queen Street. Being able to select like a Blizzard world and then blocking the potential for King's Row would have been quite huge there for CR, because then you would have forced Alcad to probably go, Runasapi, and then, take your pick on the flashpoint. So they actually go to Surabasa here. I wonder if we see Junbin come back in for, Junbin come in for Max.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either way. This is also a map where Max could look very effective on the Zarya. The big question in my mind is, will Crazy Raccoon deploy the sim ban here or save it for a potential map 5? Because we'll get another preferred pick in this, or a first ban in this series, right? If you the series does go the distance, you could save the sim ban for a later map in the pool. If you want, you could save it maybe for that final map. However, I think Crazy Raccoon, they really want to get a win now. The question is, can you deal with the sim on this map? Can you deal with Checkmate's signature hero? They let it through. Ooh. Full confidence. And instead they target Ziad with the Diva ban.
Ziad looked pretty good on the Ram. I mean, it's not his best hero. His best hero is the Diva, by far.
The Diva has, I think, the carry potential, right? Where he can get in Lip space. I mean, he's just smothering Lip, smothering Heesang.
The Wu Young ban is a good one too, though, for Alcad.
Yeah.
Like we have
Chorong has been using it very well to put the pressure on Alcatia, to force them into maybe some hasty moves.
Here on Surabasa, there is a lot of like really good high ground, short high ground potential across some of the points that the Diva is really good on.
Yeah, Diva has looked very strong here.
So does this get us into Ram and Zarya, I feel like, as the tanks here?
I feel like this puts us into kind of a Ram mirror, which may be what Crazy Raccoon want.
They do have a Venture available, right? So the Venture was gone in the last map. So potentially an option to bring in Venture here as well for CR.
In the end, though, I think Katsuya are going to be feeling pretty good, right? Like, yeah, you've made Ziad get off D, but we've been talking about Ziad all year long. What makes him so good isn't just his immaculate Diva performances, it's his flexibility. I mean, he's looked good on everything that we have seen him play. And so the Diva ban, for me, is interesting. I think it's more of a, Crazy Raccoon saying, look, we will dominate you on DPS. If you get this Diva, out of my face, I'm going to take over the server. And honestly, with a guy like Lip on your team, hard to disagree with that. However, Katsia, they're going to get to play the sim, the Lucio, the looks that they've really cut their teeth on in EMEA, what got them to second place in the midseason championship. And so CR doing a dance with the devil
I would say, if you are OWCS, and let's say you're able to win this map, right? Like outside of the sim, all the other scary bans are kind of gone.
That's the thing for CR. There's an argument to be made that you save the sim ban for, in theory, a map 5. If you can win this map, the problem is you have to gamble at some point. You have to deal with the sim on one more map this series, and they're just choosing to do it now, to choose the location on which they take that contest, and it'll be Saravasa.
Yeah, and I think if you're OWCS, right, obviously you take some of the momentum off of the last map into this next one, and if you can win it here, get it to series point, that forces that sim out for that 4th game. So I kind of alluded to maybe we see Junbin come in for Max, and we do here.
Is this going to be a Winston look? Or some sort of dive? Maybe, I mean, honestly, maybe the Doom.
Are they going to bring back the Doom?
Like, the Doom, it kind of tore them apart on Busan. I mean, remember, Junbin was spawn camping on Busan. Like, that's quickly forgotten, given the magnitude of the hold Katsia just pulled off.
There was no Ramatra in the first map, though.
True.
Like,
True.
The Ramatra can't really, it's not like a... I mean, Ramatra is kind of like a one spot fit all type of tank, right? He has a little bit of everything. So, like, the Doom just kind of diving in constantly, like you're going to be able to throw down that Vortex like almost on top of your own TPs,
I think
right?
Zarya also dominates Doomfist, typically.
Yeah,
like Zarya
true.
bubbles, I mean, Doom's ult, right, is incredibly telegraphed, easy to bubble at this level. A Graviton Surge, denying Doom his mobility, turns into a very easy kill in a lot of scenarios. As soon as he pops that block, he's in real trouble. So I'm kind of surprised with the strategic decisions here from Crazy Raccoon, but honestly, that's been the calling card of this team.
Well,
they play their own way.
It also feels like for CR, right? With some of that extra poke damage taken out of the backline with the Wuyong gone in the Diva that they ban, you are banking on Lip having a crazy game here.
Yeah.
On Saravasa. Like, if Lip doesn't have a crazy game, I mean, you're probably, Chorong is going to play Brig here maybe? Lucio, so you're going to lose some of that, like, nasty Wuyong poke. You're relying on that hit scan player for Crazy Raccoon Lip, who's come through time and time again.
He has, right?
To have another one of those wild games.
I mean, Lip's been that player a million times before, right? He's been called in this kind of a scenario to take over a game and provide those once-in-a-lifetime performances. For Lip, it's more like once a week.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, this is OWCS we're talking about. They will not make it easy. They will not back down. They were taking the fight straight to Lip. And that Shambali defense, I mean, Lip had his chances. He couldn't close it out.
I do wonder as well. We talk about the now like a momentum high here for OWCS.
Yeah.
A brutal loss like that for CR on the verge of going up 2-0. I mean, that is something that rarely happens to them. I'm curious how they mentally kind of bounce back.
It's going to be a test, right? CR has been tested quite a few times this year. Can they rise through that adversity? Losing a map that you felt like you could just taste the victory on. Junbin hovering the Winston here. I'll believe it when I see it, but honestly, I think it's really the pick that Junbin can bring out in this matchup. You ban the Diva, that does give Winston theoretically a winning matchup against Zarya, but I mean, the damage from especially Symmetra, Cassidy, Junbin will just get cooked in 2 seconds if he steps out of line.
Yeah, you imagine, as it'll be Echo here for Heesang. Gets the TP out of the spawn, so a Lucio Kiri matchup in the backline for both sides. The Winston gonna have a really tough time, I think, diving into the backline. Dealing with that Sim, dealing with the Cassidy, both with Zarya bubbles. Lip just trying to get himself a good line of sight.
Junbin has lost his armor. He's backing down off the point. Zarya also dropping. So Ziad finding himself in an awkward spot, but Junbin, you do not want to take that head-on fight. Chorong gets incredibly low. Lip goes down. Katsia getting the first blood on this map. TP to the high ground, instant taken by Katsia. They're stepping up to the plate here. And Junbin struggling. I mean, he can't fight. There's so much damage in this comp.
No,
he gets rolled over. The cleanse is too late from Shu.
And we talk about Diva, on this map, right? Diva gets banned, but Diva being able to control some of these high ground setups. When you have the TPs of the Sim, everybody can control that high ground, and you get that Zarya.
They're going in.
80 charged up to that high ground. Very difficult to dislodge, and you see how aggressive OWCS looks to be here.
And Checkmate is so fearless on this Symmetra. has a very confident read on this matchup, wants to take a fight to Crazy Raccoon. Do not give Lip the space to work with. He's saying, finds, he's saying rather, Lip finds the instant connection, and without the stim, the TP no longer a factor. Rush pop landed, refuses to back down in this fight, still committing. Jumpin goes down, and Lab the free firing here on the rush. No counter ult. They didn't expect that Lando could have it up in this fight. What an incredible build.
I mean, he gets that rush up so fast. It catches Crazy Raccoon off guard, and you do not want to play as a Winston into a almost fully charged Zarya and Cassidy inside of a Kitsune rush. It is a death trap there as Alcatia looks like they're in a great spot to take this first one. Junbin just gets deleted moving on in.
Yeah, I mean, no hope on the Winston. I mean, he's 50 to Primal, Matt. He just got destroyed on this first round. And now he's going to be sweating because what is the next pick for Junbin? I mean, I think he's stuck on this Winston, and I don't see it really working in this comp. It's up to Heesang and Lip. Oh, Heesang stealthy behind, looking for something. They don't see him coming. Sticks from behind, now reveals his position. But Casilla has stepped up to the point, trying to force this cap. The speed boost is good, touchdown. Heesang checkmate marks that flanker. The point opening in 10. Lip strikes back onto Kelix though. It's a 4-on-4, still a fight to be had for Crazy Raccoon. They need to keep this one going.
I mean, Kelix had beat there, Jake. That would have been huge here for this fight potentially, but still,
big
who
grab.
is going to challenge Ziad on the point?
It's good enough from Ziad, takes down the high ground, punishes the backline, finds exactly the targets he's looking for. And frankly, from CR, the gamble does not seem to be working, but it looks incredibly hard.
How did they not expect this, though?
To be honest, we've seen things like this before from Crazy Raccoon, some wonky picks, some wild bans, confidence in strategies that no one else plays. In fairness, they have made it work before. They have made me a believer when I doubted them the most, so I won't give up faith just yet. CR, 5 ultimates. Let's see the vision. Katsuya have 4 to match, and the defender's advantage. Very even fight, and an opening beat from Chorong very early. Kelix, drastically stronger, responsive beat. The copied Zarya, already 50 to grab with the perk. He's saying, looking to get that charged up, TP away. Nothing left to counter the grab. Shoots it into the choke, does get the odd. Has bubbles, has a beautiful stim wall. Checkmate protects his team. Primal forced out. The
Deadeye.
Still in control of that Deadeye TP by 2. And once again, CR had every tool, and they cannot find this fight. Beautiful movements from Alcatia, every tool used to perfection. And now Shu, staggered on point, takes 2 for his trouble.
You're not going to get another.
Touch.
You are not going to get another fight. Great ultimate usage there out of Alcatia. Kelix to the last minute holds on to that sound barrier, lands it perfectly. Ziad gets caught in the grab there from Heesang, and it is a great Simwall Kitsune rush. Some healing there for Landon as Alcatia up 2-0 fast here on Suravasa. A Crazy Raccoon map pick.
Lip needs to open this one strong. Beautiful bubble from Ziad. Blocks all the poke on the cross. Katsuya staying healthy. Crazy Raccoon take the fight to them. A beautiful landing right on Landon's head. Takes down the support for Katsuya. And finally, Crazy Raccoon find a dominant fight. And without deploying ultimates at that.
Yeah, it feels like they got a little bit of better position there. Backed Alcatia into a corner, and the kill on the Landon first, just from the jump there from Junbin is huge. It's something that Crazy Raccoon, you needed a fight here to stop the bleeding, so to speak, because it seemed like Alcad was going to run away with this one. Now, yeah, Alcatia doesn't really have much to work with here, Jake.
They need a few more like that, Matt. Different approach this time from Katsuya. The choke, they take tons of damage. Lip standing tall, not backing down. But Ziad steps through the choke, Jumpin is down. Katsuya low on multiple players. Ziad, 1 HP, but the bubble keeps him up. Chorong finally cleans him up. It's a 3-on-3 deathmatch for the supports. Lucio right up in the mix, but Landon finds Shu. Supports from Katsuya keeping each other alive. He's staying in the sky. Finding purchase on this Echo. Spawner's going to be coming back in soon, and Crazy Raccoon may have just barely done enough.
Yeah, I mean, you just have Landon and Checkmate there, and they don't really have anything to do with Heesang while he's up in the sky, but it's going to be Alcatia back into the fight quick. They're going to have a grab.
Has the copy, takes it onto the Zarya. Can he get the bubble to Junbin? No! Failed communication, he doesn't peek for the bubble, and now Heesang on the copy. Zarya just barely gets the grab up in time. Maybe can combo it himself with the bubble. Clean for now, keeps Checkmate alive. Chorong finds a couple, forced into a grab. Ziad feels a little bit desperate to find these cleanup kills. Chorong in the back finds another, and this Lucio Ecto are getting active here. Still high energy Zarya up, but desperation beat. Okay, Chorong needs this point win. Kelix, a one-man beat. No value from that. Katsuya's then packing, and Crazy Raccoon make a statement here on this third flashpoint.
Dude, that beat, man. I mean, Kellex tries to use the beat to maybe try and keep Ziad and Checkmate up to match and fight. And that is a sad one, man. Just a solo beat there as some players die. So although Chorong ends up using his beat as well, connects with Junbin and Heesang coming back to the point. Still now, CR starting to gain some confidence.
Jumping in deep. No primal pop just yet, only the rush, but it seems to be enough. He's cleaning up this main group from Katsia. Rush deployed from Landon there. Not much to be said about the fight. Checkmate finds a little bit of damage, but it's just not enough. The cleanup on these low numbers is so good for Crazy Raccoon. And once again, it's Junbin taking down the backline. Without Landon, you don't have anyone to sustain this very heal-reliant comp. So once again, targeting that support. Landon under immense pressure right now in the series.
And then now, with Heesang here, right, you're going to have this dupe, you're going to have Primal. Immense survivability. Oh, that is actually a jump though from Junbin now. He's going to have to go back to the rest of the squad.
Oh, what a burst. Copy Lucio just to stay alive. Heesang could get the beat here. Doesn't quite get it online. Grab. Oh, no connection there. Grabs his jaw, just putting down the damage. Primal is good from Junbin. And it's enough to hold on to this point. So, okay, Crazy Raccoon pulling this map back. Finally, perks online. Seem to have activated this composition, and Katsuya, the trademark aggression from the first 2 points, feels lost.
And it feels like they need to kind of maybe get a TP to the point. Brawl out there with the Cassidy. You'll end up getting this sound barrier a little bit faster here as well. TP straight across.
Oh, man. TPing into Crazy Raccoon. This time it feels like desperation.
It feels like they're getting sloppy.
Lips up to a 15 streak. I will say this checkpoint going to Crazy Raccoon is good, but it's gonna come down to the final rounds. Maybe we should have always expected between these two teams. Crazy Raccoon have nothing in the tank, but neither do Katsuya. 86 to Kelex's beat is their closest ultimate, but he has to bridge that gap, and you better believe Crazy Raccoon is gonna keep the gas down.
I mean, this first fight is enormous here.
Lip.
And they find Lip. I mean, that is as good as you could ask for there. For Alcatia, they TP, they catch Lip off guard there, and they finish him off. That's exactly what they needed here to kick off this final flashpoint.
Ziad getting torqued up here, has the energy. Gotta be careful on Junbin. This Winston could be a vulnerable target. Support ults online, those could go down into a very deep fight. Katsuya happy to have point control though. Dominating the angles for now. Junbin just playing that corner. He stays incredibly low. It's a force beat from Crazy Raccoon. Better beat from Kellex. The grab from Ziad stifles the aggression, but the rush keeps everybody alive. Still a fight to be had on the point. Ziad looking to find damage, looking to connect the kills. Labna though is doing it all, finds 2. And as the rushes expire, player advantage for Katsuya. They look to step up. The flip comes in for CR, but will he rip the copy? Yes, he will. Refusing to back down. Bubbles deployed. A better rush out from Landon, and this should break the back of Raccoon. Ziad stepping up full energy. Cleans up Heesang, sends him packing. Labna looking for more. And they get the flip back. The eventual fight win.
Yeah, Alcatia actually never gets control of the point first here. It's actually somehow Crazy Raccoon, they're actually able to use that rush, push them back, get control. But Landon, such great patience, saves his Kisune rush. Heesang's got the dupe, comes on in. And that is the thing that turns the tide as Alcatia takes the lead on this final flashpoint.
It has to be Junbin with the Primal Rage. Steps up to the plate, TP behind him. They're ignoring this Winston. They're trying to pick up the rest of his team. What is he gonna do with this Primal? Just forcing the cap, trust his team to stay alive, and they manage to pass that test. Cleanse is good, keeps Ziad alive, but the Primal chases down after the Staria. Supports doing immaculate work to keep him alive. Labda on the point with the high noon, takes down 1. Now putting the damage into this monkey, and Junbin feeling the pressure, cannot go in again. It has to be a fast reset for the Raccoons.
No, and like, Junbin can't sit there on the point and just fight Ziad one-on-one. That is a battle that Zarya will win every single time, as he's saying with a desperation swap here over to the Flora. Potentially final fight. Alcatia with a
Lip.
chance to put themselves on game point. Lip finds Kellex.
We talked about him delivering in his team's time of need. Katsuya trying to just get out of this in the TP, just barely in the nick of time. A very fast reset for Katsuya, and they're gonna be happy about this. This is final fight. Crazy Raccoon, they cannot yield this point, and they have no ults to work with. This should be all Alcatia.
Yeah, and it was the overclock used there, right? So the overclock now is gone. Checkmate's gonna have this big sim wall can, in theory, get you to the point in double support ult. I mean, this is Alcatia's game to lose right here. Oh.
The clock runs down. The crowd goes wild. They want Lip to do more. And only the spawn doors will protect Katsuya for now. Still, another tough challenge. Crazy Raccoon, another hurdle to jump. Katsuya with the full bank of ultimates about to step up.
You cannot blow this if you're Alcatia. how important this map is in the series with the advantages you have at the moment.
Junbin, he chased that TP. That's gonna give Katsuya a huge presence on the point. Rush available for Landon. How do you fight through it? He's gonna play it, forcing this cap. Symbol as well, the beat through. Crazy Raccoon chooses to dive in. Katsuya with the response to beat. Sion finds one. He's got the grab as well. It's enough. Katsuya. 2 kills on the deck. The grab onto the Lucio. And it's good. Katsuya go up 2-1 in the series. Snatching back the advantage. Refusing to yield.
It goes all the way down to the wire. Honestly, Jake, there's a little bit inside me. I was like, they are going to fumble this right now, man. I was like, we've seen this story before, but OWCS, obviously much different here today. They find themselves 1 map away from taking this series versus Crazy Raccoon. As I think a lot of people will probably have questions of like the Winston into the Zarya, the entire map. Sure, they take 2 points there on this flashpoint, but it wasn't exactly easy as we take a look at some of the stats here. Lip and Labda, those are the 2 I'm looking at, right? We were talking about how Lip had to have this crazy game. He has a very good game, but Labda is able to match it.
He could ask for, right?
Yeah, but Labda is able to match on the other side. And when you get that type of hit scan where it kind of goes even across the board, and you're at what I think most would say is a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of comps and how you're playing into this, that's how you're going to see an OWCS win.
I gotta be real with you, man. I'm impressed that CR can make this as close as it was. For me, this is actually a pretty big comp gap. Historically, Winston has been considered a Zarya counter, but when you bring in Cassidy and Symmetra, the overwhelming single target damage onto that Winston, it's incredibly difficult to fight through that. It's incredibly hard to play for Junbin. I mean, you don't even have the mobility advantage on Winston. You're being TP'd on, you're being speed boosted on. And the whole time, there's these so many huge threats you have to worry about. Every time you drop a bubble, you're giving Checkmate of all people a full energy Symmetra. I mean, that's a dangerous game to be playing.
Well, I mean, full energy Sim, and then also, like, Ziad felt like he was mostly high energy for that entire game. And then now I think, obviously, this proves a really weird spot for CR because, look, they haven't banned the Sim just yet, right? But then if you ban it here in this 4th game, you don't have it for that game 5, like we talked about. So a massive decision, I think, coming up here for Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, they had to take the gamble at some point, right? Because, looking ahead to this map, you could have opened that ban, but you choose not to. You choose to save it for later. We're going to head it over to the desk and have them break down some of the decision-making as we go into the rest of this series.
And man, is there a lot to break down. Yeah, Arrow's getting ready to dive into this one because we got to talk about map 1. Let's roll it back. A rollout on Reinhardt. Yes, that did happen. It was not a fever dream.
Fan service!
Fans around the world were cheering. I was at the very front of that. And then finishing it off on Doom looking so competent. Like, what are they cooking?
Yeah, so I think what this is a read coming from Crazy Raccoons thinking we're going to play the Ryan into the Zarya, one of the classic Zarya counters. You can play into it. You're on towards Mecha Base as well. It's where Ryan is actually going to be good. You've also got the Lucio banned out, so that might just weaken the side of OWCS as part of their core Lucio Kiriko combo in the backline. But the Ryan just doesn't work on that first fight at all. There's a Bastion there that I don't think Crazy Raccoon were really expecting. But what's really uniquely good into a Sim Bastion is actually a Doom. I don't know that Crazy Raccoon really planned the Doom, but the Doom was just in the moment like, hang on a minute, Junbin's one of the best Doom players in the world. Doom's not particularly good in the meta, however, you're good enough, and you have the right match, and you play directly into Sim Bastion, that works. You go into round 2, the Doom worked out really well for you the first run. Bring it back around, see if it works again, pretty good still to the Sim, and then they dominate that second round spawn camp. Kiss the spawn doors challenge complete, by the way, 100-0 on round 2.
Just watching back some of these highlights before you get to that part, I mean, a huge part of this success for Crazy Raccoon was also just the fact that they were able to get D.Va out of mech so many times from Ziad and then just absolutely stagger. And so Junbin really comes out on top in that matchup. I think the Doomfist was an amazing pocket pick for him to be able to show that he has a lot more versatility outside of just the heroes that we know him for. And so if you can come out with more explosive things, Doomfist, I think the Wu Yong from Chorong was also a really big standout.
And by the way, this is Crazy Raccoon's map choice. They could have opted for Ilios if they really wanted to play dive. We already saw them come through the Winston eventually, but then, got to talk about the fact that that was still a big struggle into the Zarya of Ziad. So it is interesting that they opted for Busan first and foremost, which you would have probably thought could have been a Max map. Then Max actually does come and doesn't win his map.
Yeah, I also want to highlight Lip here. Lip ducks, as per usual. No, it's like just stand up, standout performances from our 6'7" gaming warlord, right? Like as we
8'9".
Eight
Everyone
foot
gets
nine,
it wrong.
in
It's
fact.
8'9".
No, I actually made like a Gen something
Yeah, that
reference
was
here. I don't understand actually the reference that I'm making.
Don't worry
I
about
don't
it,
know if I
Zoe.
used it correctly in a sentence, but you know we'll find out. Twitter will let me know, I'm sure. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Lib's performance there throughout this series already, especially highlighted, of course, in that last map we just saw. But very early on, it kind of doesn't even matter what Jumpin is rolling out. Like if Lib pops off, like he's taken over the server.
Yeah, Lip was definitely a huge part of this Busan win for Crazy Raccoon, and you saw him try to repeat that success both on Shambali Monastery as well as Saravasa. But I think one of the issues that you end up running into is just the fact that, as Jake was touching on before we ended up getting the throw to the desk, is you have this Symmetra that's really throwing a wrench into the works. Sojourn only has so many options to be able to kite away from damage. You get one power slide, you know, two, I guess, if with a perk or whatever, but it's very limited in terms of the window that you can utilize that.
The way I see this now is you have to really question whether Crazy Raccoon can continue playing Jumbin in this matchup unless Jumbin's going to come through on the Ram. I know they did lose the Shambali with Max in. You're kind of running out of options. When Alcacy is up 2 maps now, and one of those maps is on the Shambali against Max, and one of them is on the Saravasa against Jumbin. So you tried the Winston versus Zarya. That doesn't work out for you. In fact, Alcacy looked like, despite the fact that Crazy Raccoon did have a couple rounds in there, I thought Alcacia still had majority control on that particular map, and then Shambali ends way too quickly. I mean, I know a lot of teams get held on first on Shambali, but man, Alcacia really play well on that map, and in the driver's seat now on their way to maybe getting their first win against a Korean team.
This would be a huge moment for them. We already talked about heading into this series that Alcacia has been unable to do what even one of their EMEA counterparts has been able to do, Twisted Minds. So I think this would really put Alcacia in a position where they can be a favorite to actually win the entire thing. And I love that we get a chance to see Alcacia be able to stand tall against one of these Korean teams. And I think it'll be fun to continue to watch this matchup between Junbin and Ziad.
Yeah, and I mean, on map 3, right, we talked about those compositions we saw. The Winston matchup into that Zarya matchup, and somehow, some way, Alcacia is taking that with Ziad's performance on that Zarya.
Well, it's really similar to what we saw out of the Alcacia Weibo game, where even in a more extreme fashion, not only do you have the Winston Mogushe, which is really should be top 2 wins in the world, also on Ilios with a Diva ban as well. So you also had that very similar situation where Zarya's even worse on Ilios. And Alcacia, they beat Weibo on that same map, and now they beat Crazy Raccoon on Saravasa against another one of the top Winstons in the world. And so it's like, I don't think you can play the Winston into Alcacia anymore. I don't think Winston's in a good place in the meta anyway. It really just proves that main tank is probably just not it currently for this competition. We're really in an off-tank meta. Ziad is proving why that is.
You say that as if this is like... that matters. Like Doom is also not meta right now. They're clearly making it work.
I think that was a surprise. I don't know, 2 in a row.
I mean, Doom is
What
always
was
a
a
surprise.
good
Doom is a
counter-
vibe hero. Like,
Yeah, so
that
true.
one's just you
Just
kind of
like
feel
Doom
it in the
Doom shows
moment.
up. Doom shows up unexpected, and your
Exactly.
house is in order. It's not tidy. Give me a second here.
Like,
But
that
no,
one disappears.
the rocket punches comes at you.
What do you want to see in map 4 then?
I think you do need to go back to the Ram here. I think you kind of forget about Shambali. It was close enough that it was still winnable. Go back to Max. Go back to the Ram style. That is probably the best direction for you, or at least minimum matchup on the Zarya. That's one of Max's good specialist heroes as well. So I think, we've seen what Ziad can do. You want to believe that Max can do the same. You brought Max in and trusted in Max during the final versus Falcons just in Korea not that long ago in a 7-map series. And Max, the closer, he won that map 7 and he beat Falcons. Now you have to trust that he can beat Alcacia.
Just don't go to King's Row. Crazy Raccoon, please, don't go to King's Row.
Why?
They just have a bad record on that map. If you look at how they performed in the last stage, if they really, I think like maybe there's like mental damage there or something, but it's possible. Go to a hybrid, maybe even, I think Midtown might even be a nice choice there to see, and that way you actually take out Blizzard World from the pool as well if Ziad wants to continue to play the Diva. And then you're not forced to actually have to play the Winston.
What do you want to see out of Alcacia then?
More Symmetra. Keep doing it. It's working. And I think that has been a huge key to success for Alcacia. It's clearly been the big thorn into the Winston side. So I think they just need to keep on with what they've been working on throughout the course of the season, and it will bring them success.
Well, let's find out what our teams have in store for us as we are sending it back over to Matt and Jake.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and the desk. And I think, Matt, I think Rose is right. If it ain't broke, Don't fix it.
No.
Run it with this sim. You've been tearing apart the world. Why stop now?
No, I totally agree with Rose. I mean, there is no reason unless the sim is gone for OWCS to move away from it.
Which I will say, Matt, if it's not gone on this map, Crazy Raccoon have really, like, they're living up to the name.
So there is an opportunity for them to overcook here, I think.
Matt, there's always an opportunity to overcook.
There's an opportunity here for them to overcook.
What you got?
They could go New Queen Street and think they could play dive, and that they don't need to ban the sim on
the
that
thing is,
map.
If you don't ban sim now, then Katsuya just DPS ban on map 5, and you can't ban the sim. So
Right.
I think it's almost crazy not to.
So Max coming in here for Junbin. I mean, I think I agree with you. I think it'd be crazy for them not to.
However,
there is a world in which they overcook and do.
you could pick hybrid and think, okay, we'll have to deal with Runasapi sim. I mean, it's scary because sim is insane on Runasapi. It's very, very strong there. I think it's probably the meta there.
Well, and you've already gotten rid of Diva for them, right?
Yeah, so what's your ban going to be? I think you do have to sim ban on hybrid here. I think you have to go, I mean, it could be, what are the hybrids we're looking at here? It could be Blizzard World. It's going to be Kings. Maybe Kings with the sim ban could actually look really good for CR.
Yes, that could actually be a really good option. You do leave the Runasapi option available, so they do get rid of the sim. It is a Brig ban
Love
here.
this ban.
So now for OWCS, it is clear. You are playing through Ziad's Diva,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
You are relying on Ziad on the Diva to just dominate the game here and take it over.
And checkmate, you ban the sim away, he gets to spread his wings, show you what he's really got. Because this is a guy that is not a one trick, that is not reliant on the sim. It's been the team to his the key rather to his team's success. But it's not his best hero by any stretch of the imagination. Checkmate, I think, is maybe hankering for a bit of an honor duel with Heesang.
You know what would be a little bit of a nice wrinkle here for OWCS? And we saw it yesterday in some of our games on King's Row, bringing in the Genji. Or Checkmate.
I like that. Because,
Bringing in the Genji.
Checkmate has been one of those guys on Genji for years.
Yeah, no.
This is a hero you could take it out of the meta for years, and Checkmate would still be able to come back in
Gives
and
them some-
slice and dice with the best of them.
Give them some high ground control, potentially, like on offense, right? Give them some kind of like, big fight winning potential.
And no brig, right?
brig.
No rallies to worry about.
No brig. So the Genji may be an option here for OWCS for them to roll with. As we saw Zera play the Genji for TL the other day on this map.
Yeah, Proper also brought it out, so it's clearly possible here. We have seen Echo also look strong, and in fairness, that's a tough matchup for Genji, right? The focusing beam cuts through your deflect and can really be in trouble for you. You know, being able to just copy Genji while he's blading you, it makes it very, very awkward for the matchup.
Here's another one. There's no way they play Rush with a Mei, right?
Hold on. You're cooking.
Hey!
You're cooking. Checkmate's thinking.
People have compared me to Jungbuck for years.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Not accurate.
No, he's going to play Tracer. You're wrong.
Okay. But hey,
It's a good
you
shout.
could play
It
Mei,
could
though.
come out. Like,
you could play Mei.
I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever, Matt, if the Mei does come out at some point.
More of a second stage
Yeah.
than first point here, because you assume that Max is going to pilot the Diva here as well. So get a chance here. Labda, obviously, a lot of pressure on him here in this series going up against Lip.
Fan support here for Crazy Raccoon. You hear that biting cheer. And Max gonna step up on the Zarya, put the pressure down onto Katsuya, and with no sim to worry about, he's gonna have free reign. Katsuya gonna have to punish these DPS, but it's Lip and Heesang you're talking about. Far from easy catches.
I will say, though, with this Zarya in play for Crazy Raccoon, right, if you're able to take this, now I wouldn't actually be surprised if we see a Mei potentially from OWCS. Second part of the round is Checkmate just gets his head ripped off there by Lip.
Just snapping him like a twig, and Ziad trying to mark these DPS, but without Tracer, just feels impossible. Max steps up to the plate, and Katsuya gonna back off, wait for Checkmate's Tracer, and look for the re-engage. Ziad setting up, though, on the flank. He's gonna walk right up on Choose Kiriko. And a bit of a slow cap here, so an opportunity for Katsuya to fight this one out. Recall forced. Great shots from Heesang on the Echo. Camping this high ground, putting down pressure. Wide swing from the DPS now. Ziad steps up, and Max caught in a corner, dropping low. Labda takes him out, but it costs the suit. So there's still fight to be played. Labda can't fight good death under the Lucio Labda. A little bit
needs to
sloppy
find
with it.
one. I mean, he's saying so low there.
He's caught in the disruptor shot, booped in by Kelix. And Ziad remeching, this is huge. Chu goes down, but not before drawing blood. And this Lucio surely dead to rights. Chorong could get a bubble on the exit. Try to play his way out of this, but he's caught in the room alone. Dancing with Ziad at close range. Not where you want to be. Not where you want to be whatsoever. And that's a huge clutch hold from Alcatia.
Yeah, so he's saying actually now, Jake, goes over to the Tracer. I actually kind of like this for Alcatia.
I think you need it. I think you need it to be able to tango and just be able to really play the tempo at this level.
Yeah, I just think the Echo was giving Lambda a lot of trouble.
What a slide! Huge aggression, the catch shot is good! Bubble is better though, and the cleanse keeps Flip alive. But Lambda may have done enough, forced a ton of resources. Rush deploy from Shu very early. Lambda with a better response, beautifully positioned from high ground. Lip needs a connection here, has a rail, desperate for a kill. Can't get in a pulse bomb instead, but the cleanse keeps him up. The beat as well. Kelix only 90 to his own.
Self-destruct.
Self-destruct keeps you alive. Delays this point for now. Checkmate goes down, but hold on, Kelix. 98 to the beat. Still in this one as Lip goes down. Ziad almost out of the suit. The beat. It's not enough. Wait, it is. Ziad still in baby form though, and Max healthy. Graviton Surge very close on the guard. Ziad steps up with the pistol, Landon, and finds two. Hold on. Somehow. Okay. Surely not. And Crazy Raccoon close out first point, but that is way too close for comfort. Katsuya showing they have incredible fight to give, even without the Symmetra look.
Yeah, as right there, if that sound barrier's a little bit earlier, then you would have seen Ziad keep the mech. As Ziad switches over to the Ramatra, we see Checkmate go over to the Mei. This is what I was talking about. Let's see how Crazy Raccoon deals with it this second part of the map.
아예 없어서 메이야 메이다. 하나씩으로 이기면 그냥 끝이야. 얘네 2층 같다. 얘네 2층 같은데.
화면에 들어봐.
이거 우리 궁으로 이기면 끝이야 이거.
아니야 소전 루시오 내쪽 있어.
야 버블 기다.
나 거울 줄래?
야 라마 쳐봐. 기다. 라마 쳐봐.
붙기 전에.
메이필.
메이더 10 메이더 10.
야 정원도 2층에 있다. 정원도 2층에 있다 저거. 나이스.
키리. 라마. 단수 조심.
견주심. 괜찮아.
에이 아파져.
맞아.
피트장.
나 데려올게. 이러면 얘들아 궁 여기 하나밖에 안 차거든 여긴.
Clinical fight there from Crazy Raccoon. Heesang calls the bubble, gets Max full charge before that fight. And Max makes it rain there with the Graviton Surge. Katsuya, no ults in the tank after this comp swap. They would love to pull off a hold here, but surely it looks impossible. Stepping up into a Lip overclock. Heesang once again takes the bubble, pulls a distraction into the back line. Landon trying to deal with this flanker, but Heesang fearless, willing to dodge these kunai, willing to dance. Crazy Raccoon continuing to pressure this point. Ziad holding it down as well as he can. Starting to drop flow, form is forced, wall, zones for a moment. Trying to force the point, Lip can't get the connection, but Heesang does. And without Lambda, player advantage. They rush, they're not out of it. They're still fighting. Quick cooldown resets, and Katsuya's still healthy as 4. Shu with the counter rush, much later into the fight. Max fully energized, cleans up Checkmate, and should be finishing off the rest of Katsuya. Crazy Raccoon, the must-win map, and they force third point.
Jake, it's just that first fight in the second part of the map. You cannot let Crazy Raccoon just snowball you through that part of the map. You keep Max with all that energy here going into that second checkpoint. Now Max up on the high ground here, gets set up. Alcatia just desperately looking for a fight win. But you're gonna have to deal with this beat from Crazy Raccoon.
Ziad takes down Lip. Did he pull him off the map there? Somehow got that kill. Maybe just a cleanup on someone else's damage, but he'll take it. Without Lip, you see this Zarya comp really needs to back down. No hit scan threat. And Katsuya wastes no time stepping up to the corner. We've seen many teams crumble in this spot, struggling to turn this objective. Max with the grab again, his charges up incredibly quickly. Katsuya may not be expecting this to come out so fast, but few easy targets. Grab force, but Ziad takes it, holds it away from the Soldier. Get down, Mr. President, and Lambda makes use of the space. Recall out of Heesang. Couple blinks out, may be able to slip away for the moment. But Katsuya doing that with just the OC and dealing with the grab, that's a beautiful hold.
Yeah, and I mean, the Ramatra is very strong in the grab, right? Can just block, and there with that Mei wall just prevents any damage coming through from Crazy Raccoon. Is Alcatia, this would be a tremendous hold, give themselves a chance to win the series here on King's Row.
Huge fight on the flank. Checkmate forced into the ice block. Now Landon feels the brunt of the pressure. Later beat from Kelix is huge, but it doesn't come to Landon. He's still low. He's like trying to punish Hunting. Can't quite get the connection to the high ground. Stays in for now, and Checkmate in the flank is so strong. Lambda and Kelix find blood in the fight. And it looks like another cleanup for Katsuya. Still refusing to yield this corner. Refusing to give anything to Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, this is what I was talking about with those Mei comps. When I was like, oh, maybe we will see Checkmate play Mei's. The Mei can be very good into the Zarya, as now the Ramatra comes into play. Not as strong into the Ram, right? Because the Ram can block, survive when that Mei wall is behind
headshot is good. And an even better one from Labdo to Lip. The rush is traded, but fantastically for Katsuya. They find the opener. Max goes down as well. And no purchase in the fight. No advantage, not even really turning the corner on this ultimate disadvantage. CR not finding the windows to pop the OC, and he's saying just can't break through these flanks. Checkmate is locking this left side down.
And Jake, the poke damage here, you know, adding Chorong in on the Wuyong, it's not as devastating when you're playing this like Ramatra Mei because it's such a sturdy comp, right? You don't have that Sim in the mix who's very squishy. You can just get kind of poked down with ease. So
he's saying he's struggling under withering pressure from this Mei. Frontline still tanky. Yacht into a block, but he has that annihilation. Remember, now he steps up. Max caught in the corner, frozen by that Mei perk. Lip has the OC, but surely can't deploy it in this fight. Not without his tank. He pops it anyway. Insane commitment from Lip. Believes, and he finds one. Can he look for more? Getting to the back line. Ravenous Vortex eats him alive. And Ziad steps up looking for more, wants to clean this up. Labda is low, does go down, but Ziad standing tall, still healthy in the front line. Nothing given, everything earned. Crazy Raccoon, they step up the form from Max, but what will it earn? He needs to break this corner.
And Alcata has beat here. They have beat. It looks like they're going to be able to kind of keep Ziad alive. He's just backing up, playing these corners perfectly. You may be able to get aggressive.
Into the back line, beat is good. Protects many players. Stun, drops Labda to the floor. But his shots aren't even needed. It's the beat rush from Katsuya stifling Crazy Raccoon, and they will be stopped in their tracks here on third. Katsuya set the win con here for the series.
You know, we were talking about that Mei, right? They kind of flashed it a little bit there before the gates open. We were like, ooh, we kind of like this. Then we were joking, goes over to the Tracer. No, that second point, they're never really able to kind of get any type of fight going. But as soon as they started to kind of get that Mei in those chokes there with the Ramatra, it's such a difficult comp to dislodge. And Crazy Raccoon was never able to do it as we take a look at some of the stats here. You know, what pops out to me is Lip with a 6 deaths there early on, right? Labda really showing up in a massive way there on the defensive side of things. It was really, I mean, you think about it, from Alcatia, the first point hold pretty decent because they were able to kind of keep juggling the point for a while with the D.Va. They kept it going.
They clutched out on the retake. That was huge.
Yeah, but Crazy Raccoon made a tremendous push through the second part of the map. I mean, there was no defense there from Alcad.
They brought it back for sure.
But then Alcad on defense by that third point. I mean, that was as good as could be. It's a lot of pressure on CR here. As they don't even try with the Echo yet again. They're going to keep Hisang on that Tracer.
Here. I mean, Hisang has been amazing on Tracer in this tournament. I think one of the best that's still really making use of the hero at pulling attention, at forcing the backline to respond. But honestly, you got to give credit to Landon. He has been slanging those daggers. I mean, it has been a real struggle for Hisang to be that major threat in the backline. And Katsuya are happy to get this matchup. D.Va versus Ram, the rest mirrored. This is a winning spot for Katsuya.
And Landon was phenomenal back on Shambali Monastery, if you remember that kind of legendary now hold here for Alcatia. If they're able to win this series, they can do it here. Push themselves into the upper finals.
Look at
and Labda finds Lip early on.
Already gets one. The assist from Landon. Beautiful kunais. Out of the back though. Hold on. Maybe he's gone too far. Can't get saved out of the suit. Desperately trying to pistol back into this. He knows CR looking for the regroup. He's rushing in. What is this aggression? But the rest of Katsuya right behind him. The team goes as one, and it's good. They're finding enough. Labda with 3, 4, 5 in the fight. Are you kidding me?
Dude, Labda is kind of crushing right now. As Lip, we were taking a look at some of those stats. It's like you need him to step up, especially when you're trying to play through some of this hit scan. Labda gets Lip early on, gets 2 more kills after that. Alcad with the swap over to Mei, looking to put this series away. Let's go to a listen in.
Maybe just keep playing actually.
Yes, sir, someone's there.
Yeah.
Okay, speak with my timing, okay?
Wait, point.
Yeah, when you call,
I show main a little bit.
Trace on me.
I show main.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just marking.
Come on.
Waiting for you. Lucius gonna beat us. I can pick now, guys.
Yeah.
We can 3, 2, 1, picking. So we're not picking out.
빨리 가. 올라. 슈트런.
Close 4, okay?
Yeah, we have wait.
He's saying, earning that paycheck right now. Soloed the card defender, but Landon, he's finding everything. Three headshot kills back to back to back.
Landon is on fire right now. I mean, one of the best series that I have seen him play. Just a standout player throughout all of EMEA. He's looking to push them over the line. They have the rush. It's going to be an overclock here with the May wall. Going to separate some of the members of Crazy Raccoon.
A little bit early. Oh, they rush double down. They're desperate to close out this point. Very early ults. Is the response going to be there from CR? Ziad steps on the gas into the backline, zoning so many players away. The cap comes in. Beautiful boots. And OWCS, they can taste this victory. The golden box within their sightlines. CR, desperation now. They must regroup. They must get back to this fight, but there's so little chance. And Ziad once again steps up to the doors. CR, this is, how do they make this happen? It looks impossible, man.
And Jake, they have Blizzard to work with here and Sound Barrier. A perfect position for OWCS to finish it off. They go early with the Blizzard.
There's nothing. They can't save him. They can't make it to the cart. It's too close to boop away. 0.06, hold on. Chorung is there. Max with the ultimate. He can hold this. Kellex drops the beat. Commits. You can't get off point for even a second. And Max with the annihilation keeps this fight going. Checkmate takes down Easting. Hold on. Gets the boop again. Kellex. Oh my God, what a win from OWCS. And to think how this match began. Crazy Raccoon stomped them out of Busan, destroyed them on that map, nearly took them to the brink on Shimbali.
OWCS get the win against Crazy Raccoon to put themselves in the upper finals, but that as close as it could be. We were talking a little bit about it, like, hey, the May would be a really great pick for Checkmate. You were joking that I am not often compared to Junkbook, but no.
Hey,
no,
this was
not
a
true.
very,
not true whatsoever.
May was a defining pick on this map.
Oh,
right, it really had a huge impact.
Especially when they decided they were, well, OWCS, you probably know they're going to fall back to the Zarya at some point. And we have seen, if you remember back to some of the Space Station Gaming games, making Hawk's life really difficult with teams going to the May. So we take a look at some of the stats. We talk a lot about the May, but Labda with a tremendous series here. In the end, though, this is where I think the series was ultimately decided.
Yeah.
An opportunity for CR to go up 2-0. Landon, Kellex, Labda, an insane defensive hole there on Shambali. And that gives him an opportunity to kind of keep it 1-1 and really kind of keep their series alive.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable Fuller hold to bring that back. And the momentum shift from that point on, it only got worse. I think Katsuya really believed. I mean, if you can do that, what can't you do?
I mean, that's 3 straight maps against Crazy Raccoon.
I was saying that.
With a sim ban.
Nobody does 3 straight maps against Crazy Raccoon. Katsuya, they're just different. I got to say, by the way, Landon in that last map. You know, the North American teams might be out of this tournament, but one player's left, right?
Yeah.
And it's Landon. We've got an interview down on the stage. I am really excited to see how he's feeling after this incredible win from OWCS.
Thank you so much, guys. My name is Daniel Lim. I'm here joined by Landon for a quick post-match interview. Fans are loving it. What an upset. What a crazy victory for your team, Landon. I mean, we're just talking. I feel like you had something to say. You were teabagging? What was happening?
I mean, I might have won a 1v2 against their supports, and I threw out a quick little celebratory bag. You know, just nothing too mean.
I'm sure the production is gonna look for that clip, and we're gonna show it again because I want to see it. I mean, again, big congratulations. I'm gonna be honest, Landon. Like, this was a tough fight. Crazy Raccoon are the team to beat, right? And going in, of course, like every match as a team, you have to like think about, okay, we're gonna win this. But like, I feel like this was going to be a tough fight. But how did you guys get the win?
In our pre-game speech, the kind of overall motto and saying was, it's really not fair for us if Twisted Minds get to beat Crazy Raccoons and we don't, you know? So we have to make it fair today.
All right. I mean, Love that answer. Landon, another thing, I feel like, you guys beat Crazy Raccoon and now you guys are going up and things are looking like you guys could actually win it all. Do you actually believe in Stockholm for 2025 Grand Finals, you guys are going to be winning it all?
We got second in the last major, and to be honest, we've improved so much. We're a much stronger team than we were last time. And if last time we were good enough to get second, I think this time we're good enough to win it all.
I believe that as well. Thank you so much, Landon, for the good interview. Everybody, give it up for Landon one more time. That is it for the interview. Zoe, take it away.
Thank you so much. Great to hear from Landon there on the stage. Zoe back on the desk with Necra and Avril to break it all down. This is a historical moment. This is the first time OWCS is taking down a Korean team. They have been on top against NA and EMEA teams across the board, but this has got to feel really good as they're moving into the upper bracket final.
The gap is closing. This is a real thing that is actually happening now.
Talked to Junkbug this morning, coach of OWCS, and he told me if they can beat Crazy Raccoon, they can win the whole thing. Landon tells no lies out here. Look, they are confident against every other team in the pack. It was only Crazy Raccoon that was the real question mark. We saw that Twisted Minds got that major upset win against Crazy Raccoon at mid-season. OWCS, they were wanting to beat a Korean team as well. Fell short against Falcons. This time, true to Landon's words, they're improved even from mid-season. And if you improve from second place, that means you're in position to win first.
And you can see just how much they've improved. Not only were all of the rotations that they made so clean, the symmetric teleporters, everybody was on the same page. There were also some really specific moments that stood out to me as also clear signs of progress. The fact that they were able to win with the Zarya versus the Winston, the Diva was banned out. You just had that Symmetra just run rampant in the backline, and Landon at that very end there on King's Row. I mean, that is a performance that you should be proud of. I think the bag dropped was very worth it.
The other thing is, the
Very
way that
deserved.
OWCS won is they won all different types of matchups. The only thing they did lose was, again, the Doomfist situation on that Busan. I still see it as more of a surprise that came through from Crazy Raccoon. OWCS maybe just taken a bit back by that one, but you move to the other maps, you win against the Jimbin Dive, then you win against the Max, or rather you won against the Max Shambali Ram situation first, then you win against the Winston coming through from Jimbin. You go back then against Max, as expected that Max would come in to maybe close things out. Kings Row, one of very popular picks out from Crazy Raccoon, and they banned Symmetra, and they still couldn't win. That's about as good as a matchup as you're going to get. You ban away the Sim, you believe that you can then win the Brawl battle, and if you can't do that, then you can't win the series. OWCS, they won all the possible different types of matchups they possibly could have.
And it's really disappointing, I think, for Crazy Raccoon, because I know heading into that final map, I was specifically saying, like, oh, don't go to King's Row. But it was just because the recency bias of the fact that they lost that map versus Team Falcons, kind of like their arch nemesis rivals in Korea. And so I thought, well, if OWCS has really leveled up, I think this is the best testament that they could do. Is like, the only other teams that can beat them are Wei and Team Falcons on one of their best maps. And now OWCS get a chance to say the same thing.
Yeah, and they played it so well. They had such a good game plan for every situation, except from maybe that Doomfist that was thrown their way. But seeing individuals like Checkmate, like being able to, play that Symmetra for the team, play that Mei for the team. He can bust it all out. He's a phenomenal tracer. Like, that just adds so much to the success rate of this team, which are now finding themselves in the upper bracket final. They're awaiting their opponent. We have one more semifinal to be played in the upper bracket. Here you see it. OWCS is through. And now it's going to be Twisted Minds or Falcons. Both of those will be bangers. Like, there's no bad matches on the horizon.
And Twisted Minds wants to see if they can add another Korean team to the list, because so far they have been the team from EMEA or just from any non-Korean region that have had the best record against Korean teams. They've taken down T1 twice. They've taken down Crazy Raccoon in the last event as well. If they can add Falcons to that list, we are going to have an all EMEA upper bracket final.
Incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. And of course, in the lower bracket, we still have some matches to be played as well. Those are do or die first to three matches. Crazy Raccoon will be going up against T1 a little later today. And of course, Weibo from China is awaiting their opponents. That's going to be the loser of that Twisted Minds and Falcons match that is coming our way very soon. I'm extremely excited for this one, and we don't have to wait very long. In fact, we are only going to head into a very quick break. And then we're going to see the first ever bout between the powerhouse from Saudi Arabia, Twisted Minds, and they will be taking on the Team Falcons.
No survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel.
Wouldn't want to be ya.
Enough games. Cut. Taste the Palatine Fang. Know your place. Bow down. Que codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
This camera, we're gonna win it this time for you.
I start? No, he start first or?
Hello everyone, this is Psycho. I play DPS for Twisted Minds.
Hello guys, it's Labda Headscan for القادسية.
And for all our Saudi fans out there, we're gonna win it for you guys this time.
Yeah, heard the men. Things are heating up at the OWCS World Finals, coming to you live from DreamHack Stockholm. Let's get ready for our second upper bracket semi-finals match. We had a banger first series here, and I'm so excited to see what the next two teams have in store for us. Zoe here, joined by Necra and Avril, to break it all down. We got another interesting matchup, this time between two teams who have never faced off against one another, which is kind of crazy because they've been dominating in their respective regions. They made all those offline events that we had thus far, but somehow their paths have never crossed.
They've just dodged each other.
I know, they're just like they're dancing around each other, and it all came down to this. So let's chat about them, starting with Twisted Minds. Look, Twisted Minds, they've made a name for themselves, obviously, with those Symmetra compositions, something they had so much success with during like the heights of the Symmetra, which kind of never went away. And even in this tournament, Necro, they're still using it heavily.
UB is the OG. Like, you know, this was kind of one of the first players in EMEA that really believed in the Symmetra and decided to play it almost all the time. There's still an ability to swap in and out of this roster. You got another DPS that's on the bench. But if Yubi's going to come into the roster, you can expect to see the Symmetra banned out either in the first map, or they might save the ban for later on in the series, because Team Falcons are going to have to beat this Symmetra at some point. You can even see there, though, UB does play the Sim, can play Mei, but I think it is going to be a bit of lack of flexibility in the Flexi PS that's going to really set the identity of this roster. Team Falcons really know what they're going to play up against.
And Twisted Minds, they really want this game because at mid-season, they didn't get a chance to play against Falcons. They lost out to Alcatia, and Twisted Minds, after beating Crazy Raccoon, they felt like they would have been the better team, better equipped to take on a Korean team in that grand finals. They felt they looked at that Alcatia game, it's like, you know what, we would have done better. Now they get to prove whether they could actually do better or not. But Falcons, this is a team that has never lost to a non-Korean team except for Weibo. Weibo has been the only consistent team that pushes them to the limit, even beats them. Otherwise, Falcons, they only lose to other Korean teams. Falcons, to me at least, look like the team that seems to be sort of immune to the EMEA Symmetra rush situation, because Falcons are the only type of team, they're the only real team I see in Korea that can match that. They can play their own Symmetra, they can play their own Brawl.
Okay, let's hear it from you then, Avril. I know that you're about to bring in transitive properties on why Falcons have the upper hand in this one. Please walk me through the mental gymnastics.
Yeah, well, they did beat Alcatia at mid-season 4-0. I feel like they're really equipped for this style. They're really good at playing the same Symmetra style, the same Brawl style. Hanbin's probably going to be the majority of the gameplay here. We do sometimes see someone come in for the Ramacha, but I honestly think that Hanbin can also just play the Ramacha. You don't really need to sub him out. The Zarya and the D.Va is going to be very important here. They're well equipped to play into the EMEA style, and Twisted Minds is a very similar team to Alcatia. Really, for Falcons, it shouldn't be a surprise what they're expecting in this matchup.
Yeah, but I think it's really interesting that we haven't seen a whole lot of Ramacha yet out of Hanbin. Yes, I know he can play it, but it has been someone that has come in, at least in this tournament, to play that role. And so if you want to heavily rely on Hanbin being able to kind of get that Symmetra matchup, then is it going to be Hanbin actually playing something like a Malga with the Sim? If you want to try to match that, Hanbin has already pulled that out in this tournament. Or are you going to go more classic route? I mean, Hanbin Zarya is an elite tank.
How do we feel about that Hanbin Maga though? Because heading into this tournament, I think a lot of people were convinced we see more of Maga. We've not really seen anyone except from Hanbin, which isn't shocking because it is Hanbin.
Donghak played it to not very great success, and so I don't think these players should really bring these out anymore. So Hanbin probably might want to just leave that one on the shelf a little bit. I think for Falcons, really stick towards Zarya, stick towards the D.Va and the Ram. This will be the first time that Falcons have played Twisted Minds this year. At least they played a couple times last year, but for this year, they're finally facing off. Twisted Minds much better this year as a team compared to last year as well. And again, in a position to finally prove whether they can beat Falcons, because this is the game they've been waiting for.
What I don't want to see is Falcons get too fancy with it. They have so much depth in terms of Proper's hero pool. He's already pulled out the Tracer, the Echo, the Venture, the Genji, the Sim. That's so many different heroes, whereas in Twisted Minds, they're going to play the Sim. Yubi's going to play the Sim. We're going to have Simple on the Kiriko. Funny Astro probably wants to play mostly the Lucio to help enable a lot of these big pushes that come through with that Symmetra. And so I think Team Falcons, are they going to get too dizzy when it comes to trying to figure out what they want to play?
What do you think? Are they going to get too dizzy? Are they going to be thrown off by it? Because as you already mentioned, like they do know what they're facing off against here. Like it's not like Twisted Minds is like the most flexible teams. You never know what you're going to get.
They're an open book.
Yeah, they're pretty much the open book. They're like a one-page book. So like it's not going to be a surprise for them, but can they handle it?
My biggest question is whether we're going to see any Psycho in here at all, because there is the case where, you know, the Tracer and the Echo, especially the Echo, is playable. We've only seen Yubi on for Twisted Minds so far. Symmetra ban is probably to be expected at some point coming through for Falcons. Yubi go towards the Mei. So if that's going to be the case, then yeah, you really just know exactly what Twisted Minds are going to do. It's going to be Symmetra. All 5 maps is possible, except for the one Symmetra ban map.
I don't think we're going to see Psycho. If Yubi comes into the roster, he's almost always going to stay in for the entire series because you get that sim ban first map, and then what? What do you do after that? But you get to have the sim unbanned for the rest of the series.
Wouldn't be, yeah, but also it wouldn't be the first team at this very tournament that shows us that they can just like bring someone off of the bench. So even though they've been heavily leaning onto Yubi, like Psycho has been with them and he's ready to play, and he's been playing a lot for them throughout the season in general.
He has, but I think like when we've seen Psycho, it really has just been Psycho for the whole series. And when we've seen Yubi, it has been Yubi consistently for the whole series. And I think there is actually a huge benefit to doing that. When you just have your consistent 5 players, you know how you're going to approach the matchup. At DPS, it's a little bit easier, I think, to swap in and out because a lot of the times when you see like Psycho come into the roster, you're operating as a solo agent, so you can kind of go on your own missions. But when it comes to that Symmetra play, you require a very specific strategy to execute and make it work.
My biggest question will be how much the Falcons want to be able to match a Symmetra. They did play a decent amount of it at mid-season, so Proper's been on that role, but he's been fantastic on Tracer so far this tournament and all of his other Flex DPS picks. He's obviously the Flex DPS to look out for the entire World Finals, and so possibly, I don't think Falcons will really lean into the Symmetra. I do believe they have the Symmetra figured out in terms of how they want to play into it, but just leaving Proper on his carry positions. Merit's hero pool gets opened up for this World Finals in terms of the meta as well. So really, to me, it's going to be the tank question mark of how much Ramatra we're going to see in, and if we're really going to have the someone sub in specifically for the Ramatra, whether Harmon can take on that role himself as well.
It's crazy to just have that wealth of incredible players sitting on your bench, able to be swapped in and out. I also want to discuss, of course, the support lineups from both of these teams a little bit, because we have such seasoned players there.
Yeah, I think we've already touched on Simple and Funny Astro. Simple is going to be playing. That's actually Funny Astro on your screen, not Simple. But yeah, I think when Simple and Funny Astro are playing for Twisted Minds, it's almost always going to be the Kiriko and the Lucio. But in terms of this Team Falcons backline with Fielder and Chio, I mean, Chio is a world-class main support. I've seen actually quite a bit of depth from him as well. He plays the Brig, the Lucio. He's already played the Wuyong and the Juno in this tournament. And for Fielder, while the Kiriko is sort of the main staple for Team Falcons, you also have the opportunity to play like the Brig and the Ana.
One of the biggest differences for me is that Funny Astro has been far more willing to play the Wuyong compared to Chio. Chio doesn't really like to lean into that here. There was actually a bit of a point of contention with the Team Liquid's Falcons game as well. They thought that that might have been an area to attack Falcons, but then Chio reluctantly went on that Wuyong and actually performed in it. I don't think that's really necessarily Falcon's style, but it does prove that, okay, when forced to, Chio will move across and play something else. But reliably, you're going to mostly see, I would expect, out of the Falcon side at least, Lucio plus Kiriko. Fielder far more competent on that Kiriko. Chio, for sure, definitely on that Lucio. We might see some of that Ana, but I don't think it's going to be as common, because really shoes the pilot of that on Crazy Raccoon, whereas for Fielder on Falcons, likes to stay on the Kiriko.
Probably only see the Ana if like the Kiriko is banned. But like, I think it would have to be Team Falcons that execute a ban onto the Kiriko, because otherwise you're taking that away from Simple. And I don't think you want to take away something that is actually going to benefit your team. But we already saw, I mean, like Twisted Minds could also ban out the Lucio if they think that that would be a good target ban onto Chio. And then, as you said, Avril, Funny Astro would be fine to play something like the Wuyong or even the Juno.
I mean, both teams also had quite a bit of time to prepare for this matchup, right? Because they didn't have to play earlier today. Like, this matchup was set up for a while, so I'm sure they've been cooking something. And like maps and hero bans will be coming in really, really big for both of these teams in this very series. So let's take a look at our predictions. I went with a friend buff here, because I'm close with them Twisted Minds homies. So I went with Twisted Minds. I just really like their playstyle. They have like just so much energy as a team, and I want to see them taking it all the way. I want to see that MENA final.
I think if Twisted Minds are feeling themselves, this is a team that really can benefit from just the momentum that they can generate through a series. I saw that reverse sweep onto Viral, and so I think, yeah, you got to T1, sorry, and so I think Twisted Minds, they've got this one. I'm gonna let history go.
Yeah, that means I'm going to go for Falcons here. No
Obviously.
surprises, but they are the defending world champions and the defending mid-season champs here as well. They play well into EMEA teams. They know what they're expecting. I think they look well equipped here.
All right. Team Falcons obviously being backed up here as well by the chat. They are, on paper, definitely the favorite to win it, but you'll never know. You'll never know. We are ready for all the action, though. Second upper bracket semifinal is on its merry way, so let's send it back over to the stage.
Thanks very much, Zoe. What an incredible, incredible last matchup we had there. If that's a tale of things to come, then we are in for a titanic rest of our Super Saturday here. Crazy Raccoon with that first map, but then Alcad come through and book a place later on in the upper bracket final. But who will they come up against? We have two teams ready and raring to go, about to get it on here on the main stage. First up, this first team will need to go insane in the membrane if they're to defeat their foes. Please make some noise for Twisted Minds! We welcome Funny Astro, Simple, TVNT, KSA, UB and Court. EMEA's finest were forced into a slug-a-thon against T1 in the previous round where they rose victorious. Quiet strength, fierce ambition, but their next opponents will prove the ultimate test. Can they beat the Falcons? And here they come, ready and waiting. Please make some noise for Team Falcons! Your 2024 World Champs, the kings of consistency, are back for more. When the pressure hits, when the plays matter most, that's when the Falcons strike. Every scrim, every loss, every win, all lessons, all fuel, all building towards reaching the final once again. Take your seats, gentlemen. Here we go. DreamHack, DreamHack. I love what I'm seeing here. I can feel the energy in the room right now. For you folks at home, you have my permission as well to stand up and scream and make some noise. DreamHack, will you please let our players hear you one more time? Let them hear you scream! We love to see it. Here we go. Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Let's ride.
One Korean Titan has already fallen down to that lower bracket. Will a second one be joining them? Twisted Minds against the reigning champions, Team Falcons.
Wow, you're tall. What happened to you, buddy, overnight?
Yeah, went to the gym with Danny.
Wow. Danny, what a guy. Yeah, what a banger that came ahead of this matchup right here. I feel like that just blew the tournament straight up. We had some rough expectations. The Korean teams always really dominant when it comes to these major tournaments. But now with Alcatia upsetting Crazy Raccoon, we're just like, we have no idea what's going to happen.
Although, you know, Crazy Raccoon have done this exact same thing before. They've fallen into the lower bracket and, if my memory serves me correctly, still sweep up into the finals and then winning the whole thing. Can they do that again? Is Falcons going to be down there joining them? We'll have to wait and find out, of course. Twisted Minds and, well, I'd say EMEA as a whole, Johnny, leveling up. And these sim comps, we knew they were nasty, but on an international stage against some of the very best to ever do it, and Overwatch League champions, that's a different story.
Well, we talk about the Symmetra compositions, but I mean, Alcatia just did it without the Symmetra on King's Row as well. So now we're just looking at an EMEA region that is honestly competing with Korea for the title of best in the world here. It's going to be Twisted Minds taking us to Busan.
Okay. Okay.
Don't worry about the Mercy ban. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Are you sure?
No one's playing Mercy in this lobby.
Sparkle, you good? He's chilling.
We're saving a little bit of a ban here.
Yeah.
All good.
Expecting maybe for the series to go long, Johnny. Busan is going to be our starting map. Was in the previous series as well. Now, it's mainly been Ilios over the last couple of days.
Yeah, but Twisted Minds here, because they are our EMEA #1 seed, they actually retained that first map pick going into this series. As you said, they picked Busan against T1. Now, they lost that map, even though they got that first map pick. That time, T1, they relied a lot on the Sigma to shut down the D.Va composition from Twisted Minds. Falcons, they must have studied that going into this map. So let's see what adaptations Twisted Minds have made.
You're obviously expecting Twisted Minds to come out with a lot of sim, you said, of course. OWCS not really playing it too much on King's Row, but Twisted Minds, EMEA champs, they are what feels like right now the better sim team over OWCS. What can Falcons do here, do you reckon? Do you think you go Sigma? Like, have you practiced that kind of thing?
Well, I mean, they got Hanbin in the mix, so you can always use the Sigma if you want. And it does make sense if Twisted Minds want to go with the D.Va approach. But I also feel like this is a Team Falcons roster that keep trying new stuff. We saw them try the Symmetra Brawl style the other day on Shambali Monastery. They, of course, even brought out the Hanbinston. So there's also different ways to go about this. I think Proper's flexibility as a flex DPS player will come in real handy here, whether it is on the Venture. That is obviously going to be very useful in a Symmetra meta like this.
Problem is with the big stage, Johnny, we were saw Lip on Sojourn last game. I mean, Proper, it's been lights out. Even on the Tracer too, it's been a pretty scary prospect. God, we always got to get a close-up Hanbin monitor POV. Like, look at that. God damn.
I mean, one of the most interesting player setups we have.
Yeah, that and KSG as well. With the lean in, Hanbin's got kind of the same thing going on. Must be tank player things, I suppose.
I swear it used to be worse. Like Hanbin would have the monitors like 60-degree out.
I think it might have been Korea finals or maybe the semis or something, and it was horizontal. Like you're looking at, he had to crane his neck around to actually see it, and then Proper had a better vision of his own. Like it's ridiculous.
Some players, they change their sensitivity.
Hanbin changes
the curve, the angle of the monitor to adjust his gameplay.
Insane monitor ang.
Yeah. But look, this is a Falcons roster that so far have played down to their opponent during this tournament. They already lost a map to Varel in the very initial round, and that's a Varel that came in as arguably the worst team in the tournament. That's not at all what you expect from the reigning world champions in Falcons. They should be stomping through this upper bracket, but instead, you know, yeah, you got a pretty comfortable 3-1 victory against Team Liquid. Still, you got full held on Shambali Monastery. For sure. That is definitely a map that is going to come into play for the rest of this series as something that could expose this Team Falcons roster. And so, going into this series, I feel like I want to see more from Falcons. I need them to prove that they still have what it takes to secure another World Finals Championship.
A back-to-back would be insane. Busan, our first map. Twisted Minds picking this one as well. Mercy ban for Falcons, saving the bans for a little bit later on.
Yeah, and I feel like that is going to be the story of this series, the bans, because usually we see a lot of these teams that play against the symmetric compositions. They blow the bans early, hoping they can secure map picks, and that is definitely what happened with T1. They went up early 2-0 in the series against Twisted Minds. But when those bans that are so useful, the Lucio ban, the Symmetra ban, when those bans are out of the mix, that is kind of when Twisted Minds fully come online, because they can play their natural composition without any blocking heroes, right? And so Twisted Minds here, the fact that Falcons banned Mercy, I feel like that makes me hesitate a little bit for Twisted Minds here, because that means that Falcons doesn't necessarily rely on a map 1 win here.
Thinking ahead. Thinking ahead is important. No more first to 2. First to 3 in the uppers semis. Like I said, look, Crazy Raccoon have already been knocked down. Can it happen again? Our EMEA, the Korean team killers. Doors opening in 3 seconds or so. No shock here to see Yubi on the sim. I want to see what Quartz can do against Merit. One of the more legendary hit scans, even in Overwatch League as well, against Quartz, who didn't have his chance to actually contest in the Overwatch League, or contend even.
He chose not to. Very much wanted, had the offers, but stuck with his team. Now here on Twisted Minds, looking to take down another big Korean opponent.
Teleport from Yubi. The high ground could be so pivotal, even just trying to bait out the D.Va to use thrusters. Hanbin's done just that, although taking the high ground. Yubi's kind of living up in this front line with impunity right now, but Should be a fairly easy rotation now for Twisted Minds. Points unlocked. Someone's got to pay attention to Proper though. No one's looking at him right now, but to be fair, both Simple and Astro keeping Quartz alive, and that'll be the first blood. TVNT kills Merit. Trading their Sojourn plays, but finding Astro slaps back. Fielder took a left hook upside the head, and with Harbin demeched, a trivial fight now for TM.
Yeah, UB's Symmetra really coming in online in the later stages of that team fight when you charge up that beam. Hanbin, gotta be real careful in this D.Va duel because that Symmetra damage is going to be overwhelming. You chunk down that D.Va armor and suddenly you're in a world of trouble.
That's the game plan, right, for Twisted Minds, Johnny. As long as you stay in the fight, the longer you stay in the fight, UB is going to be full charge, full just beaming down Hanbin. There's nothing you can really do to save him apart from amp up the healing. Hopefully gets it going. Nice stick from Proper though. Weave that around the Matrix as well. TVNT just completely caught off guard. Proper with one. Make that a second and, well, the baby D.Va is going to be Merit. Nice shot there. That'll be the point cap. Proper landing a stick. No Suzu, no TP, no Matrix. Like, yeah, dude, I don't know how Proper got that.
Yeah, Twisted Minds got the resources drained early. The Suzu, one of the more pivotal abilities in the game, and we want to see more highlights like that from Proper. Early Kitsune Rush here from Fielder.
Super early rush. Teleport back for Twisted Minds. They don't lose anybody.
And most importantly, Twisted Minds, they don't use an ultimate in response. So now the ultimate economy in their favor.
Quartz got the overclock. Oh, dearie me. I think that was a right click coming through from Quartz there, as well as TVNT following up. Merit now trying to hurt people. Trying to find some bodies to shoot at. But unfortunately, Twisted Minds managed to TP to the point. Quartz does end up getting taken down though. Overclock still in hand, but can they actually finish this fight? Sound barrier comes in for Twisted Minds and Team Falcons. Hits 4 aside, but now they're going to have to deal with this wall. Falcons taking to the high ground. Wings are soaring, but they're going to get clipped by TVNT. UB falls next though, but TVNT on an absolute rampage with the help of Simple. And that is Team Falcons just tailing and running. Twisted Minds with the point cap.
And you can see Twisted Minds purposefully rotating to the point because that sucks Falcons in. Force the contest the objective. That is when UB deals the most damage on this Symmetra. Falcons here, they really want to catch Twisted Minds before they're able to set up the Symmetra successfully. This fight though, it's all about Quartz with that overclock.
Wants a little bit of revenge on Merit, potentially. And man, this TP is so frustrating to deal with, man. Just puts him in such a good spot, but of course, Proper lands another pulse bomb. I mean, UB dead is pretty low. Picks up the mini, but I hear Quartz across the map. And Fielder, he's going to hear it in his nightmares now. That railgun headshot eliminates him from the fight. Now, Quartz looking for more. Proper down, Carry dead, and Team Falcons once again having to reset, Johnny.
Yeah, that's a pretty even fight here between the D.Va and the support players. It's really coming down to the individual playmakers, the damage players here. Proper with an amazing post bomb, but not able to capitalize. 95% for Twisted Minds here. Simple's getting close to that Kitsune Rush, but Falcons, they look to even things up.
Yeah, Fielder's got 10% already towards his, so they should be good for another touch hit. There's one more that comes in, 2% Fielder, desperately trying to get this online, eventually ends up using it. Self-destruct for TVNT in the choke point. Oh, the self-destruct's good. And TVNT with a double remake kill. Harbin Shio flattened like a pancake. And that's the way you make a statement on stage. Twisted Minds take round 1.
Are you serious? A double remake kill to kick off this series?
Don't see that every day. You barely
never
see
that.
one.
That is rare. Wow, what a shutdown, and Twisted Minds off to a hot start.
Bro was like frame perfect too. You see Harbin was in the corner, getting out of mech, like, okay, I can get back in it. Maybe TVNT just taps him on the shoulder and hits the little mech call button and you're dead. And I think Chio too is trying to get Harbin in a position where he can get away from him, trying to save him. What an incredible first round from TVNT. 11-1 for the tank player on Twisted Minds.
And that just shows you how on point he is with the rotations and synchronizing with UB on that Symmetra, moving around the map, being active, and Twisted Minds sticking with the Symmetra on this very open, wide point. They need to rotate around this map. Try to look for those individual picks, and keep in mind where is Proper. Always look out for the Tracer.
It's a nice point as well for the teleporter, right? A lot of open ground you can kind of cover. Well, they're looking out for proper, Johnny. If they manage to check
No
it.
recall.
No recall at all. Harbin tried to go in for the rescue there with the Matrix, Johnny, but didn't end up working out. Gio extremely low as well. Now Falcons need to make a decision. Do they stay in this fight? Merit definitely wants to. A nice right-click headshot onto Yubi, but Gio is dead. Speed now, not in Team Falcons' favor. You can see Harbin kind of bleeding out on the sidelines as well as TVNT goes for the body block. And there's the D-Mech.
Things really open up after that initial pick. Hanbin kept alive here for the moment. He's going to look to rebuild this mech, but oh, another nice find from Quartz. And that is just going to stagger Falcons even more here.
Yeah, don't give him a chance. Even over the last couple of years, Johnny, since OWCS's inception, Quartz has just been insane at the top of his game and improving every year.
One of the best hitscan players in the game. And in an international tournament like this, he's shown repeatedly that he's capable of making the plays necessary to secure the trophy. Proper, setting up a bit of a flank here. Simple, he's got the first Kitsune rush here. See if Twisted Minds go aggressive with it. They do.
Suzu into the rush. Falcons, they've got a good escape route here, but can they get everybody out alive? Swift step from Fielder, but he's pretty low. Another TB from Yubi. He's using these off of cooldown right now, and Gio is low. Johnny, they're completely split up. An easy pick off onto Merit. Falcons, they get cap, but it'll be a menial amount of percentage here gained.
Yeah, it's all about the quick rotations for Twisted Minds. And if you get a couple of kills, that is enough to turn around, re-secure the objective. You don't really have anyone on Twisted Minds here who can compete with Proper's point presence on that Tracer. So Twisted Minds here, it's all about sticking together, utilizing the mobility of that Symmetra, and look for these picks. Chase down Team Falcons. Now, Team Falcons, they got double support ultimates here. Twisted Minds, how do they wrap around and play around it?
Small touch on the point there for Team Falcons. I'll be proper. Sound barrier for Astro, same with Shio. Two of the best Lucio players to touch the game as well, mind you, in the server right now. Definitely best Western Lucio player in Funny Astro. 10% to go. Overclock popped as well. A lot of that's getting eaten by TVNT, and well, unfortunately now Merit's going to have to deal with this wall, tries to reposition, find another angle.
Peeking, looking for a pick here. It's going to be the Kitsune rush.
Yeah, Kitsune rush laid over the point, and still, Falcons have to touch this. Merit is on there with the rest of the team right now. These turrets are kind of being annoying, though. They're going to have to clear them at some point. TVNT with the self-destruct. Falcons, they do end up using the sound barrier. No remake kills, not just yet. As Quartz finds his like-for-like in Merit, but can't find the kill, but now turns his eye to Proper. And a nice little tag team there with Simple takes down the Tracer. Self-destruct from Harbin, not enough. Shio falls and Twisted Minds. 99% goes to 100. A map win on Busan against the Korean Titan.
Falcons showing some weakness here. Not really being able to compete with this Symmetra composition coming out of Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds, they're just going to keep playing it until it doesn't work any longer. Great to secure that initial map win. That means that for the time being, you can rely on your own individual map choices, even though you might lose the next one. You can pick the map of your choice. You can enable this Symmetra composition in a way for the rest of this series.
Maybe regretting the Mercy ban a little bit, I'm not sure. 18-1 from TVNT. Look at that damage as well. 7.7, not to mention Simple only with a single death too. I mean, this is a dominant showing on the first map.
I think the point could be made that Falcons are still trying to poke around and figure out a game plan. How do we actually play around this Symmetra? And we've seen this in tournaments. You can have all the preparation, all the practice you want leading into an event, but it's nothing like playing on stage and getting the hands-on experience of the opponent you're playing. And in this case, Proper made some huge plays on this initial round. Merit came up with some clutch picks with this Sojourn. But it felt like Falcons, they just weren't able to keep up with what Twisted Minds were throwing their way.
You see Chio, his last 2 frames of motion. Insane stuff. I mean, look, is this Falcons playing down to their opponent right now, Johnny? Do they think Twisted Minds, do they think lesser of them maybe? Like, look, we are the reigning champs. We know we have some of the best players to ever touch the game. Improper, for example, right? Or is this TM just playing up to a whole new level? It will be Falcons' map choice now.
Look, we talked about it going into the series. These are worrying signs for Falcons because they haven't been their dominant self. And so now you see them roll out on a pretty standard composition, the D.Va, the Tracer, the Sojourn. This has been one of the biggest metas in Overwatch. We've seen it for a very long time. And meanwhile, you gotta question yourself a little bit. T1, we already saw the recipe for success on Busan. It was the Lucio ban and Jasmine's Sigma that clutched it up for T1 on Busan. This time around Falcons, we're just going to ban Mercy. We're gonna sit back and play our own game, and it just didn't work out for them.
Like the ban of the Zarya as well, real nice for TM. Definitely would have had the same potency, their composition in the last map if you could play the Zarya if you're Hanbin. A lot of TM fans showing up in the crowd, that is to be certain.
And I think
go now. Like,
this is an interesting pick here. Dorado, actually.
Oh.
This might be the first Dorado we're seeing all tournament.
Yeah. Little dive action.
I mean, this could be the recipe for success for Falcons here. We're yet to see if someone is going to be subbed in here or if Hanbin is going to remain in, because obviously that will have big influence on what kind of composition we're seeing out of Falcons here. Dorado heavily favors those kind of dive compositions because it enables Winston to really get going. But D.Va, another great dive hero as well, and obviously a comfort pick for Hanbin. But I'm going to say it again, Twisted Minds, I think they're really comfortable on a map like Dorado. They have relied a lot on the Symmetra so far this year, but they also like to get a little greedy with a double flex support lineup, you know, playing something like a Juno, a Kiriko. Simple has flexed around to some awkward niche heroes, the Zenyatta, but in the case of Dorado, like the Juno Kiriko could be something that Twisted Minds rely on. It's going to be the Wu Yang ban from Twisted Minds and Symmetra ban from Falcons.
Looking at Hanbin right now, oh yeah, looks like he's staying in. No, someone didn't see the blonde hair come out on the stage, so Hanbin will be in for Falcons, no subs. Now, with this Symmetra as well, it's kind of a, I won't say game-breaking hero, but it breaks the flow in a way that, well, we're not dive characters. We don't have like a jump button, but we have this instant teleport that can get us to the high ground. So it just negates all this wide open space, this high to low. So like taking them to Dorado, then banning that sim away, it's like, okay, play us front to back. Okay,
Definitely.
play us on the dive.
It breaks the way space is used in this game. And we saw yesterday in Team Liquid series, when they faced the Symmetra from T1, it just changed their entire approach. You have to play reactionary. And it was the same thing for Falcons on that initial map. They always have to be wary of where is the Symmetra, be scared of where can they teleport and put us in an awkward position. Removing the Symmetra from the equation here means that Team Falcons, they can play a bit more of a straightforward game, which maybe suits them a little better. But I gotta put emphasis on this map, Jaws. This has become a must-win map for Falcons. If you lose back in this series. If you lose here and you've wasted the Symmetra ban, you're in a world of hurt.
Then straight down to the lowers. A couple more teams obviously going home today. TVNT chuckling away. And I'd be super happy with my performance too. You died one time against Falcons. Like, you are chilling right now if you're Twisted Minds. The confidence is probably at an all-time high. And I did message Astro like, hey, have you got any kind of fighting words? And he was like, oh, I haven't got anything too deep to kind of say. Like, nah, we're just confident. And I think that's the thing that they regained, I think, in mid-season, Johnny. A lot of hometown crowd as well, home crowd energy coming in for Twisted Minds at mid-season really propelled them. And I mean, I remember Astro saying too, he was shaking more than he's ever shaked before on a stage, and like the adrenaline was that high. And having that experience and then bringing it into like a world finals, you're sailing.
Yeah, and that was a huge win for them at the mid-season championship, but you put that together with the release of Wu Yang, which really enabled Funny Astro's hero pool as well.
To expand.
And it felt like everything just came together for this team. And they found their form, obviously the #1 EMEA seed. They finally took down OWCS, sort of like broke through a little bit. A team that has been in their way all year long. And they just kept building on their performances, and now coming into the World Finals, they're peaking at the right time.
I mean, they've been trading series all year, right? Like their Pokemon cards. It's been insane to see the rivalry between OWCS and TM, but now on the global stage, making it this far for both squads is just is just a beautiful sight for EMEA fans.
I mean, TVNT has been a huge part of it. You mentioned him. It's really coming to form. A player that has his rise to success has been so quick and now pivotal in a series like this.
It really has. Again, another young player. You look at Falcons roster, and then you go, okay, so who played in the Overwatch League? Okay, yeah, okay, pretty much all of you, okay? And even Sparkle, that stands behind them, has played in the Overwatch League. Like, the guy's been around for a long, long time. And some of these players on Twisted Minds, it's like, well, we didn't play in that era of the game. Quartz, like you said, had offers, but TVNT, he's matching up against one of the greatest of all time on the off-tank and winning.
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, this has been a golden generation for Korea now. Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, they are both superstar teams. They are two of the best teams that have ever played in Overwatch Esports. And we already saw earlier today, Crazy Raccoon taken down by OWCS. Twisted Minds this time, they look to conquer another Korean superstar team with this up-and-coming generation. Funny Astro, though, lots of veteran experience, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But he's kind of guiding these players. TVNT, I will even say Simple.
Simple as well, for
hasn't seen that level of success. But on this Twisted Minds roster, we're really seeing him flourish.
Oh, Quartz on the Freya. This is a very, very defendable backline for Team Falcons. The Chio Brig Fielder on Kiri, like, being able to one-pop somebody is going to be rather tough. Yubi's job, very difficult here. And he's just trying to force the position at Armpit, but already has been forced out. Did shoot proper a couple of times. Merritt 1 HP, and he's just a slink away though.
Yeah, and even though Twisted Minds, they don't have a Symmetra, just consider all the mobility on this composition. As TVNT keeps poking here, but Quartz on this Freya going to be so dynamic in the sky, raining down these bolts, always looking for picks. TVNT though, has to be careful for this Echo, the focusing beam, deadly.
Quartz trying to find an angle. Looks like Falcons, giving them the space, at least for the time being. Quartz can't stay too high in the sky either for too long, because Proper is going to be playing on that rooftop. You land even half a sticky barrage, like in a try shot, it's like, you're kind of done. You being that high up, it's tough for the healers to get LOS.
And we're looking at Yubi here, utilizing this flank, trying to link something up. Looks like it went in, recall forced already, and that's going to mean Twisted Minds. They have to drop back for a bit of a second here. Wards looking for a pick on this off angle.
Oh, he hit Proper once in the head, but quickly healed up by Chio and Fielder. It's a good pick from Merritt too. Slowly but surely, the pace has been slowed down by Team Falcons with Twisted Minds and Yubi trying to set up for something.
And one thing we haven't talked about yet is that Yubi remain in the lineup going into Dorado. Obviously, the Symmetra ban forced, so Yubi is forced over to the Tracer. And Yubi's Tracer is respectable, but taking on Team Falcons is next level. Generally, a Symmetra player forced to adapt.
Rush coming in for Simple now as they try and force Team Falcons into a fight they're more comfortable with. Looks like Quartz has found himself in a bit of a 1v1 there. Thought it was at the very least, but it was a 2v1. Proper with the easy kill, but Chio has fallen here, so Team Falcons backline not looking as shapely as it once did. Funny Astro kill by Fielder as Proper is just decimating this front line. TVNT hits the self-destruct button, but killed off before the remake could come through. And Johnny, there's 1 minute and 40 left in the time bank.
Yeah, and Twisted Minds, they actually look a little bit uncomfortable here. They are going to rely on a push together with this sound barrier. They need to synchronize this aggression and try to take down as many opponents of Team Falcons as possible. This poke damage from Team Falcons is so scary with the Ash, with the Echo. Twisted Minds, they're going to have to go quick soon.
Oh,
nice
Yubi.
pick by Yubi.
That's the perfect pick. Merritt down, no Bob available, and now TM can rush forward, at least try. A copy of the Kiriko coming through. So 3 supports online for Team Falcons, looking a little bit like Goats right now. Oh, it's Proper. He's got mechanics on DPS, and he's got him on every other hero as well. Luckily, there's a Matrix there to save Quartz's life, but a free rush to be used, at least in the final moments, as Team Falcons win another fight.
And now we're down to just 1 minute on this attack for Twisted Minds. That felt like the moment with Yubi securing a pick with a pulse bomb against a Kiriko composition. That just shouldn't happen, but Twisted Minds unable to capitalize. Now, this Funny Astro sound barrier. This is the moment we're looking for.
Uh-oh, Bob in the back line. Nice little Suzu there instantly from Simple. Followed up with a beat. Fielder now down, Merritt in trouble. Barely able to even get a shot off. Needs to hit the full reload. TVNT with a couple. Gets the mech, but Jobs done for TVNT. He's already found 2. And that'll be Twisted Minds getting this point as well. No shot. There's going to be a self-destruct used here by Harmbit. And Merit, yeah, dies to Yubi. There it is. Point 8 unlocked. 2.5 minutes to go.
And now you get to push forward here for your Twisted Minds. Set up this angle for Quartz. Coming up on an overclock here, and on a map like this, you're really at a lot of liberty to push around, take a lot of big flanks here. Let's have a listen into the comms.
Yeah, back and forth.
We're gonna push you. I'm ready to push right now. قول لي انا جاهز.
I can't push him now, ready? Yeah. I'm with you. Can you push? Can you push? I can't throw. I'm on point.
Just move car, Quartz, take far left.
I can't push the ball. Take far left. Going already. Brigla. Steady on boy. All one side. Come on, shape. I can't go inside. Also, watch. Yeah, wait, I can't push into him. I'm pushing point. I'm pushing. All on me. Have him. I didn't make it.
Get one.
This support. Yes.
All right, both support ultimates used by Falcons there. Was a really nice, I must say. Chio then kind of holding forward, not kind of inting into Bank. I'm hoping he can follow up with the kill, trusting in his team to do that for him. Holds the front line, pops the rally, hits the bash, though TVNT can't go in for the save with the mech.
Yeah, one of the most pivotal heroes here for Falcons is the Brigade. They're trying to take care of this D.Va, control this space for the rest of the team. And TVNT struggling a little bit to find value now here on this second point. Coming up on a big fight here. TVNT actually going to swap over to this Zarya. But Zarya on Dorado, that is going to get tricky. You obviously have the stairs here if you want to contest that high ground, but it's going to be tough pickings. 26 seconds to go here. It's going to be stuck on the cart, contesting this objective.
Yubi with the pulse, spotted out. Oh! Pulse bomb straight over the gap. Here comes the bob for Merit. Twisted Minds with a spark of hope here potentially, but Quartz ends up getting snuffed out. Now TVNT, like you said, is going to struggle getting anything done here. Proper pops the blade, and in the courthouse, sentenced to a loss on this round here. No more capture points. Easy kills for Proper, and there's just nowhere to go, Johnny. There's no mobility on Team Twisted Minds. Yubi, lights out for you, my son. And that'll be it. A single point on the board for TM.
It's so tough on that attack because you don't have that high ground. And contesting it is so scary. They try to find the picks with that overclock. They try to sit back, put a lot of pressure on that objective. But Falcons, with a really slow, conservative approach there, not overextending, not pushing the aggression too much. And that enables them to hold steadfast on that second point. Twisted Minds, they're in a world of hurt here.
A very different look here with the stats. Harmin not doing too much though. Look at that, 3k damage only from Harmin, but 11,000 mitigation from the D.Va.
I mean, 5 eliminations here is the highest for Twisted Minds. That just tells you they struggle to find picks throughout that entire attack.
But this is what we expect Falcons to do. Like, they're expected to win here, right? They ban the sim, they take us to a more dive map, and obviously with the map pool change, no more Gibraltar or anything, Dorado is kind of the best you've got in that regard.
Yeah, we looked at the map pool going into the event and thought Dorado would see a lot of play because it enables dive teams like this to force the error a little bit.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, they're showing that they're uncomfortable in a setting like this. And yes, it's not a must-win map here for Twisted Minds. They're already up 1-0. The Symmetra ban, incredibly impactful here for Team Falcons. But they're still going to try to give themselves a chance with this Mei. That's some added cart pressure. Makes it difficult for Team Falcons to move this payload. They're going to have to look to circumvent it. See if they can secure picks in the backline instead.
He's great. The Mei's great for like holding this choke point. So Twisted Minds almost kind of give this first little bit up and then hold in the small archway.
Yeah, I think this is time for Proper to Makes some heroic plays on this Genji. The added verticality. Gonna be able to get into a position where you can get on top of the backline from Twisted Minds. No need to stress though. For now, can just push the card, build some ultimates.
Just pressuring TVNT, knowing how important this D.Va is in this comp, but they've managed to get TVNT out of that little cubby. The ability to get to the high ground though, Johnny, while easy, tough against the Mei, can get walled off instantly.
Yeah, the court is getting a little bit away from Twisted Minds here. A trade comes in. Merit traded for UB as Falcon secures another pick.
Yeah, Astro, he's got a whole lot of motion, but unfortunately it looks like Falcons are going to win this fight anyway. Yeah, goodbye Astro, unfortunately. Daniel Hathaway down, 3 minutes in the time bank and a small stagger on TVNT. Should be able to get the wave respawn with Astro though, so should be good, but reality is they're going to give up this point so they can set up on this high ground. Oh, they look like they wanted to go for it. Yeah, UB realizes without any speed, there's no chance. And in fact, they're going to pounce on them here too. Quart is very low, and look at Armin straight in his face already. Instant D-Stu though, and this Mei is going to come into full force here in this courthouse as Proper ends are getting a snipe straight between the eyes. But they can afford to be messy here. Could Twisted Minds, as long as they don't lose TVNT, they can continue to hold the high ground.
Yeah, it almost looks like a little bit of hesitation from Twisted Minds. Are we gonna recontest? Are we gonna set up on the high ground? And it was something a little bit in between on Team Falcon, so look to capitalize. Twisted Minds, though, come out on top. But they got some big ultimates coming online here on either side. This one's going to get messy.
Yeah, play for Proper too. He's looking to insert himself in the back line. That's exactly what he's done. Used the reflect pretty early. And there's the sound barrier too. Quart has nowhere to run. Oh, Astro, no chance. You might as well have been standing still. Proper with a double with the blade, and that is getting the payload burning again. And Johnny, I fear for Twisted Minds now. A team kill, high ground control, only beat blade used, and look at that golden box of victory under the bridge.
Yeah, you kept all 5 ultimates in the bank, so you can roll out and hopefully secure a fight win here. About 4 minutes. That's a mighty time bank for Team Falcons. Probably feel really comfortable here, trying to get out as many ultimates as possible from this defense.
This blitz is going to be so important now for Twisted Minds, but getting it past Proper and Harmbin is going to be rather tough. Chio down first, though, after these rushes used on the high ground. Looks like Harmbin is going to be able to get the remake here with that self-destruct. Everybody from Twisted Minds managing to dodge that out of the way, but Harmbin actually ends up going down, booped by TVNT as he takes down the Baby D.Va.
And just the one Kitsune Rush utilized from Simple. That's a good start for Twisted Minds on this defense.
Oh, hello. Proper point guard for Fielder there. Fielder gets out alive.
To see if Falcons here, they want to take a bit more of a dynamic approach. Maybe utilize the flanks on the right-hand side instead. You got a Bob here. That sets up a different angle for the Ashe.
Funny Astro perma hitting those boots. Merit now trying to find an off angle to use the Bob. They might not see this one coming, but they might, to be fair, just ignore it completely. They're going to use the overclock and push themselves down onto this low ground now. Proper in the mix, in the back line. Gets back to the Mega Health Pack on the statue, but, I mean, that is a very frustrating...
Oh, Bob?
Bob from Merit? Over the top.
Hello?
Surely he doesn't survive this one. No, Quart still has a slide. Chio tried to go for the assassination on Lucio, but doesn't end up working out. That Bob, completely wasted by Merit.
Yeah, the staging here is really odd from Team Falcons. I mean, Merit went for that big flank, but never really was synchronized with the rest of the team. Proper dashes in with no follow-up, really. It's going to be a late stagger here onto Hanbin and Twisted Minds. They are looking for more.
UB still not using the Blizzard. Just the fear of it, Johnny, might be more than enough.
And that's already half the time bank drained for Team Falcons here. And Twisted Minds, they have the ultimates required to keep this going. If you can get away with a fight win here, just dropping the Kitsune Rush before Team Falcons get their ultimates, you're in a great place.
Yeah, and a map winning place as well, Johnny, and that'll be match point for Twisted Minds. That's got to be in their minds currently. Dragon Blade for Proper, though, can be what they need to open this one up. TVNT going aggro, but quickly switching it up. Now looking for an off angle is Merit. Finds a headshot there, but healed straight back up. Blade's going to get popped. There's the sound barrier. Proper's still got a dash, so can get out to safety if needed, but Chio's already down. A cheap fight once again for Twisted Minds. It wasn't the rush, it was the sound barrier.
Yeah, you got to reset immediately.
Oh, the stag. This stag is going to be massive.
This is huge.
Surely
so much time.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous. They're going to put them in one fight now. Harmbin's just going to go down here. There's no chance in saving him. Remake comes in. Nope, denied.
And Twisted Minds again. They're looking for more. Proper is going to make the swap over to the Venture here. But most importantly, Team Falcons, they have the double support ultimate here. They are some of the strongest in the game. And so if you land them successfully in a good place, you're guaranteed value. Yubi here with the Blizzard could play spoiler, but how do you circumvent Hanbin's defense matrix?
They just got to focus Hanbin here. Surely that is the game plan. Get him out of mech, get a free Blizzard on the point, wait for OT. Like, seems kind of simple on paper, but if they can actually execute it, that is a different question. Falcons are trying something different here too. They're trying to go for the full wraparound. Yubi on low.
Quartz is also coming up on this overclock the longer this pre-fight segment goes on here. TVNT forced the proc to Vector here.
Can they actually get this kill though? The self-destruction in a good spot. Self-destruct over the top. TVNT. Mech gone. What a boop. Chio gets the boop on the mech, so that is TVNT basically out of this fight. Proper finds the kill to follow up. Is there Kitsune Rush still available from TM, but the Blizzard might be massive. Hanbin though gets Suzu'd and he's gonna get out. Sound Barrier comes in. A push into bank. It seems unwinnable now for Twisted Minds. Quartz on top though. He gets one. Deflex gonna send him one back. The Wrecking Ball comes in, but Quartz with another. Clutch hit for Quartz. How does he keep doing it? Quartz with 4. 5 from Quartz. There is no way. Clutch master Quartz for Twisted Minds. A lead in this series. Match point for TM.
Are you kidding me? How do they clutch it up? 4.5 minutes in the time bank for Team Falcons to finish off the second point. And somehow, Twisted Minds hold strong. Up 2-0 in the series.
My boys can take that one at all. Twisted Minds now on match point. Is this another Korean Titan going down to lowish, Johnny? This is a ridiculous performance. We already spoke about how Merit been around for such a long time in the Overwatch League, but Quartz denying those offers, willing to stick with the team out and not getting that experience at the highest level possible, but now showing up on the big stage in a World Finals, no less. This is an insane performance. 18 and 6, 10k damage.
And it felt like their entire map. We were talking about the Symmetra ban. We were talking about, oh, this is not a must-win map for Twisted Minds. They can endure even a map loss here. And then they end up securing Dorado. It's a huge flip of the script. Team Falcons are reigning world champions. Now on the verge of defeat and being sent to the lower bracket.
Still with another chance though, Johnny. Quartz with a generational performance. I mean, we're gonna have to get a replay of that. Psycho, the coach, standing up behind him, or coach slash player, I suppose.
I mean, what a huge
another day in the office, bro.
I mean, Yubi is so fired up every single LAN. I love it, the energy he brings to this team. And just the focus of them to recuperate all that energy, get their head in the game, always stay mentally prepared for 4.5 minutes. And I mean, I love the rotations from Twisted Minds, the way they stay active on the map. Team Falcons, they try to set up the off angles, always trying to set up Merit on that hit scan. But Twisted Minds, they react so well. And TVNT is obviously so important with the D.Va in a scenario like that.
And this was the map Falcons were supposed to win.
They needed to.
The dive map, Simban, and now Twisted Minds could maybe just swing this one home. I mean, you're going to another Falcons map choice. You can't ban the Sim. Can't ban the Mercy. Okay, throwaway ban, but still.
Yeah, I mean, T1, they banned the Lucio, and that worked for them. But even so, against a team like Twisted Minds, they kind of, in a little bit, embraced the Lucio ban. Funny Astro able to play a lot of these flex support characters.
Yeah.
They love to play the Wu Yang as well, so that has to be respected. And so it's not that Twisted Minds, they rely on the Lucio in a sense that like Alcazia and Kellex does. Twisted Minds, they're hitting their peak form right now. And this hold on this defense just goes to show how much they're feeling themselves.
Just insane. 5 kills to hold on the defense there when Chio hits the sound barrier. TVNT has to come back on ball. The Blizzard gets Suzu, so Hanbin stays alive. Like, so many things for Team Falcons went right there. Just one thing they didn't count on was Quartz coming up clutch. Twisted Minds on match point. Someone being subbed in for Team Falcons now.
Wow, what a moment for one of the best tank players in the game to replace Hanbin here. Obviously a slightly different hero pool, someone. He prefers the Ramatra, the Winston, the dive characters that Hanbin typically doesn't play. And maybe this is Falcons, in a way, admitting defeat on the Diva composition, saying we need to flip the script here. We need to try something else. So we're gonna give time for someone here, get it set up, ready to go. And I can't wait to see the map pick here coming out of Team Falcons. Where do they take us next? Is it going to be something like a new Queen Street? That is what T1 tried. Obviously, they have Donghak, one of the best Wrecking Ball players in the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Someone, he doesn't play Wrecking Ball to that level, but you kind of want to force these wide open, spread out maps so you can set up these angles and try to pounce. It's going to be King's Row, which means we're probably headed to more of the Ramatra from someone.
Yeah, it makes the most sense here. But, oh man, it's just so good for Sim and it can't be banned. Like, where do you pivot if you're Team Falcons? Do you... Okay, well, they're going to ban the Diva. Twisted Minds banning Venture away from Proper.
And I mean, the Venture being removed there is so big. It's a massive pick that is so helpful against dealing with the Symmetra composition, with these tight brawl compositions. And so Falcons having to find a composition to take down Twisted Minds without it, it's going to be mightily difficult. Tracer, with a slight nerf just a month ago in the mid-season patch, not as efficient anymore to take down compositions like this. So where do you go if you're Falcons? Do you rely more on the Mei in these close chokeholds on King's Row? Do you maybe force the Echo a little bit? You have Proper, of course, in the mix here. So impactful on that hero. But Falcons, they're struggling in a moment like this. They need to come up with something that changes the way this match is playing out.
Yeah, maybe someone is that secret source that they need. Resetting the monitor position as well from Harbin, but man, to see both Korean teams go down to that lower bracket, who for a lot of the other regions, Korea has been the villains for the entire year.
Yeah, win here from Twisted Minds. That will obviously guarantee an EMEA team in the grand final. It will mean that either Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, T1, Weibo Gaming, they get eliminated in the lower bracket. And that is a huge win for EMEA as a region. We've seen them on the come up already with Alcalcia finding themselves in the mid-season championship grand final already. But that time, it was a brutal defeat, 4-0 that time to Team Falcons. But just a few more months of practice, few more months of prep, and it seems like EMEA as a region has leveled up even more, now ready to claim that trophy.
Right. Just quickly getting someone set up still. Making sure everything is good. They need a reverse sweep now to continue in the upper bracket. Alcad and TM going to face each other eventually. And that is going to be, again, another one in the books. You mean, if you look at the head-to-head on like Liquipedia or something, like it has been going back and forth. They've traded wins, but TM this time, they've really leveled up. They've really come into their own. Their sim comps have just been better. They're playing these Zarya comps too to counter Alcad. It's been just a ridiculous rivalry to watch.
And in some ways, Twisted Minds, they're making it happen, not even playing what we saw from them in Stage 3. When they were so dominant, when they took down Alcalcia, they didn't play as much of the Symmetra because there was some kind of mutual respect in that, okay, we know Alcalcia, we know you're a better Symmetra team, and Alcalcia said, well, we know you can beat our Symmetra team, and so the Symmetra kind of find itself out of the meta. But in a moment like this, when you're playing the other regions, Korea, they don't have that same level of practice against the Symmetra, and that's really being exposed here in a moment like this, where Twisted Minds, they're saying, of course, that we can beat you with the Symmetra composition on a map like Busan. And the fact that Team Falcons weren't able to win Dorado with the Symmetra ban in place, that's a very dooming sign for Korea's prospect to hoist the trophy again.
Only one can make it out of that lower bracket too, so.
Yeah.
All right, Kings Row is the map. Twisted Minds now on match point in this upper semi-finals of the World Finals of DreamHack. Can Falcons punch their ticket on, or are they going to be facing maybe even Raccoon down in lowers? We'll have to wait and see. Kings Row could be the decider. And as the map pool dwindles, so do the bans, and Twisted Minds just continue to prove that they want to make a statement on an international stage. They almost did it in mid-season. So close.
They look so firmly in control right now. This puzzle that Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons can't quite solve. What are we going to do? How do we deal with these EMEA teams? And they don't have the answer right now. And so this Kings Row, this is going to be another attempt for Falcons to really crack the Rubik's Cube here. Even if you go down into the lower bracket, yes, you lose a life, but you can still make a run back in this tournament. In a map like this, it's all about for Team Falcons to find something that works, that flips the switch.
I mean, Raccoon have shown they can do it before. It is going to be the Ramatra, like you said, Johnny. Proper on the Echo, Merit still on Soj. It is a bit of a mental breaker, too, to be in this spot. You expect strong mentals across the board from Team Falcons, but not always the case when it's down to the wire like this.
So much of excelling at Overwatch is about making plays, about being proactive, about the way you flank around, you drop your ultimates. And when you're in a position like this that Team Falcons are, you start hesitating, you start overthinking things, and you don't quite have that same level of aggression. So losing that to Roto, let's see if that impacts Team Falcons' ability to navigate what Twisted Minds are throwing their way.
We know UB was going to run out on the sim. See if they try and make a play with the teleport. Quartz kind of waiting for heals, waiting to get another position.
Team Falcons here. They're looking to regain some space from this hotel angle, but Twisted Minds are not going to let them. This is all about Quartz utilizing these off angles to try to shut them down as UB goes for a big play and Merit down early.
Yeah, he's swift with it. Gonna just burn down someone as well. This Nemesis form isn't gonna last all too long. That's another kill for Quartz as well. Add that to the tally, Johnny, for this series. Those headshot right clicks on the railgun. Give him another, come on. Build up. Oh, he gets the kill, but it's all good. Point unlocked for Twisted Minds.
We haven't seen many great Kings Row defenses. It's been a struggle so far. So let's not read too much into things here. Fielder's going to come up on that Kitsune Rush, which will match Simples. But at some point on the second point, Team Falcons, they need to make a strong hold. But it's UB with another pick onto Chio. And this could get the snowball rolling. Kitsune Rush, drop from Fielder here.
Nice little Suzu there as well, but later Kitsune Rush here coming through for Twisted Minds, and Falcons know it as well. They're going to have to backpedal ASAP, but escaping this teleport is going to be really tough. Quartz sliding away, has got the overclock in hand, but Prober's clone is just going to get absolutely destroyed. And now Quartz can set up with a perfect angle, Johnny. Even sliding up to this high ground might be the case, but looks like Merit's going to beat him to it.
And there's a slight timing here for Twisted
Minds. He's going to go. Oh! Merit down. No use fighting into that wall again. Quartz on fire right now. And Twisted Minds, they are running Team Falcons out of town.
I mean, they are peaking at the right time, looking unstoppable here. They did use quite a few ultimates, investing both the overclock and Symmetra's shield wall. So let's see what they can cook up with this sound barrier. If they can pounce on a timing here, Merit can't play spoiler on this soldier.
Sound barrier for Funny Astro staying with Chio. Nerves to steal here. Is this overclock? It's kind of ripping through your front line, but Twisted Minds, Johnny, they managed to escape.
And that's good. You drained another big resource from Team Falcons here, evening up the ultimate economy. Twisted Minds, they go for a wide swing flank here.
They do. Merit gets the sound barrier. They're waiting for Funny Astros. There it is. Merit in a little bit of trouble. You can see them huddling on the payload right now as Twisted Minds try and march forward. There's both annihilations. We're basically looking at the sun at this point. It's so bright. On the high ground, though, TVNT manages to tag Proper as Quartz manages to get him, and oh, they snuck it away from Falcons as well.
And that's what the Symmetra does for you. It flips the map. So Twisted Minds in full control of the payload with a beaming Symmetra, raining damage onto someone. And now they're gonna push forward, not even letting Team Falcons out of spawn. This is Twisted Minds in complete control of this throw.
The body block is so nasty. Someone lucky to escape with his life, but look at the wall percent, Johnny. 88% on wall. You have to fight on this as the payload goes around the final corner.
I mean, this is so scary for your Falcons. You don't want to invest the Kitsune Rush just to gain the tiniest amount of space here. But this is last fight territory with 4 minutes left in the time bank.
TP bait, wall comes in. Kitsune Rush is laid on top of each other as Quartz is nearing another railgun. And Team Falcons, this isn't a backbreaker, this is a mental breaker. Team Falcons, they are falling over. It's like their first day playing Overwatch right now as Twisted Minds finish with 3 minutes and 37 seconds in the time bank. Devastation for Team Falcons.
This is an unbelievable performance coming out of Twisted Minds. We're talking about one of the best teams in Overwatch history in Team Falcons, the reigning world champions. And Twisted Minds make them look like they're straight from Diamond in ranked. It's not even close.
Peep the stats. 2 deaths on the main man Quartz. 0, 0, 0, 0 for the rest.
This is the position you're in when you can't win Symmetra maps. We expected a long series, actually. We expected teams to trade their map picks, their first bans, back and forth. But Twisted Minds, because they won that crucial Dorado, they've put themselves in this position when they're just coasting. Yubi's allowed to play his signature Symmetra, and Team Falcons, they don't have an answer for it.
They need some magic. Falcons need to channel something. Because right now, yeah, they're just falling over. World champions, Johnny, from last year. With Proper on the team. With giants of Overwatch.
And here we go. This is Falcons throwing everything at them. Proper rolls out on the Symmetra. A hero Team Falcons have played before, but you're trying to beat Twisted Minds at their own game.
Oh, Astro's in trouble. Can they actually turn and kill him? There's no way he doesn't die there. Shio dies instead. Astro was caught out there. Looked like he wanted to go for the TP, Johnny, but didn't manage to get it. Oh, Proper. Oh, Proper. He's trying to run. There's no one. There's nowhere to hide. You cannot, I fear, Johnny, you cannot beat Twisted Minds on a Simcom. You just can't.
You talked about the mental game. This is just complete control.
Warfare.
I will say for Falcons here, you might feel at this point that nothing else is working for us. Maybe the Symmetra is the answer. It's something we need to practice. It's something we need to see if it can work for us.
Overclock available for Quartz already. Look at this. Just going around the corner. TP up, hit the ult. Hello. Hunting ducks now. Straight to the skies. Everybody cowering. And Quartz. Oh, just get in the coffin already. He'll nail it shut for you. Twisted Minds holding Falcons on this first point here. Not even a single tick. And someone scurrying to spawn, but can't even make it.
Touch the spawn door challenge. Completed for Twisted Minds. As they poke back and forth. 4 ultimates coming their way, and they are playing with their food.
2 minutes in the time bank, double support ult and a wall coming up. There's the rush early from Fielder. Simple lays one down as well. Finally, Quartz has been taken down. Annihilations for both teams, but someone is 1 HP as TVNT just walks past Team Falcons. I mean, Mary's trying to survive off in this high ground here. Can he get another shot off? No, he cannot. And Falcons looking like Resident Evil campaign extras right now, as Twisted Minds don't even give it a single tick.
1 minute 30 on the timer here, as Team Falcons are going to attempt this push with the sound barrier, with the Symmetra wall. They have the favorable ultimate economy here. This needs to be a fight win.
Quartz in a good spot as well. He's already taken a headshot. The back line there. Both walls deployed. Now Quartz has to decide which one he wants to fight on. Looks like Falcons are going to be able to get a tick, but it's all good. Twisted Minds can let this happen, Johnny.
They can chill for now. They can wrap around, re-secure this angle. Quartz is getting pressured. Here's the sound barrier.
Sound barrier does end up hitting fire as well. TBNT, unfortunately, doesn't have a sound barrier of his own. Yeah, an overwhelming amount of support ults there, and an overwhelming amount of health as well from the beat. He's going to secure them the point.
But they gotta steam ahead and capture this payload real quick. Let's take a listen into Team Falcons and see how to get it done.
웬만하면 계속 쏟아줄게. 계속 쏟아줄게. 근데 키링 하나 치수 쪽에도. 키링 하나 치수. 나좀 맞을게. 준이야, 이거 키링 쳐야겠다. 이거 쳐도. 채우고 기본사 먼저 한 다음에 키링 할 좀 해봐.
얘네 웨이션 가는 거 같은데?
잠깐만.
소나 오른쪽 저기. 나 소자 한번 아니다.
다음이 돼.
나공 어떻게 심해 쳐야 돼. 심해
심해 쳐봐. 다시 쳐봐. 노티비 머리. 티비 없다. 밀자. 그러니까 심해. 루슈 봐.
안에 궁금 내고. 따라가. 나올게 이거 계속.
키랑 얘 티비 없다. 티비 없어서 지금 세게 될 때는 앞에.
아니야, 기계 본다.
키리 공 있다. 야, 앞에 나온다.
쳐야 돼.
쏟아밖에 쏟아. 포커싱. 뒤에 다 막는다.
하나 돼.
아, 못 봤다 이거. 말아줘.
I mean, this is still dire straits for Falcons. They got a minute and 40 left. That was an expensive fight for both teams. Builder manages to make it out alive here, but Proper maybe in a bit of danger.
Twisted Minds, they don't make these fights easy for Team Falcons. Merit pops the overclock here, looking for a pick, but there's no one to find.
TBNT is tanking this, bro. Look at this. Just holding his arms crossed, and there's the wall, and now Merit does receive the beat, but it's just so hard to find an actual target he can shoot at. Eventually they're in a good spot, but Twisted Minds, they're just so good at disengaging with the TPs or just holding S. Unbelievable amount of coordination. Merit and Proper end up getting up kills, but Quartz gets enough. Prosk! He can't keep getting away with it! 4 kills for Quartz! A team kill for Twisted Minds! 50 seconds in the time bank.
He is just so good at the game. This is ridiculous. What an all-star performance from Quartz. The way they turned these fights around with the use of Quartz Sojourn play. It's world class.
Pretty empty ult bank on both sides. Both rushes coming up first. Slow push in here for Falcons, but bleeding down the clock at TM.
Yeah, both teams desperate to get these Kitsune rushes online. You don't want to go in without it. But even so, Falcons, they're going to be stuck on this payload. How does Twisted Minds abuse that positioning?
Oh, nice TP. Insane TP from TM. They've stopped this flank for Falcons. Both rushes laid on top of each other now. Quartz looking for a pick, and he does it again. Chio, where you running, buddy? Because you're not running away from me. Twisted Minds. They knock down another Korean giant to the lowers. A 3-0 dominant victory as EMEA continue to just decimate the upper bracket.
3 Overwatch against my reigning world champions? That is not at all what we woke up and expected this morning. The gap is closed, my friend.
just pure elation on their faces too. Yeah, taking down a reigning world champ. I think history, Johnny, is really being made. If this continues, an upper bracket semi-final spot for Twisted Minds with both Falcon and Raccoon down in the lower bracket. Say that again. Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, both in lowers.
I mean, if you're Weibo Gaming or T1 right now, you're feeling a little scared here as we take a look at the stats.
33-5 for Quartz. TVNT, 31-1. I mean, that ain't close, big guy. That's about as close as our height difference.
I mean, that's as dominant as it gets. Just to contextualize the stakes here, Joss. We've never seen a region be this competitive with Korea. At a major event like this, Korea has always come out on top. They've always had the best talent, the best teams. And now, we're here at the OWCS World Finals, and EMEA has proved that they're looking to hoist that finals trophy.
Here in their native region as well, I mean, what more can you really ask for? But they still have to make it through, right? That lower bracket is going to be deadly, and I've got a good feeling there's going to be some rematches on the horizon as well. I mean, this is insane, and like you said, yeah, Weibo Gaming, they had a spectacular performance yesterday. Can they keep that energy as high as they possibly can? Because you still have to face Raccoon, Falcons at some point to make it all the way to the final. The lower bracket is looking as scary as it ever has, in all honesty.
Yeah, I mean, let's look forward a little bit. Even if you're Crazy Raccoon, if you're Team Falcons in this scenario, it very much feels like they don't have the answer. They're looking for answers, and so can any of these teams realistically stop them?
Well, let's send it down to the stage with Danny, who's joined by Yubi and Quartz.
Thank you so much, Jack. Yes, I am here joined by Yubi and Quartz. They both wanted to do an interview. I feel like they have something to say. Amazing stuff. What an upset. 3-0 victory against Team Falcons. I mean, I have to ask you guys, were you guys surprised that, you know, it was a 3-0 victory? Did you feel like it was supposed to be a closer fight, but you guys dominated? How do you feel, Yubi?
To be honest, I really think we're going to win 3-0 since we were going to give this scrim against Falcon 6-0. So the game, it was really good. So I'm really happy that with the first team in MENA, that they win against Crazy Raccoon, T1, and Falcon. So out of Korea.
All right, and of course for you, I feel like Twisted Mind is very interesting because I heard that you guys don't have a coach. And you guys are just dominating right now. Are you guys just that good? Or are you guys just built different?
I mean, it's two things. One is just we're that good, yeah. And second thing, we do have a coach actually, and it is him. So yeah, no need for a coach, I guess, when you have Yubi.
Wait, so Yubi, you're the coach of the team, or is it Psycho and you, both of them, both?
To be honest, all the players, we make decisions together. We don't have real coach, so we just trust to each other. So that's it.
Do you guys ever feel like you guys ever need a coach or no?
Nah, I don't think so. I think we're doing good so far. We beat Crazy Raccoons and Falcons without a coach. Why get one?
I mean, talking about Falcons, I mean, I have to ask about regions now, right? OWCS beat Crazy Raccoons. You guys beat Team Falcons. Guys, do you guys feel like EMEA is the strongest region in Overwatch right now? What do you think?
I really still think Korea is a way better region than us. But sometimes we're really lucky with the meta, you know? So depends on the meta. So I can't tell you we are better. But I really think Korean is still better. So even if we win.
I think I would say the same. Korea is still better than us, but the gap is closing, I think. I think like the gap used to be very big in the past, but now it is kind of closing, yeah?
Gap is closing. What do you guys think, Stockholm? You guys think the gap is closing? Yeah? I agree as well. All right, Yubi, Quartz, thank you so much. That is it for the interview. Zoe, take it away.
Such humble kings on that stage, joined by Danny and some random letters again. What was that all about? Maybe we'll find out. I'll get our best agent on the case. But for now, let's talk about Twisted Minds. Oh, there's more letters behind me. That's so weird. That's crazy. Like, there's so many hints. But yeah, let's chat. Let's chat. Because this, once again, this is historical. Like, we've never seen two EMEA teams in the grand finals in such a dominant fashion as well.
I'll say this. Quartz and Yubi being humble, I don't think the gap is closed. It's been overtaken. EMEA have just taken down all three Korean teams and sent them down. And I'm the one saying this. T1 send down a low bracket.
EMEA on top!
Send down a low bracket. Falcons now send down a low bracket. Even at mid-season, Twisted Minds took down Crazy Raccoons. So they have beaten all three of those teams. The only team that hasn't lost to a non-Korean team that's not called Weibo either was Falcons, and now they've also lost to an EMEA team as well. I'm sorry, North America. It's EMEA right now that is so much better than everybody. I can't believe this. This is so impressive.
As the
God
EMEA
played.
representative on this desk, I take full credit for all of our achievements. Go Europe, go Europe. And we're doing it here in Stockholm as well. That makes me very happy. Let's talk about this incredible game though, because there is a few individuals that really stood out above the rest. Let's chat.
I mean, come on, it's Quartz, right? Oh my goodness, the performance on the Sojourn was absolutely out of this world. And Quartz is one of those players that has just been a consistent rising stock in EMEA. Joined Twisted Minds back in 2023, was also a part of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia World Cup team that won in 2023 at the end of the year. And since then has just been a staple on this Twisted Minds roster. Really well known for the Sojourn. Of course, can bring out a couple of those other hit scans, but it was the Sojourn today that was the star of the show.
And I feel like a lot of other hit scan plays, a lot of other plays in general get talked about all the time. You have the Merits, you have the Lips of the world, the Prouds of the world as well. But right now, this is Quartz's kingdom, and he's here to rule. This was an unbelievable performance. You can see the clip on screen right now. A 5K clutch. It's unreal. In a situation it was actually a 4v5. TVNT gets demec'd. It's a 5-man beat. Just about come through Machio, and somehow Quartz still gets it done. You see another 4K, and this clip coming up here as well in Kings Row. This is an unbelievable play to the point where I don't know if we're still doing MVP awards, sorry, but if we are, this guy's the clear EMEA MVP.
But I think it's also so impressive that not just outside of course, because you know you have to have setup for this. While he was able to pop off with the overclocks, which is all those charged railgun shots, I think you also have to give a lot of credit to players like UB, TVNT, Simple, Funny, like the whole squad gets accolades for being able to set up a player like Quartz for success. And while UB was being super humble on the stage, you know that a lot of the team's efforts, like a lot of that comes from the big brain that UB has to actually gel this team together, make sure that the Symmetra play can actually be capitalized upon. And even when the Symmetra was banned out in this match, they all still popped off and were able to beat Team Falcons. And I think that is just a true testament to how far EMEA has come, how far Twisted Minds have come, and they are a real threat to win the whole thing.
And you know what I'm just marveling at is the fact that they are managing to get so much out of this composition. Usually, if you're running such a specific comp as a team, that works only for so long and then teams figure it out. But throughout the year, no one can take them down. They're just that good. Technically, you know the answers, but you can't execute.
A consistent thing is just that, how do you get practice against it?
You can't really get that practice unless you are playing against Twisted Minds or OWCS. And you know what? Falcons should have been that team from Korea that could match it, but they couldn't at this stage. Quartz, easy player of the match for me, for probably everyone. Just an unbelievable performance coming on through. Absolutely at the top of his game. Has been for quite some time, but it's weird to say, kind of overlooked as well. Kev's got the EMEA MVP last year. Maybe Quartz deserved it. Again, if there is one this year, he's the clear choice. Quartz is just the absolute best player, probably coming out of EMEA in general. And now you have two EMEA teams in the upper bracket grand final. By the way, a guaranteed finalist from EMEA.
It's also going to be a guaranteed 5-map banger because that's what those two teams always seem to deliver. And there's just so much history between those two teams. So this upper bracket grand final is going to be so spicy, so juicy. It's going to be so good. I'm very excited. But of course, we still have to play through our lower bracket first. We're going to have Crazy Raccoon going up against T1. So we have that Korean battle there. And then, of course, Falcons have to go up against Weibo Gaming as well. Man, these are all so hard to call. Like, anything is possible.
Crazy Raccoon and T1 have had so much experience against each other so far this year. Two finals, a Stage 2 and a Stage 3 domestic Korea final that both went Crazy Raccoon's way, but T1 have had some good games against them in the regular season where they've won. And of course, Falcons, Weibo, these two teams have had so much back and forth. Weibo has been the only non-Korean team that has been able to take down Falcons before. We saw, obviously, Twisted Minds just do it now, but that is always going to be a good game.
Which one are you most excited about? All of them is a correct answer, by the way.
All of them.
Perfect.
Thank you
correct
for giving me that
answer.
one. Yeah, but it's all of them. This is just where the bracket gets the most intense. When the tournament lives are on the line, you're fighting to be able to make it into that lower final and to make it back, to be in the grand finals of the world finals. There's just I love it. This tournament has been amazing so far.
If we're looking ahead at that upper bracket final, though, like, is this just going to be a sim versus sim? Do they have to pull out something special? Like, what do you want to see?
It's going to be a sim-off. This is a El Clasico of EMEA, Alcatia versus Twisted Minds, back and forth. Both of them constantly taking matches and wins off of each other, constantly finding each other's in a final situation as well. So, of course, we were always going to get our Giga Banger from EMEA, Alcad versus TM.
What do you hope to see, Necro? If the world's your oyster, which it is.
Oh, out of the winners finals?
Yes.
I think Avril said it best. I'm just here for the pop-offs. I want to see more like a Sojourn, a head.
You know what we are going to get? We are not going to get another Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons grand final. That is for sure.
Yeah, that's guaranteed.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. Man, this even heading into this event, like looking at who qualified, we had so many players that have made it to every single LAN event, to everything single like World Finals, and we didn't get to see them. And we're just keep on going with the surprises. Everything new, everything shiny. We're so here for it. We are heading into the into the lower bracket actually, just after a quick break. So please stick around. Crazy Raccoon will be going up against T1.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin. In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
Hello and welcome back to the 2025 OWCS World Finals, coming to you live from DreamHack in Stockholm, Sweden. It may be cold outside, but things are heating up in here. We've had some incredible surprises in our upper bracket, and now we're turning the page and head into the lower page, book references. They're not with me apparently, but yeah, let's talk about the lower bracket.
No, wait, that's wrong.
You should have
we will get
should have just left it there, but that's all right. And we give you cliff notes.
I am
No,
helping you
actually,
out.
we're gonna give you the deep dive notes. That's what we're gonna do here on the desk, because that's why I have my analysts, Avril and Necro, joining me for all things Overwatch once again. And we have some interesting matchups to talk about. These are matchups that we would have probably expected to see in the upper bracket, not in the lower bracket.
I know.
And now these teams are facing elimination at the World Finals.
Yeah, I mean, this is a culmination of, I think, a couple of years now coming in where it's just such a surprise to see two Korean teams facing off in a lower bracket. An elimination game between two teams that have faced each other so many times this year, so many back and forth games, a couple of grand finals in there. Crazy Raccoon, they've been overall the better team, but T1, they've been itching to take Crazy Raccoon down in a high-stakes game like this.
Yeah, let's talk about Crazy Raccoon first. As you said, they currently do have the lead in the head-to-head, but they have been playing it close. What made Crazy Raccoon come out on top?
Crazy Raccoon are still the more veteran team. They are still better when it really counts. There is a 4-3 match record favor for Crazy Raccoon, but 2 out of those were from grand finals. And this is where it actually counts. You can beat Crazy Raccoon in the regular season. Multiple teams have done that, but where it counts is in the high stakes game, when you're about to be eliminated, when you're actually in the final itself. That has been where T1 have fumbled and have choked. T1, if they want to get past this kind of moniker, this label of them choking important games, this has to be a big T1 win.
But I think for the Crazy Raccoon team, this is one that I think still is struggling to sort of find their identity in this tournament. We came into this expecting that off-tanks were going to be very good, but they're still floating around the idea of swapping Max and Junbin in and out of the roster. And while Max started off with a good tournament, this last match that they just played looked a little bit more like they were struggling to kind of figure out how to deal with these EMEA teams.
I think these teams both have very similar strengths in terms of how they're going to play the roster as well. You have the Max Junbin situation, but you also have the Dong and Jasmine situation as well.
Yeah, that's
that was
right.
a little bit easier to solve during the regular season because, well, Dongak just played like 99% of the games, but now for this event, Jasmine's probably played more. So in this type of matchup where you know both teams probably are more likely to favor Dai, probably more likely to favor Junbin that we see here in the starting lineup, Dongak might be in the starting lineup as well. Crazy Raccoon and T1 might just handshake this one, gentleman's agreement. No Symmetra, no Brawl, let's just play some Honest Dive.
Yeah, but that's actually making this entire matchup even more exciting, right? Because we know that they're familiar with each other, but they're not familiar with each other in the constellation that we've seen so much of with those tank swaps heading into this very event. If we're talking about the opposition here, T1, I mean, clearly some players stood out above the rest and had... are we saying it again? A generational performance because Necro hates it so much. But really, I mean, that's what it came down to. If we're looking at the DPS comparison, though, they have to go up against T-Sang, they have to go up against Lip. Like, even in their loss, Lip was out there. He was trying, okay?
But you know what? I think Proud can take them. Think about the performance that Proud just put on yesterday. And I think you got to look at this hit scan, and especially the dominant performance that Quartz had today. A lot of the pressure is really going to be on the hit scans. Cheer if you love Chick. I love that. What did you say over here, Avril?
Just acknowledging a fan. Yeah, Avril theory is true. It is true. Thank you, fan, so much for that one. Thank you, fan, for that one.
We're going to, at some point, actually need you to give us like the real rundown of the Avril theory.
100-meter gap. That's it. It's not you get the first 100 meters. It's you have a gap of. So if it's 10 meters to 110, theory activated.
All right. Okay. Well, maybe that comes into effect. But so far, our maps have not actually gotten to the point where I think the Avril theory has actually initiated.
Where has the push been?
Actually, you're like 0-2 predictions today. That's crazy.
Just, you know,
imagine going for the Korean team.
Shame on me for going for the Korean team.
Wait a minute.
Shame on me. Wait till you see my next few Preds.
Jay, wind that out.
Hey guys,
we can be right with a Korean team.
We all have to
right
pred
now.
for a Korean team this time.
True.
Enough.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, a Korean team will be coming out on top of this one. So lock it in. Let's chat T1 though. They have to be considered the underdog, but not by much. Even though when we're talking about those Korean teams, it's always about Team Falcons, it's always about Crazy Raccoon, but T1 is up there.
Exactly, and I think that's, again, where we turn our attention back to Proud on this Sojourn, just really dominant. And I think if you can continue to like kind of feel it yourself, right? Sometimes playing Hitscan is just all about the confidence. It's all about the aura. If you can like aura hacks Crazy Raccoon, I think it's actually going to be a matchup that Proud can take.
And Proud has had a bit more of a quiet season, specifically against Lip, but right now he's on fire. Lip has been good as well, but Proud is having the type of performance that we praised Quartz just in our previous match for. These are the top plays, these are the top hit scans so far. Lip has traditionally been the GOAT of not just his position, but right now all of Overwatch, and the only title he's missing is World Champion OWCS. If he falters now, then he's going to miss out on that one, and we don't know if we'll even see Lip next year. This might be his last chance.
Yeah, I would love to be able to see Lip hold a trophy as one of the final moments, but maybe I also just don't want to see him retire. But I think for T1, if they want to actually win this matchup today, it is going to be banking a lot on just kind of like the fundamentals that they've worked on throughout the course of the season. And when we actually look at Korea, it's funny, you say T1, oh, you know, they're Korea third seed, they're coming into this underneath Crazy Raccoon as well as the Falcons, but I think it makes sense that we will end up seeing T1 start with Donghack.
This is the thing, right? When I look at these two teams, they may just look at the mid and say, we don't have to do that. We're two Korean teams. We both want to play Dive. Crazy Raccoon want to play Jimbin. T1 want to play Donghack. Let's just gentleman's agreement in this one. We can have a ball off. Maybe we'll go to Ilios, just have a ball versus ball mirror. These are the best two ball teams in the world. They're very familiar with each other, and they might just want to play what they're familiar with as well. What will get really crazy is, once we move things along, are we going to get the Max and Jasmines coming in to say, like, you know what, maybe we'll try and get a little bit of that off-tank play in there as well.
Now, if T1 did their homework and watched the last few matches from Crazy Raccoon, what is their takeaway? What's the crack in the armor? Where do you think they see an opportunity to come out on top?
That's really hard to say, because I think that you have to remember that like Crazy Raccoon is one of those teams that they understand what kind of like defeat will feel like. You got to have that bounce back and that strong mental, and so I hope that this is one where they can bring it back.
Well, both teams are finding themselves in the lower bracket at the brink of elimination. I can't believe that I have to say that about Crazy Raccoon and T1. They're about to take to the stage, so let's send it over to Adam.
Thank you so much, Zoe, Nekra, Kev. You look fabulous today, by the way, folks on the desk. Hey, my guys, this is fantastic. Obviously, DreamHack are ready and raring to go. Who would have thunk it earlier on today? Two EMEA teams making their way into the upper bracket final tomorrow. It's exciting. It really spices things up. But now is when we disembark at Elimination Station off the train, because from this point onwards, there are 4 teams left, only 1 space left in World Championship Sunday. We're ready to rock and roll. We have got a huge Korean showdown right here, right now. So let's meet those teams. First up, it's Crazy Raccoon. Please welcome to the stage once more, Chorong, Heesang, Jumbin, Lip, Shu, Max, and Spitz. They are eager for redemption to remain in this competition. The fans are ready, and they are ready too. Can they defeat their foes and progress through to the next round? And facing them, would you please welcome their opponents to the stage? It's T1! We welcome Proud, Zest, Jasmine, Donghack, Skewed, Vigilante, and Viper. A roller coaster ride of results, wins, losses, and sweeps. This is a team that prides itself on pace, energy, fearlessness that requires a championship mindset and world-class execution if they're to beat their challengers. Best of luck to both of our teams. This is going to be one for the history books indeed. DreamHack, at this point in the competition, and you folks at home as well, we need you to make as much noise, be as loud as possible. So one more time, I'm asking you, Stockholm, please, make some noise! You're beautiful, you're beautiful. Let's hop into it right now. Here we go. It's all about to go down. Crazy Raccoon T1, let's get it on.
will be Crazy Raccoon and T1 battling for their tournament lives. I'm Jake. I'm joined by Matt, Mr. X, to cast this match. And I mean, what a world. How long has it been? Has it ever happened? We've seen all 3 Korean teams, our Chinese team, all facing elimination. Only one of them will be left at the end of the day.
It is, I mean, we haven't seen this in
ever? I mean,
probably ever.
Genuinely
Yeah,
ever.
probably ever. But with the way that TM has obviously played and Quartz playing on another level, OWCS as well, it felt like coming into this event, it was a possibility. I just don't think anybody really expected to see it. But here we are with CR versus T1, and I think obviously it's our #1 team in Korea versus #3. But T1's played everybody pretty tough here.
They have. I think Proud has had a breakout performance. He's been this vaunted hitscan player next up on the block. Young player going up against one of the veterans of the sport in Lip. I mean, this guy's talked about as one of the greatest of all time, and you'd be kind of crazy not to put him in that conversation. But if you give it the eye test this tournament, I think Proud's been the better hitscan player, and that's a remarkable achievement over someone like Lip.
I mean, for my money, right? I mean, Proud and Quartz have been the 2 best hitscan players here. And look, I mean, outside of maybe like 1 or 2 games from Proud really early on, it has not really been that close. So for me, Proud, if you continue to see that play out of him for T1, this could be a series they could certainly take. I will also say for T1, their bans and their different strategies that they've used throughout the tournament have been very effective. I mean, you think back to kind of like some of the Sigma Symmetricums they ran against TM. They were very innovative there. Yeah, a lot of different changes here. CR, they will get rid of Ashe early on here in the series, and then T1, it'll be a Lucio ban.
It's an interesting choice here to take away the Ashe, and I think I'm really interested to see the strategic direction of this series, because these are 2 teams that have been struggling against these European sim looks all tournament long. Finally, they get to sink their teeth into a matchup that's a little bit more comfortable for them. Fans here in the venue joining us in Stockholm, and of course the fans around the world watching. Few would have predicted that maybe either of these teams will be going out so soon, but of course we've come to that point in the tournament. We're only going to be saying goodbye from here on out.
And I don't even think, some of the arguments online will probably be like, oh, well, it's like Sim comps, whatever. Sim was stronger back at the midseason championship in Riyadh.
It should be weaker.
It should be weaker, right? The teleporter obviously has been nerfed since then. I know some adjustments to kind of bring her back up, but still, it feels like Sim was stronger at that moment, not as strong now. It's just the rush comes from the EMEA teams. Just kind of reigns supreme, especially with a lot of off-tanks in the meta. Interesting, though, that Donghak will be in the lineup here to kick things off for T1.
I mean, it is Ilios, right? And Crazy Raccoon made the Winston look insane on this map previously.
Yeah.
And so I think for T1, these are 2 teams that are relatively comfortable in this mirror. However, I think when you take this Symmetra away, well, the hit scans are going to really get going in this opening map. Lip has to start strong. And I wonder, will CR go with this Tracer Sombra style that they've liked in the past?
Yeah, and I mean, with this lower bracket, I expect to see gameplay not similar to the rest of the tournament, right? With these 4 teams down there, Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, Weibo, and T1, all of them want to play some variation of dive and aggression. You may end up just seeing it there to get to a finals. This is Jasmine, the tank on the bench right now for T1. Has played a lot, though, throughout the tournament. It'll be interesting to see if they bring him in later on.
I think both Max and Jasmine, look at them, top 2 in the damage per minute. That's incredible. And honestly,
of course,
I think at some point in this series, they're likely both to come in, right, to see some of this off-tank play.
One of the more interesting things there is, like, you do not see Lip or Merit on that sheet right there. I mean,
those are players that have lifted trophy after trophy.
Yeah.
That have earned real veterancy here.
Quartz is in that mix. Proud is in that mix. Just some fantastic Shy as well. Hit scan play by some of the other players in this tournament, as I think, for my money, Proud could definitely win this series for T1, cause another massive upset.
Absolutely. I think there's a lot of pressure on especially the flex DPS with Tracer taking some nerfs, forced into all these uncomfortable picks. I actually think this is a fantastic tournament for Heesing. As good as he is on the Tracer, he is a player who I think is more happy than most to go deep into the hero pool. If you make this a question of flexibility, Heesing has all the answers. And as we go to Ilios, this may not be the map to showcase it. This might still be the haven for Tracer.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're talking Winston Tracer, this is just one of those iconic matchups here in Overwatch Esports. Two of the best teams in the world at Dive, going head-to-head, familiar opponents, friends even, but now on opposite sides of the stage, only one can survive.
And sure, you may be able to get to tomorrow playing that dive style, but you are going to have to go through 2 Rush teams to win this World Finals for any of the teams that make it out of this lower bracket. Feels like eventually you're going to have to deal with that problem. It may not be though today.
But you can't think about that yet, Matt. We've got a critical match to play. 2 more to survive into Championship Sunday for these squads. Honestly, Crazy Raccoon should be the heavy favorites. Cheers of fighting from the fans here in the venue in Stockholm. Both teams considering what do they want to play. Will it be the Winston? Will it be the Wrecking Ball? This is Ruins after all.
So it looks like some old school honest Overwatch here is T1 looking like they will play Winston with Tracer and Freya, and it will be CR like you talked about. Lit piloting the Sombra, one of his most famous heroes, that and the hit scan. So we'll see how impactful he can be.
You might think there's no hit scan on this Crazy Raccoon lineup, but remember, Shu on this Ana. Disgusting place throughout the tournament. Great move. Sends Vigilante out of the flank, has to TP back. That leaves Zest on an island now. The cascade of abilities, T1 trying to stay alive. Counter push comes. Hold on, Vigilante finds Lip. And CR dropping the first player, still healthy. Playing around this break, skewed. An iconic player on the roll. Proud takes down Junbin, and T1 finds the first cap.
And this would be scary for CR, right? You played a game today, maybe you're a little bit down in the dumps, you get T1 coming in, playing pretty hot after last night, and if Proud can continue that strong performance, you're in a world of trouble.
Shu climbing up to a perch on the high ground. Be crucial for this fight. But T1 bunkering so efficiently. Oh, sleep attempted. Recall from Zest at the sound cue. He doesn't want to take that chance against a player like Shu, and that's understandable. Now he sneaks around once again, making Crazy Raccoon consider the backline. They want to keep pushing forward. Here comes Junbin with the jump. Dongak takes a step back here, playing his life well. And with the point in contention, T1 forced to make some action here. Forced to take this fight. Heesing with the pulse bomb, needs to get this connection. This is going to be critical when Junbin takes down Dongak. The distraction good enough.
Yeah, they're just not able to keep Donghak alive. I mean, constantly getting poked down by Shu and the rest of Crazy Raccoon, and then eventually Junbin healthy enough to get in there and make a play. And with Vigilante and Skewed both under pressure, not able to heal up that Winston's, the point does flip to CR.
This has been the calling card of CR, just the boa constrictors on this composition. Poking you out from all angles, pulling you apart, and now sensing a chance to strike. The nano onto Junbin. Proud, trying to get back to his team. A beautiful bio nade from Shu catches 2, but it's not enough to secure the kills. Junbin doesn't find the chance to go deep. Choroy falls. And T1 resurgent into this fight with the Kitsune rush. Sleep on Zest, but they can't follow up the kill. The Winston is there to protect. And now, CR lose point.
And we've also talked about, Jake, where the Freya's really good against some of these Winston-based comps, and nobody really else for CR able to put any pressure onto Proud, so he just gets high in the sky, and no way they can contest him, and he's just pumping in tons of damage to everybody on Crazy Raccoon.
Lip still charging that EMP. This is a brutally challenging comp to play Sombra against. Both the Brig and the Kiri, remarkably powerful tools. Dongak pulls the enemy to chase him into the spawn, playing around that primal if they don't take the bait. Instead, CR find the moment to strike, rush on the point, stepping up. T1 playing slow, giving a bit of time, but still right back into this rally from Skewed. He's low, but Dongak has found Shu. Does cost Skewed his life. Trades are good. Dongak with the primal though keeps this one in contention. CR have found the flip though, so the fight is really turning against T1. The fact that they give up this flip, Dongak likely to just take the fast reset, knows it can't be done.
Yeah, and as soon as you lose Skewed, who's got that rally going at that time, you also lose Proud, basically. Right after him, Junbin jumps right on top of the both of them. The Donghak Primal doesn't even give you an opportunity to extend the point where Crazy Raccoon already has it in that position, and now CR with a great opportunity here, Jake. EMP potentially could just kind of bait T1 on in.
Zest has to use a ton of blinks just to come across the choke. Lip and Isang waste no time peeling him out, but that should give Proud a little opportunity. Now it's Junbin pulling the attention. You just can't quite get past these choke points. CR providing an immaculate defense to the Ana. EMP wasted.
Just hit Donghack.
Is it enough? No, not for a kill. The repush could be brutal. Pulse bomb to save the day. Not good enough. Stu with the block. Now T1 forced to get back into this. The clock ticks on. No chance to regroup. You've got to get into this fight. Crowd is down. Bullet shot is out. No kills from it. And Junbin doing the most with the primal rage. T1 crumbling and CR dominate on the ruins.
Started off pretty good for T1. And then after that, it is all Crazy Raccoon. So we'll see how T1 decides to bounce back. They get off to a pretty good start, right? But then Junbin, and then also Lip really got in the mix. Made it very difficult for Proud to stay alive.
Yeah, and they struggled, and it really was the team play that did the job for CR. I mean, across the board, an embarrassment of riches from this team. One of the best support lines to be assembled in the history of Overwatch Esports. Chorong and Shu, multiple-time title winners, respectively on different teams and now together. T1 struggling to break that chokehold, and once again, Lip on the Sombra, full comfort, playing around these hack packs. Proud put up some big damage last round. It wasn't enough. Can he find a difference maker kill in this opener?
Is this map, though, here on Well, a little bit better for survivability for the Freya? It feels like with some of these line of sights, I know maybe a little bit more open, a little bit easier for the Freya to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, Shu in particular, I think, is going to have a much tougher test. Donghack closing the gap, knows where Shu will be playing. Reads the play perfectly, but Shu steps away for now. Donghack dares not chase deep. Gives him parting shots. The cleanup is there. Somber Tracer. Can anyone find Donghack? Yes, it's Lip. Hunts him down. CR take the point flip, and T1 starting to ask some questions about this style.
I mean, it doesn't feel like a style that they are able to beat Crazy Raccoon at. It feels like a play style that is right up CR's alley in T1. I mean, without, some of the other games that they've had really good counter strats to some of the things that teams have done. Just trying to take this almost kind of, dive matchup. It is not going to go well.
Let him know. Message received. Zest, what is your reply? Now the walk up. Proud wants to take that high ground. He's saying defending it. The help of the Tracer should be able to move up. The Crazy Raccoon just setting the trap, daring you to step forward, daring you to test them on this point. He's saying battling on this Tracer flank. Doesn't want to let Zest through. Zest grabs the pack away from him though and has a fight to be had. Now, Pulse, no joy. Bash almost takes Scoot off the map. He took a risk there, but drops down low and is still fighting. But Shu, once again, the man in the ivory tower here in the back, and no one has been able to bridge the gap on him.
Yeah, I mean,
expert in this position.
He's going to get the nano here as Chorong is able to stay alive. And even when this fight kicked off, you're going to be able to nano Junbin, send him in, and he is just going to cause chaos for T1.
Here he comes. Nano is good. It's on to the skewed rally, who starts to get low, caught, pincered by the Tracer as well. With a kill in the support, it could be good enough. Primal popped. TP available for the Kiriko. Can she get out after that swim step? He's looking for more. Zest, meanwhile, though, is cleaning the back line, and the jumps are good. He's off the map. Junbin. A rare misstep from the main tank for Crazy Raccoon. And T1 wastes no time in seizing the flip.
So a few kills go in favor of T1, and even though the Primal is rolling for Junbin, not able to find anything, the Nano expended there as well for Crazy Raccoon. But here you go. Now you have an opportunity. Kitsune Rush plus EMP. No big support ultimate on the side of T1. So it really is only one more fight for CR to get this flip. So still in a very good position.
Shu stands his ground. Bullies the enemy Tracer away. The hack pack. No resources possessed in the backline. He's got to work with so little here. Lip stepping up. Looking for a chance to find the EMP. Junbin's already found Vigilante. Here comes the EMP on a Donghack. He's down. No chance to Primal. Now, CR surging forward. They want to get on this tap. T1 gonna give the flip. Look for a last-second touch into the overtime regroup. CR would love to choke out this fight, get some dominant kills. They have the overtime touch for now. T1 The next comes from Skew, but will Zest die? He's caught alone in the back line. Lives for just a moment longer. And maybe it'll be enough. Donghak is back with the Primal. Pulse Bomb, no connection. Donghak still waiting. Now the TP out from the Kiriko. Could look for more. Shu is hiding. You can't find him. Here he comes in the sights. Donghak dives in. Primal out on the cards here.
Oh, nice lead.
He should be up soon, though. And Shu does go down. Primal Rage advantage is enough. Both supports down. CR just fighting with the DPS. And Lip caught on the teleport. T1 retaking this control. CR, one last test to answer to have this Ilios in the bag.
Man, nicely by Shu. It is not enough, though, for CR to close out the map. T1 not going down easy as Donghak gets good value out of that Primal. The Pulse Bomb there from Heesang just hit onto the Winston bubble, so didn't feel to have the profit at that time. Shu with the Nano. Let's see who he decides for the target here.
The counter poke is good. T1 aren't giving up anything for free. But CR taking this top control. Zest finds Heesang. Massive kill. And now trying to get down on a Proud. It's enough from Junbin. Very close to that Primal. The rally trying to give up this backline. It's not enough. Junbin slams them to the floor. Primal looking for the finish. T1 nowhere to be found. Have to dance away. You cannot stand tall against the Primal Rage. No TP left. Vigilante could be in trouble. No, manages to get back on the map. Now it's desperation for T1, looking to hold on. Junbin reads the play. Now, blood in the water, dives into the choke point. Whip shot missed. Scoot has to fall back. Crazy Raccoon just picking them apart one by one as they step up to the point. Zest keep this overtime going for quite some time, but Chorong finds Proud. Things dwindling for T1, a desperation Doomfist. Surely not like this. The rush as well. Chorong finds another. And T1 falling apart on Ilios. The rush as well, an embarrassment of ultimates. And CR open strong on their map pick. The #1 seed from Korea, proving pride of place here. T1 looking like the little brothers for now. What will they respond with on their map pick?
Yeah, they did a nice job of just kind of cycling on to the point there, touching it, kind of keeping OT rolling, but not able to find any kills there were T1. Donghak back on the Doomfist, just trying to make a play for the point. He ends up falling, and CR. Look, if you're going to take that type of duel with them in this, like, fast, aggressive dives type of play style, T1 is going to be in a lot of trouble. It feels like they got to try something else here to swing this game in their favor, and at least now it looks like Donghak getting up, so we might see Jasmine come in, which would mean a pretty big shift in terms of play style.
I think that's the huge shift is exactly what the doctor ordered for T1 in this series. We take a look at the stat card and look at Junbin, man. Huge performance on the Winston, really being enabled by this Tracer Sombra style, not to mention Shu, keeping the death to a minimum there. Crazy damage output from your Ana, by the way. That's on top of the nades, on top of the sleeps. I mean, you're really getting a lot of aggression out of an Ana in that comp. And these dives, man, Crazy Raccoon are so patient. They wait for the perfect moment to strike, but when they strike, it is brutal. Absolutely executing these T1 players on the walk-up.
Yeah, and I mean,
this is
nasty. I mean, this is pushing him back into the spawn. The bags are out there for Heesang, and
he threw down the gauntlet right there, Matt. I mean, there's
there's no. Yeah, but they didn't really swing back.
There's no misinterpretation. I mean, for Zest, it's like he's telling you to get out. He's telling you to go home. And if you lose this match, that's exactly what's going to happen. Zest needs to reply strong in the next series.
It just does not feel like T1 really playing to their strengths there, at least to me. Because, like, their strength, I mean, obviously they're a good dive team, but against Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they would love to play that style every match, every map, and it's like you're just playing into it. And, you're probably not as good playing that type of style against them. So it feels like, that's exactly playing into what CR wants to see.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, though, this is Ilios, right? This is the way of the Winston. Crazy Raccoon got exactly what they wanted, tactically setting themselves up, advantage in the series. We got a lot of Overwatch left to play, though, Matt. And I think T1 have some interesting tricks up their sleeve. We've seen that from them all tournament long. They've been willing to bring out the Sigma, bring out the Symmetra, things that the other Korean squads here really haven't dabbled in. And I think it's that flexibility, it's that adaptability, and it's, especially Jasmine coming in that maybe unlocks some of those threatening potentials.
Yeah, but if they never go to it, what's the point, right? I mean, we saw them do it against Twisted Minds, but not against anyone else. So like we talked about, Jasmine will come in for Donghack. We just showed a little bit of a stat graphic before about how good Jasmine has been throughout this tournament, playing a lot of these off tanks. So we'll get a chance to see what T1 decides to do in terms of maps. Maybe some comp changes. It looks like here we're also going to get a sub. So Max is going to come in for Junbin.
Must be an off-tank map pick here.
Shambali?
Yeah, both teams are the same read. I mean, Shambali's been so popular, but for the most part, from my perspective, that's a feature of like Veril wanting to play these double flex support comps, and the European teams really wanted to play Symmetra. But what does T1 really want to play? I mean, they have been a chameleon this tournament. They've been adapting to each opponent one after the other. But I feel that beating CR demands more than adaptation. It demands a vision, a belief in that, a look that you have, a unique style that you can bring that CR can answer.
Yeah, so they go over to King's Row. They will ban Zarya off the rip, and Venture will go by CR. So with Zarya gone, you're looking at Jasmine on D.Va here, D.Va Ramatra potentially. Then CR gets rid of Venture, where we've seen Zest put up some crazy games on that hero.
Jasmine throwing down the gauntlet on D.Va, which has been an absolutely dominant hero this tournament. I mean, maybe the best tank in the tournament, maybe defining, I think, what we might expect to see in our upper finals, maybe even the grands. D.Va performers, big names have been made on this stage. TVNT and Ziad, breakout stars from Saudi Arabia. Now Jasmine and Max trying to stay alive. Remember, only one of these teams, of the 4 we're about to see, can survive into Championship Sunday. I mean, that's a tough spot to be. We've got to send a lot of great players home today.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you talked about, obviously, Ziad and TVNT. You think, for EMEA, right? Obviously, you have the OWCS in Stage 3, but you also have the Saudi E-League, where there's a lot of talented players coming out of that region, coming out of that league. But it also gets really high levels of competition, real games for those two teams against each other. They've kind of forged each other into, obviously, world-beating type teams where CR, T1, Falcons, and Weibo now trying to climb the mountain of the loser bracket to just get an opportunity tomorrow coming out of losers to maybe make some noise. But if you're T1 here, you're probably looking at playing some type of D.Va comp. Do you even think about playing Sim? We've seen them play some Sim. I know Zest could actually pull it out. And with the Venture gone, maybe it's something you're like, hey, you know what? We didn't really plan on it, but this is a pretty decent opportunity to do so.
A lot of options here for T1. It's time for them to set the stage, right? And to really take control of this series. Coaches had an opportunity to prepare this. You knew you were going up against Crazy Raccoon on Ilios. That was predictable. Honestly, losing the map shouldn't be a shock to you, right? That is the stronghold for Crazy Raccoon. Very few teams can challenge them in that kind of a comfort zone. And even for T1, you don't have to win that map, right? You can give that one up and make the run back in the series, but it's got to start here. You got to plant your flag. You got to show your look. And Jasmine may be part of that success. Max has kind of been, he's been the second fiddle tank player, and now he's kind of called upon, I think, in this meta to lead and play more often than not.
Yeah, especially how often we're seeing these off-tanks heroes in the meta. We can take a look also, guys. Scarlet Flare bundle still available here at home. Make sure you contribute to the OWCS World Finals prize pool. That's how we were talking. All these skins look awesome. You get that trophy emote as well. For my money, the Freya skin, that's the one right there. I mean, that thing looks awesome.
Beautiful name cards, great art. Blizzard, they don't miss. They don't miss. The artists.
No, I mean, every skin, that kind of comes out. And it feels like even lately they've kind of hit a new gear. They've set a new kind of level for the skins they got coming in Overwatch 2. And obviously this bundle goes to support the prize pool. So if you love the action you're seeing here, support the players, make the prize pool as high as we can get it here for the World Finals.
Dude, look at this. This is the new level of tech. Look at the players have got a little fan for their hands while they're playing. I've seen a couple players with one of those. That's next level. I never had one of those.
I mean, did you need it?
Apparently.
I mean, maybe that was the difference all those World Cups ago.
That was probably it.
Yeah, we didn't get a Jake fan hand cam.
I need a hand fan.
Yeah, a hand cam. So we take a look at our incoming subs. So Max for CR, Jasmine for T1.
I mean, these guys are the top 2 damage per minute in the tournament, right? Like, these have been the heaviest hitters. Zarya's off the table, though, which has been, I think, a strong point for both of them. So the fact that T1 banned this, they're showing real confidence in Jasmine's flexibility, willing to go deeper into the hero pool, straying away from the really core rush style that we've heard Max is very comfortable on. And so I think maybe going this D.Va direction is the way they can differentiate themselves.
Yeah, you go with the D.Va here. Possibility, as I was talking about as well, you can end up playing some type of sim, as we've seen T1 play in the past. So some options here for them that can make it quite interesting here.
Yeah, the Venture ban does surprise me quite a bit, though. Because honestly, Heesang has used the Venture in the past to great effect. It's been central to CR winning a lot of these matches. And I mean, Zest has played it too, but it didn't strike me going into this match as like the hero that really T1 would want to play in particular.
So as we get into game, we'll see who we have starting on the defensive side of things first. That'll be obviously where you can tell a little bit more about what's going on. But CR with a chance to really take a dominant lead in this series, Shake. An opportunity here for them to go up 2-0. And hey, I was talking about it, right? We saw them play this the other day against TM. It was one of our games that we did in the studio, and this comp looked sick. We've been wondering why we haven't seen anybody play it. We were saying that we saw some of the players, I know, from EMEA, and we were asking them about it. They're like, hey, there might be something there. We'll see if T1 can make it work here against Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon fans, just a little bit louder. Could that be the difference here with the fighting cheers? Fans came out so far to support their teams in Stockholm. Such a journey left if they want to reclaim a chance, just a chance, to be our OWCS world champion here in Stockholm. That's what's at stake as Crazy Raccoon rolled out. And Heesang comes to the Genji.
Yes, I mean, the Genji, we've talked a little bit about it on some of these maps with that high ground. You're able to kind of get up there, make some wild plays. And Lip also over to the Ashe here. So CR already getting control of the high ground, kind of forcing T1 to wrap around.
Jasmine steps up with the Sigma, wasting no time, getting aggressive. Trades starting to come in though, and CR are gonna be happy to take down Proud. T1 have some difficult decisions to make, and so far it's not going well for them, being picked apart at the seams. CR flanking them from all sides, harassing down the last remaining defenders. Jasmine staying healthy, and T1 seeming to stabilize. Be a great sign for them if they can make a clutch hold here, but Zest naded, cleaned up by Heesang. The dash resets are good. Genji is low. Has to battle back into this. Sig also falls, and that'll be the end of this first point. CR cut them to pieces with ease.
Yeah, and just that ticking damage constantly from Lip connecting with those dynamites. A nice bio grenade there from Shu connects onto Zest. This helps finish off that sim as CR is trying to push through the second part of the map. Let's go to a listen in.
바꿨다 얘네 바꿨다. 나 바꿀게. 혼자 있었나? 나 바꿀게. 기다려봐. 야 나 여기다 이거. 야 얘네 우양구 하나 거든 이거? 나는 있어. 여기 먼저 여기부터 할래. 여기부터 하면 되죠? 여기부터 하는 게 좋아 보이긴 해. 우리가 여기라고 나가고 가자 그러면. 내가 콜할게. 내가 콜 기본 일단 라바 스킵부터 뺄게. 기다려. 야 라운드 봐. 쳐줄게 이거. 야 여기 기다려. 이렇게 맞지마. 여기 고고고고 여기. 나갈게 가. 기다려 여기 고. 왼쪽 우양. 심해 필이야. tip상 뒤에 tip이다. 뒤에. 심해 가자. 심해 잡고. 내려봐. 라바 치자. 라바 이거 1배 안 되나? 깨우지 마. 이거 내려봐. 켜야 돼. 나이스 너 혼자 나 지금? 라바 쳐봐. 뒤에 들어왔다. 다 켜야 돼. 와, 힘든데. 야, 라마. 와, 행이다. 형 살아야 돼. 알아. 라마다. 맞아. 깨우지 마. 뛰어.
The blade is sharp. Heesang finds two. The delayed kill onto Jasmine, and T1 now on the cusp of being absolutely destroyed through King's Row.
This looks like it could be a beatdown. I mean, CR.
It's getting scary. CR won this matchup time and time again. Zavril talked about on the desk, especially in these high pressure moments. Jasmine, he's just not there in time. 5 minutes in the bank. CR, it just doesn't get better than that.
And I mean, you have Bob. You're going to be able to use this nano onto Max and cycle that into an annihilation. I mean, this is brutal stuff at a T1.
Yeah, T1 are going to really struggle right now. We needed a beautiful team fight. Out of the backline, but Zesty's down. Slammed by the Bob. The rush forced to be deployed, but it's purely defensive from Vigilante. And he can't even hold on to the checkpoint. As this stim wall expires, Max pops the Annihilation Shoe. There with the Nano Boost. This time it's on to Heesang. He finds Proud, cutting apart the backline. There's the second. Echo in the third. No one to escape to. Vigilante, no one's alive. You cannot TP. And CR ticking that cart forward with the ultimate advantage coming into what could be the final fight of this Kings Row offense. T1 desperate. They need to do better than this.
I mean, they are just getting dumpstered back to the spawn door at the moment. Chorong's going to be able to use his Kitsune rush here over the point as Heesang's getting close to yet another blade. Jasmine with the Annihilation. They're just going to try and work this Ram down, and they're not able to keep him up.
Max on his back, Shu in a free fire zone, but 2 kills are massive. Lip finds another. Hold on, the Ram touching the point. Shu doing God's work here, has to keep this Ram up, try to put down what damage he can. That kill from Lip makes it possible, but now with Jasmine onto the point, he'll have to back off.
Yeah,
Shu and Lip just deadly, even in that difficult scenario.
Yeah, and it looks like Max got kind of like booped off of the payload there, else that nade would have hit, and then maybe you're able to keep that Ramatra alive. Zest gets quite low here as Lip tries to take high ground. Dynamite gonna put some ticking damage down onto the supports.
Shu, 70% to that nano. Blade online for Heesang. Does he want to pull it early? Yes, he does. Waste no time. No risk taken. Tidal Blast, though, it's stabilizing. Keeping this Asher alive. She turns it around. Heesang bites up more than he can chew. And T1 staking their claim on Kings Row.
So that is risky there from Heesang. The Tidal Blast goes on to Proud, and he thinks he can just slice through it. You know, before that stun comes off and he gets knocked to the ground and then finish off there by Proud. A change here away from the Genji, gonna go and play the Mei. So we've seen a little bit more Mei tick up in action today, specifically on Kings Row.
Yeah, wants to play more for that rush style, isolate the payload. While no good block there just yet. Shu has the nano though, this could be a big advantage. Look at these heal up, Lip, the heals miss from Shu, hold on, Proud gets that kill. Bob though, still getting something, there's still more fight to be had. Rush deployed for the defense. T1 trying to hold down, but Max is at the spawn door, denying anyone from coming out, anyone from contesting this card. It's just Jasmine. He has to fight against the world, blocking everything, getting beautiful heals from this backline. Zest with a pulse, no connection. As Max takes out, loses that Ram form, and oh no, it's Proud on the Widow. A healthy tank on the cart. Crazy Raccoon stalling at the final hurdle. T1 with a grasp into this map.
Another hold here from T1. So this starting to get a little bit interesting, Jake. 5 minutes here for Crazy Raccoon to finish off the map, and T1 taking more than 2 minutes off of that at the moment. So, you know, you had Max with the Annihilation, with the Nano Boost there, and you had an early first pick, and you're not able to get it done. Some fantastic healing from Skewed, specifically on the Jasmine. Ooh, Vortex almost catches Proud out.
The kunai as well, almost did enough, but Max is low, took a risk for that. Being punished now. Here comes the Wu Yang, it's on to the Tracer Zest. The Tidal Blast into the back line. It's not enough. Lip just burst him down. Now it's CR's turn. Counter punching, stepping up to the plate. Chorong with the rush. Proud finds Lip, the hero. That's all he can get though. Chorong takes him out. He's saying, they all deployed, zoning players off the cart, but Jasmine has
they gotta keep Jasmine alive.
He's holding on desperately, needs the heals, needs the resource, but the sleep from Chu takes him off his feet. And now finally CR should be closing out this cap, have the massive player advantage. Can Zest get a last second touch? No, he cannot. However, T1
a lot of time off the clock.
They stalled to just under a minute, which is a crucial threshold map, because now if you can just cap in overtime with T1, we will go to an OT round.
I mean, with the way things were going, I mean, T1, they capture, CR captures that second checkpoint, and they have like above 5 minutes on the clock. I mean, they are in a great spot to potentially finish that map with 2-3 minutes in the time bank, and T1 kind of holds them all the way down. Some swaps at the end for T1, but I really think it was some nice support play from Skewed and Vigilante to be able to keep Jasmine alive through a lot of these fights. Is Proud, you see here, the swap to Widow at the end. Fantastic headshot. taking out Lip.
And now I feel like this is a moment for Crazy Raccoon. I think they maybe got a little ahead of themselves coming into that Kings Row third point.
Yeah, probably. Well, they were feeling themselves, right? I mean, they were dominating the game.
Exactly. And in the end, you get it done with a healthy time bank. I mean, you're feeling good. However, I think for CR, there's going to be a little bit of salt in terms of thinking about that Shambali Monastery. That they were so close to winning. They had every advantage of that fold, and they still let it slip through their fingers. And so they don't want to make that same mistake again against T1. You let this T1 team, these young players, start to heat up, start to get their hooks into this series, and things could get out of control very quickly. CR would love to put out a dominant defense here and really just show T1 the door.
Yeah, Wu Yang Kiri here for the backline of Crazy Raccoon, and it'll be Zest here piloting the Genji. So Genji for T1, just like how CR used that Genji on their offense.
Zest already through to the backline. Max trying to mark these flankers, but D.Va's gonna start capping the point. Who's gonna respond? Who's gonna be the player to stall this out? T1 willing to play the waiting game here. The first tick almost going against them, and now they send Lucio Genji up to the high ground, targeting this backline. Jasmine wasn't able to grab that tick in time, and he's finds Vigilante, so hold on. Maybe an over-aggressive move from T1, getting punished. They find Shu, but will it be enough? They need more kills. They need to have another opening to keep this push going. And it seems that they won't get it. Chorong just barely staying alive.
So, I mean, Zest gets into position really fast, right? They get to that high ground right behind them. They're going to lose Skewed here late. Jasmine as well. But Zest not able to find something fast enough, right? CR already gets 2 picks before he finds that first kill. So, although you do get good positioning there for T1, doesn't result in anything.
I think T1 were impatient there. I think they could have just let D.Va threaten the cap, force responses out of CR. Once again, they're going to try and set up their team in this backline, threatening the vulnerable squishies from CR. He's saying he's fighting it this time. Max is here too. It's a risk, but it pays off. Torun finds Skewed, and with D.Va out of suit, Lip surely has that one dead to rights. And T1 this time stifled. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, read the play. Fool me once. This time they come back and just immediately punish those flankers.
And I mean, Lip there with Shu, you're not going to be able to finish that off if you're Jasmine, right? I mean, you're going to be able to keep Lip alive, whether it be the Suzu and then some healing, and eventually just going to kind of chunk down that D.Va. Sure, I mean, they're getting in a position. You see Zest and Jasmine up on the high ground, but at what cost? They're already basically dead.
They're so low, and Max is punishing them, sending them away. They're struggling to regroup. Now Jasmine falls, and this could be a crumbling from T1 under immense pressure. This is the CR we know and love. Skewed, though, gets back into the action, but Shu takes 2 skulls.
I mean, you haven't even forced anything out, like, you know, major from CR, right? Everybody gonna get back. You're gonna have all 5 ultimates here to work with.
We've got Zest in the enemy spawn, I believe. Is he with the support here? He's being attacked. They're taking him out. They're going so deep for this. Lip finds that kill. Vigilante is here as well, but what can he do as Akira go all on his own?
Well, who can even TP to? There's nobody close.
Oh, this is getting so bad, Matt. Things are really falling apart. D.Va up on the high ground, trying to get us up a lift, but the heals are so good. CR, they know where their bread is buttered, keeping Lip alive. The Gaming Warlord steps up, and CR are coming into a final fight, having not deployed an ultimate yet in this round.
This is not the T1 we have seen against other teams. Obviously a level up in competition with Crazy Raccoon, but still, T1 very disjointed here on their offense. And they only might get one really good attempt here, Jake, with ultimates. The bad part is they haven't been able to force anything out of CR, so they're gonna have everything to work with too.
And CR has turned a comp that typically plays so defensively and just turned it on its head. Look at Heesang this time, harassing crowd in the spawn, forcing resources to this Sojourn. And the rest of CR swarming forward at the same time. Here comes the aggressive beat very early out of Skewed. Lip hiding, waiting out the initial burn. Blade is good enough to take down Shu. Chorong forced the ultimate out self to stay alive. Genji just wall climbing away. Dodges the stun for now. Maybe that kill will be enough to get this cap. Vigilante finds Heesang. And so far it's been all T1 in the feed. Just Max holding on desperately to dear life. Getting just a little bit of heals from that Wu Yang, but will it be enough? Crowd with the OC. Denies the angle from the supports.
Max still alive though.
Somehow. How is that possible? Oh, the speed high! No way! No!
Oh, that one was...
Oh, that is the worst one that I've ever seen.
Oh, don't show us CR. What is going on the T1 side? I mean...
Show me the T1 players. We need to see.
That is.
If no one slammed their desk, they're not passionate enough. That's, oh my God, that is so egregious, Matt.
I thought we'd see a fist through a screen. I mean, that is one way to go out. Is that?
Oh my
Hey, we were like,
God.
how is Max not dead? Maybe the issue was everybody was trying to kill Max and nobody was over by the point.
That cannot happen at this level.
That is the
of
worst
play.
one I think I've seen.
That's the worst C9 I've ever seen in competitive Overwatch.
That's Youngjin-esque. If it's a throwback back to the Dorado, where he just kind of walks off in OT. I mean, that is one way to go up 2-0 as we take a look at the stats.
I mean, look, the way the map is going, frankly, CR are almost certainly going to win.
Don't try. Yeah, I mean,
right?
sure, but still.
But that's the copium to even say that, Matt, is out of control. T1, I mean, like, honestly, don't upgrade to business class on the plane, because if you sleep, I know what's going to be happening in the nightmares.
Yeah.
It's going to be this Kings Row C9 for a good few months.
You take a look at some of the highlights, and hey, look, we're kind of obviously, deserve a T1. I mean, that's a ridiculous play. They did put up a really good defense, though, towards the end of the map. Like, we're seeing this here, right? He's staying in their spawn with Nano with over 4 minutes on the clock, and they actually dwindle that down. It was about 5 minutes. They dwindle it down almost all the way to OT, and they do a great job below a minute. But
feels like a lifetime ago.
You can't.
That was 5 minutes ago, man.
This cannot happen on offense, though.
We need to see the C9. We need to see the highlight of that.
Was anyone close?
There was somebody standing next to the point net. He was like at the phone booth. Like he's an inch from the point.
Man.
That is
just a bit unlucky.
That's one of the most consequential ones I've ever seen as well, because I mean, it feels like T1 are finally about to cap first. And we talked about this. If they can just get an OT finish in Kings Row, it doesn't have to be pretty. It could be very ugly, very dirty, but if you just finish Kings Row, you get an overtime round, anything's possible. You have a chance to tie up the series.
That is one of the more miserable ways to lose a map.
Oh, just heartbreaking.
That we have seen.
And a lot of young players on this squad. We talked about their potential, how exciting they are. But maybe we won't get to see it today, because honestly, T1, it feels like they're slipping away.
It is tough to come back from that. So we take a look here on the stage. Looks like we are going to end up getting a sub here for T1. So it will be Viper coming in for Zest. We saw him really early in the tournament. I believe
looked good, I think, against Team CC.
Yeah, it was the first game of the tournament. We saw them Viper against CC. So
I mean, honestly, this is a moment where you just need to make a change. You just need to, it's not even about Zest. It's like you need to bring in a player with a fresh mental and just somebody who can change the narrative, change the feeling in the comms, because honestly, this is the type of series that map 3 can just
Have you ever been that
away.
player that comes in after some kind of tragic map loss and like, what are you doing here?
I mean, I think the key is this isn't about some rah-rah speech, right? This is about getting into the game and just being dialed in and really just believing, despite all odds, despite all evidence to the contrary, that you really could claw this back, that you really can win 3 straight against crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what any type of rah-rah speech you would give after that one. You'd be like, hey,
It'd fall on deaf ears.
You'd be like, at least I wasn't there. at least it wasn't me.
So how you guys feeling?
So what's up, guys? Where does T1 take us here? So they end up picking Kings Row for that last map. Let's see, Runasapi. Okay, so one of the rare instances that we don't see like hybrid and escort off of the board right away. T1 will take us to Runasapi. And we'll see what they decide to ban.
Look, I think you just need to get away from an attack-defend map after what we just saw. I mean, this was CR fighting with vengeance. CR gonna ban the Maga. T1, get rid of the Echo. So you're bringing in Viper, you're saying, all right, let's bring out a Genji game here. Take out the Echo, put our flex supports on Genji, and let's tangle. Let's see what Viper has to say about this series. Can he be the hero in such a dire moment of need for T1?
The Maga ban is like we literally don't care. We'll just, burn the ban here.
Honestly,
like the Mercy ban.
Maga
Maybe you could see Maga
sort of viable
here
on this map.
Yeah.
I mean, it can be played.
I still can't believe that just happened.
Oh my God, that's devastating. There's like a pit in my stomach because I know my experience. Man, you don't have to make a mistake like that for you to be reliving a moment from a match for the next 6 weeks every time you go to sleep. And I promise you, for T1, it's gonna be a long road to recovery. Maybe this can be thought of as a moment in the future as like the hero. It's the hero's journey. You know, it's the trials and tribulations that great players must go through. And we know this T1 squad has that potential. Dare I say it, Matt? The talent is there.
I mean, you can't bring that one out. I mean, that is a reserved one for former Owl days where the Vancouver Titans played 900 games and we had to say it's something nice. Viper though, take a look at the tournament stats. From him, very small sample sizes.
Like, he played what, the one game against Team CC?
Yeah, out of the games that we've casted of T1, and I think we've seen a few. It was just that one game against Team CC, at least for us, that we have seen Viper. So good in that one. We'll see how it fares off in this potentially final game for T1.
Certainly looks like that. Crazy Raccoon. Seen this story before, right? You knock them down to the lower bracket. Whew. Pray for the teams that match up against Crazy Raccoon in the lower bracket. They're fighting. There's real life, real vigor in this Crazy Raccoon team. They know they're down, but not out. They plan to be that one team surviving out of the lower bracket today. I promise you that.
Yeah, as CR is not, look, they're going to be a tough out. I mean, we may end up with like a CR Falcons game where only one of those teams makes it on to tomorrow.
CR Falcons elimination game, and it's not the grand final.
Falcons has looked a little shaky.
I mean, all right, I gotta say, Katsia got that win over CR.
Yeah,
but they had to cling. I mean, that was blood, sweat, and tears. That was everything. Take a look at our bracket.
Weibo, a little bit on a heater here.
I mean, that's not a free win for Falcons. Weibo Gaming, we've been talking them down. It's been such a struggle in the Chinese region, and what's the competitiveness of those teams, but Falcons as well they just got beat down.
Yeah.
By Twisted Minds. Like, that is going to sting. Those are players that, how often have they ever lost in a 3-0? I mean, really, it doesn't happen to a team like Falcons, and yet it just did. The EMEA teams are in the upper final.
Man, look at all the signs. I mean, we had some awesome ones for Shu, Chorong. I actually saw Avril down there giving money to the people with the Avril sign. No, I didn't want to call him out, but I saw.
He had his marker out.
Yeah, Avril's been drawing him up and tossing him out.
Cargo's here?
Yeah,
guys,
Cargo's
get your
Cargo's
DHL
here.
drops.
Find a Vast. He's dressed like a DHL employee and he's hanging around with Cargo. So you can find them. They're going out while the DHL drops. This is actually one of the rare instances. I was joking about it. We have not seen much push like Avril was talking about on the desk, and we have not seen really kind of. But his theory is correct, right? I mean, if you go down that far and push, I mean, it is almost impossible to come back.
Not to be too toxic, but is the Avril theory that if you have a massive lead, you're probably going to win?
Avril is right here. And he is, look, Avril is more physically imposing than you.
He's got his dukes up. He's got the dukes up.
And I will tell you, I am not very physically imposing, so I will not be able to get in the way of Avril.
In fairness, I agree. If you have a giant lead, you will probably win.
That's a good point. I mean, dude, you've had some good ones this week where first the two is like, hey, this second map, you don't win it, you're in a bad spot.
That is, you are in a very bad spot if you lose the second map in the first of two.
I'll tell you what.
that.
Here's another one. T1, play the objective.
If this one ends in a C9, Matt.
There are C9s. And then there's what we just saw.
Yeah,
there is a difference between what we have seen.
That's a defining one. This will live on in infamy.
Somewhere Youngjin is like, I am not the example anymore.
He's free.
We have a new thing to point to. He's now free, absolved of all C9ing on Dorado directly off the payload. Look, with the way this series has gone and how the last map went. This feels like CR slamming the door on T1, but T1 has had some really strong performances with Proud, Enco, Viper coming in. Maybe there's a little bit of a change here of pace, and we can see them pull something out.
They need a hero here. They need somebody to step up in such a major way. It feels like too much to ask for. Feels like an impossible challenge. But these are professional players. if they want to stand tall, if they want to reach those heights, lift those trophies, this is the type of moment you have to endure. You have to be able to still believe, still find the hope, the confidence in a dire strait. And we come to Runasapi, what could be the final map for T1's tournament life. They push the chips into the center, taking us to push, bringing in Viper, cold off the bench, an unenviable spot to be.
And obviously the Echo Ban is really good against Heesang. It also protects Viper to play the Genji. So maybe that is also a little bit of a 2-for-1 there for T1, wanting to up the pace with this Zarya Genji. Will be a speed out the door and then changes here for T1. Be Vigilante going over to the Kiri. CR though, they will continue to play this Wooyoung with Kiri backline is, I mean, Chorong and Shu, I mean, just every series it feels like they are just incredible. Still in this one, just putting down a lot of damage, playing perfectly.
T1, they have to be aggressive in this matchup. There's no room for passivity. There's no room for playing slow. Lip, though, has already taken out the legs from under this composition. Now Proud, fighting for his life, desperately trying to get healed up. With Lip off the board, though, one of the key threats for the Crazy Raccoons is down. And Heesang starts to pull the card away, putting the clock to T1. What are you going to do? What is the response going to be? Viper, that's the answer. He takes down Shu, looks for more. And Max seems to be bullied out for now. A good first fight for T1, dare say a critical one.
Absolutely, with the way things have gone, most certainly needed to win the first fight on this map. And it looks like Viper working with Jasmine, being able to get these Zarya bubbles, you know, make a play for the backline of CR. And maybe you feel like the Wooyoung Kiri is just too easily diveable by the Genji. You make a change and bring in the Lucio.
Yeah, they want to be able to play this tempo, play that pace. CR loves to bring that heat. Heesang starting to pull some attention into the back line. This creates opportunities elsewhere as Max steps up the jump at Viper. He's out of gas, out of cooldowns, cut down. The supports weren't ready. Now Jasmine isolated, alone. And Crazy Raccoon, 2 kills in the fight. Heesang has pulled so much attention, has done so much work, but it will cost him his life.
And Jake, it doesn't even really feel like as all Proud takes out 2, but then gets swung on it by Lip. We haven't seen like these crazy eruptions from either side of the hit scan in this battle. It feels like it's been a lot of the support line, and then whether it be Max or Junbin from CR, that has really been the difference.
Viper wants to find an opportunity to get aggressive, to get in. Lip, no slide of the Sojourn. Big reflect in, but the cleanse blocks that dash damage. They're turning to punish. Max finds one. Viper dances away for now, but Jasmine under fire. Has to get the rush pop from Vigilante, but it's so defensive. They're completely on the back foot, and they're just trying to retreat. They're just trying to stay alive with this Zarya energy. That'll be the consolation prize, but it's not much to write home about as Crazy Raccoon take the lead.
Well, that's the thing there, right? So Viper goes in, he kind of gets knocked off course, and then Shu is able to TP over to Chorong on the opposite side, and then they just bully out Jasmine, force that next bubble, and just run him down.
Heesang is down. It's a crucial kill. You no longer have to worry about that backline threat, can start to put this advantage forward. But Max in the corner, this shield, beautiful. Viper on his back, trying to clear out this Ramatra. Very well executed, but he's hiding, he's slowing this one down. Stifling things, and Heesang way back soon. The OC comes from Proud, needs connections, needs kills. Rush and Annihilation, though, will back him off the corner, and he just has no chances to fight into this. Blade and grab, ult's available. Lip pops first, see what he can get done. Swings wide on the flank with the help of the Lucio. Blade is pulled from Viper, he has to stop the bleeding now. Finds Shu, but he can't find Lip. Now, Crazy Raccoon, the beat is on. They're in the grab, though, and the damage is good enough. Skewed finds 2 with the help of Jasmine. Finally, T1 getting true purchase on this map. A dominant fight win, and still the map on the edge of a knife here, Matt. I mean, incredibly close in the objective status.
Well, they end up saving the beat there for the grab, but everybody is so low for Crazy Raccoon before the grab comes on through, and you are just not able, even with that overhealth, to save anybody as T1 gonna get stopped here before taking the lead here as CR wants to fight.
They go aggro, but they get absolutely slapped down. T1 were ready for that one. Great read from Vigilante. The cleanse keeps everybody alive. Still down 1, Crazy Raccoon, they aren't playing like it. Staying aggressive, somehow they win the tank trade, killing Jasmine. Max, though, incredibly low for that. Plus one goes incredibly wide. Desperate a little bit from Heesang. Max tries to get one last kill, but can't get the Genji. And the lead retaken by T1, refusing to back down, refusing to go down without a fight.
Yeah, and they may get checkpoint off of this. It does not look like CR going to be able to step up and fight. So the pulse bomb is gone there. Rush advantage with the Zarya and the Genji. We may see T1 take a big lead.
Viper is low, trying to hold aggressively on this angle. They've captured the push spot. Here comes the rush, unmatched from Vigilante. Max holding on, blocking as long as he can, but as Form expires, he could find himself in trouble. The rush damage is massive. He tries to get around the corner. We'll be able to do that for now, but Proud can pile on the pressure with this OC.
So you push them back just a little bit.
They're playing it slow. They want to play this defense.
Well,
I mean, they have the advantage. Oh, but Proud swinging wide. Looks to get on top of the back line. Rail is good on the lip. Is the follow-up shot there? Glenn blocks it for now. The next shot goes wide, but Viper gets the job done. Beat over the top from Stu. Proud takes down another. And T1, finally, something in this series. Finally, a place to stake their claim. Runa Sapi with their backs against the wall. And the advantage grows decisive. CR need to strike back soon. This map could come out of reach very quickly.
I mean, now you have Blade here to work with. Chorong does not have that beat just yet. You also may be able to build up grab here.
Moved away. Beautiful by Chorong. Viper.
They don't want to play into the rush. They're going to back up here out of the rush.
Yeah, played for rush. It's a positive trade, but T1, the old bank is drained. Crazy Raccoon looking for the clap back. Pulse bomb is good. Takes out Jasmine. The OC as well. Just overwhelms. Viper desperate. Has to jump into the Soldier looking for the trade, but they cannot find it.
They will clean up Skewed and Vigilante towards the end there, but the damage is done. T1 takes a pretty large lead, right? CR now has to bounce back. You do have the sound barrier for the grab that will end up coming on through. Can you just get better value out of it? They just held on to it for a little bit too long the last time.
The neutral game's so important right now. It's going to be hard for CR to force this aggressively. T1 going to play it very passive. They're letting Max take all the space. They could live to regret that one. A cap for free would be brutal right now. And T1 on the back foot heavily. Jasmine steps up, but ooh, that cart, you cannot give this cap for free. Jasmine doing what he can, trying to stay alive. But the annihilation is enough. The grab comes in, but the beat stabilizes things. And CR grabbed the cap. Not to mention crucial kills on top of it. Jasmine goes down.
Yeah, but the grab wasn't good, Jake. The grab goes past like half of the team. You know, Chorong doesn't even get caught in it, able to end up using the beat, saves the players inside of it, and able to speed Max on in with that annihilation. So just a poor use of the grab there by T1.
Jasmine got the instant spawn though, off of that cap. He's right back into this. Now they rush onto the cart, starting to pull this cart away. Crazy Raccoon can't fight into it. They have to give up the cart position. He's saying, taking his signature spot around the backline of T1, but they're ready for him. And now CR, you've got to come back to this cart. The lead is against you, the clock's running down, and you're coming right into the arms of Proud with the overclock. They take the jump pad. It's a dangerous game. He's gonna get shot. There it is, lift down. Looking for more, still has that rail charge. CR cannot afford to give up any more progress. And Proud, he demands it. He looks to seize it away. He's saying pulse bomb, it's good! Proud is down on the slide. The beat comes in, T1, desperate, looking for kills. Shoot with the rush though. Tries to stabilize, tries to turn things around. And maybe he's done enough. Skewed, beautiful movement to stay alive for now. As Vigilante drops low, so does Jasmine. And they crumble. T1 thought they could finally break the CR hold. CR gonna get that one last chance to retake the lead. 2 minutes on the clock.
They do get Crazy Raccoon to end up using the Kitsune rush there, which is huge. You are gonna be able to kind of build up towards this beat. You're gonna have this overclock from Lip. If Lip can find Viper, I mean, that is a huge opening there. Viper, that is the kill he'll be looking for.
Viper has such a small window with this Dragon Blade. It's gonna be the first ultimate available. But Chorong just 15% away from the beat. No time to work with Viper. Called upon in your team's moment of need, subbing in for this map. Can you be the hero? Can you force a continuance in this series? OC bump, Viper is low. Liv looking for connections, he's saying. Already takes down this Genji, but Proud. Keeping this in contention, keeping it winnable. Liv though, he's seizing this map, he's seizing the series. He's sending T1 home. And Crazy Raccoon destroying T1. Their hopes, dreams mean nothing. The veterans take the win. And that's a huge advantage. Retaking the lead at this moment in the map with 1 minute left on the clock. It turns the game on its head. T1 struggling.
It's now going to force T1 to use some of these key ultimates just to get out of the spawn. If you're Crazy Raccoon, you play up. You want to force this fight. in this type of area of the map, not give up the space and allow them to hold on to some ults.
Max has Annihilation, he's in the back line, Proud finds one, but the trade is good. Here comes the Kitsune rush, T1, they need more ultimates, they need to stay alive deeper into this, but Crazy Raccoon burning the clock and looking for counter kills at the same time. Jasmine, can he win this without the grab? It would be crucial to any chance of a T1 comeback now. Maybe they've done enough with Max falling. The rest of T1 staying out through the pulse from he won't back down. And CR, fearless despite the player disadvantage.
Not bad for T1 though. They're obviously down, but they hold on to some of these key ultimates, so they still have a chance here to make this run back.
So many fights back to back in overtime.
They gotta be perfect though.
You cannot get off the objective. Everything at stake right now. And Viper has the blade. Deflect keeps him alive for now. Lip swinging wide. Feet forced. Out of skew, just trying to stay alive through this rush. Instant kill on the Lip. Okay, Viper. He's still in this game. The move away. Hold on. Jorung dances back. Somehow alive still. Holding on to the cover. Viper again.
2 for Viper. You still hold on to the grab. Players from CR are falling. So the bot will go deeper back into Crazy Raccoon territory. We cross the midpoint of the map. No close spawns here for CR. You have a grab to work with. No sound barrier on the other side. This is very doable here for T1. You're also going to have a rush, a huge ultimate advantage here.
The OT spawns. They've given Crazy Raccoon only 1-5.
No way.
Takes down one. Proud desperate now with the OC. It's going to be a long wait for Vigilante. Can T1 hold out with just 4 players? A soldier kill right now would change the game. He's saying no, he's right in Proud's face. He needs a heal. It's not coming. Crazy Raccoon still having the grab into the backline. Jasmine finds one, but he dies for it. Lip still alive. That OC so close on the cards. And CR so low, but they're all living. T1 running out of gas. And CR have done it. Sending T1 home. Finishing this up when they retook the lead. It all fell apart.
And Lip able to find Vigilante before you end up getting that Kitsune rush, which would have been huge there at the end. Just the health bars of T1 not able to be kept up there. I mean, T1, tremendous effort after their blunder there, the end of map number 2. They battle back on Runasapi. They make it interesting, but not enough in the end. CR, they live on to fight another day.
I tell you what, Matt, when you lose the lead that deep into a push map, it is incredibly hard to turn it around in the final fights. You just have such a strategic advantage from Crazy Raccoon and T1. They just couldn't hold on to that advantage. I gotta say, Viper, though, what a hero. To come in a game like that
quite well
and put up a huge performance as he did, incredibly impressive as an individual. As we take a look at some of the stats from this final map.
Yeah, I mean, Proud showed up there on the final map. Same with Jasmine, as Jasmine has been pumping out the damage all series long. For me, it's really the support line. You know, it's Shu and Chorong are just incredible. I mean,
really, they are.
They are just, you know, the best support line in the world, in my opinion. I mean, they play like it all the time. Yeah. I mean, that is a 6 series from them.
Yeah, I mean, and to be honest, they were getting pummeled on Runasapi. They were taking blows left and right. But CR, they're this team that is so durable in these difficult situations. In the lower bracket with the backs against the wall, it feels like they go to that next level. And I just don't think T1 was ready to step up, ready to challenge the incredible veterancy that is just, I mean, pretty much the entire roster of Crazy Raccoon. And to speak to one of those veterans, one of the greatest of all time in our sport and Overwatch esports, we've got Danny down on the stage with Lip.
Thank you so much, Jake. It's Danny Lim here, joined by Lip from Crazy Raccoon after coming out from a great win against T1. I mean, Lip, I feel like, you know, preparing for this match would have been a lot more difficult because this is your second match. So I want to hear from you. How did your team prepare for your match against T1? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 아무래도 첫 번째 경기 패배 때문에 좀 많이 시간이 없었을 거라고 생각을 합니다. 립섬스. 이번에 T1과의 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
솔직히 이제 T1은 아시아 코리아 지역에서 많이 했던 팀이라서 딱히 별 준비는 안 하고 이제 저희는 또 당연히 뭐 틈 하나 이제 알카다시아 쪽 생각하면서 경기했던 것 같습니다.
This wasn't the first time we were playing against T1. We've faced them a lot in Korea as well. So there's nothing really specific. All I had in my mind was to get revenge on Alcatia, and that's what we focused on. Talking about Alcatia, since the subject came out, if you guys do go up against Alcatia one more time, are you confident that you could beat them that time around? 방금 알카시아 말이 조금 나와서 다시 살짝만 여쭤보고 싶은데 다시 한 번 더 그 경기를 치른다면 이길 자신 있으신가요?
실제로 앞 두 경기까지는 저희가 많이 유리했었고 그 이후에는 저희 페이스를 못 찾아서 진 건데 다시 하면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
Yeah. Lip says that he definitely feels like he could beat Cassia one more if they face off against them one more time. Just because they had the lead in the first two maps and then it all sort of fell apart after that. So given one more chance, Lip is confident that they could beat Cassia. One final question: this isn't the day's not over for Crazy Raccoons. You guys will be facing off against either Team Falcons or Weibo Gaming. Who do you think is going to be your opponent next? 자, 아직 하루가 끝나지 않았습니다. 오늘 굉장히 기네요, 라쿤한테는. 다음 경기 어떻게 보면 이제 팔콘과 또 웨이보 거기에 승자와 붙게 되실 텐데 어떤 팀과 경기를 하실 것 같으신가요?
솔직히 지금 상황으로 보면 반반 확률이라고 봐서 누가 올라와도 안 이상한 경기인 것 같아요.
I can't really say it because honestly I feel like it's going to be a 50-50 on who's going to win, so I can't really predict that matchup. All right, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much. Two of my absolute favorites on that very stage. Lip, our gaming warlord, with a few words after this well-fought victory. Now that also puts the Crazy Raccoon squad on a, what is it now, 5-3 lead in their battle this very season. So they do remain the victors, still in the lower bracket, still everything on the line in the next match they have to fight. But man, let's chat about this performance, because we kick things off with the gentleman's agreement that we expected to see. They did bring in the Jumbin and the Donghak, and we did get to see that Winston battle.
Yeah, I was grateful. The small chance that we did get to see that one. Ilias, get the Winstons out there. No off-tanks today. Tracer versus Tracer battle with a little bit of leg workout happening in the clip from Heesang himself. But don't worry, Zest did manage to get his revenge onto Heesang a couple of times. However rare that was, didn't last though in terms of the Winston versus Winston, because we went to Kings Row right afterwards, and that's straight into Max Jasmine territory.
And that was something that I was hoping to see from the start of this series. I think that there's been a lot of success from T1 being able to rely on Jasmine. Even though we didn't get a chance to see a lot of Jasmine in Stage 3 of OWCS Korea, Jasmine came out for the World Finals, ended up being able to play most of the series from day 1 and 2, and I think it's been a really major point of success for T1. Unfortunately, just not able to get the job done, even though in this third and final map of the series, it was great to see Viper come in. Viper played one map this tournament, and that was New Junk City versus Team CC, where Viper comes in, plays the Genji, and then is able to get the clutch so that T1 can win that match.
I thought really the series deserved a fourth map, because that last map on Rune Snappy could have gone either way. Just comes down towards the end there.
Imagine if the rush was online.
I mean, it just comes down to being, you have to be very clutch in these types of moments. And I feel like this entire series encapsulates the relationship between these teams throughout the entire year, where, okay, T1, they have had wins versus Crazy Raccoon, but most of those came through from lower stakes games, regular season games that don't quite have the same level of high stakes. But then you get to the grand finals, then you get to elimination type of games, and T1, they just don't have the veterancy or the composure, it seems, compared to a team like Crazy Raccoon to be able to really clutch up, lock in for these all-important games where, also, by the way, you're catching Crazy Raccoon in their lower bracket run, and typically, I mean, those are dangerous. You saw what happened in Hangzhou. Crazy Raccoon dropped the lower bracket, won the whole thing.
And you know what? You have to give so much credit to T1 and the decision-making and the coaching there as well, though, because they are not afraid to take those risks and bring in someone cold like Viper for like a do or die game map, rather. So, you know, there's a lot going into this, and they are such a force to be reckoned with. Now, we talked about composure and like moment where it all like crumbles, and I think the most, like the best example of that has to be what transpired on Kings Row. Not like this. We have to run it back. That one was egregious. That one was rough.
Necro, where does this one land on your C9 tier list?
Oh, this has got to be up there as like one of the worst C9s of all time. It's just hard to watch because this is a huge moment. This is one where in overtime, you still have a good chance to actually come in, be able to get something done with the overclock, and unfortunately, there is just nobody that's actually touching the point. Proud steps forward, maybe expecting that somebody on the rest of the team is going to be able to touch the point, like the Lucio. Maybe you expect your Diva to be able to do that, and it's just a really sad moment to watch. I think it's still a tough map overall for
Absolutely.
Crazy, for T1 to actually win, since Crazy Raccoon went all the way. But it's hard.
Well, they
You
won the
never know.
fight. I mean, Proud Overclocks here. They literally win the fight, so we just won't get to know how much further they would have gone. Maybe they could have won this map. Like I said, Runasapi was close enough that maybe that could have been a T1 win as well. I'm not too sure that T1 maybe would have won the series if they did get those maps, but they could get a skip one of these maps.
Maybe we get map 4.
Both Kings Row and Runasapi, but particularly Runasapi, very winnable, just couldn't quite be there. I feel like, again, that sort of just leads into the sort of narrative note for T1 that these high-pressure games, man, they just can't quite keep the composure there.
Yeah, like this is like obviously a breakdown in communication, right? When you don't quite know who's supposed to be stepping on, like Proud, literally right next to it. It's gonna be so frustrating. Very ungenerational of him, for sure. Had to bring that one up again. Why not? Also, why not? Bracket. Anyone? Can I interest you in a bracket?
I like
As
bracket.
we're almost through our day, and we're also almost through our lower bracket. There you have it. We have one more match to go in our lower round 3, and this ought to be a banger as well. Team Falcons going up against the Chinese powerhouse Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, what a lifetime bracket, am I right? So Falcons,
For
Weibo,
real.
Crazy Raccoon, T1, all in that lower bracket here. And you get the classic again, Falcons, Weibo. I like what Lip said on stage as well. He believes it's a genuine 50-50. And looking at the history of these two teams, I think I tend to agree.
I agree as well. I think that both of these teams have an opportunity to win, but if it is Weibo, I want to see them lean into more of that Gushue Ramatra. Similarly for Falcons, I think they just have to pick. Is it going to be Hanbin? Is it going to be someone that actually comes in? And maybe it's just going to be the Ramatra versus Ramatra with someone in the roster.
And we don't have to wait long for that match either, Necra, and those questions might be answered. First, we're heading into a very quick break, and then we are back with our last match in the lower bracket round 3. You don't want to miss it.
안녕하세요, 티원입니다. 스톡홀름에서 잘해보겠습니다. 화이팅 하고 이번 스톡홀름에서 잘해보겠습니다.
화이팅!
한 번만 다시 할게요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요, 티원입니다.
저희가 이번 스톡홀름에서 잘해볼 테니까 많은 응원 부탁드리겠습니다.
화이팅!
Look at them, Papa. Look at them. I wish you were here to see their faces. The crowd. The lights. The spectacle. I've become quite the celebrity in the Colosseum. They have chosen me. They call me La Lupa, the wolf. And I'm their villain. At first, I hated it. Their cheers and jeers reminded me of the sycophants you surrounded yourself with. Weak men who leeched off of your greatness, picking the bones of everything you built, leaving me with nothing, surrounded by my enemies, alone. But you were preparing me for this, weren't you, Papa? In your way, you showed me that fear was a weapon. You helped me temper my wild and reckless nature with patience and guile. Taught me the value in knowing my enemy, in learning to turn their greatest strengths into their weaknesses. Even in death, you showed me the consequences of underestimating an adversary. I promise you, I won't repeat your mistakes. Look at me, Papa. This is no longer the face of your little girl. Your enemies are still my enemies. But I am so much more than you had the chance to see. My recklessness is now focused rage, and I finally embraced what I once hated. I am the wolf. I am La Lupa. Their right to fear me. They will respect me. This arena, this mob, this moment is all just a means to an end. Every lesson, every loss has been tallied and recorded. I will take back everything that was stolen from us. And I will use them to do it.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
Hey guys, it's Avast here again, day 2 of OWCS 2025 Finals, and I'm once again with Cargo here in the arena. And don't forget, !DHL drop in the Twitch chat for your chance to win exclusive merch and goodies. But please make sure your whispers are on. They couldn't message you for some of the ones that won yesterday. Just remember that. Cargo, make sure to remind them. Say like, please, whispers on. I don't really know if you can do a whisper press like one of those. But today we're looking for some more signs here in the arena to give out some exclusive merch. I've seen a couple good ones, and I see one right over here to the left. Someone that's happy if either team wins, and a Kiriko cosplay, but most importantly to me, I see a Toronto Defiant logo. Are you a Defiant fan?
Yes.
Yes, and then I mean, who are you supporting now since Defiant's gone?
Team Falcon.
Team Falcons? Okay, I like that.
I like Weibo though. So yeah, so I'm happy if either team wins.
Either team wins. Okay, perfect. If either teams, I like a good sport. I like a good sport. Thank you. Well, I'm gonna move down here because I see a mass of people that look very pink, and it's looking like Weibo fans. Weibo Gaming. That's it up there, Weibo. And I think you are our representative here for Weibo for today. That's what I was told. So Weibo, obviously, I'm sure you're very excited to play next. How are you feeling about the upcoming match?
I can't put it in words, but we're all here from different parts of the world. We're here to represent our team, Weibo Gaming!
Let's give it up for Weibo! Yeah! Okay! I would love the energy here. We love the energy. Thank you so much, Weibo fans. But I'm moving even further back. Good luck, Cargo, because I'm moving to the back because I have a Crazy Raccoon fan here as a go crazy style. And obviously, I'm sure you're feeling pretty good after the last match.
Yes, I am. It's my first convention, so I'm happy to see Shu doing well.
Well, that is, I mean, they did very well. I'm a little sad, but that's okay. I don't matter. That's fine. Thank you for the Crazy Raccoon fans. And I think I saw a Falcons fan over here, and they're coming up next versus Weibo. Sorry, Weibo fans. I know, different cheers, but can you explain your sign?
6-7.
Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. We're going to move away from that one now. We're definitely moving away. And I think the sign I like the most and the most impassioned fans here, Weibo fans, we're going to give you guys a free jersey.
Ooh.
Where is my jersey? Where's my jersey? Right here. Put it up. Can it's signed, of course. Can you also unfold it? Show it to our camera here. We want to show it off here a little bit. That's fine. There we go. There we go. It's a Peps. I'm signed by everyone. Thank you so much. There it is. Weibo Gaming. And then I'm going to head on back here because we're just about out of time. But guys, keep up the signs. We're giving away 3 jerseys tomorrow, so I'm going to be finding even more signs for the final day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Weibo Gaming. Cargo, could you perhaps give us a little wave? A little wave to send us off there, Cargo. Thank you so much, Cargo. There he goes. There goes Cargo. And I think, Desk, we're going back to you.
Avast, I guess we are. Thank you so much, Avast. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you, Cargo.
Thanks,
Big fan.
Cargo.
Big fans over here. Can we get Cargo on the desk? Probably not. There's probably safety issues at hand. Like I wouldn't even know how Cargo
we would
would
wear
come
a
up here.
headset.
We make it happen for Cargo. I mean, look at him.
Anything for Cargo.
Look at them. Cargo. The GOAT. You find him in a crowd, so make sure to take some pictures as well. And of course, keep the signs coming. And everyone in chat, keep the spam coming as well, because you can get yourself some goodies as well. Now, let's chat about these 2 teams. Team Falcons, this is defending world champion with 1 leg out of the door, Necra.
Which is surprising because this is very unfamiliar territory for Team Falcons. They don't usually find themselves in the lower bracket, needing to make a long lower bracket run. But here they are, having to play 2 matches on the day to make sure that they can actually keep their tournament life alive. Usually when we found them, especially in that last OWCS finals, when they were in the grand finals, they made it all the way through the upper bracket. So now Team Falcons, I want to see how they do under pressure.
This is a team that is looking to go for the repeat victory, the back-to-back 2024 and 2025 World Championship. They already got the mid-season championship underway this year. They missed out on Champions Clash in Hangzhou, but still a potential to run through this lower bracket. They would have to go through their nemesis in both Weibo Gaming and also longtime rivals in Crazy Raccoon to get there.
Such a stacked roster, and the same thing can be said about the opponents here today. Weibo Gaming, the Chinese powerhouse. It's just stacked from top to bottom as well, and this is one of the only teams in the world, not in this competition, in the world, that has managed to take it to Team Falcons in the past.
And this is also the team from the Chinese Overwatch region that's held that torch in the #1 spot for so long. As China returns to the OWCS in 2025, we've been waiting to see what this team is capable of doing in Champions Clash. They got top 4, 4th place. And that included a game where they narrowly dropped to Team Falcons. It was a 3-2 victory for Falcons then. Falcons then took down Weibo again 3-2 in the mid-season championship. But last year at EWC, they lost to Weibo Gaming 1-3. So every time that these 2 teams have faced off, and you could even push that even further back to the World Cup as well in 2023, where the Koro Falcons, you look at Chio Field at Hanbin, even Coach Sparkle, part of that, lost to Weibo Gaming's core of Team China in 2023. So every time, many years in the making, that these 2 teams have faced in their cores, it's been tight.
It really has been, and I think heading into this matchup, we already saw Team Falcons is going to start Hanbin in the roster, and so for Weibo, I think you have to be prepared for the fact that Hanbin could play D.Va, could play Zarya, and so Guxui's Ramatra, I think, would make the perfect choice to really research this team through the lower bracket, and you saw that giant cheering section there for Weibo, and I'm really excited, and we've got a guest joining us on the desk.
we got our favorite on the desk as well.
We got Cargo back there.
This is only goats in this hall. That's for sure. Only goats in this hall. You might be able to peek Cargo in our back in just a second.
There he is.
It's Cargo. We love you. Just so you know. I don't know. You probably can't do it. Yeah, that's our heart. We go with
Yay.
that. Yeah. Make sure to drop by when you see Cargo. Again, what a guy. What a guy. And the same can be said
Look at
about
that
all the
cargo.
team. Look at that cargo. That was good. And drop the chat
Nice,
stuff,
Rose.
obviously.
You're welcome. I'm here
Guys,
on
this is so hard to call. Like, even just like
Yeah.
thinking about what they could possibly be showing us today. Both teams have been knocked into the lower brackets unceremoniously by the MENA teams, actually, respectively. And now Weibo's run in the lower bracket, they didn't have to show too much of their cards. Like they won their matches quite convincingly. So was there anything that the opponents can take away here?
Well, the good news here is that if you're Weibo Gaming, you went through Space Station, which is a very heavily off-tank focused team. You're up against Hawk, you're going to go into Zarya, you're going to go into D.Va. I think going up against Falcons, it's going to be much of the same. I'm not expecting any honest Winston mirrors here, unfortunately, today. Falcons also first seed in this particular match as well, so they're going to get first map choice, first ban, and guess what? I think Falcons are going to make sure that we're going to stay in the off-tank territory as much as possible. They know what Weibo's strengths are, and they know that in the past when they tried to win some mirror, oftentimes that can and has gone Weibo's way. So Weibo needs to be familiar with going from the Space Station game into going to this one, expecting a lot more of the D.Va, Zari, and Ramatra in particular that Falcons are going to bring to the table.
I think that means that we should expect to see something like a Ramatra ban at some point in this series. I think also Lucio would make a strong ban just to make sure that you don't have that speed to be able to enable something like the Ramatra. And so hero bans really going to be important for this match.
And what is Weibo looking out for, looking at Team Falcons? Like, how can they utilize the maps and the bans?
They want to be in a situation where Ramatra versus Ramatra is going to be a standard. Beyond that, if you're up, well, here's a good thing. Because you know the sub situation for Falcons, Harbin in likely going to have a D.Va sort of situation there. Ram versus D.Va is going to be a good matchup for Gushui. Someone in is going to be someone Ram versus Ram in that type of matchup. So you're probably wanting to see a lot of that. I think you are going to get some Ram versus Ram today for sure. And that's where Weibo need to make sure they can win in the mirror.
One thing's for sure, this one's gonna be a banger, so let's send it over to the stage to meet our teams.
Thanks, Zoe. It definitely is going to be a banger. And the crowd here at DreamHack can feel it too. Just like that, we say farewell to T1 in this competition, and we see a sweeping victory for their opponents into the next round. See, 9 teams need to be gone by the end of the day. Only 3 can progress through to Championship Sunday. That's 1 down, but 2 more to go. Our next 2 teams are vying to stay in the competition. And I know the fans out there, you guys at home are gonna love to watch this one unfold. Let's meet the first of those teams. First up, it's Team Falcons! Please welcome to the stage, Gio, Fielder, Someone, Hanbin, Proper, and Merit as they try to stay here to go through to the following round, eager to make sure they remain in. Can the fans galvanize them here at DreamHack? And then can they secure a spot in our lower bracket final? Challenging them, we know the fans will love it, it's Weibo Gaming! China's final hope in this competition, Shy, Leave, Gushui, Super Rich, Mew, Muck, and Aprita. They work together as a cohesive unit. The fans are loving this one, and they can't wait to see how they fare. Will they be able to beat the Falcons? Oh, I'm loving this DreamHack. Listen to that noise. Can you feel it? I can feel it here on stage. The players can feel it too. Let's see how this one shapes up for us. One more time, DreamHack, make some noise! Let's jump on in.
China's last hope in the competition here in Weibo Gaming, but Team Falcons stand in their way. Both green teams getting knocked down to this lower bracket, Johnny. Now it's time for Falcons to beat their way all the way to the finals. Are they going to be able to do it? Weibo Gaming, they've looked strong, but Team Falcons probably pretty pissed after the last series.
Oh yeah, angry Crazy Raccoon, angry Team Falcons here in the lower bracket. And Jaws, here we go again. China versus Korea, a matchup that never disappoints. Last 2 times these teams played each other, obviously, we went to map 5. So going into this series, you can't be expecting a 3-0 sweep here for Team Falcons. Weibo Gaming, they're gonna make it competitive.
Oh, 100%. I wanted to pick up what Avril was picking up on the desk as well as this ram coming through from Weibo. Obviously, we know that Gushui is historically long lost like Winston at this point. It feels like an age since we've seen him, although it was just stage 3, I suppose. So it wasn't that actually long ago, but just developing more into a Ramatra player is exactly what is needed in this meta right now. We're going to go to Ilios, though, which, in all honesty, does prompt to probably see a little bit more dive.
Yeah, because Team Falcons are coming from the upper bracket, they have the higher seed in this matchup as they drop down. And the Winston ban is going to come out here from Falcons. Makes sense, you protect Hanbin's Diva, of course, but also you shut down Gushui from playing one of his best heroes that has that aggressive, quick tempo that usually sets the pace for Weibo Gaming here. Tracer ban, though, from Weibo Gaming, that's going to neutralize Proper a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit, although he's, of course, a flex god, so difficult to say how prepared Weibo are coming into this series. Of course, we just saw Falcons get kind of beat down. That 3-0. We thought it was going to go all the way to a map 5, or at least a map 4, but a 3-0 is not what Falcons were expecting.
Yeah, and you gotta question the mental after that one a little bit as we take a look at Team Falcons stats on Ilios. 2-1 versus Varel, that was a slightly easier opponent, dare I say, than Weibo Gaming, of course.
Still but, a map.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it goes to show really that Team Falcons have struggled even on a map like Ilios against one of those teams that they should easily beat. And so it's never looked easy for Team Falcons throughout this tournament. Now, what Avril talked about on the desk, of course, is that in this matchup, Falcons, they're not looking to mirror that Winston. Obviously, the Winston ban as we saw, but they can rely more heavily on Hanbin's hero pool, which is that Diva, which is that Zarya. Because historically, it feels like Falcons have almost been baited into the game of Weibo Gaming, which is this quick dive. And so slowing things down here a little bit might change the course of history as they look to overcome their Chinese opponents.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon have done a lower bracket run before, and that'll be the opponent, both Falcons or Weibo, if they make it through. One final chance here in the lowers. And please, no more 3 Overwatch. A little bit more.
3 Overwatch, yeah. We're expecting a couple of maps here from Weibo Gaming. Obviously, they are the underdog in this one. And I think a lot of fans also might not be expecting too much from Weibo Gaming when it comes to standing up to Team Falcons in this series. But I feel like time and time again, that is when this Weibo Gaming core surprises us. We think back to the 2023 Overwatch League playoffs when this Chinese core, they beat then Atlanta Reign, which had Chio and Fielder in the mix. We think back to the Overwatch World Cup. China beat South Korea, which again had this Chio and Fielder backline of Team Falcons, right? And so Weibo Gaming, they find a way to make these games close, and then when you go to map 5, that's when they take you down.
Extremely frustrating loss to Twisted Minds earlier on.
Yeah, the meta has really been the Symmetra. And so far, Falcons haven't had the answer.
No more Hanbinston. Zarya, probably the port of call here for Team Falcons. Oh, Gushui. Zarya on Zarya. Just a straight mirror almost. Proper on Freya. Leave on Echo.
All right, I'll say this about Gushui. He's been adapting in Overwatch throughout his entire career. We know him for the Primal Blade, the Winston play, but it's never failed when it comes to picking up the Ramatra. When it comes to picking up the Doomfist, the Wrecking Ball. Oh, can Gushui do it again as Shy finds a pick?
I mean, that's a really good start. Proper wondering how he died. Hit the pause. No, I'm not sure what that is.
Quick restart? No? Anyone?
Yeah. Can we do the rollout again? Don't think I hit the right key. Yeah, jumping into a brief one. Shouldn't be looks like thumbs up from all the players, so should be pretty chill. No headsets coming off. That's the important thing.
Obviously, that first pick from Weibo Gaming is really going to set the pace here in this initial opening round. Should be able to take that man advantage, snowball that into a point cap, and then you can claim positioning and prepare yourself for round 2. Falcons, I think it's important they get off to a hot start in this one. They really didn't have any momentum whatsoever in their series against Twisted Minds. And so it can be kind of demotivating. Your confidence is low, but you just gotta keep pushing. You gotta keep making plays. You can't shelter. Stay back. Team Falcons in this one. They gotta meet aggression of Weibo Gaming head first.
What do you reckon of this matchup then, this Echo in the Freya from Proper?
Well, obviously, I think Freya's one of the stronger hit scan heroes as we have it right now. So mobile, dynamic in the air. And we have seen more Echo come out. It's a really strong hero after Tracer received a slight nerf. And obviously, Tracer is even banned in this matchup to begin with. Also, the movement boost Echo, when you're utilizing that flight ability. It's really powerful these days. But the Freya, I feel like, should have the upper hand as you can shoot that Echo out of the sky.
Quick on pause. Here we go, back in. Jumping onto Ruins. Yeah, Proper going down first. Not a good look. They've almost managed to pick up another kill for Weibo Gaming, but it will be the cap.
Proper
Reaper.
This feels awkward.
Yeah. Against the Ashe Echo, like, obviously you're looking at shooting the tank there, but collapsing on somebody?
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing the Zarya Reaper composition, fair enough. You can teleport in, you can get that Zarya bubble and deal a ton of damage, but who are you targeting here? It has to be Guxue.
Who's Bro shooting? Yeah, it's got to be Guxue. Guxue already dead. They managed to move up to the high ground. Okay, Proper. Closing the gap there with the teleport.
But still, even so, Reaper, with this Shadow Step, can be very mobile, get on these high grounds, drop down, and get out safely because of all the mobility cooldowns he has. But Weibo Gaming should be able to rotate around Proper to deal with him quite handily with this composition. If it becomes a problem, Guxue needs to consider a hero switch.
Weibo Gaming, in theory, right, they can kite away from this with the Lucio. Even a good spot as well. Look how close Weibo DPS are currently to their ults. Bob and Duke coming up, man. Wow, Chio just disintegrates. That's one kill already. As it Duke, as well as that Bob being flung out. A cap, and only 39% for Falcons.
Yeah, and while Team Falcons are playing the Wu Yang, I feel like Weibo Gaming's neutral is so strong with this Ashe and this Echo. Really, whenever Team Falcons walk up this neutral...
Wow, that was...
Oh, well, I mean, never mind what I say if you just find picks like that. But it's still going to be a struggle here for Falcons to swarm onto the point. The Kitsune Rush will help.
Yeah, they see Guxue using a bubble, so they use the Kitsune Rush to try and close the gap. But again, the Lucio paying off for Weibo here, being able to get Guxue out.
But Monk is going to return with this Kitsune Rush, and that will be advantage for Team Falcons. Just got to watch out for this Graviton Surge.
TP in the small room. Not exactly where you want to be against Harbin. There's the grab.
Sound barrier.
Sound barrier is good though. It's good for 3 people stuck in that grab, and now the tidal blast for Harbin. But again, the Lucio being able to taxi everybody from Weibo away. Doesn't matter though. It was all a distraction. Proper finds 1 kill and a grab. Connects with Harbin, but still manages to kill Mew. And Proper with the Death Blossom. It finishes that fight up handily.
Weibo Gaming kind of baited into fighting in that small room, and that is going to benefit a lot of people. Proper included as he comes in with the Death Blossom. And that was a lot of ultimates for Weibo Gaming. 80% in counting for Team Falcons. How are Weibo Gaming going to retake this point?
Yeah, very good question. I'm sure we'll find the answer in just a moment. Proper just getting so much support right now. Double bubble used to push him forward. Bob comes out for Merit as well. I mean, this is all crumbling for Weibo now. I don't think there's any chance. There's 1 player on the point. It's Shy. He's killed Merit, but that's it. That's round. That's Falcons with 1 on the board.
And that didn't feel close at all. Falcons looking control after that Reaper hero swap. And now the ball is in Weibo's court here. How do you adapt to the Zarya Reaper composition coming out. It's been a bit of a staple for a lot of teams throughout Stage 3. Obviously, the Reaper was slightly better in the meta before Shadow Step perk received a bit of a nerf. Reaper was so good at getting in, getting out because of that shortened duration on that Shadow Step, but still find itself effective in this matchup here at the World Finals.
Harbin without a single death just yet. Most damage on the team and the lobby, almost at 4K. Right, Shy this time on the Freya. So we've got Freya, Echo for Weibo, and Merit. He's just going to stick with this Ashe. Ashe way too powerful on this point to give up.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming though still sticking on this Zarya. And so the lack of mobility means you probably have to cater towards the point here. You can see Team Falcons, they're wrapping around these side angles to open up the sidelines for Merit. And Weibo Gaming, they're going to be stuck towards this point area.
High ground control pivotal for Hanbin as he pushes Wuxue towards the point, although Monk takes down Fielder. Will be a trade from Proper as Hanbin inserts himself into the fight with a help from Shio to gain the kill. Weibo, they cap, but they're on the run.
And the game feels easy for Falcons here, because they force Weibo Gaming to make a play to regain some space on the point. But because Hanbin and the rest of the team secure that left side angle, they can easily punish these flying heroes, Echo and the Freya, and tear them apart, which then leads to the point cap. Monk, 70% on the Kitsune Rush versus Fielder's 22.
Yeah, they made it to the point ASAP. I mean, Wuxue's already on it, great, but he's kind of alone right now. It's just him and Mew. And Mew gets picked off by Merit. I was at Weibo trying to be a 4-ton tumbleweed, but unfortunately it was just a stick in the wind. And with Team Falcons now with this position, and Bob as well, good luck getting on top of Merit.
I mean, this Zarya is straight up not working.
Oh! Woo!
This is tough for Weibo Gaming. They're gonna have to make some kind of adaptation. They're committed to the Zarya for now, but I don't see how this Ilios turns around.
50% ult charge, it's like, hey, maybe I get grabbed here. Easy to bubble leave in, but man, he's just getting bullied right now.
Sound Bear coming up for Shio here. Could be an aggressive play.
They're playing, bro. Like, they're playing in the spawn doors. Zero respect for Weibo right now. Duplication from Proper. Bolus kills Shio at least. Proper looking for a free grab here. And he's so high energy too. Zarya duplicate is just such high value. Proper gets another. Self-destruct from Harbin to get the remake, and time is ticking for Weibo now.
Easy pickings for Proper in the sky. Wuxue still alive here with the beam, but
no, he's
Fielder
not.
finds a pick on Monk.
No, he's not anymore. Chased down by Harbin. What a move from Shio.
80% here, Joss.
They're pushing spawn, bro. Like, what can you do now? If you're Weibo, you have to use ults to get out the spawn door.
Wow.
This is insane. At least let them out, please. They're rushing in spawn. Merit leave trade. Who touches? Weibo, you got to touch.
No one can touch.
You got to touch, buddy.
No one's to touch.
Proper puts the sticky bombs on the back of Mew's head. Falcons take map one. I mean, Johnny, come on. That was not close. We talk about how Falcons are pissed, and hey, if you can channel that energy into your gameplay like this, you got another spot. You got another life waiting for you. It's Crazy Raccoon.
Alice, perhaps the most one-sided map we've seen all day, and we've seen some Giga Stomps so far. Falcons showing that even though they're here in the lower bracket after a very disappointing showing, they still got what it takes against one of the best teams in the world. This is just one step in their path towards qualifying for that grand final. And then Weibo Gaming unlucky to be on the other end of it.
Yeah, Humber didn't die. 16-0, 9 assists. Real tough look. I mean, the Zarya comp, you're just, okay, you're like, great, we can play Zarya, it's Diva, but with the amount of high ground control and how far you were playing up with Team Falcons, like, it's just so hard. And that's the thing with control as well. You're stuck into these kind of comps, like waiting for your ultimate to come up, at least use it. They just didn't want to pivot that quickly, and it cost them big time.
Yeah, I think it's important to mention, though, that this was not the must-win map for Weibo Gaming in this series. And obviously, Falcons deploying the Winston ban early on. It is a really powerful ban when it comes to negating Weibo Gaming's preferred playstyle of that tempo dive, right? We saw in the previous series Falcons, they hesitated to deploy a very powerful ban. Instead, they banned the Mercy. They didn't want to give anything to Twisted Minds too early. But now, with that Winston ban already deployed and map 1 win secured for Team Falcons, that at least allows Weibo Gaming here going into map 2 to go their preferred direction and free up Gushui to play his signature Winston hero.
Do the rest of the maps allow that, though? Obviously, Dorado is in the pool.
Yeah, Dorado is in the pool if you want to go that direction, and obviously you could try to target ban Hanbin on the other end. That is kind of how these tank matchups work. If you are a historical main tank specialist when it comes to the Winston, then you want to deploy a hero ban onto an off-tank player who prefers the Diva in that matchup. We just saw how Gushui felt like he had nowhere else to go. Realistically, I said maybe he'll have to look to a different hero than the Zarya, but where do you go? Is it like the Ramatra on Ilios? That doesn't feel good. Is it one of the more mobile heroes like Wrecking Ball? That doesn't feel good either. And so a lot of these theories early on are going to come down to these very impactful bans being targeted onto the tanks, and hopefully you secure your map win and allows you to get later into the series where things open up when it comes to the hero pool.
Yeah, I mean, you can target the ramp pretty easy, right? Then have Hanbin play whatever. If you want to force Gushui onto an off-tank, like, it's tough, man. It's tough out here.
Weibo Gaming, though. I'm eyeing perhaps a Dorado. It's the go-to dive map for a lot of these players, and I will say perhaps you don't feel like you need to, you obviously don't need to protect ban the Winston anymore because it's already utilized, and so maybe there is a different hero you can ban instead if you're pretty comfortable with Hanbin playing the Diva to begin with. And so there's a lot of optionality here for Weibo Gaming, as they don't need to worry about the Winston ban ever for the rest of this series. You know, so many times you see a lot of these teams that have perhaps a specialist, whether it's a Lucio player or in this case a Winston player. They want to protect ban a lot, and that is quite consuming because you're not able to target ban the other team. In this case, the Gushui target ban is already out of the way in map 1, and now Weibo Gaming, they can deploy strategic. Hey, though.
He's all good. Don't drop the notes, Sparkle.
We got the notes. The ban notes. I mean,
He's
that's,
like, no,
that's a
don't
lot
look.
of paper, actually. That must be a lot of research. That matches Kasor's and Danis work on Team Liquid.
It does, yeah. Sparkle. Ex-Dallas Fuel, ex-Paris Eternal, ex-Element Mystic. Been around for a long time at this point. So I was surprised to see him in the coach role. I'm going to be honest, Johnny. Thought he might have a few more years left him in playing, but it's good to see Sparkle nonetheless. Clearly done very well on Team Falcons, of course. They have a lot of support staff behind them, and it will be Weibo choosing Dorado.
Yep, and again, I wouldn't be too surprised to see the Diva ban come out here just to make it more difficult for Hanbin. But there are quite a few options here if you want to go a different direction, of course. Weibo Gaming here. They've looked fairly inconsistent this tournament. I think back to that series against Al-Qadsiya, they just didn't have an answer for the symmetric composition at all. They were fairly shaky against a team like Team CC, even from their own region, right? And so a lot of teams going into this tournament, they questioned Weibo Gaming. Do they still have it? Do they have what it takes to compete at a major tournament? And then I feel like in the previous matchup, we saw with this team, like the pace, the tempo, it was back. They were rolling. Shy was popping off, giving us those big highlights that we know Shy for. And so that restored your confidence a little bit. You felt better about this team going into this matchup. But they show that when that Winston is not available, they are not comfortable.
Diva ban from Weibo Gaming. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Just don't want to bully the Winston too much, but a Wu Yang for Falcons.
Yeah, the Wu Yang ban is an interesting one. Obviously been a go-to hero for a lot of various support players, you know, flex support and main support players.
Yeah.
Being able to play this poke style, it is quite effective, especially when one of their teams, they play a bit more close-up brawl kind of composition, they clump up. The extra damage from Wu Yang and the disengage available from the Surf. It is really good at just keeping the pressure on from far away without being punished. So in a matchup like this, I'm curious though to see the Wu Yang ban deployed. Weibo Gaming, they played a little bit of it, but it hasn't really been a mainstay of theirs.
Yeah.
You know, Mew loves the Lucio already, so I'm not expecting too much difference in that regard.
Yeah, a lot of Lucio here. Dorado's been a fun one to watch, especially since Watchpoint Gibraltar has been taken out of the pool. Now for Falcons, probably going to have Merit again back on the Ashe. I want to see Shy show up though on the Sojourn. This map is very good for the Sojourn. A lot of decent long sight lines, high ground control is very easy. Burning a lot of cooldowns to get on height. So your slides are just so useful to getting away from these very fast dives, like you said. Let's have a look. Let's load in map number 2. Can Weibo win on the dive? It's really your only chance to play this as well. You look at the rest of the map pool. I mean, maybe you play it on push. Maybe Runusapi. But Dorado definitely the best fit for the team. Winner here advances, plays Crazy Raccoon later. Insanely long day, by the way, Johnny. For everybody here and teams too. Some teams playing, what, 3 games? Like, come on. That is exhausting mentally. Let's have a look at the defense, though. Weibo staying on.
As we look at Weibo Gaming setting up on their defense, it's going to be that signature composition of theirs. This is the composition we've seen them take some of the best teams in the world onto map 5 and even clinch victory at points. Hanbin is going to look to Winston himself. Not one of his preferred heroes, but we've grown more and more familiar with the Hanbins done over time. This should be a hero matchup that Weibo Gaming should capitalize on.
Han Winston versus Gushui, one of the most legendary Winston players of all time. Probably in what would you say, top 3 Winston of all time? Top 2?
Putting me on the spot here, but the Primal Blade. Definitely top 5, maybe even top 3, you're right.
A quick jump down, just a little bit of space creation by both Gushui and Hanbin there. Oh! Flick of the wrist.
That's a good start for Weibo Gaming, and that's what you need to see out of Shy.
Oh,
another one on the fielder. And I think Shy is growing very comfortable with himself, being able to play this Sojourner, like you say. The quick tempo with the slide, the aggressive peeking with the railgun. This mobility that Sojourn provides has really helped Shy to push and pull and secure these picks for his team.
I mean, it is just an insane DPS. I mean, look, if you're Ashe, right, you have to use that coach gun to get away, but Soldier's just so much more slippery. Get the double slide perk, and you're sailing. Decent damage from Hanbin here. He's going to be able to cleave a lot of people. Shio steals that mega health pack, so the dive ends up coming in. 14 Falcons on the high ground. Big slam dunk there from Hanbin, trying to kill Gushui. He's going extremely low. Everybody, in fact, from Weibo Gaming. Oh, Hanbin's going to tank that one. Attempted parting gift there by Lee, but it's all Hanbin there. 2 minutes to go. Weibo with a decent amount off the time bank. We'll see if they can come back. Merit now on the cast.
Yeah, Team Falcons here. They might look for a re-engage, actually, as Weibo Gaming are coming up to the point. Triple blink from Leaf. Kitsune Rush is going to be dropped here, and Weibo Gaming contesting in the final moment.
Ooh, okay, we pick up Shy already. Early Primal Rage usage. You see Gushui's been a little bit more bullied. 10% away from his own Primal. Yeah, easy point cap there. Fielder with a couple as well. 4 minutes in the time bank, and Falcons not looking so hot this day, this tournament, Johnny. 0-3 on the escort game type.
Yeah, this has been a map type that Falcons have really struggled on, so as they prepare for the second point here, let's have a listen in and see how they prepare on this high ground.
노릴 거나? 오케이, 목표 우리한테. 원샷. 하나, 2층 하나 이거. 하면 일래? 아니, 올려는 것 같은데? 올려한다. 나 화밀다 할게. 나도 화밀다 올라갈게. 다시. 제 사람 이벤트 들어봐.
You call a target, and Johnny, I'll dive on it, no worries. There was a lot of Kiri callouts there, trying to kill Monk. No CDs, jump in, easy kill on the Kiriko.
And this is when Merit is at its most lethal, playing this Cassidy, has the High Noon able to deploy here. Weibo Gaming, they pretty much gotta use this sound barrier to get out there to begin with. Chio dropping it first though.
Oh, look at that aggressive beat, yeah, trying to kill Monk, but they've ended up flipping the table here on Weibo. Oh, the high ground control though. Problem with the pulse bomb, helping Merit get the kill, and the Deadeye finds one. Double kill for Merit. 2.5 minutes. Shy behind them. He's got overclock, Johnny, but I don't think he's going to get a chance to use it.
No help.
It'd be a throwaway if he did. That is a speed run a second.
But Weibo Gaming, they kind of had a poor defense here because they went for that last-minute contest on first. They weren't able to set up their second-point defense properly. They had a poor engage there. And Team Falcons, they've just stormed through on this attack. Now, with the high ground once more, they still have this Kitsune Rush from Fielder. So they could choose to retain this positioning here. But it looks for now they're going to forfeit it.
Yeah, I mean, this overclock might be what they need, but Shy, he's getting damage in. Eventually, Harbin goes down. Oh, snappy shot onto Fielder too. But it is like the old adage, Johnny, it really is. Weibo, they're giving Falcons an inch, but Falcons are taking a couple of kilometers at the very least. Like, they are not letting Weibo rest. It's constant diving in the backline, constant trying to get Monk to use that TP.
Yeah, and even with Hanbin on this Winston, what he lacks the mechanical ability, he makes up for in smarts, and he still secures that crucial positioning for the rest of his team, setting them up. And now, with this Primal Rage and this Kitsune Rush, they could drop it aggressively, but Weibo Gaming goes first.
Oh, nice jump onto Merit though. Harbin still with this Primal Rage, but looks like they managed to even this one up. Fielder finds two. Monk and Shy end up going down, leaves in the health pack. Proper, come back. I need to finish my kill. And here come the Primal Blades as well, as Chio just gets stomped on by Gooseway. Backline down. You'd think he had a blade in his hands, but it's just his monkey fist. Mew falls, so it's a bit of a trade, but Weibo, happy with that?
They are definitely happy trading out that Kitsune Rush that Fielder had to drop in response to Monk. And now Team Falcons still building that sound barrier. They don't have a lot of tools here to secure positioning. Merit on this Cassidy. They gotta set him up for success, but Weibo Gaming, they are the ones with the positional advantage at this time. Hanbin looking to change things.
Yeah, he's trying to like boot the Sojourn over the top to get a free kill. He's gonna go back in. Monk is 1 HP. Same with Leave, has to recall. Payload still going though, Johnny.
Sound barrier.
Sound barrier. Yep, coming in. Mary's trying to hide. Pops the Deadeye. Bubble dance. Oh, dodges the post bomb, luckily. And a late beat from Chio, helping Merit land the snappy kill onto Leave. And the payload is still moving. Weibo, they don't want to get them close to that OT. They got 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, but that post bomb does get Suzu'd in the end, but they don't touch.
Leave went down on the Tracer, and no one was there to back up the point. You can see Leave come in on your frame, triple blinking, right out of spawn, trying to get that touch. But someone had to commit their life there. Gushue, get on top of that payload, stall it out for just a bit, try to buy some time for Shy to find a pick. Weibo Gaming aren't able to, and capping out Dorado, we know that is a really good accomplishment for any team. 1 minute 17 in the time bank to go for Falcons as well. And so they are looking real pretty on this Dorado so far.
God, it feels like I'm watching it in reverse now, where Falcons game against TM. They want to go Dorado. They want to ban the sim against TM. It's like, okay, we win the dive now. This time it's Weibo going in, banning D.Va, and say, we want to win this dive map. But it's Falcons setting the pace. 1 minute and 17 in the bank.
I mean, realistically, we talked about it, right? Banning the opponent's tank-preferred hero. It's such a powerful ban. So in this case, Weibo Gaming, lots of pressure on them to actually win this map for their chances the rest of this series. It's a must-win for them. But they've dug themselves a little bit of a hole here because of their lacking defense on the first and second point. They just haven't looked themselves on this composition, but now is the time where you gotta show up. You're facing elimination in the lower bracket.
Yeah, let's see what Shy can do on this angle. Not the best one, especially against Merit, who's going to be sitting pretty on the high ground. With the Ashe, oh, that was a good lot of dynamite damage.
And so for now here for starters, obviously if you're Weibo Gaming, you just want to push up this payload here a little bit. You can afford to do that. But at some point, Weibo Gaming, they need to consider the high ground. How do we take Team Falcons off it? How do we capitalize on our speed advantage? Because Team Falcons, they get so much passive value out of this composition with the Ashe, with the Echo. And Weibo Gaming, pressure is on them as Gushway goes down to the Echo. You can just see the damage coming in from Team Falcons' damage duo.
Yeah, I mean, Monk, Suzu, while good to save him for a brief window, it's just shattered as soon as Proper gets on it. And the Suzu, you know, the invulnerability doesn't last that long. Like, the beam is going to immediately pick back up as soon as that Suzu wears off, and it's just a free kill for the Echo.
You see here Leave poking away at the Echo. That's a favorable matchup for Leave as Gushway falls again.
Got Bash, couldn't jump away.
I mean, Gushway needs to set up his team, right? He has to be the sacrificial lamb with this Winston barrier. Try to get on top of the Team Falcons backline or on this Ashe. Enable Leave to combine with him and secure a couple of picks. But this has been a poor start so far for Weibo Gaming. They haven't even crossed the first corner.
Yeah, there's 2 minutes to go. Both rushes are going to be online around the same time. Merit's Bob is going to see to things, though, if they do end up collapsing on that courtyard.
It looks like they're going to flip here. Monk in trouble, teleports out.
Yeah, they're going to hit that rally, though, but Shy tried to join the rest of his team on that rush, but slides away, but straight into Hansman's grasp. And then the bot now cutting the team in half. Chio does end up going down, but Proper and the rest of the gang are just going to follow them down into the sewer. Can't let Harbin go down, though. 98%. Couldn't get Primal off.
This hesitation from Weibo Gaming puts them in doubt. And Team Falcons, they capitalize on that mistake. The rotation came through the choke. The rest of the team wanted to flip the map, but Shy not on the same page at all. And Team Falcons, they storm on top of them. You have this sound barrier in play now, but can you capitalize on it? These few seconds are crucial, but Shy goes down again. Proper is picking them apart.
Yeah, Proper is just on another level right now. You can tell that face wants to be in those finals. That face wants to lift another trophy. Leave is super low as well. Harbin is chasing the Tracer. I mean, this is devastation for Weibo. They got beat, Johnny, but look, Gushway, he's had insane primal rages, but this is going to have to be generational to open this one up.
Yeah, the Primal Blade needs to come out, and it needs to come out right now. Team Falcons, they've done an extraordinarily good job here, utilizing these flanks.
Don't get picked. Don't get picked. Proper's going in again. Dupes the Tracer. Rally Bash comes in, fighting in the small room, and yeah, you're just going to get cleaved. Harbin ends up finding 2. Proper gets cleave eventually. And Johnny, we're on final fight for Weibo now.
And that was the sound barrier used by Mew. One of the strongest support ultimates in the game. And Weibo Gaming couldn't capitalize. Shy with the overclock. Weibo Gaming, they need a hero right now. Shy needs to come through.
He's going to try and go, but Proper still in hot pursuit. Suzu used really early as they try and trade positions now. Pulse Bomb from Leech going to be good for 1. Merit also down, so DPS eliminated for Falcons. All good though. Reset on the point. OT for Weibo.
Yeah, and Team Falcons, realistically, I don't think they need to worry about recontesting this one. Obviously, they don't have any speed available to them either. So this should be Weibo Gaming marching towards the second point. Kitsune Rush is still in hand. This is going to be a crucial ultimate for trying to establish some kind of positioning up top. The rest of the team joining Monk in that mission.
Going to rush on the high ground to try and take it early here. Proper knows exactly where he needs to be, and that's not in the fight. Okay, they've successfully taken high ground, Johnny.
But what they're going to do with it? Mew kills the Bob.
Proper's
but you need hero picks.
Heal, Proper. Please. Oh, snipe from Shy. He needed heals. I think Field and Chio both pack and then offered to just send his way, but they couldn't get him. Monk ends up getting traded here as the rush on the high ground from Field is going to be good to sustain people, but here comes the Primal Blade. Going to try and isolate, but a good whip shot from Chio. At least there was backup there for Gooshway. Oh, Merit still gets him though.
Yeah, they're trading back and forth here. Team Falcons with the better Kitsune rush in that one. Leave, pushing the payload forwards here. But Team Falcons, they should be able to get back on this high ground. Hanbin. Now is the turn of the Han Winston. What can he cook up with this Primal?
Man, it's so tough right now for Weibo to take this high ground. Basically impossible, right, against the Primal Rage. Cycling these jumps. Pops the Primal, in fact. Sees an opening and takes it. Suzu used early for Monk. Now, Mew in trouble.
Sound barrier.
Oh, sound barrier connects. Luckily there. Hanbin super low. Has to get back to the rest of the team. This rally is massive for Chio. He holds the door. He holds the line. Hits the bash on 2.
And you can meme about Han Winston all you want, but what more can you ask for? Your Winston popping Primal Rage, forcing the enemy team to use Sound Barrier. Weibo Gaming, they're gonna find 2 picks here actually, but Team Falcons look to still be in control of this payload.
Chio's got some motion out there on the brig. Dupe available, Johnny, as well as this Bob.
Bob is coming up here for Team Falcons, but Shy has the high ground and this overclock. This needs to be another moment where Shy come up big for his team, opting for this right side flank with clear sightlines.
He's done it once here, he can do it again, but Mug's so below. Had to use Suzu super early as well as that TP. Leave ends up killing Hanbin, and now Shy sliding in onto the back line. Merit dodging out of the way, but Fielder with the backup.
It's not good enough.
Bob's out too. Proper has got the dupe on the Winston, so he's going to be able to create a lot of space here. But the Bob's kind of holding it down right now for the team. Hanbin kills Leave. Mew, they've dived so deep. And with OT coming in and the spawns for Team Falcons, it looks inevitable that they're going to be able to secure this. And Chio is holding it down. Gooseway with the Primal Rage is all they can hope for now.
But it's almost out of health. Overtime is ticking.
OT,
So it's gonna touch.
Gooseway with the leap back in. Pixels away from getting another touch. But that is Falcons on match point.
I gotta say, Hanbin playing an extraordinarily good Winston on that map, setting his team up for success on a crucial Dorado, which realistically, Team Falcons, they shouldn't win if Weibo is to stand a chance in this elimination series. Team Falcons, they're looking for revenge in the lower bracket here after an earlier defeat today.
Yeah, guaranteed place against Crazy Raccoon to try and get that final spot. I mean, at the end of the day, like, they've done it on a stage before. Crazy Raccoon have made it through a lower bracket run before and taken a finals in Hangzhou. Team Falcons, they have the capability to do the same thing.
I mean, they are a super team. They're some of the best players to ever grace this game. Hanbin top fragging on the Winston, the most damage in the lobby. Play of the game.
Yeah, play. Yo, baby.
Like, Hanbin crushed it. You gotta say. And so when you talk about Hanbin's Winston being a weakness, I don't think you can talk about that much more. Is it the same level as someone like a Donghack, a Junbin? Maybe not. But still, Falcons, they're showing that Hanbin can set them up for success on the maps like this, even when his diva gets banned away from him.
The Merit looks really good on this Cassidy as well. And this is the map too. I remember Shy a few years ago, what was it, 2021 maybe? 22?
Hangzhou Spark.
When he had the most insane Sojourn performance of all time on Dorado. Just couldn't repeat that same success. Although it feels like light years away at this point, but...
It was 2022, I mean, it was 3 years ago. But 3 years ago feels like forever, I don't know.
Light years, bro, come on.
I don't remember what I was doing 3 years ago except playing Overwatch.
We were doing Overwatch League, Tony.
That's true.
We were casting Overwatch League. Yeah.
But time passes by pretty quickly. Yeah. That was one of the best tournaments of all time. And Shy and the rest of Hangzhou Spark, I feel like that one was when they were really peaking. Partly because Sojourn was really powerful,
pretty good.
Was able to get nanoed in and just essentially 1 versus 5 the game, but to do that, you need a player like Shy to begin with. And so we've seen Shy at many occasions in his Overwatch career just take over games, take over lobbies, similar to what we saw Quartz do earlier today. But he just hasn't found his stride so far this tournament. And Weibo Gaming, they're struggling in a series like this when he doesn't come up big for them.
What is it about Dorado, man? Falcons take us here in the series versus TM, and we're like, oh, we're going to do the same. Well, we'll play dive. We'll ban Diva. We're chilling. This is a Falcons that wants revenge. They want a final spot. They want to lift another trophy.
I mean, they're perfectionists, right? They're elite professionals. They demand excellence of themselves. And now they find themselves in finals over and over and over again. Our mid-season champion, our world finals from 2024. Falcons, they always come up big, but now, in this lower bracket, in a position they perhaps didn't find themselves being in.
Just deliberating now what we want to go to, but Weibo Gaming, they need a reverse sweep. Say no to 3 Overwatch. Unfortunately, it might be the same case here, but hoping we get another map out of them.
There are no good choices here left on the board.
Kings.
It's going to be King's Row actually here, so perhaps you can lean more into the Ramatra mirror now, if you would like. Gushui can perhaps get away with that hero pick. He doesn't need to face the threat of a really good Zarya or Diva as much from Hanbin.
Might have to protect a tank here.
Very well could be. You got to keep that Ramatra available for Gushui, so that would make a lot of sense.
Ban Zarya, ban something away
Might as well ban the Zarya now, yeah.
Yeah, and then at least you get to play the ramp on King's Row. Because if you go for anything else, it feels like, well, Falcons like, okay, well, Hanbin can play any off-tank, it doesn't matter.
I will say maybe you want to protect... No, you couldn't possibly protect the support here. You got to protect the tank.
You got to protect the tank, man.
The scary thing is that allows Falcons as well to ban something like a Lucio. Obviously, they're very comfortable playing Juno Brig in situations like this. We've seen Chio pick up the Wu Yang as well. And so Falcons, their backline flexibility is really strong. It's going to be the Zarya ban from Weibo Gaming, which again allows Gushui to play that Ramata. And the Brig ban coming in from Team Falcons.
Brigitte. Yeah, so obvious Ram choice here. Falcons could, do you reckon, double flex here? Do you think Chio's just still going to play the Lucio? Like I said, could play a little Wu Yang.
Like I said, I think they have plenty of optionality in that regard. If they want to play the Lucio Kiriko, they're one of the best backlines to play the game. But at the same time, you do have the optionality of being a little bit more greedy with your backline if you want. We've seen throughout this competition and recent history that if you want to play something like a Kiriko Juno, there are maps where you can definitely do that, especially if you find yourself on the attack where the defense sometimes has a tougher time pushing up and punishing that greedy backline of yours. But Weibo Gaming, I think they're really satisfied playing with tempo, playing with speed. And so whatever backline Falcons decide to go for here, Weibo Gaming, they're still going to be quite comfortable trying to punish that greed from Falcons.
A stressful situation, no doubt. And then we see proper, like, even in the last map on the Echo, that was a dirty performance. The dupes look really good, but just the clean dive bombing at the back line, like Monk, time and time again, was having to just Suzu TP, or TP Suzu, like, almost instantly. Proper was hanging around the periphery of the fight a lot of the time, waiting for the engagement from Weibo, or waiting for Hanbin to jump in, and then he can go for the assist.
Yeah, that's how you play Echo at the highest level. You go for these big flanks, you force the cooldowns out of the enemy team. You want to try to expose a Kiriko from using that teleport to Suzu and then punish those mistakes. But also you have to be very aware of where are you going to escape. If things don't go your way when you're going for that assassination, where can you retreat to? And Proper, he's one of the best players to break the game. I'd say he's the best player in the world right now and has been for a little bit here. And so very comfortable playing that Echo as we head into King's Row, our third map of the series with Weibo Gaming, facing elimination going into this one.
Man, it's always on the DPS though, you know? I mean, we've had insane hit scan performances from a lot of players, like Quartz on the Soul, like Proud as well, had just ridiculous performances. I mean, the game does revolve heavily around DPS kind of making plays, but this tournament specifically, there's just been so many unbelievable highlights. Weibo Gaming need that reverse sweep now. A loss here sends them home. And Falcons will advance. Defense, Mew, Wu Yang here. Leave on the venture.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many great Kings Road defense here, so a bit of an alternate approach from Weibo Gaming, as Mew is going to provide a lot of poke damage from this defensive high ground. Leave is going to be able to control these wide angles, these flanks, really well, utilizing the ability cycle from the Venture. You can see right now contesting that hotel lobby area. Merit swaps over to the Sojourn and proper on the Genji here. If you're Team Falcons, they are looking for a quick rollout here on the left-hand side. Not able to punish Leave, obviously, but they're constantly hunting for someone to dive on top of.
Just one time, one Kuna headshot, or a Shuriken headshot, sorry. Onto Monk before they go in. Leave's pretty low in it. Oh, Monk! Oh, Monk's gonna go down here. You gotta be careful. What a pick. Nice Suzu too, keeping handing up. They do end up trading Fielder for him though, so a trade of the Kirikos. And now Leave is going hunting for the back line. Sees Merit, but Bob is just around the corner.
Yeah, Hanbin is going to lose that mech after losing all that armor and no Kiriko on the battlefield. So Weibo Gaming, they hold on for now. I will say they have quite a good composition when it comes to staying alive in these brawls. They just gotta protect their Ashe and this Wu Yang from being punished. And the rest of the teams should be able to secure some value here.
Could have been Dynamite damage from Shy.
Oh, here's got to dive.
Dives on the side. Just a wave to push Hanbin back for now. Now Leave is just trying to deal with this flank too. I mean, if you're Gushway, you're trying desperately to help Mew and Monk on this high ground.
Shy might be dead here.
Pushed down to this low. Mew's already dead here. And oh, Proper goes in, just dashes straight through Gushway to find the execution kill. Gets the reset up to the high ground. Now Gushway alone. Point capture now for Falcons, looking at 33%.
Gushway still in the backline here. Leave. If he stays alive,
they got to kill Leave.
He can't.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 players from Team Falcons there looking at Leave. There's just no shot.
They could have re-engaged though, but Leave dying that early spells trouble for Weibo Gaming here. Gushway, last-ditch effort.
He's going to try Annihilation. I mean, it's up pretty soon. They're just going to be able to survive. Tidal Blast onto Shy as he tries to get some knockdowns, and he does. Gets 2. But what a Suzu from Fielder. And then Proper just dashes through both of them.
Leave.
And takes care of them. Oh, Leave though on the side.
Leave gets a couple, and Gushway has the Annihilation. And the Kitsune Rush from Monk. Weibo Gaming has all the tools to remain on this first point defense.
1 minute and 30 seconds remains now. Leave with a miracle ultimate, kills 2.
Team Falcons though, they just invested the Sun Barrier, so they still have 4 ultimates to go here. You should be able to set up Merit for a wide swing with this overclock, with the pressure from Proper's Dragon Blade.
Surely it's just an overwhelming amount of ults. You can't beat Blade, unfortunately, if your Falcons hit. But sometimes a Rush Blade is all that you need. Those swings are deadly. Even deadlier when they sped up. Oh, Hanbin can't lose mech though. Self-destruct, all good. Blade pop from Proper, he's already in the backline. Forces Monk.
He got nothing.
TP. He got nothing and Fielder's already dead. 50 seconds to go now. As Team Falcons trying to grasp hold of this game, it is slowly slipping out their hands. Proper picked off by Monk. It's all falling apart for Falcons, Johnny.
Wow, Weibo Gaming making a firm stand on this first point defense. Team Falcons find nothing with the Dragon Blade and the Kitsune Rush. And 30 seconds to go. Realistically, they're not going to be able to build this sound barrier. And now it all falls on the Merit. Gushway, with this Annihilation, usually used as a survivability tool on this point. But now, could perhaps go a little bit aggressive with Leave.
Sure he used both CDs though.
Merit.
Yeah, he's on the high ground. Leaves asked to get out of there. Use that Drill Dash to create some space for himself.
Dies.
But how does Fielder die there? Annihilation on the point. And Gushway does end up getting run over. But Team Falcons are all very low. Only relying on Chio's help to heal him up. Chio finds Mew. A scrappy fight. No C9s, please. Hanbin pretty low. Has to keep the point alive. But guess who's alive? Still Proper with 10 HP. And Fielder makes it back.
Team Falcons escape a first point hold in overtime here. Keep themselves alive on their own attack. Weibo Gaming couldn't quite close things out, but it's still a highly successful first point defense from Weibo Gaming as they look to advance here. Chio is going to have an earlier sound barrier here. And Proper's over on the Symmetra. This added mobility could be lethal when you storm through with this sound barrier in hand.
I almost got quad dinked there.
Be
by
careful.
Chio.
Yeah.
Especially with these right clicks from Proper. It can be deadly on the corner. Chilling though his leave. Not really fussed about the harm bin damage right now.
Weibo Gaming coming up on double support ultimate here, but they gotta get it first.
They're so close. I mean, Monk's got the Russian one. There it is. Instantly hits it too. Chio with the sound barrier. It's on 5. Straight into the front line here. Goes Proper, trying to build up beam energy. But Mew with a later beat is going to make sure they survive the onslaught of damage.
Fielder's got this Kitsune Rush now. Advantage Falcons.
They're going to just use it around this corner. No. Wait for this Nemesis form to run out. Under we go, but leave! He picks off Proper really early on in the fight. I mean, this tectonic shock is just ridiculous. The Suzu does end up saving them, and there's the rush, Johnny. Straight to the back line. Mew in trouble, running for his life.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush neutralized by Weibo. Bit of a Lucio duel, honest. Chio comes out on top here.
Yeah, Payload's moving back, though. They need to actually touch it. Harmby's on the wrong side of the map. Completely wrong side.
What are we doing here?
I have no idea. They've got to get out alive at the very least. Payload's still going, though.
Team Falcons, they still have a lot of powerful ultimates coming up here. The Symmetra wall is so good for securing positioning for your team. Weibo Gaming, can they make a play or will they falter?
Okay, there you go. Wall deployed, and this Annihilation is going to be really tough to use now. Gushwei's been isolated, Johnny, as well. There's the Suzu. Everybody from Team Falcons descending on their prey. And Monk, leave. The rest of them, they're going to fall. That Mega Health Pack is no place for you. Not with this Annihilation ripping and tearing. 2 players left in the back line there, but they're quickly cleaned up. And that is the second point.
And we got plenty of evidence from earlier today just how powerful this Symmetra can be in a Ramatra head-to-head like we have right now. Leave opting for the Venture instead. A lot of pressure on him to come up big time with those tectonic shocks. Proper swaps over to the Mei here on 3rd, actually. And because it's late in the round, you're going to generate those perks that are so crucial for Mei early on. Overclock from Shy, but it's very early. Can you even find a pick here?
I think the Ravenous Vortex slowed Shy down there, tried to dash forward. Chio, don't peek! Oh! Yeah, now they're just going to get bullied in this corner. They forced Proper to use that block super early on in that fight. Good fight win for Weibo.
Yeah, Proper found himself offside. And Chio just peeked around the corner, thinking about using the sound barrier to save Proper, but instead goes down himself. And that was fight over for Falcons. Now, you look at Weibo Gaming here, they're positioning. Leave is on this high ground, double support ultimate. If they want to deploy it, this is the aggressive approach. You gotta utilize these Venture abilities.
Leave's got ult. Leave's got as well, chasing Chio. Chio still got the sound barrier. There's the burrow. Rush on the point for both Monk and Fielder. This sound barrier from Mew and Chio. They're going to have to deploy it late as humanly possible. Leave going in once again, but Shy ends up going down. Shy caught out, but there's the sound barriers from both sides. Tectonic Shock's good for Leave, but he's already lost that green overhealth. And he's trying to get some damage in, Johnny, but Fielder's just being healed all the way back up. Same with Harmbin. Full HP. Nice boot from Chio too. It's going to end the fight, but we're in OT.
It's a rough fight for Weibo Gaming as they lose Shy, and now Team Falcons. They have the advantage going into overtime. Overclock from Merit, and he's got all the sidelines. Proper with a Blizzard pop, pushing up here with Hanbin. They're gonna make it really difficult for Weibo to get out of spawn.
Feels like he's just going on a Blizzard to spawn here from Proper. It's exactly what he's done.
Merit
blocking one of the entrances, and Merit snipes Leave. Where's the touch? An OT finish for Falcons.
And they gotta feel good, escaping that first point. And then ending up capping 3rd. Weibo Gaming on the other side. Gotta be kicking yourself. You were this close to first point holding Team Falcons. And perhaps earning yourself a way back into this series. And now you gotta come up with heroics once more here to stay alive in this tournament. As we take a look at the stats here. Chio, Hanbin, Merit. All fantastic contributors to Team Falcons. attack.
Any change-ups for Team Falcons? Feels unlikely. Maybe Merit on an Ashe, but probably the Sojourn.
We have seen the Ashe and the Echo defense deployed by a lot of teams here.
Okay. Little Ashe.
It's really good when you sit back, the poke damage from Ashe deserves your attention. And I mean, proper on the Echo, we already saw it on Dorado.
Yeah.
We already saw it on King's Row previously. He is so good at coming up with these picks when it comes to the wraparound, a bit of a flank. Get a quick little 2K, and the fight should go in Team Falcon's advantage. But the bad thing about playing this Ashe Echo composition is you make it really tough for yourself to control the angles. You don't really have the same staying power as something like a Venture, as a Tracer would. As the lead pokes out with a couple of rockets here, expecting a hero swap over to the Venture once more. So if you're Weibo Gaming here, it becomes a game of controlling the high ground, establishing some kind of positioning for Shy, and then utilizing the skill set from the Sojourn to poke down Hanbin, get that armor off the Diva, and secure a couple of picks with the railgun.
Yeah, we're already seeing that from Gooshway. Slowly but surely plodding up the high ground. There's a lot of damage taken there from the sticky bombs. Very easy to create space there as well with the Venture.
Wow.
They trade though, still Merit finds a pick. But an even better one there onto Chio. A scrappy fight, 3-on-3. But both supports are alive here for Weibo, and they do have spawn advantage.
Still though, Team Falcons, they should be able to recontest this one as they gather their troops. No one close to an ultimate yet. So an individual pick on Merit, that is exactly what Weibo Gaming needs.
That is perfect. And Monk gets out alive too. Use both cooldowns, just waiting for them to come back up again. Another touch with Falcons. Imminence though, Johnny. Yeah, Hummin was forced to touch there with the Ravenous Vortex, but ends up getting back onto the point. Needs backup. The backup arrived. Fielder and Proper find a kill each. Hummin's still dead though, but Proper is just decimating the front line.
All right.
I mean, 3 kills already. Make it a 4.
All right.
He's here to make a statement.
This is what I'm talking about, to re-engage with the Echo. Proper does this time and time again. They wait for a coordinated moment to recontest the point, and then Proper sweeps in from nowhere and secures a couple of kills. That's 2 minutes gone from Weibo Gaming's push here.
Ooh, Shy's on like 1 HP.
Aggressive rush here.
Yeah, super aggressive, straight towards the spawn. Oh, but Fielder oversteps by a pixel. Shines have taken him down, but here comes the duplication from Proper, getting a little bit of revenge for his fallen brethren. Gooseway is so low. He's got Nemesis form still, but they're going to touch the spawn door here, Johnny. There's an Annihilation coming up as well. I mean, Proper can really just do it all. Looking for more targets to tag onto. It's Gooseway also uses ult, Johnny.
Okay. Yeah, Gooseway commits the Annihilation. He's got to be careful here, he doesn't die. Team Falcons, they obviously already let Weibo Gaming have 2 ticks here. There's a couple of troops remaining onto the point. Bob comes out, that's going to buy some time, but it's like a full rush from Monk.
Oh, the Bob is just so good at stalling for time, though. It's going to allow Harmon to come back in. He has self-destruct as well, Johnny. And Merit's on the high ground again. Self-destruct, Ravenous Vortex connects, but Suzu helps him get out of the slow field.
Sound barriers.
Barrier straight to the back line here. As Proper takes to the skies, hunting for his next victim. Shy going so low, though, but oh! That is unreal from Shy. The 180 on Proper, and that is the point capped.
But it's really expensive for Weibo Gaming. They had to deploy their entire ultimate bank to secure that first point capture. And now moving on to second. You need to mimic what Falcons were able to accomplish. Struggle on first, but steamrolled through second and third. Let's have a listen to Weibo Gaming as they push this payload forward.
后面在后面点，回到了。左边左边左绕，左边左绕，屁股屁股屁股。可以，我再压一波。一个接上，接上。哎，我点3，第，我点3，第。我走。3，慢。全一，你给我吃面，我来不吃面。我现在他不吃了。
Well, Gushue and Monk and Mew remain yet again. Is there going to be a touch? Looks like Chio's going to be able to get there in time. A duplication for Proper as he goes for the point. Kiriko in hand, a free rush. And yeah, Weibo Gaming, one of that.
They can't afford to disengage here. Both teams got that Kitsune rush, and both teams coming up on the sound barrier as well. Proper's going to buy some time here and some positioning for his team. So Weibo Gaming, they have to fight back in the neutral. As America goes for a bit of a flank here, combining with Chio. It's going to be Monk dropping his rush.
Fielder drops the rush as well. Chio's so close to Soundbar. They need to keep Shy alive, though. Shy's low HP. Again, Proper descends. But Monk comes up with 2 out of nowhere. Make that 3. Okay, Monk.
We see you.
Point 2 unlocked. 2 and a bit minutes as well. And they need a minute here to get a free attack, Johnny.
Yeah, they look really composed, but like you say, if you can finish this map with 1 minute in your time bank, that at least guarantees a draw and a 4th map in this series. If not, if they just capture it flat out, then both teams gain time as we head into overtime. So Team Falcons still got everything to play for here, as they have overclock on either side.
Oh, leave. Shy's already found one. Rips the head off the field. They're looking for another merit. That's a double, and they want to get him, but a double slide away, and Proper inting into the back line to find a kill. He gets 1, but how long will he survive? I'll tell you, it's not that long. 2 minutes now for Weibo.
And this is again an opportunity where you could push up, but because Monk died in that fight, you don't feel as comfortable without your Kiriko healing. As the Weibo Gaming, they're going to sit back in this one. This is going to enable Proper to build up the ultimate charge required for the duplicate. And we've seen in this meta how impactful that is. Could go for a bit of a flank here on the left-hand side if he wishes. It's going to remain still for now.
Just wants the dupe. They're fighting for an OT fight here, Johnny. Soundbar is off kilter though. Mew's so far ahead of Chio right now. He's chilling. He's thinking about it.
He's thinking about the wraparound.
They want Weibo to make the first play. Well, there's the annihilation. Weibo to slide. No, we're going to back off. Proper kind of low here. Actually
Can't die here.
By Shy.
This is an opening.
Duplication not available anymore. And Heartbeat's so low, he's 1 HP. Annihilation's going to be taking him down here. Chio jumps into the mix as well. Gushue tries to touch the spawn door, but not quite there. There will be a sound barrier just in time, though, for Weibo to run over Team Falcons. A final rush here, a final attempt at defense. Proper hits the dupe, but it's all over. He gets taken out of it, and only a matter of seconds can he buy. 40 extra seconds for Weibo on their next attack.
Weibo Gaming, they waited for that mistake to come through from Proper and Team Falcons, and they capitalized on it. But crucially, Team Falcons, they gotta be quite happy with the way that Weibo Gaming slow play that enabled Team Falcons to get some time on the board going into this overtime. Now the rules are going to shift slightly, of course, in going into overtime. Both teams will be able to pick a minor and a major perk for their heroes. And that changes a little bit here. What heroes could be the most optimal? The other day we saw Tree pick the Bastion instead. I doubt we'll see that here.
That was crazy, to be fair.
But suddenly a hero like Mei, for example, you get the perk where you can freeze the opposing Ramadra. It's really good. You can combine that with the point presence that a Mei provides in overtime. Weibo Gaming, they're going to opt for this defense with the Venture again. It was a good first point defense for either team here, so maybe he doesn't feel the need to change anything. But Team Falcons, did they want to shift out their rollout? On their previous attack, they rolled through the hotel area. They looked for a pick very early on. This time, it might be Proper on the Symmetra.
5, 4, 3.
Merit with a little bit of scouting with a
Don't jump.
Sonic arrow. No one's gonna.
Don't peek.
No one's gonna peek.
I'm just saying, it's happened before.
It's happened before. Proper on Simjo.
I mean, why not? Really good in this Ramadra mirror. Easily secure the high ground here for his team. And look for this wraparound. Be careful.
Yeah, you can't get jumped on now. Leave with the Burrow. Okay. Trying to dissuade Team Falcons from being on that high ground, but nothing's really going to do that.
And I think Weibo Gaming, they're actually quite pleased by swapping around here a little bit. Obviously, Shy loves this for his high ground capabilities.
Nice TP, really nice TP. Mew almost goes down there on the Lucio, but looks like GoowShui is in a little bit of trouble. They've also super low. Nemesis form for Harbin on the point, taking enough damage to force him back.
He's so low.
They've got to make a play at some point, and that's the play that you want to see. Shy dead, carry down for Weibo Gaming. Leave it up to the next one in Leave. He's in a good spot to find an off angle, but he has to use the Burrow to get away.
Ultimates are going to come online here pretty soon. GoowShui desperately wants the annihilation, but this pressure from Proper is too much, and the rotate has to come in from Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, and he predicts it as well, putting those turrets on the high ground. There's a couple of check marks on the point already, looking for a third. GoowShui jumps down, Annihilation has to be pulled.
Sound barrier.
Proper just continue his menacing presence in the front line. Sound barrier ends up coming up clutch, Mew down. The rest of Weibo Gaming are split. Fielder, nice TP. Oh, can't get the well, can't get that teleport, sadly, but Merit does the job.
And it's a great job by Chio there. Amping heals for the rest of his team. Get that quick sound barrier online, and that was what turned the tide in this overtime fight. Now, of course, stick to the payload, you must. Don't be like T1, don't step off. Weibo Gaming here, because Chio utilized that sound barrier, that obviously grants Weibo Gaming the ultimate advantage going into this next one. And so you're thinking, Merit, can you come up with a big play with this overclock? If we're Falcons here, we need to find an alternate way to win this fight. We can't take a straight up engage.
Have to be able to burn ult.
Here he goes.
Falcons just trying to go fast. Johnny Monk's got the rush, needs to heal Shy, but Shy ends up going down. Mew dies with a sound barrier as well.
Not like this.
Well, they might only need this rush in this overclock. It's an OT push through street space, Johnny. Weibo looking to stack ults and dump them in the next fight.
So that's the Kitsune Rush gone from Monk here. But still don't underestimate the powerful sound barrier from Mew. That being said though, the survivability tools from Falcons are so strong with the Symmetra Wall and the Annihilation, and they're gonna put the pressure on early while their Kiriko is back on the card. They want to drain these resources away from Weibo Gaming early, and Mew commits the sound barrier.
Two-man sound barrier.
No way!
It only hits himself and GoowShui, but Shy, oh, he's able to pick up the pieces though. That overclock has found a couple, and oh my word, the push ends. But what a push for a single minute.
Wow.
Just before that second point. Now Weibo have to match with 1:40.
It looked scary when that two-man sound barrier came in. You're thinking, oh no, we might be looking at a 6-point Kings Row game. But they found the picks required based on that momentum, and obviously Team Falcons, they had one member pushing the cart while the rest of the team was pushed forward. Still though, Team Falcons playing really well, and so I think Team Falcons here, they got a great thing going.
Weibo with 1:40. Can they actually make it to that second point? Proper on the venture now. Okay, no more sim, doesn't make most sense. On the defense, yeah, you can play it, but I think much preferring to kind of cut people off as soon as they kind of barrel through the choke. Leave was hovering Bastion. Maybe getting the perks ready.
Maybe getting the perks ready. Some players, they like to do that. Pick 20 heroes in spawn and try to get the perks online for all of them, so you don't have to do it later. You never know what hero you're gonna swap to in overtime. Let's see what they can conjure up here. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Leave swap back to the Venture, of course. Tries to get some initial ult charge as that swap comes through.
All right. Just picking Bastion just for getting the perks. It's all good. We'll play a second. High ground control still pivotal. The extra range perk here is really nice for the Venture. There's a lot of damage. Oh, both Rams using that Nemesis form at the same time. Robert fighting on that phone box now. There's a Merit kind of scared of his behind. Looks like Mew's just hanging around. Mew's just hanging around.
Okay.
Distraction play by Mew. 8 with a kill onto Merit. But the problem is, Proper is still doing work, doing numbers. But it might not be enough, to be honest. Doesn't end up getting the burrow, but Hanbin's dead, Johnny.
Hanbin is dead indeed, but Falcons, they always love brawling back and forth, and they're gonna try to stay in this fight. Chio finds a pick up the Mew here. A cap point is looking very likely. And he might come through. Proper stalling a little bit for now.
Oh, nice move. Oh, but he beats him in the 1v1. They're going to be able to get back to the point in time now, Johnny, as Merritt comes in with the kill on Shy. 30 seconds to go. As Gushue went around, the rest of his team went, but they got another reset here, Johnny, but will they be able to make use of it?
Yeah, Hanbin is still contesting this point. Fielder looking to build that Kitsune Rush. And this is vital time gone for Weibo Gaming here. Ultimates are coming online for Falcons any minute.
I mean, look, Proper's already back. There's the Annihilation. They're trying to get something popping, but the sound barrier from Chio is going to be good. OT now here. 98.9% as the rush from Fielder comes in just in time, but he needs to heal Hanbin. Proper goes down first. The beat, the Annihilation. Weibo flood the point. And they get the cap in OT.
They get the cap in OT, but that was an expensive cap. I know your tournament life is on the line, but now you're facing quite the uphill battle as you lack the support ultimates, you lack that Annihilation. And so it's down to the damage players for Weibo Gaming. The Tectonic Shock, the Overclock. Can anyone make some magic happen as you look to stay alive in this series?
Oh, they spotted Leave already. Yeah, get me out of there. Double DPS ult. There's one time for Shy to pop off. It's going to be now. Popper's already trying to go fast here. He's found him, though. He's found him. He's found Shy. Shy needs to win it, and he does. Can Merritt steal the deal, though? It's all on the Ventures and the Sojourns. Hanbin on the point, pops the Annihilation, and now this point is going to be deadly. No DPS available for Weibo Gaming. And Mew going down is not a good sign. Gushue pops another Nemesis form, Johnny, but it's all falling apart. Weibo Gaming have lost their support. They've lost their lifeline, and China have lost their #1 seed as Team Falcons advance.
Team Falcons recover from defeat earlier in the day, reclaiming some glory as they look to soldier on here in the lower bracket, securing a spot in a match against Crazy Raccoon later on today for an opportunity to reach top 3 in the tournament. Weibo Gaming still has to hold their heads high here. Not the performance they wanted going into the World Finals, of course, but Team Falcons is a nasty opponent, and this was not the favorable meta that Weibo were hoping for. Didn't allow Gushue to be comfortable. Yes, the Ramatra was in play, but Hanbin very comfortable on his own.
Team Falcons marching on forward. An exhausting day for the team. And unfortunately, Weibo end up falling. A really nice run from both Chinese teams. TC as well have looked way better than they've ever done on an international stage. There'll be another chance next year, but for now, the journey ends here. Team Falcons, though, they're going to advance. They want to get that trophy lifted once again above their heads. And Johnny, is it looking like they're going to be able to?
They brought out the Symmetra again, Team Falcons. And maybe they're thinking now, overnight, if they beat Crazy Raccoon, that is, that they can go and study enough, go practice enough, to the point where they can at least match some of these EMEA teams. Because I think, as we approach Championship Sunday, and our last match on stage here this Saturday, that Symmetra is the key for success for any of these teams here at the World Finals, if they want any chance of lifting that trophy. Sometimes in the past, you've gotten away with not needing to play the Symmetra, but this time it's looking like it's different.
Only one more day of some scrims as well, and there's no way the EMEA teams are going to give you scrims against the Sim teams. Absolutely not. It's scary stuff there for both Crazy Raccoon and Falcons down in the lower bracket. They got that single lifeline remaining to make it through to the finals. I mean, look, at the end of the day, we expected a Korean team to be there and maybe even lift the trophy, but maybe, just maybe, this finals is different. EMEA looks like a different beast. But for now, we're going to jump down to the floor with Danny and Proper.
Jack and Johnny, thank you very much. Standing them here, joined by Proper from Team Falcons, coming out from a great win. Proper, big congratulations on getting the win. I mean, I'm pretty sure you didn't have much time to prepare against Weibo Gaming, but you guys did clutch out the win. How are you feeling right now? 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 방금 이번에 두 번째 경기 때문에 좀 준비할 시간이 많이 없었다고 생각을 하는데 그래도 좋게 승리를 하셨습니다. 좀 지금 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 웨이보 경기는 생각보다 의식은 별로 안 했고 어차피 이길 걸 알고 있어가지고 라쿤전을 좀 더 생각했던 것 같아요.
We didn't really need to prepare against Weibo Gaming because we knew that we were gonna win. So instead of focusing on that, we wanted to focus more on the next match that is coming up for us, and that is against Crazy Raccoons. Of course, that, like you said, that is the next match, and it is going to be a big one. Proper, how do you think that match is going to be played out? 자, 방금 말씀하신 라팔전이 하나 더 남았습니다. 프로포 선수가 보시기에 다음 경기 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같으신가요?
패자조에서 이렇게 만날 줄 몰랐는데 라쿤은 올라가도 어차피 유럽 팀한테 질 것 같은데 저희한테 한번 양보하는 게 어떤지.
All right, Proper says that I really didn't expect to meet Crazy Raccoons, both of us, in the lower bracket. But I mean, honestly, even if they win against us, they're probably gonna lose to a EMEA team anyway. So I think it's better for us to move up to the finals. That is what Proper said. Everybody, that is it for the interview. Proper, thank you so much. Best of luck in your next match. Zoe, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Absolutely no fear, Lim. Did you see him like swatting at Proper's hands? The guts that takes. I wouldn't dare personally. Like,
Danny used his ult.
That's risky. That's risky. Yeah, no, but you know what? You gotta establish the dominance in order to hold that mic that the players always want to grab. What's wrong with you guys? Either way, though, like he doesn't need to know how to interview. He needs to know how to play Overwatch, and that he certainly does. Proper had a phenomenal performance overall. Falcons looked rejuvenated. They looked good, and quite frankly, they just looked like they're outclassing their opponents in this very match. Also, before we're diving into this, have you noticed some letters during that interview? If you did, perhaps, I don't know, drop them in the URL you're about to see and potentially win tickets for BlizzCon 2026 and follow us there for the Overwatch World Cup that will be returning. And now, though, let's talk about the competition at hand. Let's talk about the match we got to see. Falcons are moving on, but man, like, this is a heartbreaker for Weibo.
I think it should have been a closer game, and historically it has been quite close, but in this particular tournament, maybe as more time has gone by, Falcons just keep on pushing through. They're looking for revenge against EMEA. They're looking for that game against Crazy Raccoon as well. I mean, you go into map 1, you're expecting Zarya versus Zarya to definitely go Harbin's way, definitely go Falcon's way, but this map, you look at Dorado, this is the opportunity for Gushua to establish dominance as one of the top, maybe the top Winston in the world. However, the Han Winston has been a bit of a meme in the past. Right now, though, this year, he's stepped up. He's been practicing Winston a lot. He's even been playing the ball recently, domestically in Korea. The fact that Hanbin can not only keep up, but at times outplay, beat Weibo, beat Gushua, and then eventually win the map, that really says everything.
We saw the Winston already come out from Hanbin, and it was very successful in a previous match already in the World Finals. And so the fact that Hanbin can show us so many different tanks, I feel like this is probably going to be the look that Team Falcons end up relying upon for the rest of their journey throughout this lower bracket, especially when it comes to their matchup versus Crazy Raccoon in just a little bit. This has to be the way, right?
I also think the other important thing is that we finally did get to see a little bit more of that Hanbin on Ramatra as well, because typically Falcons, they've been subbing someone in to play the ramp, but here they're just trusting that Hanbin can stay in on King's Row. Zarya's ban doesn't matter, we're going to play Ram. Obviously for Weibo, they're thinking, okay, we've lost in the Zarya, we've lost in the Winston, we're now going to go towards the Ramatra. That was actually a close look that could have still gone potentially towards Weibo, maybe pushing a little bit further, looking for more Ram gameplay, maybe then forcing someone to be subbed in. But for Hanbin, he got it done. No subs required for Team Falcons. A quick, swift 3-0. Weibo, unfortunately, out now. It's China all gone, and now we've got 2 Korean teams and 2 EMEA teams.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a meta for Weibo Gaming in this very World Finals. It certainly is one for Team Falcons. They're showing flexibility in every single department. Proper, once again, an opportunity to just pop off left, right, and center. He and Merit are just such a strong DPS duo.
They are, and I think Proper especially, you know, know and remember him probably from that rookie performance that he had on the Tracer in the Overwatch League. And it's just really this season, I feel like we've really gotten a chance to see proper Blossom. He plays so much else. Reaper, Echo, Venture, Genji, Mei. There's just so many things in his wheelhouse now that he is a like quadruple, quintuple threat.
Part of what I like about this matchup is that you have the 2021 and 2022 MVPs between Leave and Proper facing off, and well, if someone gets subbed in, also the 2023 MVPs, 3 potential MVPs all on the field at the same time. But as time has gone by, I think Proper has just kind of cleared the gap a little bit. It's just, you're seeing in this particular matchup how much he's able to do, how clear of a proper lead that he's able to gain on top of Leave and everyone else in Weibo. So unfortunate for Weibo, but Falcons, they're here to retain their title.
That's right. Listen, that means that only 2 Korean teams remaining in our lower bracket that will be facing off against each other in the semifinal. They're used to seeing each other in that, upper bracket final, so that's not going to happen this time around. Only 1 Korean team will make it through to the grand final to face off against our EMEA teams. It's going to be exciting. We do have one more match to play, and that is, of course, that Korean battle. We've had quite the journey today, quite some surprises today as well, and perhaps more to come. I'm very excited to continue to cover the action. We will be heading into a very quick break, but when we're coming back on this very desk, we have some special guests announcing all the things you need to know about the future of Overwatch Esports. You do not want to miss that.
OK， 可以，我好往下说，OK。大家好，你数个3、2、1吧，那个。
3、2、1。
然后是什么来着？Hello， 大家好，我们是微博 Gaming， 感谢大家对我们的支持，我们会努力打出好成绩。
Ancora a bocca aperta, eh? Pathetic. Leave no survivors. You're finished. Disgraceful. Not good enough. Dirt beneath my heel.
Wouldn't want to be ya.
Enough games. Cut. Taste the Palatine Fang. Know your place. Bow down. Che codardia. Oh, impressive. Arriva la punizione! And so, my reign begins.
Hello and welcome back to day 4 of the Overwatch Champions Series World Finals. Is in full swing. We got one more match to cover tonight, but first, help me welcome my 2 special guests here on the desk. It's Sean Miller and Fernando Valdez. Guys, how have you been enjoying the event so far?
So good. It's so good to be back in Stockholm, Zoe. I mean, it's also Saturday, right? We're watching
I don't
Crazy
know.
Raccoon and
Time is a flat circle.
Falcons Saturday. It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's great. We love seeing, the stage come to life, and obviously, like, the energy from the fans is always really nice.
Yeah, they've been showing up today, man. The rows are filling up even more towards the end of the day for that last and important match we will be playing. It's been such a phenomenal year of Overwatch. There was so much happening. Let's take a trip down memory lane here, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, 2025, our second year of OWCS, but we've done a lot. We've introduced a partner program. We have added a 3rd stage. We've integrated Faceit League into OWCS. And we've welcomed China as an official region into the global OWCS circuit. Had an event there, of course. And so when we think about the 4 total regions competing over these 3 stages, culminating here, like, what a year.
What a year indeed. Let's actually visualize that for all of you at home. Let's take a look. Man, it's been so exciting, so emotional. I'm already getting teary-eyed, and I feel like all of that just happened yesterday, literally. But let's take a look into the future. 2026 Overwatch Esports. Is there anything you can share with us?
Yeah, so if I could sum it all up, it's more programs, more live events, more places, more partner teams we'll talk about today, and everyone's favorite, Overwatch World Cup.
Oh yeah, that excitement and
We're
the
very
announcement,
excited.
we have to talk more about that. But as a general thing, like looking at the format and everything that was going on in 2025, is there anything that will translate over?
Yes, so next year we have more going on across the world than we've had since OWCS launched. And OWCS will be joined by the familiarity of what we just said, Overwatch World Cup. We'll have collegiate programs, Faceit League, some new ones we're excited to talk about today. As you can see there, the OWCS preseason boot camp that we'll be talking a little bit about, and a new NA collegiate live event. So we're hyped.
Yeah, I have like a million questions right now. Anything you want to dig in first here?
Let's start with OWCS. When we think about OWCS, we built the 2026 season with all the things made 2025 great in mind. So a very similar format. Next year we'll feature our same regions of North America, EMEA, China, and Asia, with a season made up of stages that'll lead up to regional competition, to a live event, ultimately culminating in a World Finals where we'll crown a grand champion.
Right on, there's the pyramid. What else is new though?
Well, we will have some new teams joining us.
New teams? New partner teams?
New partner teams.
Okay.
So the partner program has been such a resounding success, and I am really excited to be back with the program where we'll be taking the teams from 9 to 11, total of adding 3, 2 in North America, 1 in Europe, as you can see. And on top of that, we'll be adding OWCS China officially to the partner program. We'll share more on that later, but I think we should start with North America.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh. Do it.
Wait, you're actually going to announce the partner teams?
Right now.
Okay.
Let's do it. Oh, Toast. I love Toast.
I like Toast.
Yeah.
You like Toast?
I'm indifferent about Toast. Why are we talking about Toast?
10 years ago, I participated in my first Blizzard Esports title.
Local Toronto Hearthstone celebrity, disguised Toast.
Wearing this mask. It was a local Hearthstone tournament, and I managed to win the whole thing, thus kickstarting my career in gaming. Now, 10 years later, I want to give that opportunity to the next generation of players. So I'm happy to announce that in 2026, our esports org, DSG, will be part of the Overwatch Champions Series, and will be fielding a competitive Overwatch team. I'm incredibly grateful to take part in all of this, and I hope all of you will support us in the year to come.
All right then. All right, listen, we go from cardboard, like masked into like stick figures. They're here with us next year. This is incredible.
Let's go. Let's welcome Toast to the 2026 OWCS Partner Program.
Yeah, let's give it up, everyone in here. Disguise will be joining us in 2026. Incredible stuff. But you said it's 2 NA teams.
It is two in NA. So we're really excited to wait. Who's that guy? Is he? Whoa! Isn't he the guy?
Yeah, that's the guy.
That's the guy.
That is the guy. That's the guy. Anyone else crying in the audience? Because I certainly am about to. This one hits. This one hits. I just... Come here. Come here. Come here. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Dallas Pool. We once more have an opportunity to burn blue. Dallas Fuel.
Thank you for letting me catch my emotions. I've seen that like 5 times, and I'm still...
No, that one hit. Oh, man, 2022 Overwatch League champions.
Yeah.
The cycle of misery. Hopefully not back. Okay,
So,
we're avoiding that
welcome
one.
back, Dallas Fuel. We are so excited to have you.
We really are. All right, all right. So that covers NA. Are you gonna make me cry even more?
Yeah, no.
What's gonna happen over here in EMEA?
Ça va, Zoé?
Ouais, tu parles français?
Ouais.
Oh, je ne sais quoi?
Oui.
Ok. Bon, hier, on a beaucoup entendu aux armes, alors je pense qu'on a quelque chose pour vous.
For real? All right, il était temps!
On est parti de tout en bas. Juste par passion. Et on a gravi les échelons. Étape par étape. Jusqu'à affronter les meilleures équipes du monde. Au milieu d'organisations au budget démesuré, on a tracé notre propre chemin. L'équipe, nous sommes devenus un club. Le club, nous avons évolué en communauté. Au fur et à mesure, on a commencé à y croire. Nous aussi, on mérite notre place parmi les grands. Notre histoire a démarré sur Overwatch. À agiter haut des drapeaux qui portent nos couleurs. Crier des hautes armes à faire trembler l'Europe. Et à force de crier, on a été entendu. Aujourd'hui, on va enfin pouvoir porter nos couleurs. On a réussi, les gars.
An early exit in the World Finals, but we will be seeing them once more in 2026.
Welcome, Team Peps, to the 2026 Partner Program.
Ozam! Ozam!
Oh man, I know you guys made a lot of people in this audience very, very happy. Bienvenue, Team Peps.
Oh, we are so excited about these teams. We're so excited to welcome China. Oh my God, we could just do this for a little while longer, I think.
I know, Frenchies show up. If they know how to show up.
Oh my goodness, I love that. Well, again, welcome to all of our 2026 partner teams. We'll have more to talk about for China in the near future. But just like last year, you'll be able to rep these teams with their own bundles in the game. And keep an eye out. We'll be sharing more details for all OWCS things very soon.
Oh man, this is so exciting. And that was just the first part of our chat here, because you mentioned it earlier as well. The Overwatch World Cup is back. Fernando, what can you share about the program?
We're extremely excited about the return of the Overwatch World Cup, and you know, we can't wait to share more with you. So here you go.
It's official. The Overwatch World Cup is returning in 2026 to celebrate 10 years of Overwatch esports. The wait is over, and this year, 30 teams from around the world will compete for the title of World Cup champion. In 2026, we are inviting 19 teams to the OWWC. The top 16 from 2023, plus the 3 top performing teams from EMEA. These 19 teams will be joined by 11 additional teams for a total of 30 teams competing in the tournament. To get things started, competition committees will begin forming now. Player tryouts and roster selection will run through the spring of 2026. More on committees, tryouts, and how players can get involved can be found in our blog post. Once teams are set, the Overwatch World Cup begins. Kicking off with a series of 3 conference cups to select the remaining teams joining the online qualifiers throughout the summer. Followed up by a live group stage where our teams will face off in person for the first time. In the end, the 8 teams will come together for the championship gauntlet at the BlizzCon Arena Finals in September. In the online qualifiers, teams will compete in conference groupings based on their location and connectivity. As 2023's top performing conference, EMEA earned additional qualification spots in the group stage. The top 2 teams from each conference grouping will advance to the group stage, along with the standing champions and runner-ups from the 2023 Overwatch World Cup. At the group stage, teams will be seeded into 4 groups of 4. Results from our online qualifiers will determine each team's placement. From there, teams will compete in a single round-robin tournament where every map, every win, and every point could make all of the difference. The leading 2 teams from each group will advance to BlizzCon. There, they will face off in an 8-team single elimination bracket where one mistake can send you home and a perfect run can make history. As teams take shape, a new season of competition begins. We'll see you at the 2026 Overwatch World Cup.
Oh, you bet you will see us there. Overwatch World Cup is back. It's been a beloved program for all the years it's been running, for a million different reasons. I have like 100,000 examples of great things that happened during that very event. Is there anything else you can share in addition to the video we just watched?
Yeah, you know, one thing that we're really excited about is the 10 years of Overwatch Esports celebration with the return of this program. And with that, there's obviously everything that's kicking off the program starting today. So as of today, people can start applying to become part of the competition committees. And that is for all the invited teams as well as the wildcard teams. And once we make the selection, the competition will start with our conference cups. There's 2 big things that we're changing this year that are really exciting. We have this addition of breakthrough players. You'll be able to learn more about that in our blog post. And then some additional changes to the committee selection. So please go ahead and check that out.
All right. So apply now if you want to be part of the committee. It was just so cool all these years to see all the different, personalities from the different regions, from different countries, every part of the world coming together, forming teams, clashing at the very end of BlizzCon. I can't wait for all this excitement to be back. I was like, I'm gonna go giddy over here. Now, Overwatch World Cup, we covered that. Another thing y'all talked about very early that I want to circle back to is bootcamp. What kind of bootcamp?
Yeah, preseason bootcamp.
What?
It's the OWCS preseason bootcamp.
Okay.
So one thing that we saw that was really exciting this year was the performance of teams going into LANs. and how they improved after doing boot camps. We were super excited about that. You know, it gave us incredible upsets. Like Nightmare versus Crazy Raccoon at Champions Clash. And we just thought to ourselves, you know, well, why don't we make this official? Why don't we go and do this and incorporate it into our program? And that's how the preseason bootcamp came into place. So what we're going to be doing next year is bringing all of these teams, our partner teams, to Seoul. And in that location, we are going to have them participate in a bootcamp program where they're going to have a scheduled practice program, scrims, and level up together. So we're really, really excited about that, and it's going to be a good moment to kick off the season.
It really will be, and I can smell the good content coming out of that already, and that's going to give us so much storylines and so much to talk about once the OWCS is kicking off next year. Now, I think the last thing that we haven't talked about yet is collegiate. What can you share?
North America Collegiate, we felt like we just had to throw this in here because it has seen such phenomenal growth. It's become so, like, the most amount of schools we've ever seen this last season, and we have a new partner named Nace. It's been incredible. So we wanted to touch base really quick on what that looks like and how to get involved. So in the spring season, we're going to have a very similar format to what we did in the fall. Schools across North America will be able to compete in this season leading to the championship, both open and varsity divisions, so that there's something for everyone to play in, starting in February, concluding with a live event of these top teams across North America in April. So you can register now, learn more at our blog that we'll be posting now, and sign up.
Oh man, there's going to be so much Overwatch esports to partake, to watch, to consume next year. I'm just so excited. I'm so very excited. Any final words from you guys?
I'm excited. I think
those are good. I use those too.
That's the biggest thing. I mean, let's look forward to February. In the preseason boot camp. And then just from there, I think it's going to be near nonstop competition throughout the year that we can all enjoy, earn rewards for, and be with our community.
Yeah. Stay tuned for our live events and everything happening next year. Really excited.
Right, make sure to follow everything Overwatch Esports on the respective socials and the blog posts that we'll be sharing more. Now, please everyone, give it up for our special guests sharing all the bright things that are in the future of Overwatch Esports. Fernando and Sean, thank you so much for joining me. We're not done for the day though. We're heading into a quick break, and then afterwards we are back with the lower bracket semifinal between Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons.
You can hear it in the wind. An echo. A whisper. A calling home.
It welcomes us. Not as wanderers, but as its kin. In search of a memory of what once was, where purpose ignites.
A refuge where warriors can lay down their weapons and join forces with one another. You can feel the power as countless worlds collide.
A new future with endless possibilities. A place to unite. To imagine.
To belong.
Are you ready, BlizzCon?
It's about time.
change your side. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go. Don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. I'm here, okay.
The 2025 Overwatch World Finals is brought to you by DHL.
결승전에서 뵙겠습니다.
같이 하는 거였어?
네, 내가 타이밍을 재고 있었는데.
타이밍을 해줘.
결승전에서 뵙겠습니다. 네? 이렇게 할게요. 안녕하세요. 크레이지 라쿤에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 림입니다.
안녕하세요. 팀 팔콘에서 딜러를 맡고 있는 프로파입니다.
결승전에서 만나요.
There you have it. Welcome back, Stockholm. Welcome back, world. Our day 4 is almost over. We have one more match to go in that lower bracket. And that one will decide which Korean team will make it through in the tournament. And this is a first ever. Like, these two teams usually face each other in those grand finals. It's crazy to talk about one of them leaving the tournament at this stage.
This is, of course, the El Clasico of the OWCS era over these two past years. These two teams have faced each other more times than any other two teams so far in OWCS. Welcome to Crazy Raccoon Falcons, number 27. The record sits at a very high 17-9 in favor of Crazy Raccoon. That even includes the time that they were whacked briefly during stage 1 of 2024. So, needless to say, it's been many, many games between them. The most recent victory, of course, going to Crazy Raccoon in the Asia final stage playoffs before we headed into this event.
In this stage alone, I mean, this season alone, it's been 8-3 in favor of Crazy Raccoon, just to kind of put that into perspective for the 2025 season. And so the fact that they're facing off against each other and we have to say goodbye to one of them today, I think that that's kind of shell-shocking in a way.
It really is, but it's also really, really exciting, right? Because, I mean, it's
the gap
great.
is closing.
Yeah, are we really saying that again? Is it a generational gap?
No, but like I think in all seriousness, the gap is closing. We have two EMEA teams that are waiting in the upper bracket. Only one of the Korean teams can actually make it to face off against them for the final part of our tournament tomorrow. And this is going to be just a showdown of major proportions.
The wild thing is, one of these two teams that have typically been to every single grand final, at least internationally, is not going to even be in the top 3. Because you're guaranteed double EMEA teams in the top 3, and then, of course, one Korean team.
Indeed. Now, actually, I've been told that Proper and Lip had an opportunity to talk with each other before, so let's hear what they had to say.
All right, what's up everybody, Danny Lim here, and guess what? This is a special interview. I am here with two of the best DPS we have, probably, in OWCS. It's none other than Lip from Crazy Raccoon, and also Proper from Team Falcons, everybody. Round of applause, 박수! I feel like this is like the first time that I've had a sit-down interview with like two different teams, like representative from two different teams. Very excited, I'm very excited. First of all, do you guys believe that you guys are the best DPS in OWCS?
네, 동의합니다. 전 개인적으로 동의하고. 경기 안에서도 이제 뭔가 불리한 게 눈에 보이면 좀 뭔가 내가 이거를 내 스스로 개인 플레이로 좀 해나갈 수 있을까라는 그런 혼자만의, 그러니까 제가 저한테 스스로 이제 문제를 내서 저 혼자 이제 그 인게임 속에서 풀어나가는 그런 재미도 있어서.
I wanna ask you guys, what do you think about Proper? Like what makes him so good? And you proper, what do you think makes Lip so good?
영웅폭이 넓은데 그것들을 다 이제 평균 이상으로 다 잘할 줄 아는 게 이제 제일 큰 장점인 것 같아요.
메인 딜러들은 다 똑같다 생각하긴 하는데 근데 재훈이 형이 이게 저는 항상 상대에서 느끼잖아요. 근데 대회 때 절고 좀 더 못하는 사람들이 있단 말이에요. 평소 스크림 연습 기량보다. 근데 재훈이 형이 특히 결승전 때 좀 잘하는 것 같아요.
So yeah, if you guys could borrow from each other like one thing, what would it be?
저는 에임.
에임. 오.
전 지능.
지능? 뭔 지능?
게임 지능. 그러니까 인게임에서 약간
좀만 더 말해줘. 지능이 무슨 말이야?
그러니까 이제 뭔가 불리한 상황이나 답답한 상황을 좀 풀어나갈 수 있는 해석 능력.
그게 프로포가 좋아?
그런 것 같아요.
네, 맞아요.
맞아요.
딱 중요한 순간 타이밍 때 해주는 그런 느낌? 그러니까 원래 좀 떨리잖아요. 결국엔 사람이. 근데 그럴 때 뭔가 재훈이 형은 뭔가 놓치는 샷이 아예 없어가지고 그런 부분을 좀 가져오고 싶어요, 저도. 아, 근데 이게 에임이라기보다 그냥 침착함?
침착함?
네, 침착함?
자꾸 말을 바꾸시는데요. 뭔가요? 에임이 아니에요? 뭐예요?
침착함이 더 뭔가 맞는 것 같아요, 표현이.
다 비슷해요. 솔직히 다 에임은 다 비슷한데 이제 플레이 쪽 부분에서 좀 약간 그 마인드나 이제 좀 플레이 쪽에서 많이 바뀌는 거지 실력들이. 메인 딜러들은.
One last question. Do you guys have anything you guys want to say to each other?
그러니까 이게 작년에는 제가 중간에 낙오가 한번 됐어가지고 결승전에서 못 봤었는데 이번에는 서로 누구 하나 낙오자 없이 결승전에서 멋있는 게임 한 판.
이런 식이야? 너무 겸손해 가는 거 아니야?
난 애초에 이렇게 생각했어.
라쿤을 만나가지고 결승 때 재밌는 경기 한 번 더.
Alright, everybody, that was a interesting interview with Proper and Lip. Hope you guys had fun. I guess that's it. Good luck, best of luck to both teams, and yeah, we'll see you guys later. Thank you. Bye bye.
No, thank you, Daddy. Also, I love Proper's. Is that the style? Like, is that too humble?
I love them both so much. It's really going to be a very fun DPS showdown.
Yeah, for sure. Proper and Lip, I think definitely the two best DPSs out there. And for one of them, Proper, the chance to go for a two-peat here back-to-back. And for Lip, this is the title that evaded him last year, the World Championship, and only one of them is going to get their wish.
Indeed. Two Korean juggernauts will be taking to the stage. So let's welcome them.
Yes, they certainly will. Thank you, Zoe. Overwatch 2026 looks absolutely incredible. Quite the adventure in store. But speaking of adventures, journeys, two teams eager to make that journey into Championship Sunday. Now, DreamHack, I want to do something here. I want to do a little breathing exercise to prepare ourselves, okay? So everyone, I want you to breathe in with me. Breathe in. Let me hear that. And breathe out. One more. Breathe in. And breathe out. All right? I'm getting ourselves ready here. Our Overwatch meditation treatment center help, but also preparing ourselves, bracing ourselves for what's about to happen now. Now, come a little bit closer here. We've got two teams, two juggernauts, both eager to get into the final. I need every ounce of fire in your tummies. When they get out here, you let them know you're here. You scream. You got that, DreamHack? You ready for this? Yeah? I said, are you ready for this? All right. They're amazing. Let's bring out the teams. First up, would you please make some noise for Crazy Raccoon! Here they come! Jorong, Hisang, Jumbin, Lip, and Shu! They are eager to stake their claim and make their way into Championship Sunday. Will it happen? They'll need the crowd on their side. They are confident and they are ready to go. But facing them are Titans. Would you please, DreamHack, give it up for Team Falcons! Chio, Fielder, Someone, Hanbin, Proper, and Merit. They are deadly, they are dangerous, and they are circling, ready to take their claim. Make it all the way to Final Sunday. Here we go. Gentlemen, please take your seat. And let's get this lower bracket semi-final underway. It's all about to go down. Here we go. DreamHack for the last time. Give it everything you got. Let them hear the earth tremble beneath their feet. Make some noise for your players! Let's head on in. Let's do it. It's game time.
Two titans of the sport. You heard it from Lip and Proper. They had hoped they would meet in the grand finals to repeat this Overwatch El Clasico as it has been seen time and time again between these two squads.
But we get in a loser semi. I mean, this is a spot that neither of these teams expected to be in on the international stage, let alone against each other. I mean, this is one that we usually just pen in for the finals, everything that happens in the bracket, awesome, up until then. This one, Jake, though, it feels like there's even something a little bit more on the line, right? Like, you lose
your tournament life.
You lose your tournament life here, but then also to lose this early at a World Finals, you start second-guessing the roster. Who knows what happens with players in the offseason? Like, these teams could be looking drastically different going into next year. Maybe the final battle for these two in this shape. So we go to Busan to kick things off.
Crazy Raccoon are gonna open the high seed from Korea with Busan. They start off with the Zarya ban, and Falcons put some respect on the name, taking the Ana out of Shu's hands. I think this is a wise decision, given the way he's been able to play on this hero.
Yeah, if you've seen any of Crazy Raccoon throughout the tournament thus far, Shu has been lights out on the Ana. They've gone to it a lot on many different maps, and Control, where he's able to play at a little bit of longer sight lines. I mean, it's like having another, once he gets a headshot perk online, I mean, it is over. I mean, he is just, he's like really focused on healing at that point. He's just dominating the server in terms of damage. I will say, Falcons has looked rough compared to Crazy Raccoon at this event, right? You have a 2-1 with Varel, you get 3-0'd by TM, you're dropping maps here or there. Crazy Raccoon, they obviously lose to OWCS, but outside of that, they have been clean.
And that was a hard-fought battle, right? That was very competitive, and honestly, I think Twisted Minds put on a much more dominant showing. So Falcons, if there's anybody coming into this match with confidence bruised, it's got to be the Falcons. That being said, they both dispatched with their previous opponent with ease. I think they both saw this match was destiny. It's fated. They had to challenge one another.
Well, if you're these two teams, you get knocked into lowers, and you see this match in your sights later in the day, I mean, it would be embarrassing for each of them if they didn't make it, right? I mean, these two teams, you expect to be in our world finals. They usually are in our finals of internationals time and time again. That will not be the case here in Sweden. So one of these teams will not make it to Championship Sunday. Looks like for CR, potentially Junbin here on the Ramatra early on. We'll see if that holds. And for Falcons, Hanbin on the Diva. Fantastic on this hero. This will be a fun matchup.
Lip, the veteran, composure under pressure. That was what Proper said he envied. Proper himself, Rookie of the Year and MVP for the first time ever in the history of Overwatch. Now they face off. And this time it's for their tournament lives in the lower semis.
So we see Lip taking this high ground here on the Ashe. So perfect opportunity where it looked like Falcons, at least at the start, Jake, they want to come out and play some sim, but they quickly make a move off that, allow Proper to play the Tracer here into the Heesang Echo.
Merritt's very low. And Junbin on this Ram is stepping up. Team Falcons on the Diva. Mobility advantage, but can they use it to leverage for kills? Merritt taking the poke, and so much space for Crazy Raccoon to work with. Falcons struggling with this comp. Hanbin demec'd. No real chances at a kill just yet. And finally, Hanbin does go down. So with Lip on the high ground, with Heesang down and dirty with Junbin. Crazy Raccoon dominate this fight. That was not close.
Yes, I mean, that is really easy looking there for CR. I mean, for Falcons, you're never able to make kind of like any ground on putting pressure onto Lip, onto the high ground. And then obviously you have Proper playing the Tracer here, great against the Echo, but I mean, Hanbin, he gets demexed instantly. I mean, no way to kind of get in there, make a play. So we'll see Proper here take this off angle, gonna try and wrap all the way around Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon are just holding them at a distance, delivering blow after blow. Falcons poke down on all heroes. Looking for their end. Hanbin steps up, but takes so many stickies to the face. The pressure from Heesang's Echo, immense. And he's burned down out of the suit once again. This has been a punishing round for the Falcons. Fielder finds one. Maybe a fight to be had, but Crazy Raccoon still so strong with 4 here. Lip, the backbone of this squad, continues to put down damage. Merit caught by the Ravenous Vortex, but Geo finds one. Fielder gets another. And so there's still a fight to be had. Falcons need to clutch this out. Need to start to turn the momentum here on Busan downtown, and maybe they'll do just that. It's the veteran supports in the back line, keeping this one in contention. Lip drops the bomb. It's going to hold point for now. Team Falcons, though, need to continue to battle, need to continue to put this pressure on, and they're going to do just that with the rush.
And they have to use the rush, right? The Bob stalls out for a reasonable amount of time. They feel like they have to use the rush because Junbin coming on back in. They didn't want him to kind of round that corner and make a play for the point. Merit also now over to the Ash here for Team Falcons. Is you have this dupe here, Heesang playing up on this, trying to get an advantage point. He's going to copy the Diva. That's just to stay alive.
Needs to do it there, but it did pull resources out of Hanbin. The rest of Crazy Raccoon following up, stepping up towards this point. Who's going to touch? Geo with the beat, only gets on 3. In perfect position there from the boot. Now Chorong with the rally, living for now. Manages to survive, and the bomb from Heesang takes down Hanbin. Domination on the point with the rally. Shu holds his nerve, keeps this Kitsune rush in for the next team fight. And Team Falcons, this round could be over almost before it's even begun.
Man, it has been a bit of a mess of a round, I would say here, Jake, from Falcons, as see Hanbin wraps around here. He's going to be the one that tries to get a touch here with Proper, but you're going to be walking right into Shu. He's got this Kitsune rush as Hanbin will jump down, he'll get a touch.
Everyone is in his face. I mean, he's taking so much pressure. Crazy Raccoon smothering the opposition. Here comes the rush from Shu. Falcons, this overtime wick burning down. They're using every second they can. Merit, the hero in this team's moment of need. The touches come one after the other, but this time it cost Hanbin his life. Merit needs more. Bob on the point, stalling yet further. Shu is low as well. Has to navigate this perfectly on the Kiriko, but Fielder wins that trade. Chorong finds another. Still something to be done here, but Merit on this high ground, just putting down damage. Refusing to back down in this fight. Still Falcons hold their nerve, keeping this overtime rolling. Now it's Fielder on the point. Merit with another, but he can't make it. Oh, Chorong dominant on the point, and we just got so deep into that overtime, Matt.
Yeah, and he gets the rally there towards the end, so yeah, the Kitsune rush there for Shu to open things up. You're having to play into that. I mean, Falcons did a tremendous job even getting it to that point, right? And Chorong has the rally right there towards the end, just kind of pops and keeps everybody alive for the final moments as CR, they take round number 1. I did like some of the Falcons' adjustments, right? I don't think they could have, they looked like they want to play some sim early on. I wonder if they kind of think about maybe going back to that. But the adjustment for Proper over to the Tracer, and then I think Merit over to the Ash was definitely the right call, maybe just a little bit too late.
Honestly, Hanbin's Diva struggling in this matchup. There was so much pressure on him from Heesang's Echo to Chorong's Brig. Team Falcons gonna take their hands towards the Sim this time, and on Mecha Base you can hardly blame them. Lot of corners to work with here. Sim loves these TP rotations, and Lip is on the Ash. Dynamite is good onto the TP, but will Team Falcons keep pushing? Yes, they will. It's Merit finding that kill. He's saying running for the hills here, just trying to regroup desperately, but Chio doesn't want to allow him that courtesy.
Chio's got to be careful though. Needs to play his life. Is kind of working here with Merit. They're just kind of trying to put so much pressure on him. He's saying they're not going to be able to finish him off. He's saying able to kind of get out of dodge, and now going to see if he can kind of come around on a flank as Junbin doing his best to stay alive.
He's in alone. Merit trades Lip. But with Fielder down, Team Falcons struggling to stay alive on this point, struggling to keep the sustain up. CR fighting together as a unit. Heesang now steps up to the point, threatens this capture, and Junbin bullies back Proper Symmetra, dodging incredibly well in the Sim, but not enough still. That bought time for Merit, who takes out Heesang Junbin, keeping this one in contention. I feel like this Sojourn really starting to light up in Merit. A good sign for the future of the series, but it won't be enough this fight.
Yes, it'll be Crazy Raccoon flipping here as no, they just tried to make a play there for Junbin, right? He's using that block, the Nemesis Swarm wears out, but Shu and Chorong able to keep him alive, and then over time, get the Ramatra back with the Nemesis Swarm yet again, and Lip putting down some damage. Then you can turn it. Let's see how Falcons maneuvers around with this sim, but it's gonna be a rally to open things up.
Rally in the face, but Team Falcons are happy to shrug that one off. Run the clock down a little bit more, yes. But now Falcons are out first. Rush is good. Shu punishes Chio. And Team Falcons just a little bit slow on those support ultimates. Yields a fight win for Crazy Raccoon.
Now CR feels like they got a little bit of control, right? Chorong ends up using the rally, and then they kind of back up. Does Falcons, but you get that pick off here, and you see Heesang just kind of watching this angle here. Can't get caught off. No TP available yet.
Scary moment. Beat out from Chio. Very early. Gets him out into this fight. Heesang already off the field. CR have to hold with only 4. Junbin has traded onto Hanbin. Off sync. Down in the lower. No one was with him. Team Falcons getting caught unawares there. And now holding on to point without their tank. Proper Stimwall maybe could allow them to do just that. Annihilation from Junbin. Forced to back off. Even Ramatra can't hold his ground here. And Falcons, despite losing the Diva, holding on to this checkpoint. Taking control right back.
Yeah, I mean, they have to use the beat and the rush there to be able to get it back, but it felt like it was almost necessary at that moment in the game, right? You allow Crazy Raccoon to go up 70%, and look at this. Heesang on a bit of a flank here.
Oh,
with the dupe. Oh, you've already lost Chorong, though. So, I mean, although Heesang gets in a great spot, you're not going to be able to push.
Bob on a point. Can it turn the tide here without Chorong? Falcons TPing around, rotating. They don't have the ultimates for what they lack in strength. They can make up for it in mobility. Yeah, they lose the control, so maybe forced into that, knowing they just can't take the fight to the main group of Crazy Raccoon, who are playing from lower, just bunkering in on this point. Proper looks to TP and punish, but the boop is good from Chorong. Keeps the sim off his back for now. And the wick has really started to burn down here. 75% for Raccoon. A copy comes in. Maybe forced here, but the Kiriko can get a lot of value in a situation like this.
Self-destruct to use there by Hanbin. They're going to get in before you can get a mech back, but they do give up Chorong's life. Heesang finds Chio as well.
Gets the rush down on the point. It's going to last for a few more seconds. Can they take down this sim? The answer is yes. Junbin gets it done. And Crazy Raccoon now on the verge of opening up this series with a map win. Falcons desperation time to touch. Merit gives his life for the cause. Just Hanbin back now on the Doomfist. But surely the full mind of Crazy Raccoon overwhelms him. And CR, inevitable now on Busan that they will claim this map victory. Not another delay to be had for Falcons.
1-0 Crazy Raccoon, and they looked quite good there in our first map. Really taking it to Falcons. Falcons, Jake, they tried that sim in round number 2. You know, proper TPing them around everywhere. They could never really collapse on anybody, though, from CR. And obviously, you see, when you cannot get that sim in position, right, and they can kind of do a nice job from Crazy Raccoon maneuvering around the map. Very difficult to get a win using that sim comp.
Definitely didn't look like a perfectly comfortable strategy for the Falcons, trying to adopt some of what defeated them in that previous series against Twisted Minds, but it's proven to be that this sim comp is far from an easy win, man. You need an expert piloting that hero. And Proper, for all of his experience, his game intelligence, struggling to find the perfect TPs. Falcons not as comfortable on that style, and Crazy Raccoon stick to their bread and butter here.
And it's also a little awkward because the Tracer doesn't seem as potent right now from Proper. Tracer hasn't been, you know, the kind of go-to hero for this event at all, really.
It's an unenviable comp to be playing Tracer into. I mean, Brig, Kiri in the backline, so durable.
Yeah.
Ramatra constantly attacking and swarming in. I mean, CR just are staying on the front foot always. They're keeping Falcons back, keeping them low, keeping them down, and that's denying them the opportunity to get aggressive and dive in.
Oh, Jake. 1 and 8 from Hanbin. That's a rough one there.
I mean, we were honest, POV a ton this guy. I feel for the guy because he's just getting booped to hell.
And I mean, you see them trying to play the sim, and I think by watching them play the sim, you clearly see the difference between teams like Alcad, TM, and, you know, just kind of anybody trying to pick it up, right? And this isn't anybody, it's Falcons. it's just really difficult where if you don't kind of have those TPs down exactly how you're going to try and track some of these players, ultimate usage really dialed in with that comp, it's very difficult to find wins.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. You always knew it would be going up against Crazy Raccoon. These two teams, a lot of faith in the Falcons to find some adaptations to take us deeper into this series. I think Merit came out shooting, had some very big moments on Busan. We've seen the impact of our hit scan players in this tournament in particular. With some of these peak flex DPS characters, Genji, Tracer, popping some moderate nerfs before the tournament. All the more important that your hit scan is delivering the goods.
Yeah, no, Lip was great there in our first map. And now if you're Falcons, where do you decide to take us? I mean, we've seen a lot, mostly from the MEA teams of Shambali Monastery as that second map. Did not see any subs there, but always an opportunity for someone or Max to come on through potentially.
I'm not gonna lie, I hope it's not, because if Vero can beat Falcons on this map,
I
think Crazy Raccoon are feeling pretty good about playing some greedy backline.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna have Max come in here for CR. We'll see what Falcons decide. Could they pick potentially King's Row? This is the King's Row look here for Falcons. No, the Ana gone. And the Now Shu is going to be able to play this over a lot of different maps.
Wouldn't mind King's Row at all. This looked like a strong position for the Falcons.
New Junk City. So one of the rare early Flashpoint maps that we've seen.
This is a really interesting choice here because strategically, there's a lot to criticize here. You look Escort and Hybrid, the map picks are in theory just more powerful.
Yeah.
More significant in terms of how they shape the game. But there's another kind of intelligence, another kind of experience that informs this Falcons pick. It's saying, if we go down 0-2 in the series, it may be just the tournament slipping out of our fingers. And so instead, you just take us to your strongest game mode, your strongest position.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to put Crazy Raccoon on the back foot, rather than trying to take the wind out of their sails, you put confidence in your own team, what you can do, where you are strongest. And I believe in the New Junk City for them in that regard. However, this is a place where I think Crazy Raccoon are going to be more than happy to take whatever mirror is offered.
Well, I'm also thinking now for Falcons, what do you even ban? It's not like there's a great alternative to go to here if you are Falcons, right? So they will actually get rid of the Kiri. And then Crazy Raccoon gets rid of the Tracer, Jake, which I don't actually hate that even for, we were just talking about how, Proper wasn't doing a ton. Okay, here's something interesting. Hearing from our producers and comp ops that actually Falcons deferred the ban. So obviously they get the map selection here in New Junk City. They defer the ban to CR. CR gets rid of the Tracer first.
I mean, it's a rare case where I actually don't hate the ban deferral because, what would they really ban going up against CR? You'd almost rather have a responsive ban, be able to try to see what CR wants to do in terms of directionality with the bans.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We saw it a few times throughout the year and a little bit on the international stage of teams deferring that first ban at times. No, the Tracer ban, though, if you're Falcons, obviously you would love to be able to have proper, pilot a Tracer when you feel like it, but we were talking it didn't even look that great. But now it's all right, what do you go to? Do you go to a sim look? Are you going to try and play Echo? What do you go to here if you're Falcons?
Venture's been incredibly popular between both of these teams and on New Junk City, so I wouldn't hate to see it here.
Do you like the Venture, though, into, let's say they're going to play Ramatra, Sojourn, Echo?
It's interesting because, honestly, I suspect both teams are pretty likely to play the Venture here. Echo, in theory, is good there, but sometimes I feel you're almost two heroes playing on a different level, right? With Venture under the ground, Echo up in the sky, and Spint is in for
heasing. This is a huge spot to bring him in.
This is what a pressure moment.
So is this Genji now? You ban the Tracer, you bring in Spin to play Genji. That feels, because Heesang's been farming on the Echo, right?
Yeah.
And Heesang can play Venture. It feels like...
does feel like a Genji.
It feels like this is... Are you Zarya Genji here, potentially?
Maybe both teams taking the heads up. Because, Sojourn feels like almost a foregone conclusion for me. We just have to see the Merit versus Lip. And I honestly think that's going to be defining on New Junk City. Those picks that turn the tide.
Yeah.
I mean, you need those. You need those, and both have been producing. Honestly, I think that's a good sign for this series that Merit had a very big game on Busan. You might have lost, but if there was one player who needed to show some heat, some fire, get some confidence and faith from the team, it was Merit. And I think he delivered that, despite the loss.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I also think, we've seen it in a few instances on New Junk City as well. Obviously, the map has a little bit of a rework, some adjustments as of late that we're seeing play out throughout this tournament. But Zarya Genji also opens up the door for potentially like a May or something along those lines, right? Where we've seen Proper play that in the past, and we've seen it pop up on New Junk City at this event and in the past. So maybe those are some of the things we're going to see here on this map.
I'm a big fan of the May, especially on the opening point, where it's full of chokes, that even that entire ring on the high ground can be blocked by May's wall. A lot of opportunities to make that difference. But honestly, these two teams, I think we're going to get a Genji mirror match.
Yeah,
I think these teams, either it's Genji or Venture in my eyes. These two teams, they want to take that heads-up brawl. I don't think they're that interested in the trickery of compositional advantage.
Yeah, we casted the game that Sprint came into earlier in the tournament.
He was fantastic. He looked good.
Came in for the final map, one of their numerous kind of 3-0s that they've had, and played a lot of the Genji, played a little bit of Tracer too at times. So we'll see if that's kind of what he's coming into play. I imagine it will be some Genji, and then with Max coming in, it does seem like potentially we are headed towards Zarya Genji, that type of matchup, as we take a look with the Max and Spint, the two players here coming in for CR, making kind of full use of their roster here at this event, Jay.
Yeah, what a pressure spot for Spint to come in, though. I mean, if there was ever a moment to test the player's nerve, it would be bringing them in against Falcons.
Well, we saw him in the studio when we were doing the studio. So
he was very good, but that was, I believe,
day 2.
They were
so it was
dominating
the first
SSG.
Yeah, it was the first 3.
It was a beatdown, as I recall.
But we did talk. We did talk at that time, though, about how it was good to get him in early if you needed to bring him in late.
Yeah, maybe this is that moment.
This is a pressure game, though. I mean,
you talk about two very different scenarios. You can say, you got him in the studio, you got his LAN jitters out, but come on. We're in the venue now. We've got crowds. We've got the audience behind you. The pressure is on, and you're playing now for your tournament life against the longtime nemesis Falcons.
Yeah, and you have Proper and Merit on the other side. It's like, okay, good luck, right?
And so Spint, this could be a career-making moment for a player like this. And I mean, incredibly impressive that Crazy Raccoons even gives the look to another player with a superstar like Heesang on the roster.
Right, I mean, a lot of other players like Heesang would be like, what are we doing here? Like, I'm not coming out. Like, I could play this as well, but they have full confidence in Spint to be able to get in there and play. And remind you guys, watching, we got drops. We got loads of drops. We got DHL drops in the venue. We got drops at home. Make sure you guys connect your Battle.net account, and all you got to do is start watching after that. We got the rebroadcast too, so if you're not awake during this, you can actually catch it a little bit later, or just double up. Why not? I mean, just get everything. Just watch twice.
I need those level ups. In the OWCS Honest Skin, dark mode? Okay.
I love how the first thing, like all these beautiful cosmetics, the first thing that went to your mind was Battle Pass level ups, which, hey, they're pretty important.
Look, I'm going to keep it 100% real. I need those level ups.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get that max title.
Because you're one of those in-game whales they talk about. You're just you're taking your paycheck and you're handing it back to Sean Miller in exchange for skins.
I want them all. Gotta collect them all, man.
Me too. I mean, you don't want to be the one out there in your Overwatch game.
Like, are you even playing the game if you're not flexing?
Right. You don't want to be the one without the newest swag. I mean, come on. It's kind of lame. I mean, hey, with that announcement, you can bring those Dallas Fuel ones back out.
Not me.
Oh, yeah, you forgot. Yeah. Definitely not you, but some of the fans out there. Yeah, some of the fans out there can. You will not.
No hard feelings to the fans, but come on now. Come on now.
How much to get Jake to get old Dallas Fuel? Dallas Fuel home blue.
That'd take a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm just keeping it a buck.
Yep. We'll tell Tasmo to hit the ATM and come around back. So they're just getting ready here. We have 2 subs, right? So Max and Spint in. So we take a look as Max, obviously. I mean, dude, look at this. Max, he's saying N Junbin. 1, 2, in 3. Number 3 is actually out for this game. So they have, but their tanks, I mean, we talked a little bit about it earlier. I mean, having Max and Junbin on the same roster, I mean, it is unreal.
I mean, like the entire team of Crazy Raccoon is featured on this leaderboard.
Well, their wins have been. I mean, they've been even their loss was extremely close.
They had games. I mean, some of the games, the maps they lost against OWCS, their stats were better.
Yeah.
And on top of that, when they won big. They are no stranger to brutalizing opponents. And honestly, with a map 1 win, you got to ask the question: is this just going to be a repeat? Falcons have been competitive in the past, but you look at the overall, it's heavily favored to Crazy Raccoon. And the eye test how they're playing right now, I'd call Falcons the underdog.
Yeah, and I think if you kind of found the OWCS and the TM players right now, who they are obviously waiting in our upper final tomorrow morning, if you ask them, who do you want to be that third team on the day?
They're hoping it's Falcons.
They're hoping
Absolutely.
hoping Falcons does them a salad right now. That is no shade on Falcons, are really world beaters throughout 2 years here of Overwatch, but. Crazy Raccoon with some momentum going into tomorrow, some time to watch some more film, cook up some different stuff. That is something neither of those teams really wants tomorrow.
You can see some of their matchups here. 2025, incredibly competitive, incredibly close. This finals.
Yeah, so this is these two teams at this final right here. So you can see Falcons obviously almost like a 50-50 in terms of maps, right? I know they've kind of dropped maps all over the board. It doesn't seem like it's a great meta for either team, right? But it feels like Crazy Raccoon has found enough stuff that works. I think really for Crazy Raccoon, what they've fallen back on time and time again is that Ramattra. Being able to pilot that Ramattra. I wonder if we see Falcons even go to a Ramattra ban at some point throughout this. Just to remind you guys, it is a Falcons map pick. They take us to New Junk City. They decide to defer the first ban, so the first ban goes to Crazy Raccoon, and they get rid of the Tracer.
Very possible Ramattra could be featured here. We talked about the potency of Zarya, but could be a hard matchup in the Ram.
Yeah. Zarya Genji into a Ramattra comp could be difficult to make work here. It is wild to see those two logos next to the word lower semi-final.
That like some text error in production.
Yeah.
No, surely this is the grand final. Surely this is...
Or at least the lower final.
For the World Championship.
Yeah, but it is much earlier than these teams would have liked to be squaring off as New Junk City gets ready to kick off. We'll see how these kind of bans affect the game, whether we end up seeing some Genji with Spint in the lineup. Seems what it'll be.
Ready for battle.
Definitely a test for these Crazy Raccoon players. Oh, we got a serious bias here in the venue. The Crazy Raccoon fighting cheer. So much louder. The energy behind this team. And only a few maps stand in their way. The chance to have a new life in this tournament. A new chance. One last attempt on Championship Sunday hangs in the balance. And proper Hanbin, it's the Reaper Mauga. Oh boy.
Oh, I did not have this one on the bingo card, but yeah, this is a little bit of a throwback, right? I mean, we haven't seen Mauga really in ages at the competitive level, like the highest level.
He's in. Taking the off angle, putting the pressure on his spin. Spin gets the bubble though. He's healthy, stands his ground for a while. Big nade onto the backline. Falcons dropping low. Supports pushed out by that nade, and Spin punishes proper. Now Hanbin forced into a desperation move, and CR bat that rush away with ease.
I just don't think, Jake, that like the Mog is very, like this is like a comp, I mean, that you could have gone to, obviously no Wuyong in the game in the past, but like eons ago, but it feels like into the Zarya, yeah, it is not a good option. So I like this decision from Falcons to make the change straight away. So it'll be Fielder now on the Anochio. Will pick up playing the Wuyong, and then we will have Proper here on the Genji. So, and it is Spin to play that Venture. You talked about it. Maybe it's Venture, the option here for CR.
Spin, the young gun for Crazy Raccoon, looking to make his name. Showing up here against one of the best flex DPS to ever do it. Constantly in the face of the Falcons, making them work for every inch of ground. And as the clock ticks up, I mean, Falcons playing patiently, but They don't have so much time to work with. Maybe they need some urgency spin. Low has to fall back for the moment. And Falcons maybe have found their opportunity.
So it'll be a nano boost here on the spin, and it's going to start doing a ton of damage here on the Venture. It is Max who just finishes off Hanman. Spin goes right past, takes down Fielder. I mean, what? Proper gets one, but it does not feel like it's going to be that impactful.
This point's over. I mean, Matt, this was 2 fights, but just Falcons felt stuck in the mud. They felt slow, and that is just not the Falcons we're used to as a team.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're just kind of searching for anything that will work here against CR. Now, Jake, I mean, this is bad, right? Crazy Raccoon, you actually get here to the point you're going to fight for this high ground, but they're going to end up having their grab, their overclock to kind of push in. This Tectonic Shock, I mean, they're in a spot where they could easily snowball into a second flashpoint right away.
Nano could be a big difference maker. The Wu Ying heals are massive, keeping Spin healthy. But space created for Falcons to walk up. Proper wins that battle on the flank, comes to assist towards in the main, looking for a dash in. Spin already takes down Hanbin, but Chio gives it right back. Max is low, still winnable. Proper pulls the blade down, and Chio's found 2. Looking for more, has to back down from Chorong. And that title blast, Max, desperate now, looks for more kills, but
they nano Chio there, just trying to keep him alive. Yeah.
Oh, and he puts down some damage too. All right, Max, have to reset quick after that one. Falcons, they had to drop everything to win that fight though, Matt. That's expensive.
Yes, I mean, it was a must-win fight though, Jake, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, they absolutely need to win that one there. And even though Spin actually takes out Hanbin first, which typically you get rid of the tank on the other side first, you're in a pretty good spot. A lot invested into Proper there, and it pays off.
Merritt trying to hold this flank. Lip steps up to test him. Spins is also in his face. Proper naded down. Chu gets that kill. Spins left by Fielder.
Oh,
gets
now
it
it's
right
a tech
back.
shock. Yeah, that was Wally had the tech shock going, so that's a huge sleep there by Fielder.
And Lip fights Fielder though. Sojourn still has that OC. Hanbin trying to stay alive on point, but just too low on the heels. And Lip wants to lock this down with the overclock. Takes down Chio. Searching for more targets. Maybe a wasted OC though. Maybe didn't need it. So even one of the vets here showing a little bit of nerves.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I also feel like if you're Crazy Raccoon, you feel like now, right, you have this nano, you can use it, whether it be on a max or spins, maybe you get another fight, and then you feel like if you win this flashpoint, you easily go up 2-0 in the series, right? You kind of take all the momentum away, potentially, for Falcons if they were building towards any.
Venture, a terrifying hero on a corner with the grab to punish. Beautifully played. Now CR playing this one slow. They have the nano to defend with. Almost a certainty that they'll use it here. Max has energy. He's going to fight it out on point. They're looking for value on these off angles. Ally bubbles are good. Hanbin keeping the team alive, but there's just too much damage, and Nano Max runs down the back line. Chio takes out his counterpart. Lip falls to Proper, and now Falcons secure the flip with the later Nano.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to chase down Max. They're going to blow through this bubble, take him out. They're going to try and stagger him as long as possible. So maybe you were right. Maybe the OC was a little bit wasted. Maybe if Lip has it there, it's a little bit different, but Falcons, a must-win flashpoint right there. They tie it up at 1 apiece.
Beautiful grab onto the Venture there. I think if you grab Zardia, she just gets the nano, she survives through it. But to take out Venture, a much more achievable target. And of course, once they're locked down, well, no ability to use those movement skills.
And I don't think Spin wanted to go around the corner. Like, you went around the corner to go check, and then everybody's around it. And I think they realized, oh, this is a great opportunity to catch the Venture off guard. And it's an easy first kill.
Merritt.
Oh, he's eating up.
I mean, that's a backbreaking kill. Without Chu, surely you don't fight this. Yes, CR. Rapid retreat forced. Merritt. He heated up on map 1. If he could deliver a map 2 victory, equalize this series, it would be massive for his team's momentum.
I mean, the Venture contest is so difficult, right? Because now it also allows everybody from CR in.
For now, the Wu Ying ult, Tidal Blast holding on for just a second longer. Bit of point advance, Tidal Blast in on the Genji. He's trying to break that bubble. Does he do it in time? Grab comes in, but no follow-up. Max pushed back. And Team Falcons with a real grip on this map. They're bullying Max out of the fight. They want to drop this Zarya at full energy. Will you continue to chase? Yes, Proper perked up on this Genji. Puts the bleed in, but Crazy Raccoon stabilizing immaculately. Hold on, though. Geo finds Spin. Pushing for more would be so risky. Dare they go for it?
I think they really wanted Max there because he is full energy and they're not able to capitalize on it. Proper gets in, but no, cannot give up his life as it does allow Shu with a lot of that damage, and he's healing it up to build up towards a nano, and then Max gonna hold on to some of that energy going into this next fight.
This Ana Wu Yang Zari is incredibly slow paced. I mean, one fight feels like an eternity here on the flashpoint. Genji into the back line, naded by Shu. He steps up, looks forward. Nano onto spin, he cleans up Merit. But Hanbin wins the duel. Onto Max with the help of that nano boost. The Zarya overwhelmed. Spin gets a second. A rookie task with a crucial map in this series. Can he deliver a kill? Grabbed again, but hold on. The follow-up is there. Gio and Proper fighting together. Oh, she is followed.
I mean, that is lit popping the overclock there. You do have Shu here with Max who gets the point. And even though you don't get anything with YoC, you at least get into OT.
And Merit looking for a trade here. Not too afraid of Max. Disrespecting this Zarya, bullying him back off the point. Creating space and time for Falcons to step up, walk forward onto this point.
Now it slows down just a little bit. Merit though, again another.
He keeps doing it again and again. The Tidal Blast detonation doesn't find anything. Tech Shark also, no joy in this fight. Player advance for Falcons, looking to move forward, looking to close out this flashpoint. It's gonna be up to Spin to hold on, but Proper, he keeps going. Takes out Lip, Max drops low. Hanbin, boot on the neck of the Raccoons right now. They're falling out.
Yeah, and that was a Tidal Blast, Jake, that goes on, believe to Max, and they're not actually able to keep him alive. He just gets taken out.
They lost Tidal Blast.
2-1.
They're all gone. Proper hunting. And even the deflected headshot bird.
And now it feels like Falcons most certainly in control. Off of the venture, Spin's gonna go over and play Genji here.
Proper's done so much.
Dude, this blade from Proper
Merit as
should
well.
be enormous. I mean, you have the overclock too, and now he's gonna get high ground.
I mean, so many first kills have come out of Merit. Now Blade comes in from Proper, dives in over the top. CR completely disengaging it. Could be enough for now. Fighting the Zarya, a risky proposition as Genji. Shu putting some counter damage in, but Hanbin finds Spin. A slip up from the rookie to be punished now by the Falcons. They're looking forward. Proper, oh, perfect ally bubble. Saves one, but once again, you're reset and the walk back is interminably long here.
And I mean, this is such a hard thing to play into. As that's gonna be Shu, takes out Proper to kick things off. Merit's gonna use the OC. Trying to find Chorong. Nice nano boost there from Shu.
Counter nano is good. It shuts down this OC. Falcons overextending, and now it's Max's turn to step up to the plate, punishing, threatening this cap. Falcons just want to regroup, just want to stabilize and hold on to that energy, and the lack of speed in these comps is going to let him out for now. Spins, you cannot fall here. This is a crucial moment for CR to regain control.
No, I mean, he gets the benefit of a bubble here, but still cannot fall here. The Wu Yang poke coming around the corner there from Chio. Has to also be careful of Proper.
Spins, looking for anything. Lip with the OC now on the high ground. Needs to deliver a huge fight. Grab comes in. Lip finds another. And it's going to be a quick reset for the Falcons. Crazy Raccoon bat them away, but honestly, I think the Falcons are happy to get such a quick fight. Two big ultimates out.
Right, the fight happens really fast. It doesn't get drawn out. It allows them to make some changes. Lip does take out Merit there on the exit, so you're gonna have to wait a little bit. You're gonna get back in the fight as now look at this. I mean, CR, they've pushed up. You are going to have the Tidal Blast. Tidal Blast plus maybe the Genji diving in. You also get closer to a Blade. That could close out this. Oh, you cannot die there as Shu gets taken out by Merit.
Lip's gonna take a gamble. Looking for something. Merit steps into his sight line. He was ready for that. Hanbin, though, continuing to push up. Spin takes that Tidal Blast. Can he get kills? Does stun Hanbin, but he's got the help to keep this fight going. Proper takes out Lip. The Genji from Falcons, the hero this time. And Chio getting the edge here in the Wu Yang battle. Falcons just have to hold off. Maybe just one more fight to equalize this series.
Yeah, and you see the Lifeweaver out there just to kind of grip a player out of the spawn, but and now with two players, they get the speed boost as well, get both of them.
Oh, they're grabbing the Zarya.
Oh, yeah, they know he's a little bit in front. Can they save Max?
No. He steps around the choke, overcommits the sleeve! Fielder! You madman! Sending the rookie home in a box. Now it's just Chorong, desperation touch, no shot to clutch this out. Falcons, they are here to play. They will not go down so easy.
They take us to New Junk City. They defer that ban over. was a little bit interesting. They still come out on top. You know, when you watch that game, it's so difficult for Spin, right? You're playing that Venture early on, then over to the Genji. But like we talked about in the pregame, it's much different than playing over in the studio. It's much different against some of that other competition. You are now playing up against Falcons here on the stage, the crowd. Not saying they played into it, but, you know, hey, a little bit of a rough one there for Spink. It never really seemed like he found his footing there on the Genji like we saw the other day.
Fielder with that sleep on the blade. I mean, that's insult to injury. Wouldn't be shocked if we had to see Heeseng come back in. I mean, such a heavy hitter on this team. You're competing with a legend for playtime here as we take a look at the stats. And it's the DPS taking just blows on both sides. A lot of deaths in these DPS, but on both sides. I mean, this is just the nature of the strategy. But Proper and Merit taking those risks as well.
Yeah, I mean, but look, you look at just the damage output from Proper, right? You know, like 2,300, a little bit more than Spin. So much more impactful. I thought Spin, when he started to get the nanos on the Venture early on, that looked good for a few fights. But it felt like once Falcons figured out how to play against that here with this Genji, right? They come out early with a, you know, a Maga type of look, maybe trying to catch them off guard, doesn't exactly pan out in their favor. Once they switch over to the Genji, feels like they started to get rolling.
I gotta say, Chio as well kind of crushed this map on the Wuyang. I mean, hugely impactful damage from this Wuyang. Chio, known as an incredibly mechanically talented player who's often playing, I mean, the Lucio, the Juno, not the heroes that let him really show what he's capable of. But here on the Wuyang, finally, a character that can take over the game a little bit more, that can carry in some of these clutch engagements. You got to give a lot of credit to Hanbin as well. Just, you know, someone who's been at the top of the world on Zarya for almost a decade now, and it's just never loosened his grip.
And I thought even Max on the other side, we saw some really nice uses of the grabs, right? Like not going for these big, you know, you're at home in ranked, you're going for these massive grabs, right? You find the player out, you're able to, like right there in the last sequence, right? They were able to see that Max is maybe pushed up a little bit too far.
He stepped just a foot past the choke.
Because they're also, he knows that there's two players dead in spawn. They know that they need to speed those players back. So you know that best there's one support there, and you're able to just, okay, let's grab Max, let's just burn him down. 3-on-1 type of scenario, and he's never back in that fight.
And he crucially grabs him around the corner, so you can't even have LOS to the Zarya from your safe position. Shu's helpless. Nothing he can contribute in that spot. It's such a minor misstep from Max, but it's just instantly pounced upon by the Falcons.
Oh, okay, so CR takes us to Dorado. Obviously, Dorado is a very good dive map. I was like, I mean, why wouldn't they take us to Shambali with the double flex support where you could have Shu and Chorong kind of play that type of style? We've seen that work against Falcons all tournament long, but because we just saw Falcons end up playing Dorado, although they do lose it to TM, it was a very close game.
They've got to have some bad feelings about Dorado. I mean, they lost to Twisted Minds with Sim Band, I believe. I mean,
yeah, you know, Yubi was playing Tracer.
Yubi's on May, right?
And May at the end, yeah.
I mean, like, that's not normal on Dorado. Like, that is not a comp that Falcons should feel like they should win that every time, and instead they lose it. So CR maybe saying, hey, maybe this is a weakness we can exploit. And on a high mobility comp, a map where a hero like Ana has incredible sightlines. I mean, Shu's Ana has been defining for Crazy Raccoon this tournament, and this is another place where there's a chance it could come out. It's going to depend on the bans, though.
Yeah, I mean, you ended up in that game with TM. It was like Yubi on second point defense, Dorado playing some May, not exactly the go-to spot for that hero, but they were able to make it work with that Sim ban. So we'll see what bans come through here. Interesting though, Jake, CR stays with Max and Spint in the lineup. So potentially some more Genji here for Crazy Raccoon. So the Diva will be gone, so that for Hanbin is off the table. But the Wuyang ban, that is something that Crazy Raccoon, they have definitely used throughout the series in the tournament.
I'm almost a little surprised by the Wuyang ban because I really liked what Chio was showing in that last map. Then again, it's about even with a player like Chorong on the other side. I don't know that there's a clear advantage one way or the other, and maybe it enables the Genji a bit more. We'll have to see deeper into this style. I also wonder though, I mean, Genji very powerful on New Junk City, a lot of close ranges, a lot of spots where Genji can kind of come over the walls. But Echo on Dorado is a really compelling pick, especially with Diva banned. It's like you're missing a key tool to disrupt Echo's burst with those sticky bombs.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, okay, so we do have some subs.
Okay.
So Junbin is in for Max. We'll see now.
They're going to play Winston.
Yeah, we'll see if
With
actually...
the Diva ban and Junbin coming in, they're going to play Winston.
So now I'm curious, so are we actually going to get Heesang back, right? So we'll take a look here in a second. So
are we going to get the Han Winston?
I mean,
the Han Winston would go crazy here.
We did see it against TM. It was definitely more of a, a meme in the past, not as much anymore, right?
I mean, he's good, but you've got someone on the bench. I mean, come on now. Like, be real.
Okay.
If you're going to a Winston map and Heesang does come back in.
So this makes a little bit more sense here for CR. It's not as surprising. So Heesang does come back in for Spint. Junbin comes back in for Max. Because it's not like, Heesang can play some Genji as well, right?
Yeah, and it's not the best Genji map, I think, at this level. I'd rather see the Echo and the Tracer. Genji sometimes finds the sight lines just a little bit too long. Some of the angles just a little bit too difficult.
Yeah, without the Diva, I mean, the Echo could be pretty sick here.
Maybe it just comes down to the Tracer, which is a spot where, I mean, we've seen the respect ban in the first map of the series.
Well, I mean, Tracer historically hasn't been like amazing on Dorado. Like it wouldn't. I mean, you can play it, right? We've obviously seen it. And I mean, there's metas where we saw Tracer everywhere, right? But like, yeah, could you play Tracer? Are we gonna see some Ashe here from Merit and Lip? I think that is something that
I think so.
The Ashe pick has been, pretty popular at this event, especially against teams that don't really want to play the sim, right? When teams want to play the sim, it's a lot of the Sojourn, right, to use some of that mobility to get out of the way. Even then, some of those games we've seen with the sim in the mix, right? They are playing like, Ashe and Echo into that and things along those lines. So the sight lines here on Dorado, very good for Ashe.
Absolutely. And I mean, this is Dorado we're talking about. Hitscan is king. We have to talk about this Lip versus Merit matchup. Lip's been around for years and years. He's lifted trophy after trophy, has been at the top of the sport for almost as long as he's been playing. Merit, a few years into his career, has had impressive results, but I think he's still looking to add a few more rings.
Yeah, I mean, Merit has been, since he's kind of, come onto the scene, just a phenomenal hit scan player, and Lip in his own right as well. It does feel like, though, we're seeing more, maybe it's just because we kind of take Lip for granted, right? But like, it feels like we've seen some more of these dominant games from, the Merits, the Prouds, the Quartz. I mean, the Quartz today was just, unreal. That was like, I was like, is he the best player in the world right now? And I mean, we've seen that from Lip, and maybe we've just gotten used to it, but in a game like this, it feels like it is prime for him to be able to try and take over. So we take a look at Team Falcons and their Dorado Escort results at 1 loss to Twisted Minds a little bit earlier in the day.
Dorado Escort, potentially a good spot to bring the Falcons, right? To put their backs against the wall. A place where they may not be fully comfortable. However, there's also the argument that Falcons have took a loss here and had an opportunity to review, to consider what went wrong, what they need to adjust, to make those little tweaks that could actually turn the tide against CR.
So Hanbin stays in here. Is there anything that they can play? Right, because the Diva's gone. You would have said Hanbin's going to play the Diva here, but the Diva's out. Does he have to default to the Winston? Is there anything else you think that can kind of sneak on in here for Hanbin? I wouldn't exactly say, Dorado's not a Zarya map, right? Even with the ability to access some high ground, it's still not enough. Is there anything else you think we potentially could see for Hanbin?
I think you could look at a Ramatra. I mean, there's some argument for that, but it's not the most obvious. I mean, this is a map with incredible vertical mobility. You really love these tanks that can come to touch the payload, help assist on the high ground, can kind of be wherever they're needed on all these different layers of the map. And Ram, it's going to generally just commit to the cart, generally just hold that down. It's going to put more pressure on the backline from Falcons to do more of that mobility work, to keep more of that map control. However, it does give you a virtual lockdown on the payload.
Yeah, as we get ready to hop into Dorado, Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon in the lower semi-finals. Still feels crazy to say that one of these teams will not advance into tomorrow. I do wonder, Jake, as well. As soon as you mentioned that Ramatra, I see the Wuyong ban, so some of that poke gone. We've seen Falcons experiment with some sim. Don't know if you'd see it here on Dorado. It's a pretty poor sim map, right? Which is why, like, when we were watching in the back, we were a little bit surprised that the sim ban for Falcons against TM came out on Dorado. But still, another viable option potentially for Falcons. So we are all tied up at 1 apiece.
The support lines as well. I mean, this is a map with a lot of space, a lot of room to work with, and that leads some people to get greedy. It leads some people to, you know, pick these on us, play a little bit more range. Falcons setting up a defense that looks punishing. I mean, the Brig to defend, to keep this backline alive. Echo and Ash to keep the damage flowing.
There'll be Falcons on defense first here. Hanbin decides it is the Hanbinston time. Yet again here on
Surprised
Dorado.
not to see someone come in, frankly. But maybe there are swaps deeper into the map. They're going to justify this. Hanbin, a solid Winston in his own right. Playing more of that tactical style rather than forcing aggression.
CR drops the hit scan here.
Wow, okay, lip to the Tracer.
It feels like hit scan so strong.
They're all in on the dive. This is so risky. Merit is going to have potential free reign. And also Hanbin is going to be able to hold this cart really comfortably. However, he's staying on the Echo, lip on the Tracer, using his flexibility to his advantage, taking a page out of Proper's book when it comes to that incredible hero pool. Junbin in over the top. He's staying in from behind. Opportunity here to close the jaws, but Falcons strike first, cutting down the backline. Crazy Raccoon destroyed on the rotate. Merit drops in on them. Unconventional aggression, it pays off.
And it just feels like, at least with what we've seen so far at this tournament, dropping the hit scan is a wild decision. I mean, hit scan, whether it be Sojourn, Ash, you know, we see Freya, Cassidy, been some of the strongest performances at this event. And to drop it here on Dorado, it feels a little wild.
And furthermore, Ana here for Shu, it's incredibly hard to walk up. You have pretty much only the nade to keep you alive. Dives can come in from any angle from the Falcons. Echo constantly harassing. Cart rolling forward with the help of Lip's Tracer. Chorong takes a big hit. Lives for the moment, but now Junbin in the sights proper. Cleans up Heesang. Shu trying to swing wide. A dynamite to the face from Merit. And a kunai to follow. It's all Falcons in the feed. Junbin finds one. It's something, but it's not much to write home about, Matt.
It's just not enough. And I wonder if you're Crazy Raccoon, you have to move off of this.
It's getting to the point where you're stuck. I mean, can you really swap now?
Well,
You've got to try with this ultimate cycle. I think Lip is in Falcon's spawn, looking for a setup flank.
Yeah, and I think you're at that kind of breaking point, right? With like 1 minute and 30 seconds when this next fight's going to kick off. If you swap now and lose a fight, as you are, right, Lip behind enemy lines, I mean, you are,
big hit.
You are at no ultimates. Doesn't want to burn recall just yet, but they know exactly where he's at now.
That's so rough. It's an opportunity for Falcons to turn that pressure forward. Hanbin bullies out Heesang, marking this Echo. All the ultimates started to come online though. Crazy Raccoon ready to rip it in. A 10 ultimate fight potentially on the cards.
Yeah, but it might just be one fight that decides this offense for CR.
Rush comes out. Is it enough from Fielder? Stabilizing here. Junbin primarily forcing back. 1-for-1 trade for now. Neither team too upset about this. The Nano comes in under Junbin, but he's struggling for the moment to get purchased, struggling to get this aggression in Merit. Wastes no time, straight to the back line. Proper and Merit defeat the opposing DPS. And Junbin just can't get anything done in the back line. Support's falling now too. It's only Winston, and is he caught behind?
And that is such a sick play there from Merit. So they give the nano boost on the Junbin, and he's still got a little bit of primal, and he uses it to go in, and he's about to go right on top of Chio. Chio pops the rally, but also at the same time, Merit throws the Bob back towards Chio's direction, and the Bob actually takes out Heesang on the other side. A really sick play from Merit there, using that Bob in a defensive manner. Heesang recall forward.
Dead. Oh, this could be it. Crazy Raccoon on their map pick. They need to close this one out. Junbin lands on Merit's head. Stomps him into oblivion. He's low though. Proper knows it. Goes to the Winston copy. Shu now in the sights. Rally to protect him. Keeping him alive. You'd love to get a primal online. So close, 97, but he can't get it there. And Junbin stays alive on a sliver of hell. Turns the kills around.
How is Shu keeping him alive? I mean, this is insane.
Oh, Merit! Kills them both. Hunman with the primal. He can hold this. Just a few seconds of delay could be enough. Falcons coming back so strong on the spawn, but there's no one here to touch the cart. And Lip on the signature Cassidy closes out the first strike point.
Dude, Shu is insane. The fact that he's able to keep Chorong alive that long enough is mental. Let's go to listen in for Crazy Raccoon to see if they can keep this offense rolling.
나눠 있어. 일단 이거 차 싸움부터 세게 해봐. 희한이 펼치면서 오른쪽 내가 볼게. 이거 화물 이거 안 하면 나 밀어줄게. 오른쪽 시야 내가 탈게. 오른쪽 아무도 내가 밀어도 되겠네 이거. 아니 오른쪽 아무도 없어. 차 운영부터 해봐. 나도 먹기로 갈 거지?
여기도 있어.
흘려. 야, 차 밀어. 차가. 얘들아 사실 화물 잡을 사람 없거든. 키만 개 빼봐. 야, 얘들아 2층 싸움 하지 마봐.
그럼 나 왼쪽 갈게. 그럼 나 왼쪽 갈게.
같이 밀자. 에코 보여. 야, 계속 밀어봐 너가. 좀 천천히 해볼래? 나 1번만.
나 랠리 빠르거든 이거?
얘네 하나 3, 2,
나 이거 앞에 2층 한번 쓸게.
기다려. 나 1번만.
집에 한번 없다?
죽지 마. 화물 계속 가.
나 랠리 빨라.
계속 가. 자, 계속 가. 나도 내가 콜할게. 열심히
얘들아 나 먼저 갈게.
이제 더블 집중 갈게. 나 다이브 세트업 해봐. 차 너 그냥 많이 밀었어. 다이브 세트업 할게. 기다려. 나 헬스 해봐 줘. 기다려. 다이브 돼. 야, 시프트 뺐다. 야, 성질이 할게. 같이 뺄게. 나 3, 2, 조. 브리. 나 렐라 브리 잡아하지 않나? 브리 잡아야 되잖아.
나랑 브리야.
Another huge bank of ultimates. Crazy Raccoon trying to make the most of it, but Chio's rally holds strong. 2 dive ultimates deployed, and this push has been absolutely sent home. Lip perked up on the Cassidy, still fighting. Took a lot of ultimates to make that defense possible. Chorong with the rally, but it's not able to come in time. Proper just burst down Junbin. And now, Crazy Raccoon sent packing, only 45 seconds off the clock. Lip looking to go down soon, and let's send it to a listen and let's hear how Falcons try to close out Dorado.
그냥 랠리 석양. 나 2층 갈게. 나 트랙 한번 칠게 지금. 들어겠다. 방향 조심해 들어. 나 앞에서 먼저 되긴 하는데 윙고. 야, 걷던 내가 볼게. 씨발. 내가 걷어볼게.
또 하나.
야,
너야 코르줄게. 이거 왼쪽 하나.
들어.
가나. 브리 가거든. 하나 볼 거야. 하나. 기다려. 내가 코르줄게. 하나. 뒤 앞에. 하나.
떨었어. 나도 되긴 하는데. 나 죽은지 씨발. 이거 그냥 끼고 줄게. 내가 할게.
우리 언제 먼저 가자. 석양.
야, 상관없어.
석양 거의 났어.
야, 트레 온다 이제.
야, 원숭이 쳐볼래? 내가
하나.
The nano there used onto Fielder. Actually at that time. So it was Proper who had the dupe there. Oh, a double bio there from Shu, but it's not good enough. It's going to be the Deadeye here from Liv as he steps up.
Falcons clean them up, dive forward. Crazy Raccoon, weakness sensed, and it's pounced upon by the bird of prey.
Oh, dude. I mean, that is a great defense from Falcons. I think if CR finds themselves out tonight, I think there'll be a lot of the ditch and the hit scan there on offense. Feels like it made them way tougher. I mean, not able to break that like high ground setup, not really putting any, especially with Merit on the other side. I mean, come on. We were talking about before this game about how this like kind of hit scan battle has been playing out between Merit and Lip, and that Lip needs to have one of these big games. Doesn't even really get the opportunity here. Goes to the Cassidy, comes up clutch a little bit towards the late of their first point offense. But as you can see, when you leave Merit all alone, uncontested, he is going to farm, which he most certainly does there in the first half.
And Proper as well. I mean, the Echo brutalizing these walk-ups from Crazy Raccoon time and time again. The Falcons, they're so patient. They just wait until the perfect opportunity presents itself. And that, to me, is kind of the signature of the Hanbin Winston.
Yeah.
He's not going to play this aggressive, in-your-face, swarming style, but defensively posturing, keeping his HP high at all times. And when he does sense that opportunity to get an easy cleanup, he strikes hard and fast, and the rest of the team is right behind him with full resource. Team Falcons now, this is going to be far from an easy closeout. They've been in almost exactly this spot before, so Crazy Raccoon could absolutely still win this map. And that's absolutely where they have their sights set. Lip back to the Ash, signature style.
We'll see if they can break this open as Team Falcons. Look at this, Jake. We're going to get a Reaper here. So Reaper Winston potentially is Proper. I mean, you could put a lot of pressure on the Junbin, right? Get to that high ground. No, Reaper, obviously great survivability. Nice shot there from Merit on the Lip as he is hunting.
sees a chance there. Shu wisely hides his head. Now Lip takes the pressure, and the Reaper on the cart, unconventional from Proper, but Crazy Raccoon are reeling. They don't know what to do. Cart, Bart's what a one-tap he's doing! Where did he go? Proper sends him to the grave. Now on to Lip. Hanbin is down though, put the bubble in a powerful position. Can Proper play his way out of this? Gio is here, and he's reaping their souls, taking no prisoners.
And in that situation, right, Jungbin can't even stay up there to kind of fight with Chorong. You're in just a brutal spot. You do not want to be in that hallway against the Reaper. So this will have an adjustment here. Lip gonna go over to the Cassidy. Maybe that is the answer. It'll be a touch from he's saying. Recall already forced.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Falcons, what an unconventional style. But exactly what I would expect from them. Something so unique that only they could pull out. Proper, one of the best Reapers in the game. And Crazy Raccoon struggling now. The range advantage against them. Back over to the Echo.
Yeah, I think with the Cassidy swap on the other side and some high ground here, I think you want to have a little bit more versatility here with the Echo in the mix. That's a nice dynamite that Merit actually throws from the low ground up to the high. Put some serious damage down into Junbin.
Big stick onto Shu. Nade, not enough. He has to rip that nano onto Chorong, but already 2 down. Player advantage for the Falcons. Spawn advantage as well. They're just rolling this payload. No need to clean up the fight. No need to do too much. They're making this progress, and Crazy Raccoon down to the final hold.
And this has been like mystery heroes for Lip. Now over to the Ashe here. This does not seem like this has gone to plan for Crazy Raccoon. They will have a rally here. Chorong needs to get around the corner, needs to live.
They've got to be so careful. Falcons looking for any edge, any opportunity to break this open. Rally stun under Chorong, he's down. Traded for Gio though, Shu with the big nade. Now Shu in the sight. Proper finds one. Doesn't have copy. Can Bob clean this up? Hanbin, 1% to the primal. He rips it. Jumpman's still healthy. Still looking to hold. When Lip is down, the assist from Merit is enough. Hanbin gets the cleanup. Tracer on the cart. Cannot back down. But the Bufui is good. Winston, you must stay on this cart. Junman getting the double support here, but he's in the bubble. Trying to fight this one out. Trying to stay healthy. The sticks are good. Proper finds him. Now it's Chorong's turn. Stepping up. An impossible scenario. And Falcons close out Dorado. Up 2-1 in the series.
A huge bounce back from Falcons. As I got a little dicey there towards the end, right? Junman's got the primal. You have Chorong get back into the fight. You see some of those, rig packs going over towards him. You have Shu back as well, but I will say Hanbin and Proper do a tremendous job there, comboing together, putting so much pressure. Realizing, I think, when more you watch CR, it's obviously like, it kind of starts, once you can get towards Shu, right? And you can really make his life difficult, you can deal with the rest, right? You just have to be on the offensive. And they are here. As we take a look at some of our stats, really what stands out to me, Merit dominating the server, like we talked about in the pregame. It was, these hit scan players need to step up.
I believe this is the stats from New Junk City.
Oh, well, yeah, it does say New Junk City on the top, so we'll see if that is actually accurate. That's a good call. So we do have Spinton, yeah.
So I think this is the stats from the last map. So it was also dominant. And you got to think about this. Right. I mean, the fact that they're able to come up here, and here we see
dominant yet again.
Still dominant.
They still have Spinton, so we'll see.
I mean, honestly, Proper had Heesang's number.
Yeah.
He had him on speed dial this map.
What did you think of no hit scan at the start? It feels like...
I didn't like it. Because, I mean, if that's been a strength for CR that they have the option to pull it out. But I think this isn't the metaphor in this.
Let's see this. This is like a flick here across, and
my God.
Heesang just walks directly into the Reaper shotgun.
He doesn't just walk in. I mean, he blinks around the corner. And it's just, one of the best to ever do it in Proper, waiting on the other side. Fielder getting down and dirty in this composition as well, and the Han Binston lays his mark on this match.
Yeah, and it was a really nice play we saw before, right when Hanbin goes to the high ground, the TP there from Fielder, they lay the Kitsune rush down, and even with the bio grenade from Shu, it's still not enough to keep players up there for Crazy Raccoon. And now you have Dorado down, New Junk City here as well. We have one more map selection here for Crazy Raccoon. You still do have Hybrid available. You do have Runasapi, so we've seen teams go to in the past. I'm curious what they go to. I think you probably go Hybrid, one of those, whether it be, Kings Row, we haven't really seen Blizzard World at all, but maybe this is a kind of Blizzard World-like scenario where you would want to play something like that. You could play a little bit more aggressive.
In theory, I like Blizzard World for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, is it crazy to play the Wrecking Ball? Maybe. It's sort of viable on the map. Not the right meta for it, though. It's just tough because, to me, this is sort of going beyond map pick right now.
Yeah.
Right? This is Falcons having the better read, having the more comfortable style, and honestly, I think it's merit and proper having the better games today.
And it's crazy because, like, if you were, watching, obviously, coming into this, like, Falcons has looked up and down at times, or Crazy Raccoon, obviously, they lose to OWCS, and it is extremely close, like, down to the wire. Otherwise, they've just been blowing out everybody. And to just kind of bow out to Falcons, I mean, this is a game where it feels like Falcons is, like, rising to the occasion, and maybe CR is not. But I am curious what the desk's thoughts are on those first 3 maps.
Thank you so much, Jake and Matt. Zoe here, back with Necra and Avril to break it all down. All right, we have a series on our hands, and quite frankly, looking at map 1, it looked like Crazy Raccoon got it all figured out. Like, they were quite dominant in the victory on map 1.
So smooth.
A lot of this is coming down to the matchup as well. I mean, a lot of just perma-diva from Hanbin, Ramacha on the opposite end for Junbin. Obviously, looking at Busan, would be staying away from a lot of the Winston stuff. But yeah, it was quite dominant coming through. I mean, I think Hanbin is going to struggle a little bit in that matchup, but expected a bit more from Falcons going in. Well, I mean, Cast has also talked about this, but Crazy Raccoon coming into this game have kind of looked like they were in better form. However, then you start moving away from map 1, and it's not quite as clear, and Falcons, they get that comeback.
In map number 1, it was great to see Shu be able to perform on the Kiriko, especially when that Ana had been banned out. And then we move over to New Junk City, and we get a chance to see one of the rising stars of Crazy Raccoon slot into the roster, Spint. A player that we didn't end up seeing a whole lot of in OWCS Stage 3, but was great to see Spint make his international debut during Route 66 in Crazy Raccoon's match versus Space Station, where we saw a lot of that Tracer and Genji. But unfortunately, the Tracer was banned out for this map. And we didn't see the Genji come out from Spint until way later.
Yeah, I want to ask you, Avril, about that, because you're heading into Falcon's potential best map in the pool here. Why, if you're Crazy Raccoon, do you take such a risk and bring in Max and Spint?
Well, typically for Spint so far, I mean, first of all, he actually debuted in his opening game for Crazy Raccoon against Falcons in the regular season. They 3-0'd them, and part of that was Spint playing the Genji. He's been kind of the Genji specialist for the team. That's been one area that he's saying has traditionally kind of had a disadvantage against Proper. So when it comes to that, Tracer's been banned away. Spint actually kind of makes sense in that sort of situation. But he played a lot of Venture, didn't expect that, and then only played Genji towards the end when that probably should have been his primary thing. I'm actually a little bit more concerned about the map 3 as we take a look at some of these stats here as well, because for map 3, it's Winston, Mirror, and Han Vincent wins again. He beats Yushrei and Junbin. Is this guy like the GOAT Winston now? Has Fearless just like Nero linked into Hanbin's brain and playing for him?
We just didn't know. He had it all along in the back pocket. Hanbin Winston, who would have thought?
It is something that he's worked on, though, and I think we have to give a lot of credit to Hanbin, just being able to show that flexibility throughout this match. Already shown Diva, Mauga, Zarya, now the Winston as well on Dorado. And I think this really does put Team Falcons in a lot of a driver's seat for the rest of the series, because you can't ban him out.
The problem is, now you have a situation where if it comes down to another dive mirror, you have to be like, well, are we able to beat, if you're Crazy Raccoon, are we able to beat Hanbin on the Winston? That becomes a concern now. So he has to start moving forward in the series and consider maybe we go back to some more of the Ramacha gameplay. Proper, obviously, look at his stat line. It's going to be really strong. He's the standout player on his particular team. But moving forward to map 4 and beyond, I think you got to shake up that tank matchup more.
Yeah, let's chat about the map choices we have here then. I think casters, I touched on it at the very end of the caster as well. Like, where do you want to take us next? I believe the caster's choice here went to Blizzard World. That could potentially be a good pick for them. Necro, what would you like to see?
I would like to see the Blizzard World. I just want to kind of piggyback off of the point that the caster did make. I don't really want to see the Wrecking Ball here. I don't think that it's looked particularly good, especially, even though Junbin is actually a very good Wrecking Ball player. I just think it's not the right meta for it, and especially when you're going to be going up against somebody like Proper who could just kind of bypass that, or maybe it's the Wrecking Ball is a little too slow to set up. I would like to see them play something else.
So the real 2 choices here are either, in my mind, I would think that more likely it's going to be King's Row, because Crazy Raccoon always go to King's Row, regardless of how well they do there or not. But that's the other thing, right? I feel like they haven't really tested the Ram mirror yet. The other choice is to snipe away New Queen Street so that Falcons don't get Runasapi. Falcons have traditionally been very strong on Runasapi. They like to default into that map. So if you just go for the push now, you can take New Queen Street and make sure the Runasapi's out of the pool.
Well, let's find out where the Raccoon are taking us for this map number 4 and send it back over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Zoe. And as this, I mean, we're facing what could be the final map for Crazy Raccoon. I mean, going down in the last 2.
Oh, I mean,
in brutal fashion on Dorado.
And I mean, with how they fared, right? Like you think about, EWC, not exactly the result they would have liked there, and then coming in here and losing. Okay, so they take us to New Queen Street. This is a really good like ball dive type of map, right? So this is kind of like, we've seen this from other teams throughout the event, maybe playing some ball here on New Queen Street. So do you think they actually ban a tank here to protect off the rip?
I mean, there's a big question of whether Junbin comes in, and I think he did.
Yeah.
To be honest, because I don't think Falcons would ban the ball unless he did. So Cassidy taken out by Crazy Raccoon. That's a strong signal that you want to push the pace, maybe even to go to a Tracer Sombra style.
Yeah, but now with the ball gone, I mean, you can still play with the Winston, right? You
still play with the Winston.
As Junbin stays in, most likely, but it's not as, maybe you're not as worried. I mean, if you're Falcons, you just dealt with the Winston-based comp. Obviously a different level of pace compared to whether it be like a Sombra Tracer on the other side, but still, for me, I love how that played out there for Falcons.
Yeah, I think they're going to be happy coming into this one. And honestly, I think if Crazy Raccoon, if they do go back to this Tracer Sombra, it's worked for them in the past. They've made it work when no one else has. And yet, this tournament, to let Merit be the only hit scan on the server, potentially unanswered,
you can't go down.
It's so risky, right?
You can't go down.
Crazy.
I mean, you can't go down like that. I mean, you have to.
I mean, Merit Ash on this map, of all maps, like this is a place where Merit so comfortable. I mean, Falcons was feeding him almost every nano. In a Winston comp on this map.
Yeah, and we've seen, like, think about, the performances from Lambda and Proud in court, like hit scan players, have been kind of the driving forces for a lot of their teams throughout this event thus far, and to kind of take that out of Lip hands potentially here would be quite brutal. So Junbin stays in, Cassidy ban, ball ban. The ball ban is definitely a target for Crazy Raccoon. It looks like here, with that ball gone though, you'll have a Ramatra comp here for CR.
Proper Sojourn? Merit is just playing Sim.
Huh?
I'm sorry, what?
This is usually the other way around.
Yes. Okay. Merit's gonna get his chance on the Symmetra. Lip is low, Proper. Just fine, I'll do it myself. He wants a turn on his scan.
I mean, Proper is seeing all these games from Courts and Proud and every Merit, and he's like, all right, I'm done. I'm done with this.
He's done crazy things on the Sojourn before. Crazy Raccoon, though, running a style they've seen a lot of success with this tournament. A very tanky front line, letting Heesang and Lip, in theory, have room to work with. The Proper takes out Heesang. First shot of the game, and he takes a skull.
So, Falcons does have like a double hit scan look they go to at times, like with the Sojourn and the Freya. I don't know if you'd want to run it here, but maybe they want that flexibility if need be, but definitely a huge adjustment here for potentially the end of the game as Lip taking a railgun shot there from Proper.
Just getting a little bit of that Lip aim, taking a bit for himself. Crazy Raccoon, they can hold on to the carpet. How do they progress it back? Now that the lead is against him, beautiful TP across. He's gonna get a chance here. Caught behind the box on the Ash, giving some fire back the other way, making Proper think twice about that position, and it cut down.
That is a sick whip shot there from Chorong. I don't think they expect the Chorong to push into the room, knocks Proper off course. Sends him back into the firing line of the rest of Crazy Raccoon.
Beautiful catch from the main support. Now it's CR's turn to make a bit of progress. Junbin wants more than progress. He wants a dominant team fight. Merit's playing this one so patiently on the Sim. Heesang finds Fielder on the retreat, and Falcons struggling to regroup, giving up a lot of card time. An uncharacteristic mistake from them.
That's a bad spot for Hanbin to die as well. I mean, now you're gonna have to walk off the side. Heesang with 2. So you may end up, you're gonna get very close to checkpoint here, Jake.
And the way they're doing it, right, they win these fights off picks. So now, not only are they in the advantage, but as we come to this checkpoint fight, they're gonna have everything into this engagement. Falcons gonna be able to match, and so this is gonna be a pivotal fight, one that could potentially determine the outcome of the game, and the Falcons would like the series.
I think if you see Falcons lose this fight, they may want to make some changes. You're gonna have the sim wall open things up on Lip, finds Fielder. And that was, you know, Fielder has a Kitsune rush, you're not gonna obviously invest it.
I will say, 2 support ults deployed for Crazy Raccoon. Those are incredibly significant in this type of a meta. And so Falcons have a potentially unanswered overclock, a beat to defend with. Incredible challenge here for CR. They want to keep this ball rolling. Instead, they're going to get super aggressive. The beat is too late. Merit is down. Junbin keeping this one possible, forcing this map 5, but Shio has found Heesang. Hanmin self-destructing for the reset. But he does go down to the bomb in the meantime, and Lip continues to cut them down as they push.
Lip finds another. You still have Junbin here alive. So they get the bot a little bit away from their spawn, but it is not enough to wipe CR. So now, Crazy Raccoon, they're going to get players off a spawn here. Nothing, obviously, to work with. Proper over to the Widow. You're going to have Merrick pick up the Ashe. Let's see what Proper decides to go to. Going to go over to Echo, so a lot of questions about why they just kind of changed roles here, potentially, on New Queen Street. Maybe they had an idea to go to something else after this, but they kind of go back to what's been tried and trusted.
Yeah, I can't blame him for it. But now, significantly in the hole, and Crazy Raccoon, desperate for a map 5, desperate for a continuation of this series. This time, Lip peeks with the Ashe and is sent packing. Merit defends, Chio punishes for the kill. And Falcons need to turn this map around now, need to start finding these kills. Junman goes for the backflank, but gets punished. Heesang, though, has found Proper this time, turning the tables on the Echo Mirror.
But any time off the clock here is good for Crazy Raccoon, right? The bot still deep in Falcons territory.
Jorong came deep to save Junmin, but seems to be able to get out with his life. Heesang now very low. Merit trading in the front line.
But these fights on this side of the map are great for Crazy Raccoon, regardless how it goes. It burns clock and obviously pushes the bot slightly deeper towards the Falcons side of that, where Falcons, they don't even have checkpoint.
Chu taking risks, forced into a rush. See if Falcons can kite this one back. They can get out of this fight. It's a huge boon to them. There's a lot of time to work with. And a team of vets, such as the Falcons, they're willing to squeeze out every advantage, but they squeeze too hard, and Lip punishes, finds that kill. Heesang with the next, and this is gonna turn into a blowout advantage for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, you do get the kill on a Heesang here, who does have the duplicate, but the bot going closer and closer towards the spawn door. Potentially a full map run here for Crazy Raccoon. You're gonna have a rally. You're also going to have that Annihilation to work with and another Bob. So for CR though, I like this, Jake. They back up just a little bit. Make sure to get Heesang back in the fight.
The old bank is in a fantastic spot for the Falcons, but they need to leverage it. They need to push, and honestly, Crazy Raccoon has caught up. The chaos of those last fights has turned against them. Echo Stickies, put a bit of damage onto Merit, but for now, Heesang has to fall out. Look for another opportunity, maybe to deploy this copy. So respectful of Merit, knows what this Ashe can do. Merit sends the Bob in. Both Bobs are in, Lips instantly bursted down by Proper. And Fielder's rush for now is just zoning away CR, but they're happy to drain that out of the bank. Junbin rips the Annihilation straight into the backline, right on top of them. Cuts them to pieces. Proper gets the beam kill, but that's all he can find. And now it's only Fielder, and caught behind the Raccoon.
We have played this entire round what feels like basically in front of Team Falcon's spawn door. So now for Crazy Raccoon, I don't even think you can really want to push up, right? You're going to allow some players to get back. We're going to see the same type of thing, right? Go here, see if you can get a pick. Maybe we'll bounce back just a little bit, but
they're making meaningful progress now, deeper and deeper.
And they are playing for this rush, right? So now you have this control here with Heesang, and you're going to have this rush. This might be enough to close it.
Fielder goes on, but a full cap would be exactly what the Doctor ordered to reset this momentum in the series. They're on to Proper, he's forced into the copy, gets that ram, exactly what he's hoping for with Lip. Again and again, it's Lip in the feed. 2 more for the Warlord. He looks to close out this map, force a game 5, and send a message to the Falcons.
Yeah, Hanbin with an Annihilation. It's not even really gonna come into play here, Jake. As Crazy Raccoon, they tie it up, and they will send us to a game 5.
The full cap on push at this level of play. And we're gonna look back at those opening rollouts and just think, what was going on?
Yeah,
why?
I mean, Merit on the Sim and then Proper on the Soj. It's a swap that, you know, maybe there's something like deeper down that they would have wanted to go to. that would have been necessitated for that. Like I think like maybe if you wanted Merit to play the Freya and you were looking at like a double hit scan type of setup, but that never comes to be. You just get pushed all the way back, and then you have to make so many swaps to make things work, and it all kind of falls apart for Falcons in the end.
Actually, all right, I think I understand. I suspect that Falcons anticipated a Winston comp.
And they could have played double hits.
They wanted to play, actually, I think they wanted to play Sim into Winston, and they wanted to just, you know, do what was shown to be successful against the Winston matchups. Just get torqued.
Yeah, but then why wouldn't you
down
just,
the Winston?
But then why wouldn't you just had proper?
Yeah, why wouldn't you have proper play the Sim?
They do
that's
play
a question that remains unanswered.
Yeah, they do play Freya with the Soch sometimes, and maybe they thought it was going to be a Winston comp, right? And if you use the Sim early on, it doesn't work out, and you can go to that double hit scan look. As we take a look at some of the highlights, because the stats were ugly for the Falcons.
I mean, Lip opened up on them on this map. I mean, we were talking about, has he missed? Has he lost a step? That's frankly the question we were starting to ask with some of these other hit scan staking their claim on this tournament, eyeing up that trophy, and Lip demands one last look, one last chance here on what will be a decisive map 5.
So a hybrid map. Hybrid will be the map here that will close it out. Potentially we can draw here,
but type, right? It's a very powerful pick. Kings Row has been, it feels like the lion's share of teams have gone to Kings Row, and maybe Falcons will just feel the most comfortable with that. There's also the chance to throw a monkey wrench into the works.
Ana, Kiri, Wu Yang, and Ball.
So many bans have been deployed, right?
Are the bans from CR, I believe. No, actually, yeah, I think it was. So we'll see what they decide to do. It's actually the Ball that goes for Falcon. So those are the Falcons bans. Falcon obviously get first ban here.
I want to see them ban Ram.
Unless
I think
they try and
this is the
defer.
moment.
Yeah, and then what?
And play Zarya. Put it all in. Hanman, you've trusted him time and time again.
They could go back and play like Zarya Genji.
Absolutely. It's looked fantastic.
Would you ban Genji if you're a Crazy Raccoon?
Maybe, but I think Falcons can live with that. You know, I think Proper, the hero pool he has, you take away one and it feels like the other, it just gets stronger.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see. It looks like we do have a sub here potentially in the tank spot. So Max
coming
potentially coming in here for Junbin. An embarrassment of riches on the CR roster.
I mean, I think they just suspect they need the option to play a mirror. I mean, there's too many powerful picks for Falcons. There's too many ways to force Junbin onto an awkward spot, especially with some, I think a Ram ban on any map would really put Junbin in a weird place where, like, what is his next hero? Is he just going to end up playing Zarya or just something that's uncomfortable for him? So I think this is actually, it's really smart to bring Max in. I think there's too many bans left. Junbin has done his duty in this series. It has to be Max to close it out.
Feels like potentially a Ramatra ban on the table here for Falcons. So we'll take a look. It will be Kings Row. So we had discussed that, you know, maybe if it was CR picking, they would have wanted to play a little bit more dive, go towards like a Blizzard World potentially. Kings Row, though, a fan favorite of everybody, every region across the OWCS. With Falcons picking this map, obviously they have the ability to defer the ban like they did on Dorado, but most likely will not be the case. The Ramatra ban makes a ton of sense here.
We've wanted to see it from other teams in the past, and they've strayed away. See what Falcons thinks is going to give them the biggest advantage for maybe one of the most consequential maps of these teams' histories. I mean, to fall out now, to fail to even reach the top 3. These are teams who set the standard at lifting the trophy. I mean, a second place is a failure for them. So to not appear on Championship Sunday is unimaginable.
I mean, this is also, as some of these players are some of the more historic players in Overwatch Esports, you never know when it's the final time, right? And you do not want to go out on a loss to your rival. It's a lot riding on this match. Obviously, the winner of this goes to tomorrow. Tomorrow will not be easy for whoever makes it there, right? As
there's two heavy hitter EMEA squads that have both delivered beatdowns, sending the message that their strat is the meta.
So here are the hybrid stats between these two teams. So 2-1 records for both of them. So Falcons, they have their loss there against Twisted Minds. So still, Falcons though, up and down performance throughout the weekend. And I think both those EMEA teams would love to see Crazy Raccoon go, but Also, as we say that, Jake, it's not exactly like, proper merit on Championship Sunday is something you want to be walking into. It's either of these teams going to definitely be heard from tomorrow.
I gotta say, if you're a Falcons player right now, the palms have got to be sweating with Lip finding his peak form in that most recent map, and they will ban the Ramatra. The Lucio ban response from Crazy Raccoon to take some of the venom out of a potential Zarya comp.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely, so Zarya, no mobility at all in terms of obviously speed, right? There is some now with the perk that you can get a little bit more, high ground control. But with no team speed, that is going to be an odd one to play potentially. Obviously, there's also Juno in the mix, but not seen Juno much since we've gotten to the arena. We did see a little bit when we were in studio. Always an option. Not exactly a one-to-one in terms of replacement for speed, but I think we both agree the Ramatra ban, that one was coming from a mile away.
I'm glad to see it. Had the same read as Falcons. And now this is going to be a tough test for Max. Because put to the test in a Zarya mirror, I think Hanbin is going to be very happy to be entrusted with a series like this, and Max is going to be starting to feel the pressure, frankly.
Yeah, but with no Lucio, though, now this kind of frees up. You can play that double flex support that is really strong.
It has been.
For Shu and Chorong, right? Could you play like on a Wuyang here? On the defensive side, specifically, controlling some of that high ground, a lot of poke?
Yeah, I think why not? I mean, I think Kiriko has to be in the conversation, though. Rush, so powerful in the Zarya mirror. I mean, it just feels like she never runs out of bubbles with that tool. Allows you to fight into a lot of these powerful ultimates. Supports, I think, are absolutely right. It's going to be so crucial. I mean, every player on both teams needs to perform to their highest ability, considering the opponents on the other side of the stage. There is just no margin for error. Meriden proper here, tasked with unseating Lip, delivering a defeat to a man who's experienced it very rarely in his career.
And I mean, really, a defining map for both of these teams. Regardless of what happens the rest of the way, the final matchup between these two teams this season, maybe with these iterations of these rosters, right, as we head into the offseason. Obviously, they have played a ton during the regular season at OWCS events. But really, here at the World Finals, this will be the one that everybody remembers. This will be the one that everybody talks about. Obviously, many legendary series between these two teams, but this one map, probably what we end up all talking about at the end of the day.
It all comes to this. Crazy Raccoon, they opened the series so strong, looking like they could potentially just run away with this one. Falcons respond, incredible patience, surviving, dominating 2 maps of their own, and then CR just completely turned the momentum of the series, stopping Falcons in their tracks. Falcons try to get cute, playing that Symmetra, and they get punished. It feels like they won't make that mistake again.
So much riding on this game. Let's take a look at the bracket. This is the loser semifinals that we're currently in. Everybody thought it would be impossible, but both EMEA teams, our number 1 and 2, Alcatia and Twisted Minds, took out our teams from Korea, Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. Since they've gotten here in the lower bracket, though, they have run through T1, destroyed Weibo Gaming, but now just kind of throwing haymakers at each other here going to a Game 5.
Feels like this one just has to go to 5, Matt. Maybe we should have been expecting it the whole time. In Kings Row, an iconic place to conclude this series.
Feels like the right place to end it. The Ramatra gone here from Falcons. They get rid of it. Feels like that is Max is one of the more potent heroes that he looks to go to. Frees up the Diva for Hanbin. Hanbin also fantastic on the Zarya. Puts him in a great position. But that Lucio ban takes a little bit of the juice out of that Zarya comp. So a nice response there from Crazy Raccoon. We'll see how it plays out.
Chio and Chorong, neither of them can play the Lucio in this map. Often central to the composition. Should slow things down a lot, create more opportunities, in particular for the DPS and the flex support to play. But also, I mean, we've seen characters like Wuyang be dominant, have huge impact kills especially when it gets down to those chaotic final moments. So significant here on King's Row in particular, where there's a lot of space to work with, a lot of room to maneuver.
Without that speed, could be much harder to play that Zarya a little bit slower.
Ooh,
okay. So, the only time we've seen Sig has been T1 playing it with the Sim. We've had a little bit of conversations, not on stream, but that kind of poke comps with this Sigma have kind of died. Here, with Overwatch 2, feels like the rush is too strong, feels like the dive is too strong. Typically, when we do see the Sig, though, it is with like a Baptiste, right? You're not exactly playing it with Diana, so potentially something vastly different here from Crazy Raccoon.
Fans have come from around the world to support these teams, to cheer for them, the hope that one of them may go on to win this trophy. That dream is not dead, however difficult it may seem now. And these two teams desperate for that one last chance. It's proper scouting, considering, well, what's he gonna pull out of his bag of tricks, and it seems to be the Genji for now. Oh, the Venture will be the committed play.
Yeah, you saw how far back CR was playing, probably trying to know that, hey, there's gonna be a Sonic. Don't want to give away the Sig pick right away. Want to buy some times, but hey, Proper gets this position over here in the hotel really quickly. Now gets to the high ground.
He's gonna start to put that pincer maneuver on. Counter pressure, and Kiriko's with him.
This is not good for CR, I think, Jake.
Yeah, it's forcing them back into the corner. Proper continues to push the base. A burrow could be devastating here in the center of their formation. Bubble is good. Shoes attack, bursted. Proper takes him down, gets the cleanse. Has done enough on this high ground. Max, there's no support left to sustain. Lip gets a kill onto Merit. Still some fight left in this defense, but they have no heals. They have to play with the HP they've got. And Hanbin threatening the cap 2 ticks already.
Yeah, Max does not want to play directly into the Zarya, right? You can't really kind of have any damage mitigation. The kinetic grass doesn't do anything against that Zarya beam, now forced to step up to the point.
He's running low on resources. Support should be coming back any second now, but will they be there in time? Proper puts the pressure on. Shu has no sleep, nothing to stop the advance. Chorong forced to the point. Now Falcons securing the cap. Just the DPS left, trying to get what trade that they can, but instead they get nothing.
I mean, you see how hard it is to play that Sig and keep that space, and then also, especially without the Baptiste in the mix, right? No immortality field for the Sig to kind of play behind, get some of the cooldowns back, and now Max, they decide to match that Zarya. Let's do a listen-in with Falcons, though, see if they can speedrun this second point.
누궁이야? 메이 프리 왼쪽 온것 같아. 여기서 화물 밀어볼래? 화물 밀고 내가 딜라인 쭉 갈게. 키리움까지 그냥 받을 생각하고 그냥 본대 세게 치러볼래? 오케이? 그렇지?
나도 세게 해야 돼. 화물 나가. 동해 어떨 때 2층에 씬.
아니 시간 봐줄게. 동아 앞서봐. 나 구슬 스피드.
하나 빠진 메이 앞에. 하면서 뒤에 있어.
나 시랜드 오버 없거든? 나 진정이 가거든 건데. 갈게. 에시 공수 정말 공수 나 손 앞서 근데 나 없어?
하나 빠짐. 아 밀래?
나 없어. 갈게 한번. 나 믿는 척 할게, 믿는 척. 맨 먼저 들어가, 주방만. 벽 뺐다. 야, 원래 셀빈 잘해 피갈래.
갈게. 하나 필.
우리 뒤에 있다, 우리 뒤에.
잘해 피해다. 내리 빠짐. 빨리 죽어야 돼.
Beautiful read of the play by Chorong. Gets in Merit's face, denies the follow-up to that instant headshot he put onto Shu. Now Proper just trying to escape, just trying to reset on this Venture. May be able to do just that. The supports are there.
Get out? I mean, that's wild. He gets around the corner, gets some healing there from Chio. Like you mentioned, fantastic play from Chorong, right? The rally up in the high ground. Oh, so Lip now finds Proper. Got out with his life, but then coming back in to start the fight, gets drilled.
Hit him overconfidence fielder, the 2-tap. Okay.
He's saying, looked at his monitor like, excuse me? Like, how did he do that? Oh, back to the Reaper.
Okay, Lip does have this fob. 5th member in the pocket for Ash. Knows where Fielder is, ready for that counter peek. The cleanse, the swing, and I mean, Lip is a threat right now in the flank. Bob pooped away for the moment. Bob's trading out here in the alleyway. But of course, it's the grab in the main that matters for everything. Proper finds Chorong on the Reaper. Hanbin needs to stay alive. Supports do just that, providing Max now dropping low, burning down. The follow-up could be there soon. Falcons with the Reaper continuing to push forward. They've got Azaria isolated in the flank. Proper cleans up. Merit takes 2's life, and it's only a matter of delay here for Heesang on the Mei. No chance to get back into this fight. And Falcons swan forward. They're going to cap second point, set themselves up for a heavy push into King's Row last.
Yeah, and the Reaper has been something we haven't seen from many teams throughout this, but has been really impactful in this series. So Proper goes to the Reaper here. Also, with Heesang going over to the Mage, Reaper actually plays pretty well into the Mei, right? When the freeze starts to come in, you can use the Wraith Form to go away. One of the only DPS that can kind of stand toe-to-toe with the Mei and battle it out.
Fielder, ice in his veins on the flank. Heesang has learned his lesson, playing this one more carefully. Proper on the high ground, though, threatening anyone who dares step forward. Now a TP to the flank. Gets on top of Lit, pushes him back. Just the threat of his presence is enough. Maywall isolates Hanbin. He gets bursted down instantly. The rush is not enough. Great hold so far from CR, but can they weather the storm? Seems to be enough for now. And so many teams have struggled with the Mei in exactly this spot. King's Row last. A wise choice for Heesang, but can Falcons find the answer here when it matters most?
Yeah, nice pick off here from Lip at the end. Takes out Merit. Just trying to hold on to this energy that Hanbin has. You also have Proper getting closer to that Death Blossom. Max has to get back to the rest of his team. Taking a lot of damage right on this corner. You did have Chio ending up using the Tidal Blast in that last fight. Gave it over to Proper, didn't find anything.
Lip waiting for the oncoming assault, knows it's coming. Hold strong for now. Max up to the high ground, an unconventional position. One that makes quite a bit of space here. Proper starts to work his way through the flank. Things are slowing down, but a Death Blossom on the high ground could be terrifying. The bubble is in. He's diving deep. Will he commit onto Max? So risky here, but he goes for it, the gamble. He lives for now, just long enough, but the grab denies. Max stands strong in the corner, holds it down. Bob cleans house. And it's all Crazy Raccoon in the feed.
Not the worst thing, though, for Falcons. That is a grab and Bob used.
Look at CR, though. They're so aggressive. They know the ult bank is starting to tilt against them. They plan to retake that advantage by force. Falcons have to be so careful on the walk-up. They may not know the locations of these defenders. Merit taking the wide swing. It does enough to bully back Crazy Raccoon, but they exact a price on the clock.
Oh, and they get the Reaper in a position here, though. Some nice bubbles there from Hanbin onto Proper. A lot of damage. It's going to be the Tidal Blast used here onto Max, just trying to keep him up. Tidal Blast used in response there onto Proper.
Zarya under assault. Max does get the kill, but Merit finds 2. Still a fight to be had. Fielder once again takes down Heesang. And Falcons in the low numbers may have broken this crucial hold for Crazy Raccoon. They're going to have another chance at the spawn door. But up against the rush, the grab, so difficult here. Lip needs a kill. Someone for CR has to make the difference. It's Kyurong!
What? On the Wu Yang with the poke. Takes out Merit. That is huge, because Merit had some of that high ground control.
Oh, Max
you are
up to the
desperate for.
Max sending them back, wants to reset this position. Proper giving everything, trying to hold on. Max has way too many bubbles for that. Laughs in his face, sends the Reaper backing, and once again, they reassume this corner. Ready to put Falcons in the trap, and this may be the last progress Falcons see on the court, considering how this position has felt in previous matches.
Falcons looking for some more progress here, as they will move to the defensive side after this. Proper over to the Venture here, just to try and get back in a touch.
Forward grab, it's enough to slow things down. Crazy Raccoon, though, on the verge of closing out this defense, and it seems to be the case. Fielder with the rush, but it's just not enough. Tidal Blast over the top. A later commitment, though, from the Falcons. Merit finds Heesang.
Chio putting down so much damage right now.
It's starting to slip away. Hanbin is low, but he's not going down. Merit, he's in the spawn. He's retaken the defender position. So awkward now for Crazy Raccoon. How do they come out into this? Lip with the Bob. Could be part of that success. Bob is touching cart, stalling overtime for now, but once again, Merit, look at him. Irremovable from this position, and a Bob to control the payload. Surely CR can't get this done. Bayeld comes out, freezing. The Zarya on cart, she's frozen, no bubbles left. Max, hold on, the C9 is there! And Falcons cannot touch.
Proper can't make it back. Almost some heroics there from Merit. He gets a little bit of an off angle there. Rotates all the way around, takes that high ground, pushes all the way down towards that spawn door on that right-hand side. Gets there with Fielder, using the TP, getting there in that position. Almost enough to get them over the line. That Blizzard, though, at the end, just pushes them off of the point. And Crazy Raccoon, they hold on D.
I mean, Merit taking that position, so fearless. And it almost yields them the point, but Crazy Raccoon, man, they are down, but they are never out. And now they've set a win condition. If Falcons cannot hold this third point, their tournament life will be over. They have to stop this Crazy Raccoon. And we've seen so many teams be able to make it through that Kings Row offense. It really does come down to that one corner on third point.
Yeah.
Feels to me that that's more than likely where this series will be decided.
I mean, Falcons, I mean, both these teams. A tremendous series, as usual. Chio on the Buyong. I'm looking at that on the defense, Jake. He was putting down crazy damage at the end there, almost enough with him, Fielder, and Merit to get it done on offense. But now, on the defensive side of things, as the gates open, they'll be proper on the Mei here, so they want to run that Mei probably for most of the map.
Mei from the start, and he's saying, gonna respond with the Echo, utilizing some of that untaken space in the sky. Pressure on Merit to be able to stifle both his enemy hitscan and he's saying at the same time. A challenge for anyone. Maybe Merit can rise to the occasion. Hanbin forward on this high ground, but Max ignores him, just steps up to the point. What can Proper do on the other side? Trying to poke back, trying to put this pressure down, but it's difficult.
I mean, Max takes a lot of damage.
He's deep behind. Oh, this could be a problem. Wu Ying in the back. He's on top of Chio, the wave force. Counter wave is good, but Chio is down. Lip finds the angle to get the cleanup. And a Wu Ying in the spawn.
That is
it's not what Falcons expected.
Not the person you expect on the flank.
Oh, Hanbin, though, hold on, Hanbin and Barrett. They kill the front line, Proper, push forward. And Hanbin winning that fight changes everything. The kills are for naught. Late deaths here. Ooh, this one is so important. Ah, Merritt gets the kill. 4 HP, the bubble as well, it keeps him alive. And Falcons hold strong. It looks so good from Chorong. What an innovative look to take that back flank. But Team Falcons sense weakness in the front line.
So Merit finds 2 there towards the end. A lot like the last time, Max steps up, takes this position. Lip takes some serious damage. Lucky's got the Wuyong healing from Chorong here. Dynamite up to the top, puts down some damage. But you see how patient Falcons is playing.
100 energy on this defensive Zarya. Bubble into the high ground. Heasting tries to take this position. Proper has no ice block. Shu punishes him. The Falcons could be starting to crumble now. Both supports are low. Shu with another. Says, fine, I'll do it myself. Now on the cap, Max daring Hanbin forward, daring him to challenge for this point. It's not to be. Falcons looking to reset, looking to just set up on second point. But Fielder has no way out. There's no one to TP to. Everyone has retreated already.
Yeah, so you basically get 1 fight win on defense there for Falcons, and then you end up just giving it up. Here though, Jake, I think this is where the Mei can be more effective. Not exactly great in the first point, but as we go towards the streets here, these narrow streets, it's very difficult to kind of get around these Mei walls. Let's see how Crazy Raccoon deals with that.
It's definitely a test for this team. 10 ultimates on the board for this fight. A crucial one. So many variables to consider. At some point, you just have to find your play and go for it.
This next fight's gonna be crazy.
Play on field, grab initiation here. Forces a responsive copy from Heesang, but Proper with the mail overlaid. It's not enough to defend them. They can't stay alive even with that tidal blast. And Falcons happy to win this one, but it's very expensive. 4 major ults deployed. Oh, the Crazy Raccoon only used 2.
I mean, Rush, Grab, Blizzard, Bob. It feels like, though, for Falcons, just winning that fight, even if you overinvest, getting this control of this position and choke with the Mei is most important. And it'll have Heesang actually going over to play a Mei of his own.
Fielder getting cheeky on this off angle. No one really here to punish him. His team in the front line may struggle, but Chio does have that ultimate if he needs it. Proper gets incredibly low. There's just not enough resources to keep this front line stable. The rush could be backbreaking. Tidal blast, not enough to keep Hanbin alive. Just bursted down through it by the overwhelming DPS from Lip. But this time, it's the Raccoon who overextend, I think. Overexert their ultimates. And it's going to be a complete dry fight for the fate of second point.
And a fight win here for Falcons gives them a great odds of at least getting it into OT here before Crazy Raccoon can get second point. We'll see now. Obviously, no speed with the Lucio gone. Nobody playing Juno, so going to take a little bit longer to get back.
First ult in this fight, likely to be the Bob from Merit. Chorong not far behind as well on this Wu Yang. See if Hanbin can regain the energy advantage as Lip just pours it on with the damage. Hanbin is so low, but the Maywall from Proper buys a moment of respite. It's not enough. Lip with the instant peak 2-tap. Hanbin is down, and Crazy Raccoon. It could be destiny. The Falcons starting to struggle. Second point is going against them. It's going to be the one last chance, one last point, and 3 minutes on the clock. You must be flawless from here on out. And Lip doesn't even want to give them the chance to reset, does not want to let them walk out onto this map.
No, Lip just trying to get angles here. Knows one pick coming out of the spawn. Barrett be massive. Barrett down to 1 HP. Maywall here used by Proper, just trying to block this line of sight. Allow Falcons to move up towards the cart.
So incredibly risky here. He's staying down. He managed to get that Blizzard off. Is it enough? Proper's in the flank. He's isolated. The Bob comes out from Merit. Slows things down. Spawn advantage for Falcons here. They're happy to take these longer, slow fights. Play towards their own doors. Hanbin contesting the high ground, but with the help of Shu, Max holding strong, refusing to yield this position.
Rally available here for Fielder, if need be. Hanbin just battling here for this high ground. They try and use that Maywall, block the player from the opposite side of the high ground, the line of sight there. They're really relying a lot on Proper here. You can test this payload at the moment.
Proper holds his nerve, puts the Blizzard down. Heesang can't get away. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Merit takes that kill. Now the Bob comes out from Lip, trying to equalize this advantage, but Chio's kill on the Shu maybe just enough. Hanbin finds a third and a fourth. And now it's just Max who actually could be in trouble here. Hanbin may not be able to find this connection with the Sports respawning, but happy to send Crazy Raccoon packing with only a minimal investment of ult.
Yes, you just end up using the Blizzard there to just kind of capture Heesang, but Lip does end up using the Bob there. So see if that turns out to be anything. Max coming back in here though. Grab trying to build up some energy, seeing if they can catch one player out, which they do.
Heesang, huge kill. Without the Mei, the player advantage goes against you. Falcons, will you commit? Will you yield this spot? Trying to play so is Hanbin. He's so low, the burst is gone! Clean headshots! And this may be all over. Proper onto the venture. A desperation recontest, the last hope for Team Falcons, and Crazy Raccoons deny it with the Maywall. Is it late enough? Proper moves away! No! Crazy Raccoon snatched this victory. And in doing so, eliminate the Falcons from contention in Stockholm.
And it is a rough way to go out if you are Team Falcons. Jake, they had Tidal Blast in Kitsune Rush at the end and never get a use of it. It's just as soon as that first kill comes down, they push on forward. Does Crazy Raccoon. They clean up the remaining members of Falcons. It's a grab there from Max that comes in. Enough to finish off a player. Both supports trying to back up. They can't make it out with their lives. And that is it. Proper tries to make a play on the venture to get back. Just not enough. Gets knocked off course. And Crazy Raccoon, they keep themselves alive. They at least make it to Championship Sunday.
See if they can make it any further than that. But of course, first it was the Falcons taking that trophy in the midseason championship. They will be denied the chance to repeat as we take a look at some of the stats from this incredible final map in Kings Row.
I mean,
just both teams throwing haymakers. This is everyone having strong games. There's just no one falling apart, no one slipping up. I think this is just two titans clashing.
I mean, it's just
flying.
It's just an insane game of Overwatch. I mean, shoot, 18K healing. I mean, that is one to look out for. And I think, you know, if you're Falcons, right, love to know kind of that swap that happened on New Queen Street, right? Merit all of a sudden playing the sim Proper over on the Soj. Never know. Never know what happened there, but Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they have a night to sleep on their loss to Alcatia and come back tomorrow. They got to win against two of those EMEA teams if they want to host that trophy.
I mean, it's interesting because I feel like if you could do it once, maybe you could do it twice. I think there is still that shred of hope for Crazy Raccoon. They find themselves uncomfortably as underdogs going into Championship Sunday, but at least they are still alive. And to hear more about what their thoughts are, how they're feeling at this moment in the tournament, we've got Danny down on the stage with an interview.
Jake, man, thank you very much. Danny Lim here, joined by Shu after a crazy victory. Everybody give it up for Shu. Shu, you're looking like you're having a blast. You look very happy right now. I mean, you were amazing on that Kiriko. I think you were like the third DPS. I want to hear from you. How did it feel to get this win? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 오늘 키리로서 너무 좋은 모습도 보여주고 어떻게 보면 좀 세 번째 딜러가 아니었나 랄 정도로 정말 너무 매섭고 멋있는 모습 너무 보기 좋았습니다. 소감 어떠신가요?
일단 너무 행복하네요. 그냥 겁나게 맛있다. 그리고 소감은 상대가 너무 잘한 것도 있지만 저희가 실수한 부분이 많기도 했고 그다음에 뭐 사람들이 궁금할 거는 왕이길 A 키리코일 것 같은데 뭔가 하면서 이제 뭐 못 들을 것 같더라고요. 그래서 안 하면 지겠다 해가지고 미움받을 용기로 한번 돌아봤는데 좋은 결과가 나온 것 같습니다.
Definitely, it feels great to get this win, of course. But I think one of the biggest things that I feel like all our fans wanted to know was the King's Row carry. We had all our doubts, but I feel like if I didn't pull this out, there was not a lot of way for us to penetrate the defense. So I took the gamble, and I think it worked out perfectly. And it did work out perfectly, right, guys? Fantastic. One more question. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, you guys are going into the lower bracket finals, and if you guys want to win it all, you have to win against 2 EMEA teams to become the world champions. Shu, are you worried at all that you have to face up against 2 EMEA teams that are currently looking very dangerous? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 슈 선수가 보셨을 때 아무래도 이번에 또 우승을 위해서는 지금 좀 유럽 쪽 우리 또 트마와 알카시아를 두 팀 다 이겨야 되는데 그거에 대한 걱정이나 좀 이런 건 없나요? 아무래도 두 팀 다 너무나도 지금 좀 무서워 보이는 팀이라고 저는 생각을 하거든요.
처음에 알카시아랑 경기할 때 사람들 보셨다시피 저희가 이긴 경기였거든요. 절대 다음번엔 지진 않을 거고 증명하겠습니다. 저희 팀 꼭 응원 열심히 해주세요.
I feel like, as you guys all saw, our match against Alcacia, it should have been our win, and I am confident that we could get the win. So please keep on supporting us. We will prove all this talk by showing it on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Shu one more time. Thank you so much. Zoe, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny, and of course, Shu. Man, what a monstrous performance. Also, you just can't help but smiling when he's smiling like that. He's gonna feel so relieved, especially because they managed to end this series on King's Row, and this time with a dub, Necro.
Versus Team Falcons. I mean, this last time that we have seen Crazy Raccoons and Team Falcons play against each other, when you look at what just happened in the road to the World Finals tournament in Korea, they had not won King's Row, not once, but twice. This was 2 losses for them back-to-back versus Team Falcons, and third time, Avril, it's the charm.
And that exact same grand final as well that went to map 7, of course. Max the closer on map 7 came through and finished things out. Max the closer once again on map 5. And this Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons, number 27, comes in and wins it once again for Crazy Raccoon. And of course, it's 5 maps. I mean, we go the distance every single time with these guys. I mean, sometimes you are going to get more one-sided games, but this was anything but. It's just back and forth throughout.
And photo finish on King's Row. I mean, we look at that one round number 1, where we actually do see that attack push coming through from Team Falcons, and then the blizzard that actually pushes them all off a point. You have to wonder, how much further does this team actually go? Right here, you see? If you do actually touch the card, maybe push it all the way, do we go into extra rounds just based on how that round 2 went?
I mean, you look at the ending of the subsequent round afterwards as well. Attack coming through from Crazy Raccoon. Proper gets picked, Hanbin follows through, gets picked, the solo grab on the field, and it all falls apart. They had something like 3 ultimates at the end, a grab, double support ults, and they couldn't use any of it. An incredible finish, Lip as well at the end. There was nobody else that could have booped proper away when he swaps on towards Adventure. Lip is waiting there, coach gun in hand, and just completely shuts the door on any hope and any dream of Falcons being able to get that 2-peat, the back-to-back, denied now as Crazy Raccoon look to finally put themselves in a grand finals position and get that world title they missed last year.
Oh man, you can see the relief on the faces of every single member. It's been a long day for them. A long series to end it as well and continue their run in the lower bracket. Now with an opportunity to get the grudge match against OWCS potentially there as well. And now this is the second time in a post-match interview that they mentioned it. So I feel like that loss against OWCS, that stung.
I mean, it has to hurt because you end up winning that very first map of the series, Busan. You have Junbin and actually plays the Doomfist. You have such a great read to actually bring out kind of off-meta hero in the tank role to be able to take that win versus OWCS, and then every single map after that ends up going OWCS's way.
Yeah, now you also have a situation where if Crazy Raccoon are going to make the entire lower bracket journey through, and they're very scared in the lower bracket, as we can see here, no matter which way you cut it, they'll have to face both OWCS and Twisted Minds, no matter who wins in that upper bracket final as well. Both of these EMEA teams that have taken them down, you have to remember, mid-season as well, TM, they beat Crazy Raccoon, actually eliminated Crazy Raccoon from that mid-season championship. Here, OWCS dropped into the lower bracket. Crazy Raccoon, it's double revenge.
Oh man, the stories write themselves. Scriptwriters have been cooking for this World Finals. Upper bracket in the upper bracket, of course, we just saw as well. It's going to be the EMEA teams battling it out, and the loser of that match will be facing off against Crazy Raccoon. I'll be so excited to see Crazy Raccoon getting another shot at that World Championship, as well as last year that just slipped through their fingers, paws. Raccoons have paws, right?
Yeah, they do have paws.
Like dexterous front paws. Yeah. Let's go with that. Now, we had a full day of Overwatch action. So many great matches. So, of course, plenty of highlights to choose from for our DHL Daily Highlights. So let's roll the clips and take a short trip down memory lane to see what you might have missed. And if you did, honestly, just go back and watch the whole thing because it's been a great day of play.
It has. We even had Cargo briefly join us on the back part of the desk.
We've been blessed.
We want more Cargo, that's for sure.
And hopefully in these clips as well, Necro, you'll get to choose your C9 of the day.
Oh, no.
We had a couple of those.
We did actually have a couple.
Yep.
Oh. But I mean, this clip, it was just an insane performance from Lip. I feel like just even though, you know, we end up seeing this team have to make such an intense lower bracket run, I feel like Lip really just had an absolute day.
We saw Landon there as well. That was Landon clutching on the BAP on Shambali, and one of the key reasons why OWCS took down Crazy Raccoon. Following that through, we had the Twisted Minds Falcons game as well. So both those EMEA teams winning against the Korean teams, and Quartz, unbelievable 5K clutch. What was this? Just like one of the best plays we've ever seen from any player in one of the most intense situations you could possibly find yourself in as a pro player.
The Sojourns today, I want to know exactly how they ended up training for today. If it was just kind of like the feeling, the arena, maybe giving them a lot of excitement and confidence to be able to pull off performances like this.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of the teams have been thriving off of the energy in the room. I swear, you at home, you don't quite hear it, you know, it never really translates onto a stream, but it's been electric in here. Everyone has been showing up to support their teams, their players on their journey into our grand finals tomorrow.
Did you hear the Team Pep squad? I hope, stream, you heard that, especially when Team Pep's got announced as a partner team heading into the OWCS 2026 season. You guys were talking about the announcements on the desk, and I was like, whoa, I actually like can't hear you over the sound of Team Pep's fans really pulling out all the stops for that.
Yeah, it's great to see the support, and honestly, we had so much to cheer for today. Again, we had C9s, we had heartbreaks, we had like insane. We had a call out today. Was that today? Was that yesterday? I don't know. Like we just had so many incredible moments on this stage. Do you have a personal highlight moment?
Yeah, Quartz 5K clutch. It's got to be the best play we've seen all day. Maybe that may be the play of the tournament for World Finals so far for me.
So far, that's right. We still have one more day. Necro, anything that stood out to you?
Oh, I'm so excited. I don't know what else to say about the series that we just had. Finally get a really, really close 5 maps. And it really, I think, could have gone either way on Kings Row. Maybe even to a game 6, if I dare say. Could have been drawable, I think, is like the scenario I have worked out in my head. So I hope tomorrow we get a nice 7-map grand finals.
Well, we're certainly lined up for very good storylines. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule, everyone, as we still have one more day of action here at DreamHack Stockholm. Tomorrow, we're going to kick things off in the upper bracket. It's going to be Twisted Minds and OWCS. And El Clasico, these teams have been facing off against each other time and time again with different outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the tweet from Funny Astro as well. It always comes back down to Twisted versus OWCS. These two teams facing off each other, it's inevitable. And while they've traded so many games against each other, it really does feel like the EMEA version of Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons.
especially nowadays. And as we have kind of like half joked about, but also in all seriousness, with how good EMEA has gotten over the course of the season, OWCS making it to the second place at the mid-season championships, this might be their time to actually strike, take over Korea as the dominant region in OWCS, and make history as a winner in the 2025 OWCS finals.
It'd be absolutely incredible, and to do so as well here at the DreamHack in Stockholm. It's going to be loud. It's going to be so much fun. For now, though, it is a good night and a goodbye for us. Thank you all so much for watching and joining us throughout the last couple of days. We have one more to go, so make sure to tune in tomorrow. We have so much stuff coming your way. We have an exclusive dev update featuring the voice actress of Vendetta. We also have a show match on the stage. We will be having a live performance of Hold Your Ground here as well, right before the conclusion of the 2025 OWCS World Finals, our Grand Finals, all of that and so much more tomorrow, so make sure to tune in and back again.
Remember the time when our hearts were synced and our thoughts connected, expanding our size. We can clear the cache, burn it all to ashes. And attack our energy back and charging forward, losing track of what has failed.